What I want to know is, out of all the stories you told me, which ones were true and which ones weren't?
They're all true.
Even the lies?
Especially the lies.
Buckle up, kids, because this is going to be a long one, and it is one I feel I needed to do before touching on other material, as Code Geass and the impact Code Geass had ends up tying into not one, not two, but three of this year's subject matter, and thus I felt, instead of a biopsy on it, that a much longer discussion of the series was required. This production is way too long, and I don't even go through the series episode by episode like I usually do.
王様は国民全員を守ってる。だから僕たちは手の届く大切な人たちを守る。
For those not aware, Code Geass is the story of Lelouch v. Britannia, the exiled 11th prince of the Holy Britannian Empire, which is an alternate universe version of America which never gained its independence from Great Britain after George Washington's revolution failed. And in the aftermath of Great Britain falling to Napoleon, the royal family fled to the Americas and consolidated their power there, before expanding their reach over the following centuries into a world-dominating superpower. And yes, that is the canonical backstory of the Rise of Britannia. More on that later, as there are a bunch of idiots in the fandom who somehow think that Britannia is separate from America entirely, when no, they are one and the same. In Lelouch's youth, his mother and sister were attacked in an assault on their home, leaving the former dead and the latter crippled and blind. And when he asked his father for justice in their name, said father, Emperor Charles Z. Britannia, told him to his face that he was nothing and did not matter to him, and summarily banished Lelouch and Nunnally to Japan, which was not long after invaded by his father, seemingly to gain a resource Japan possessed, the superconductor material Sakurai. But in actuality, it was for far more nefarious reasons motivating their actions, which had nothing to do with Sakurai or the country at all. Both were merely stepping stones to his true cause. However, said superconductor allows for Britannia to construct and power the mecha for the series, known as the Nightmares, which Lelouch's mother Marianne had championed as a capable war machine for their country after she used the first Nightmare to dominate the battlefield and helped Charles claim the throne to begin with. Meaning with Japan under their control, they have unlimited access to Sakurai, with which to enable their conquest of what parts of the world they don't already own. Lelouch and Nunnally were intended to be killed amidst the war to act as martyrs in their father's schemes, only for them to narrowly escape that fate. Lelouch walking through the sea of corpses his family created with Nunnally in his back to reach safety, abandoned by all who claimed to love them. Renamed Area 11, Japan was occupied, with Lelouch and Nunnally going under the assumed surname of Lamperouge, and taking refuge with exiled allies of their mother, the same ones who actually created the original Nightmares of the series, who summarily constructed a school they enrolled in as students to hide in plain sight, until the day Lelouch crossed paths with a group of Japanese resistance fighters, spearheaded by the half-Britannian firebrand Kallen Kozuki, and got caught up in their battle with the occupation force over a capsule that contained the woman CC, who was being experimented upon by one of Lelouch's half-siblings. As in the wake of their assumed deaths, every relative Lelouch had been close to had in their own ways broken from the loss, and in the years since allowed themselves to embrace being just as callous, cruel, and corrupt as their bastard of a sperm donor, in only considering their own wants and no others.
そこで何やってるんですか？街で人が。
それは悲しいな。尊い犠牲だ。
民を守るのが王じゃないんですか？
民は道具。私が国だ。
Though to interject, as I know some will ask, CC's name is supposed to be pronounced as C2, as it's just her initials. But the Japanese phonetic spelling and their pronunciation of two makes such sound like Shi-Tzu, as in Shih Tzu, the breed of dog. I'll get into why later, but that was deliberate. And while I am not a fan of the character, I mispronounce it deliberately to create some level of dissociation from calling her a bitch. CC, as is eventually revealed near the series' end, is a former ally of Lelouch's mother that has watched over him at a distance since her death, at least before she was captured, and is a holder of the power of Code, a magic contract that grants the bearer immortality and the power to bestow a Geass, a psychic ability initially based off of the Irish mythological curse of gaze, most associated with the hero Kallen. CC in turn giving Lelouch a Geass to fulfill her own purposes, granting him a power that matches the magic of its Irish namesake. That of absolute command.
ルルーシュビブリタニアが命じる貴様たちは死ねイエスよハイネスあの日から俺はずっと嘘をついていた全く変わらない世界に飽き飽きしてでも嘘って絶望で諦めることもできなくてだから
With this new power and his near-death experience driving him to act and not just waste away in anonymity, he takes on the guise of Zero, the maker of miracles, which comes from the man who is nothing, and begins to lead the Japanese resistance anew. Reformed as the Order of the Black Knights, heroes for justice with the ultimate aim of righting the wrongs his family and their supporters have inflicted on the world that have turned it to hell. All ultimately motivated because his little sister wished the world would become a kinder, more gentle place, and he wanted to make that world a reality. But due to his experiences, Lelouch had long come to the realization that such a world would only come about if everything that made Britannia a tyrannical force was broken by any means possible, as the justice of Britannia only served to victimize those that were not at the top, and those who did not conform to the ideology of the elite would be used up, thrown out, and tossed away, just as they were as children.
人々よ、我らを恐れ求めるがいい。我々黒の騎士団、武器を持たない全ての者の味方である。イレブンだろうと、ブリタニア人であろうと、私は戦いを否定しない。しかし、強い者が弱い者を一方的に殺すことは断じて許さない。撃っていいのは撃たれる覚悟のあるやつだけだ。我々は力ある者が力なき者を襲うとき再び現れるだろう。たとえその敵がどれだけ大きな力を持っているとしても。
正義の味方。
力ある者よ、我を恐れよ。力なき者よ、我を求めよ。世界は我々黒の騎士団が裁く。
貴様の語る正義などくだらんつまらん気に食わん。子供たちを犠牲にすることが正義なら俺は正義をぶっ潰す悪になってやる。貴様を打ち滅ぼす者の名はいや俺様が世界を支配する。
Assisting him in all this is the aforementioned Kallen, call sign Q1, the true Knight of Zero, who is popularly considered the show's best character alongside Lelouch, for she acts as the deuteragonist of the series, enabling much of what Lelouch can do outside of his Geass abilities due to her possessing connections, physical prowess, perspective, and drive Lelouch himself lacks. Kallen herself being an extremely talented pilot of the Nightmares. In fact, she is presented as being the single best pilot in the series, to the point that the writing team had to keep pulling narrative bullshit to nerf her when she was already fighting far above her weight class, whom Lelouch shares a complex dynamic with both behind and beyond their masks, as she likewise wants to free the world from Britannia's tyranny to live a free life with her ailing mother, after having survived the invasion herself and spent years living as an 11. People of the countries that Britannia conquers reduced from having their national names to just a number instead, before being taken from her mother's arms by her biological father to be his heir, and then after that losing her elder brother when he was murdered not long before the first episode's events, which drove her to rage against the system of nobility responsible for every horrible event in her life. As from having seen it from both sides like Lelouch has, she just as much despises the current system and wants to tear it all down to give the Japanese and others oppressed as numbers their freedom again, instead of giving up and conforming to a lie of high society civility that primally disgusts her. Kallen acts as the only acknowledged mixed origin character in the series, and represents what someone of that dual background can experience with the decisions before them, and the only real choice one can make if one were to back up any claim to being a moral person.
この度の比例誠に
やっぱ無理だ。
俺はこびねえへつらわねえ。誰が相手になろうと意地とドタマでぶっちぎる。俺は誰にも負けねえからよ。
Over the course of the series, Kallen comes to be infatuated first with Lelouch's identity of Zero, but eventually falls for the true man beneath it as well once she finally comes to understand him. And with her acting as Lelouch's initial in with the Japanese resistance, Kallen's friends from her brother's resistance cell are also an active part in these events as the founding members of the Black Knights, which eventually grow to assimilate forces from the Japanese army Lelouch has connections to. But opposing them is Lelouch's entire extended family, the armies they command, and the Britannian nobility that loves this corrupt exploitive status quo they have built over the last 200 years, and want nothing to change, who will happily murder anyone that proposes such, as they do not see it as wrong to oppress those different and lesser than them. Most principally being Lelouch's elder half-sister Cornelia, who had spent her entire life bathed in Britannia's elitist propaganda, which has twisted her own perceptions in tandem with the trauma of the V Britannia's loss, acting to advance Britannia's conquest of the world in belief it would bring them the unity and subservience required to secure her own full-blooded sister Euphemia's safety, regardless of the people it oppresses, essentially acting as an inverted persona parallel to Lelouch's own relationship with Nunnally.
わざとバグナラクを放置したのか。他の国を侵略するために。
一撃に割れ、真の平和は絶対的な力によってもたらされる。
Euphemia herself shares in this by unintentionally making things worse as well, when her own attempts at helping are shown to be nothing but short-sighted patches to a systemic problem she refuses to confront, that undermines actually resolving the entire issue at hand, despite her wanting a solution to it. Though even her protests in the end advance only her own desires and just her family's safety. She's just willing to be open to options that benefit more than just herself as well. And lastly, their elder half-brother Schneisel, who happens to be a nihilistic sociopathic madman who will burn everything to the ground in order to leave them all in a stagnant, unchanging present, where everything about the existing system remains as it is, and will happily manipulate everyone and twist everything to make him the one with all the pieces on the board. And again, to compare to Lelouch in that, Schneisel's what happens if Lelouch were actually selfish and bereft of any sense of morality or ability to care for anyone else but himself, and is thus his purpose for existing in the story, to provide that contrast and opponent to be overcome. If you deliberately ignore the morality change and motivators Lelouch has, it is quite easy to mistake one for the other, which ties into the series' themes about morality, motivation, and objectivity with regards to how one perceives actions in war.
私は脅威とみなしたものは例外なく力で排除する。君の国も。何を？
失礼。蚊がいたもので。
暴行罪ではないのかな。
この程度で痛むのか。
And this is on top of the machinations of their father, who wants to use the powers of Code and Geass to return everything to the past times before his current Britannia came about, because he has his mind overly fixated on reclaiming a lost past, regardless of how awful it was, and cares nothing about ruining any chance the world has at a future because of it, or even possibly fixing the mess the world is in solely because of his own selfishness, which he refuses to acknowledge or correct. Whose means of executing such tie themselves into the supernatural mythos arc, as Lelouch and CC are not the only ones with the powers of Code and Geass.
僕はあいつが許せない。王様は僕たち国民を守ってくれるんじゃないのか。守ってくれないなら戦うしかないんだよ。
But beyond them, Lelouch's first ever friend, Suzaku Kururugi, the son of Japan's former prime minister, is also his enemy, and the most dangerous one in the cast due to Lelouch's willful blind spots regarding him. As in the past, Suzaku killed his father and sold his country into Britannian slavery in the misguided belief he was saving lives. But in the story, the weight of this act and those that followed caused him to seek to repent for a screw-up by serving Britannia in hopes his people will see serving Britannia as slaves is the way to show their value as, well, humans, despite how idiotic that itself sounds, or he will die a warrior's death in absolution by those he most wronged killing him. But in doing so, it shows how little his morals and ideals mean anything if you just throw them away if he had a chance to claim something more important to him. Essentially, either absolution from his responsibilities, or just plain old power. For there is something that cannot be understated in any analysis of the series, and that is Suzaku is an absolute hypocrite when it comes to the contradictions in his own motivations. He believes that change can only come from being a slave to the very system that oppresses the people, and the system by design is made so as change cannot come from within, as power in the system is controlled from the top down. You can only enact change in such a system by replacing who runs it by acting against them. But the way Suzaku plays part in it protects those in power, while furthering their malice and oppression, and thus they become just as culpable, as the only way to move up in such a system is to show how corrupt you yourself are, and to be rewarded for it. You cannot claim morality while perpetuating a cycle maintained by conquest, oppression, and slavery. For in the entire history of the world, there has not been a single example of an oppressed people ever gaining their freedom back by being nice and willingly working for those that enslaved them. Not one. Those oppressed only get their freedom back by fighting for it and throwing off that yoke placed upon them. Thus, you come to realize his hypocrisy is not made contingent on a moral stance he constantly contradicts, but the position he stands for are themselves lies, disguising how he only truly cares about winning the argument with him in the right, and supports the side that gives him the image of that, no matter how much it is a lie. And thus, if Suzaku were the moral person that the story fails to frame him as, then he keeps making the same mistake and wrong choices in that he selfishly believes his way of doing things and what he values, which is demonstrably wrong, is the only right way to do anything. And his being right he considers more important than the well-being of others he claims to care for, as his acts to assert that his way is the only way that will work results in him denying the people Britannia has enslaved their freedoms, even assisting in their enslavement without care, which results in disastrous casualties as he doesn't understand that the Britannia nobility he blindly serves doesn't want to change and will not change for him. They'll just keep doing what they've always done since the founding of Britannia as a nation, and crush anyone who proposes that things should be different after using them up. And consequently, Suzaku blindly serving the subjugators only drives the body count higher, as better solutions that could give him what he wanted through differing means are subsequently lost, as he doesn't consider any path but his own as legitimate. Even as Suzaku makes clear he abdicates any moral high ground in his capacity to choose via his obedience to those he serves, who he knows are in the wrong. And in this way, Suzaku's motivations and end goal are no different than Schneisel's. The fighting will only end when a victor is determined, with the series coming to show how truly uncaring he is of how many bodies it shall take to reach that win condition, as long as it is gained his way, the way that puts him in the right of it all.
いつの間にか同じことを民に強いている。滑稽だな。
With the story's advancements eventually becoming motivated by solely Lelouch, Kallen, and Suzaku's interwoven dynamics, with all three driving events in search of a better tomorrow, and the mistakes they make being ones that change the direction of the world. There is a lot I am not explaining with that synopsis of the series that is tied to its massive fall from grace and the hate-dom that exists for certain parts of it. As the first season of the story, Code Geass R1, it was very well received. But in it, we can find the foundation of the problems the series and the franchise overall would develop. And there are a lot of them. So many, in fact, that no matter how long this review may end up being, this is still the short version of what I could have done. I have Word documents holding up to, I kid you not, 1,000 pages of notes, partially written diatribes, snippets from other authors who've made comment or critique of the series, and previous ground-up revised drafts of this script. I've been working on this review for literally the last 5 years of my life, ever since the trash fire that is Lelouch of the Resurrection happened, only for delay after delay to come about in actually getting it, and the other reviews that will be associated with it, out. I am kind of grateful that some of those delays occurred, as it allowed me to gain access to new information we'd not had access to before, which recontextualized some of the details of the series and its production, as well as newer points of contrast that differently highlighted the same grievances the audience for the show developed against it, and what Sunrise did to it. For unfortunately, sometimes the writer only knows how to deliver what they think the audience wants, or just what solely the writer wants, and not what the audience actually would want. And this can be true of producers, directors, editors, hell, even executives who may come in to meddle in things as well, all of whom can make a mess of a production by going against what an audience most engages with in a tale. Code Geass is very much a victim of that mentality, as what the writer wanted out of the series ended up different than the director, which was different from the studio, and all that in diametric opposition to what the audience itself would accept, which we have still not gotten to this day. A not insignificant part of that being half the story is not actually in the original anime. There are tie-in audio dramas which are canon.
自分で調べられる。知りたいのは校舎の配置と施設の詳細だ。
それは調べられないの？
その手の情報はテロの格好の資料になるから非公開。なんだ。学園長の孫のくせにそんなことも知らないのか？敷地は石畳。ところどころにギャップがあるな。校舎への出入りは階段。スロープと手すりも必要か？
座ったままで失礼します。足と目が不自由なものですから。
そう。それで手すりとかって。
わかったろ。
There are picture dramas, which are included in the bonus features of the DVDs and Blu-rays, which are canon.
人殺し！お父さんを返して！あなたが殺したんでしょ！
お父さんって
私たちの国を守るために戦ったの！お兄ちゃんも、おじさんも、みんな！どうして殺したの？お父さんもお兄ちゃんも優しかったのに！鬼！悪魔！
And there are light novels, which are canon. I tossed up a snippet, but we didn't get those. And that's on top of manga series that retell the story absent certain key details, and ones that are official side stories that once more fill in missing information, before you even get into stuff that is officially just alternate continuities. Stuff that just plain rewrite the story to its worst possible interpretation, or otherwise attempt to expand more on the original tale than the anime medium allowed, that are unfortunately non-canon. The main Code Geass anime series, as consequence of this, is in fact a skeleton of a structure with significant chunks torn out of it that would properly support the foundation of what is built atop that, as they lack the proper time to give attention to everything that was needed to tell the story properly from beginning to end to define its ultimate direction, and at times deliberately did not have necessary, critical, need-to-know information to either the characters or the audience, for the intentional reason that providing such need-to-know information would entirely subvert the ultimate direction of the series, which is not a good thing any way around. And thus the series becomes overwhelmingly reliant on paratext, that being information supplied about the show from sources that are not the show itself, to put everything into proper perspective with what was meant. As, oh my yes, do many people who watch Code Geass get the wrong ideas about what was intended because the story itself is not self-contained, some of which was directly Sunrise's fault in forcing critical story information out of the series to make decisions in it more ambiguous, as they knew not everyone would engage with the extra canonical material to know about what was meant.
物語の読み方から教えてあげよう。すべての事柄はつながっているが、すべては書かれていない。だからこそ自分で想像しながら道中のワクワクを楽しむのさ。例えばここに至るまでにずっと気になってたことがあったら、それを大切に読んでみるといい。
With R1, it can be enjoyed on its own, But only up to a point. As the farther the franchise moved along, the more developed baggage it could just not reconcile without that time material, or what was deliberately not written in. And yet at the same time, that material likewise would show where the story was going wrong, and improperly spending the focus of its direction, because the writer became so fixated on the ending, and Sunrise itself didn't allow the time or the events that would have potentially allowed the ending to be properly built up to, and in context, work. As just even a minor look into that extra canonical information allows one to see the fraying net that eventually would result in the vastly more controversial second season, Code Geass R2, the OVA series Akito the Exiled, which had such deep mixed reception to it that Sunrise should have taken it as the warning sign that it was, and the compilation movie timeline that only served to completely break the camel's back by contradicting the reasoning for actions provided previously that, despite being canon, are excised from the film to entirely reimagine the storyline, and to its complete detriment. At the time of recording this, Sunrise is about to release the newest entry in the franchise, Rose of the Recapture, and that series is set to just inherit all of the baggage left behind by Sunrise's previous executive meddling nonsense that turned what could have been something truly special into a mess that they refused to properly resolve. And before anyone asks, I still refer to Sunrise as Sunrise and not the retitled name of Bandai Namco Studios. And it is for a key reason. For there is misconduct the studio is long noted for across their various intellectual properties that have done wrong by them, and they were performed by solely Sunrise executives, not Bandai ones. Bandai, however, gets blamed for so many of them because Sunrise director Yoshiki Tamino liked to blame the sponsors of his productions anytime someone would tell him no over a creative decision of his, even when that no would come from Sunrise internally. So very many people took his word as gospel, leading to deep misconceptions about what Bandai itself actually would intercede on, which would usually be in the developmental stage of a series, or what would come from Sunrise itself, which is usually changes to story events in the midst of production. But because of this rename, it is now difficult to distinguish the two entities and what bad decisions and mandates came from where, unless you follow from the older patterns of misconduct. And this does factor into analysis of Code Geass because according to the show's creative staff, a number of things people hate about the franchise were the result of mandates made by Sunrise. As according to them, Sunrise had no faith in the show the way the show was originally going to be made, and the canonical side content problem acted as one of the symptoms of a larger problem Sunrise itself created, as the later media produced for the franchise intentionally and outright ignores all of it, deeming that content and context it provides unimportant despite it directly informing the story being told and the actions within it, as was what was the originally intended canonical romance of the series. Sunrise did not want to let them follow through on, which is where we should actually discuss the men most responsible for the series: director Goro Taniguchi and writer Ichiro Okouchi. Goro Taniguchi is sort of the easier name to talk about in all this, as he's been around a long time, beginning in the anime industry as a storyboard artist and background production worker in 1991 on the anime Zettai Muteki Raijin O. He would be a supporting and episode director on several Sunrise series to follow, including Gundam's G, Wing, and X, as well as King of Braves Gao Gaigar. But it was with his proper independent directorial debut that he first got major attention on him, that being the 1998 One Piece OVA, Defeat the Pirate Ganzak, a pilot anime production for the eventual One Piece anime series produced not long after the One Piece manga had entered production in 1997. This thus making sense why, decades later, Taniguchi would be called upon again by One Piece's creator Eiichiro Oda to direct the movie that served as the series' 25th anniversary event, Film Red. But that's later down the line. For the Ganzak OVA, it was more recognized that Taniguchi was at the point where he could hold down his own series as a head director, and had eyes for both staging grandiose fights as well as subtle storytelling. Knowing to add in minor character tics and nuances to the artistry, to inform a character not just through words, but actions, all of which allows works he is on to normally generate larger, far more impactful payoffs. This first seen with his series Infinite Ryvius, which he partnered with writer Yosuke Kuroda to make in 1999. I have, unfortunately, never had a chance to see Ryvius, but from what I've been told, it was a successful enough series. One that allowed the pair to partner again for one that I am far more familiar with. Yosuke Kuroda, for those who don't know him, is actually behind a number of successful series and adaptations, including the original Trigun anime and Hellsing Ultimate, Excel Saga, Honey and Clover, and to stuff as recently as Sunrise's Birdie Wing series. He's also been the primary adapter of scripts for My Hero Academia's anime, and the primary scribe for most of the Tenchi Muyo anime series, both TV and OVA incarnations alike. The good ones, at any rate. It is rare I actually actively dislike something from that man. And some have wondered what a Code Geass series might have been like had he been the one to write the series instead. And you really shouldn't, as he already did it. That show is called Mobile Suit Gundam 00. But through Kuroda, Taniguchi gained connection to Hideyuki Kurata, who by 2003 had become a member of Studio Orphi, a writers' creative group Kuroda had founded. Taniguchi and Kurata then collaborated in producing his series Gunsword with Studio AIC Asta, it bearing several elements that left it directly in parallel with Taniguchi's prior work on Scride, with the protagonist being an effective outlaw righting wrongs that were in their sight while seeking out the sources of greater malice corrupting and screwing over the free lives of people.
Wake up, Doug.
Both Scride's Kazuma and Gunsword's Vaughn being individuals who are so reserved that people get the wrong ideas of them, but seek acceptance for the truth of themselves, and fighting for worlds where they can just be free and happy with those they care about. It's just in Vaughn's case, he's more on a vengeance quest than Kazuma started out in the series, because the central villain of the Gunsword, the Claw, murdered the woman who gave that piece to Vaughn and multiple others throughout the story. And while Scride had this as a more overt theme to its narrative being about rebellion, complete with an antagonist-turned-rival character in both which the respective men sought to stop through dueling means, it was in Gunsword that allowed more exploration and establishment of a running setting to explore such concepts of what it means to be free and how one can unknowingly become enslaved to destructive doctrine and actual monsters, as Vaughn traveled to find the villain he sought, with Vaughn's own rebellion being against the ideals of a man that believes he can bring about true peace and prosperity only through sacrifice and enslavement of people's very minds and existence into one amalgamated will, and those who foolishly and blindly follow that absurdity. With Vaughn guided through that campaign which risked destruction of his very self, not through blind hate, nor through rage, but one emotion alone that bursts through every pore of his being.
でも今の俺はお前が手伝ってくれたおかげなんだよな。お前はもう俺の中にしかいない。幸せの絶頂の時に
Scryed and Gunsword are absolutely fantastic series from Taniguchi, both of which I recommend, as they're certainly examples of his directorial style fully gelling with the screenwriters he was working with, and in line with the budgets the studios could afford. Whereas when he's done other higher budget things, I'm not the biggest fan of One Piece Film Red, despite Kaoru Nazuka being perfect casting for a girl whose wistfully naive ideology threatens to crush the world and break the people she claims to cherish. And for his series Back Arrow he did with writer Kazuki Nakashima, well, I guess the show's big twist ending with the first episode, and I feel Taniguchi did not work well with Nakashima to fulfill what plans they had for it. It was a major step down from the highs Nakashima usually hits for me as well. But it is also with Gunsword where we see that Taniguchi began to stray into bad habits that would define the rest of his career. Taniguchi has a problem with sexualizing characters that have no reason to be sexualized. Either their sexuality is not a big part of their characters, they are personally uncomfortable presenting their sexuality either publicly or to a person of interest, or they happen to be underage, thrown up as pandering fan service. Now to be clear, there is not necessarily something wrong with presenting a character as sexually open or curious or presenting attraction. This is going to differ between series and characters depending on what the focus of their stories is, which makes it more egregious in some, but not so in others. Sometimes that is a way that individuals are made to express and show affection. They are learning about and becoming more comfortable with themselves. Or it can be a personality trait where they feel proud of their body, have confidence in their looks, and have no inhibitions about showing it off. This is applying equally to both men and women, where it can be a character trait, and not the entirety of the character themselves. Taniguchi's problem is, he takes it too far with characters he should not be, and Gunsword is arguably the first signs of that, where some cast members devolve to being used as nothing but fan service, or sexual fan service is used improperly with them, as is not on their terms. This does not make Gunsword a bad series, and only reaches the point of being egregious in one episode, where such is ultimately played for laughs. But it is one of its faults Taniguchi caused for it, and in later series he would start to treat women in the cast more as eye candy or sex dolls at times, doing sexually teasing acts for no other reason than to draw male gaze in ways that aren't justifiable without some factor of mitigation the story does not within itself provide. Now, some would say in counter-argument that this is not necessarily all Taniguchi's doing, as in fact the chief animation director on both Gunsword and Code Geass was a different man, the late, great Takehiro Kimura, who passed away sadly in 2023. Kimura is also known for his work as an animator and character designer on G Gundam and Gao Gaigar, where he previously worked with Taniguchi to build a rapport with the other man. And Kimura himself does have a tendency towards sexualized fan service in his own distinct work as well. The difference, however, is no matter what project he worked on, such tended to feel right for the moments and setting and not out of place as came to be observed about Taniguchi's works. Though also worth noting, the character designs themselves on Code Geass came neither from Kimura or Taniguchi, but the artists of manga studio Clamp. And Kimura's series, Shinkan Gatai Godaner, while one of the more egregious in presenting characters with exaggerated proportions, inevitably tells a story that has as its grounding a story about mature relationships, with those at the core of it a pair of newlyweds trying to figure out what the next step in their life is. So the sexuality on display in the series has a sense to it when taken in those terms, even though the fan service at times is likewise just played for laughs. That everyone in that series is to some degree portrayed as being an absurdity makes such acts as more a background element as everyone gets it equally, as opposed to something irritatingly shoved to the forefront by singling out characters that do not like or want to be sexualized, and in a setting that is not overtly sexualized, to then be sexualized. For that is Taniguchi's issue. It has been one that has remained even when Kimura retired from regular animation and art design work. This cannot be blamed on him. Kimura's last work before his death was designing the character Perun in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and one that, while Taniguchi has attempted to remedy it, still pops up on occasion where he does not take the steps he should to find a means of validating why a character ends up in provocative positions or dress. One of the ways that could have validated it being that the character makes clear in the media itself that they don't experience sexual attraction, thus do not get the connotations of their exposure as a result. And another, more common case is the tease was being presented to show attraction between the two characters, or as a setup to them being seen in the light of a paramour. But if you do not do that, or are not being allowed to follow it up in that context, so it is building to that moment of mutual attraction and acceptance of those feelings, well, you get how Kallen ends up denigrated in Code Geass' movie timeline, where it could have been justified with just a simple change that they were not allowed to do, while still overtly sexualizing her despite her previously showing discomfort from those acts. And in this case, not exactly helped by the merchandise, as you can see from here. Yeah, the only figures at Kallen that are actually put on the market are all those that are very fan servicey. I actually got these to make that specific point that I can't find one of her being the action girl when she is actually the action girl of the series. Which is where Ichiro Okouchi himself comes into play. And poor Ichiro Okouchi, as he is certainly among a list of writers that has been screwed over by Sunrise every time he has worked with them. It was actually only because of Gundam the Witch from Mercury that I determined a good perspective on his career. For as nice as that series was, many of the same failings Code Geass bears were also present in that series, including Sunrise going out of their way to once again screw with one of his intended relationship arcs that he had laid out from the series literally from their first episode. And yes, again, it does not surprise me Okouchi is not currently working with Sunrise on the Rose series, as the mess that happened with G-Witch was the third consecutive time they had done that to him. I'm not kidding on this, and this is why I still consider Sunrise separate from Bandai itself, because, yeah, Bandai was on board shipping G-Witch's main characters Soletta Mercury and Niarete Rembrandt, even though they're girls, and it produced a lot of merchandise for the series which directly revolved around them being gay for each other. That it makes no sense for Bandai to be the one to pull the plug on it, and for them to release press statements that the two's relationship was supposed to be ambiguous and open to interpretation. And this has happened repeatedly before with Sunrise. Bandai even gave the G-Witch production staff additional funding for the release of the Blu-rays to allow them to make this more overt that they ended up together at the end, as they'd gone through this song and dance with Sunrise executives before, where the supplementary additions would have to undo their stupid mistakes. This is again what I meant about having to follow the pattern of Sunrise's misconduct divorced from Bandai itself. As again, this was the third incident with just Okouchi. This had been a matter mishandled before in Gundam 00, where Kuroda had spoken out about not being able to show Setsuna FCA and felt Grace develop an attraction to each other in the second season to quantify that they were not shipping Setsuna with Marina Ismail. Or Gundam Seed and Destiny, where they weren't allowed to be as overt as they wanted to be about the multiple romance arcs in that series either. Hell, this stretches back to at least Gundam Wing as well. And the 2014 anime Cross-Ange had to perform a legitimate fake-out with the main characters' paramours to make the executives not pay attention to the hat trick they were in turn pulling. Sunrise keeps doing this, and it needs to be called out. But why it was more difficult to determine Okouchi's writing quirks is the man has not written a lot of original works. The most he is credited as working on anime, it's adaptational work from manga, such as his recent job on the second season of Spy Family, alongside writing their movie Code White, or further back to Angelic Layer and Mahou Sensei Nigima. His earliest writing work is actually in novels, him writing the novelization of Revolutionary Girl Utena in 1998, and 3 novels based off of Mobile Suit Gundam the 8th MS Team in 1999. Those later novels, however, are how he caught the attention of Yoshiyuki Tamino, bringing him on from writing books for Gundam into anime screenplays on the series Turd A Gundam. And Tamino would call on him again for his first original head writer credits on an anime series, Overman King Gainer.
Do the monkey with me!
Yeah, Okouchi's origins as a novelist and his first anime works being under Tamino pretty much put everything into perspective with regards to his shortcomings as an anime writer, independent of whatever Sunrise did to screw with the shows, and whatever Taniguchi might himself be responsible for. For as is the constant critique of Okouchi's body of work, it consistently feels like we are being denied critical, need-to-know information, because there is not enough time in each episode, nor the series itself, to provide time and focus on everything necessary to tell the story correctly, in comparison to all the details that will be permitted to one in novelized form. And Tamino, infamously, is not good at training new talent. He relies instead on the inexperienced, so he gets to tell the story his own way. As when Tamino alone is the writer on a project, it's quite bad. And the director and animators adding in visual cues and actions through storyboarding the narrative can only help so much without the words there to provide the proper context to the actions performed.
謎を解く鍵は全て行間に物語の狭間に隠した。わからん。なぜだ。舞さん方ってのはどうして見えないものを見ようとしないんだ。
And Okouchi's emphasis in anime scripts are centrally upon plot essential elements, stripping down the expanded narrative of a novel into a bare-bones structure needed, with too much then left to the audience to connect. For most writers, story happens because of character, whereas in most of Okouchi's works, plot happen regardless of character, and characterization happens to be just something that happens along the way due to certain characters needing to fill certain roles. But that's how characterization at times in his stories can end up lacking or straight up disregarded if it services the plot, and audiences won't agree with such if it's established that such characters wouldn't do what they're made to do, or should have had focused attention to justify what is done. And that doesn't mean that he doesn't work to backfill in essential details and information once the structure is there, or didn't intend direction for the characters to move in to fulfill the story's goals, but one certainly finds greater emphasis on the plot overall else in his work than others. And he isn't necessarily bad at romance arcs either, but if there isn't the time to provide that evidence for a paramour arc, he won't add it in. An example of this, I actually adore how he wrote Arsene Lupin and Fujiko Mine's dynamic in the storyline of Lupin the Third Part 5. Two people that do have genuine affections for each other, but the nature of who they are means that their relationship is so very much founded upon the chase. Fujiko believing Lupin only values her as the world's greatest treasure he can never have, and Lupin believing no showcase of trust in her will ever allow her to accept his affections unless he first gives up on trying to claim her heart, which he can never do. This being so well seated throughout the narrative arc and character stories of Part 5, that their ultimate culmination at the climax of that series was so very poignant, so very beautiful, and so very Lupin.
You want me to answer the question from way back when?
Yes, I do, Lupin. What am I to you, anyway?
I, too, have been thinking about it. About a lot of stuff since you asked me that. But after spending time to think it through, this is the best answer I could come up with.
Lupin?
That is a series where the two who very clearly love each other can never be together due to factors outside of any creative's control. That is just who they are. And yet it is accepted by the fandom of Lupin because we have enough overwhelming information to understand how they really feel. And Okouchi perfectly nails that delivery because it is built on something pre-existent. It is established from the start of the show their dynamic in relation to one another is important, and it is touched on in those terms throughout the show. So, yeah, contrary to criticism of his works, Okouchi can write romance. Because that was romance. It is in the little moments, the gestures, the downtime between them where that is forged and based. It's just his works sacrifice those little moments if they're not plot essential, as he won't make the time for them. That's why they're frequently shoved off into the paratext.
やれやれ。行間の読めない連中と話すのは疲れる。
But even then, his staging and structure of his tales, when they have not been screwed with, is actually fantastic with how many narrative points are chained together so closely into a grander tapestry or chained net. Or at least they are up until the point you come to realize that what keeps being cut out really is essential to informing those story points, to say nothing on the proper passage of time that would allow them all to naturally occur and move in the direction the narrative needs them to. So the structure is there. The supports are there. It looks to be a complete production. But then you start looking at the fine details and find the bolts securing the supports together are loose or missing, leading to the supports buckling and the built structure just completely failing. And all because not enough time is permitted for characters to be characters to secure the supports organically. Because the story comes from character and not the other way around, yet the reverse is consistently true with Okouchi. And thanks to this overt emphasis on pushing to the forefront narrative over character, characterization constantly suffers with him. And while it isn't necessarily setting-breaking as important character information can be gained from the plots they play part of, it is something that starts to add up and make an audience not be on board the creative decisions that are made, because inevitably a character that is left to the whims of solely plot points will be made to do things out of presented character, or the character we needed to be presented has itself been left on the cutting room floor in the worst cases to have a perception of him that is diametrically opposed against what they are made to do. While the story will continue to insist, it is then natural for them to do what was needed, and the viewers will consequently disagree. And this is not always his fault. He gets denied the time needed. The directors he's working with can misconstrue an idea and direction had, or someone above them can and has executive meddle to mess things up. And especially in Code Geass' case, where Okouchi did not write every episode. He had secondary writers supporting his own efforts which did not necessarily all agree with the intended direction and what needed to be shown and emphasized. But this would not happen so commonly with him if he was putting everything required to be in the story as part of it in the first place. You can only excuse it happening so much and so many times, and I do feel his works are worse off for how reliant they are on extra-canonical knowledge to properly understand what their intent was. And consequently, there will always be someone who has never heard of or engaged with that side material who will take away the wrong ideas. And Code Geass of Okouchi's body of work is the biggest victim of that, as even telling people secondhand will not get across the same point. I've brought up a few examples of this in the series Biopsy already. To back up a bit to G-Witch, this was seen most centrally with the character Miorine Rembrandt, who comes off to the audience as someone cold, distant, reserved, and demanding. Or as my roommate John put it, she's season 1 Weiss from Ruby. We are not allowed proper time and insight into her head over that of title character Soletta Mercury, especially as the series is supposed to be equally about both of them and the evolution of their relationship. From the engagement of convenience to business partners, to sharing actual affection and the road bumps amidst that, which can have each of them get the wrong impression of the other, which they need to work through. But we don't see focused attention paid to downtime with them, or even something that resembles a proper date to properly build that affection, because the story arc and giving narrative details is more important than character moments between them, even though some still are allowed to slip in. But even Soletta visiting Miorine's room in private time between the two of them is more there for plot reasons, used to showcase how Miorine, despite her attempts to be independent from her father, is not functioning well herself as an individual due to the pressure she is under to maintain her own agency. Though while she can look after and be responsible for others, she is failing to do so for herself because she has no one looking out for her, and that being a role Soletta herself can choose to serve, so they may enter into mutually beneficial interactions. And that might be all easily inferred character information, but the way G-Witch treats the delivery of that material is as a series of plot points with incidental information revealed about a character, not as character moments themselves. And that is because the anime medium, especially in Okouchi's works for Sunrise, do not allow him the time to convey all of that needed information in the way a novel would. And so it has to go off into spin-off material, because despite how essential and important it is to relating the story correctly, there wasn't the time for it. Another case in point on this, one of the ways that Sunrise used to discredit the idea that Suletta and Miorine were a couple is because it was never said what their sexuality was. Except it was.
そして私の婚約者の証でもあるわ。言ったでしょ、そういうルールだって。でも私女ですけど。水星ってお堅いのね。こっちじゃ全然ありよ。
Yeah, for those who don't know, Miorine was confirmed to be a lesbian in G Witch's tie-in novels, where it is explained that the animosity she has with her father is all based from how Mio was in a relationship with another girl, and her father caused them to break up when her dad instituted a competition for her hand in marriage, the children of rival and related corporations to the Rembrandts' own vying for that engagement in order to gain the financial power the Rembrandts had. She was turned into an object without agency to be won. Miorine's conflict with and hatred towards her father is all contingent on that, as is her animosity towards those vying for her hand, who consider her naught but that prize instead of as a person. Especially this asshole. As it's this asshole that makes Miorine distrust those around her and expect anyone and everyone to be out for their own agendas. And the people she meets are secretly not who they present themselves as being. Like, that's a running thing throughout the show she keeps asserting. What you think is just her being distrustful and bratty, that is given critical context in the side story that it comes from experience. And Suletta, when she by accident stumbles into all this, was her means of escape, as well as a new relationship she could cultivate and grow that wouldn't be so easily taken from her. Specifically because Suletta was honest and presented herself as being nothing more than who she was. That is all important, need-to-know context that is all character-based, which all informs the major story points and the direction the story thusly moves in. But it was deemed unimportant to be put as part of the main storyline. So it got shoved off into time material not everyone is going to know exists, especially international viewers which won't have access to everything the Japanese audience will. Okouchi's work is overwhelmingly like this, and because we didn't have context to this at the time, and not everyone learned of it when the show was airing, several events were not taken well as they happened in the simulcast of the series, such as Miorine's rushed confession of true affection,
うんざりなの、血統もクソ親父も。だから逃げたかったのに、地球に行きたかったのに、バカみたいに進めば2つって言うから。会社作る羽目になってクソ親父にチクチク小言言われて頭下げて、よかったって言ってんの。私が逃げなくてよくなったのはあんたのおかげなの。だから私から逃げないでよ。任せてください。ずっとそばにいて。はい、いません。信じません。私花婿ですから。
and the following pulling of the rug that happens after to defeat that moment.
やめなさい。閉まらないな。助けに来たよ、ミオリネさん。笑ってるの。人殺し。
I remember so many people during G Witch's airing that got mad at that mid-season cliffhanger, writing off the show from that point onwards as it was the step too far to openly give such affection and then snatch it back immediately after. As if to say, yes, that affection had conditions attached to it. Even when her paramour had only done what she was being condemned for to save her life. And as a screw-up Okouchi could not deny, admitted flat out, and made overtures to focus on Mio regretting what she did. allowing the character to grow from that mistake and show more overtly how interactions with Suletta had changed her and brought light back to her life, which could have been smoothed over from the outset if we had this character information up front. So, what if, instead of calling her fiancé a monster, Mio had just ended the cliffhanger by screaming in anguish and hysteria, such caused by the realization that even Suletta had a secretive dark side and broken bit of her she'd never been allowed to see. That outcry being part of that revelation that Suletta wasn't being entirely honest with her either, just as all the other people she had rejected had been. That gets the point across without condemning the character. For what the scene was supposed to do in context was to show how psychologically dependent Suletta had been made by her mother, and how her mother gaslit her actions into obeying her without thought, making it so Suletta had no independent wants or needs or life, and the attachment to Mio was the only thing she had that was hers, resultantly contextualizing that dark side to her. This event done to lead into the second half of the show that was supposed to be more focused on how toxic a relationship they both had with their parents that used both of them for their own whims, and the need to not become like them. But the show couldn't shift that paradigm immediately without further compounding the character problem it had created for itself, because it had failed to build the proper groundwork in non-story arc-focused character expository episodes to justify this turn. As the thing is, in anime production, if you're not adapting a light novel or manga, you don't get those anymore, as they are written off as solely filler content. But character-focused stories aren't filler content. Filler content is a tale that does nothing for the story but fill a runtime. You can have a tale that might not focus on the main plot, but still do good things for the cast involved.
貴様ら民は歯車だ。おい！歯車が一つでもかけたら城は動かなかった。誰一人かけてもシュゴッダムは守られなかった。みんなの力だ。ありがとう。
And this isn't the first time such an act was a step too far with audiences who didn't have access to the full context. Code Geass had this happen as well with its mid-season cliffhanger almost verbatim. But ultimately, while I criticize G-Witch for screwing this up and not permitting focus on the downtime it needs to establish them as a proper couple, I am still behind them being together and consider the show to be a good one, because the series acknowledged the screw-ups and used it to its advantage to progress an arc about their reconciliation in the back half of it, to show that relationships are complicated and they need work and communication to be maintained. For the actual narrative beats of their arc, I've seen them before. Most people have.
彼、すべてが終わったら一緒にアッシュフォード学園に帰らないか。
あんたと同じよ。私もなくしたくないの。大切なものを。
答えてるルーシュ。あなたにとって私は何？
ゲームだったんだよ、これは。
そう。さよなら、ルルーシュ。
彼、君は生きろ。
ずっと隣にいたいって。今度は私から言わなくちゃって。一緒に指輪買って式も挙げて二人とも最高のドレス着て。ごめんね。ごめんなさい。私やり突然動かなくなっちゃって。知ってる。どうして？あんたに負けて欲しかったからよ。さようなら。水星のおのぼりさん。
As oh my yes, the entire length of G-Witch, Code Geass viewers were getting flashbacks to just everything. Everything regarding how Okouchi wrote Lelouch and Kallen's respective dynamics, because that was the ship he intended to be portrayed in Code Geass. Their arcs were different, but you can see every major cast member in Code Geass represented in a different character in G-Witch. with exception to one that Sunrise mandated be in the show to begin with that acted as nothing but a story device in that tale. But why G-Witch adds context that might be lost on others is in fact that, like Okouchi's early novels, G-Witch and Code Geass as well act as transliteral adaptations of other works. In specific, Okouchi borrows from the narrative arcs of the works of the bard himself, William Shakespeare. And he does it a lot. G-Witch is overwhelmingly influenced in its narrative arc by Shakespeare's 1610 play, The Tempest. In fact, two key Gundams of G-Witch are named after Ariel and Caliban from that play, as an overt nod to the tale. Suletta taking up the role of the character Ferdinand, while Miyurine herself embodies the role of Miranda, with the two in the play having a romance arc that ends with the two married as the spirit of Ariel, bound to the service of Ferdinand's parent, is in turn sent free by their union. So by G-Witch adapting the plot of The Tempest in both big and small ways, it even more greatly spotlit how Sunrise had gone out of their way to screw with the series ending. For by being an adaptation, that ending of Suletta and Miyurine being together and married was preordained from the start. And Okouchi made it so obvious from the outset that he was shipping the two to cover his bases because his intended romance arcs had been screwed over before. And by this point, he is well aware of his shortcomings as a writer and what will happen if he is not as direct as he can be, even if he still has to put character stuff inside content. Because his plans will be misunderstood or screwed over by the higher-ups otherwise. That, more than anything, clued people still oblivious to Sunrise's misconduct towards intended romance arcs in their series, and their managed to make them unnecessarily ambiguous, and how they have in the past rewritten the ending of characters and the narrative around them against the wishes of the actual creative staff. And again, this is the third documented time they did this to Okouchi, and he's only been credited on 4 projects with them as their head writer. But as I said, it is unsurprising everything ended up like this, considering, again, Overman King Gainer.
Do the monkey with me! Come on!
And yeah, I skipped around that for a reason. King Gainer is a mess! I literally could not sit through the series because, well, admittedly I am not a fan of Tamino's storytelling. I feel his best works are better off credited to their actual writers whose recurring tropes don't irritate me, and Tamino has this horrible habit of not only making mischaracterization the point in his series, but leaving out essential details needed to tell the story in context of the world it is set in. But unlike Okouchi, he does not place that information anywhere that would be accessible. In essence, what we know now as Okouchi's writing shortcomings are ones Tamino only exasperates. Like, I do that do the monkey joke over the show's opening credits, but that's basically the joke of the show. Those characters dancing are doing so to distract from a text crawl that would actually explain what the hell is going on in the show. But that distraction prevents us from learning it while taunting us over it. If you're actually curious, King Gainer is a very loose adaptation of The Ice Company, a series of science fiction novels written by French writer Georges Jean Arnaud, set in a post-apocalyptic version of Earth that was devastated and frozen over by the rampant abilities of the Overmen, the mecha units of the series, which all have special abilities tied to them. Who built them? How were such powers developed? In what ways did they go out of control to result in all this? Those questions the series treat as less essential. But in the eternal storm left in its wake, people have been forced to live in sheltered city-states for their own safety and well-being. When a contingent of one city decides to perform an exodus to another city-state, the young teenager Gain is drawn into the forced separation because he's an asshole, only to find the people seeking exodus are also assholes and he wants nothing to do with them. But for some imbecilic reason, he can't go back to his home and just abandon these assholes to their deaths in the frozen over world, which is still infested by other malicious and rampant Overman robots and those who survive outside the domes. And why can't Gain go back or stay on other settlements they encounter, beyond the leadership of a city-state also being complete assholes? I could absolutely not tell you. Like, genuinely, this is one of the absolute worst told works Tamino has ever brought to the world. Only topped by Victory Gundam and the series that Tamino wrote himself. I know Tamino is not necessarily a bad person, but he is known to be myopic towards his own shortcomings and can say improper and disrespectful things off the cuff that can make him act as an antagonist towards others in the anime industry. And I generally believe he used Okouchi's inexperience to push doing a lot of the show his way and how they adapted the Ice Company source material. As more is told to you about the show from watching interviews and commentaries for the series, or from reading the original source material itself, than is being given in the actual main narrative. I learned more about what the show was supposed to be about from the Wikipedia page for the series than was actually told in the anime itself. Hell, I have old issues of New Type magazine that told me more about what the show was supposed to be about than the show itself actually explained. The series frustrates me because it keeps raising questions it refuses to give answers to, and the only places to find them are in interviews that have been lost to time unless you hoard old magazines. Which again ties back to that problem of you need to engage with supplementary material. Only in this case, no supplementary material actually exists. And you know, it's funny, as before watching it, I'd been told that this was supposed to be a lost Tamino classic. And even the back of the DVD case for the original Anime Legends DVDs says that itself, but no. The only thing the series seemed to in any way succeed in was pull money away from the production of Gundam Seed. Tamino got King Gainer greenlit for production in advance of Seed itself, despite Seed's longer planned development time. And thus for it, they got to pick the premium animation staff at the company in the midst of their changeover to digital animation. Meaning the more experienced members of the staff with the tech were working with him, while Seed got more of Sunrise's newer talent. And a higher animation budget purportedly granted to Tamino's 26-episode tier series than the 50-episode tentpole that would actually prove itself to earn Sunrise all of the money. Like, this isn't the only case of this, which drew into question Tamino actually giving Seed's producer, Mitsuo Fukada, his blessing and assortment of plot ideas, even though Tamino wanted Gundam as a franchise to end at turn A, and Fukada couldn't use Tamino's suggestions, as he wasn't making a UC Gundam series. But it drew his blessing into question because, well, during the entire time the Seed series were in production, Tamino was drawing production assets away from them. If not to other Gundam projects like MS Igloo and Evolve, then it was to his Zeta Gundam A New Translation project. And even before that, Gainer itself was doing so. From an outside perspective, it does look like he was trying to sabotage them, especially due to the generally poor storytelling through most of these productions. I have unreliable metrics on what the actual animation budget for Gainer was, so I'm not going to throw them on screen, and feel free to take my next statement with as much salt as you wish. But the ones I have seen are quoting that they were receiving anywhere from twice as much per episode as Gundam Seed was, to twice as much money as the entire Seed season cost to animate. I cannot say that is for certain factual, but it definitely looks like they did. The contrast is that striking, even though the actual visual storytelling is a mess, and the actual dialogue for the series is quite terrible. But the thing is, Gainer is still an influential work in Okouchi's career. He has referenced things he did here, or lifted wholesale stories he did for King Gainer in his later works. Case in point on that, the 17th episode for the series has as its title a phrase Code Geass fans are intimately aware of. The world without lies. Gee, I wonder if that will at all be relevant. But it is also one that almost doomed Okouchi's career. As is revealed in an interview Goro Taniguchi did, when he was first put on the project that would become Code Geass, Taniguchi had deep reservations about potentially working with Okouchi on it. He had seen King Gainer himself and considered the series, like many, to be an incoherent mess. Not just from the perspective of the final product, but even the storyboarding for the series he could not wrap his head around. Despite Taniguchi starting out as a storyboard artist helping plot the directions of a tale. He was not interested in working with Okouchi as a result, and wanted to see if he could swap him out with Kuroda or Kurata due to his previous successes with the two, and wasn't sure the same would result in partnering with Okouchi. This only changed when Taniguchi actually met Okouchi, and when Taniguchi asked about Gainer and the coherence of the storyboards, Okouchi revealed that the ones Taniguchi could not make sense of were all ones Yoshuki Tamino did solely himself, without any input from Okouchi. The man shared storyboards he himself did for those same plots, which were not used in the series, and for there Taniguchi actually could understand what was intended. It was realized Tamino had only facilitated Okouchi to embrace his worst writing faults and impulses during the prior production, and they purportedly got along from there. And it's not the only thing that cross-pollinated as a consequence. To say the show is meritless would be a lie, as there are some decent standalone episodes in there where Okouchi is cited as taking the wheel away from Tamino and running with it. If you can get past the complete failure to properly establish the world setting, status quo, and why we should actually be invested in the cast inside of the show itself. As the screw-up there put me against the show from the outset. And that appears to be a common issue with the series for others as well. It is definitely a Tamino series in the worst meanings of the term, and not one embraced by audiences at the time. Again, I cite these old issues of New Type, and Gainer literally got destroyed in 2002 because it did not get people on board the show. Like, if Gainer was meant to compete with Gundam Seed, it was not even a contest. Seed was the single most successful series Sunrise made for years.
And boot.
While Gainer is barely a blip on the radar of early 2000s anime, even disregarding the utter juggernauts that were Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, Pokemon Advanced, Detective Conan, and One Piece. It lost to Digimon Frontier, lost to Galaxy Angel, lost to Beyblade, lost to Kitty Grade, and if the numbers I have are accurate, it had lower viewership than fucking Mouse. I could go on listing more 2002 series that had more viewership than it, but I think the most poignant thing was Gainer lost to the man that would in turn portray the protagonist in Okouchi's next original work, who had been cast in a Masami Obari anime. For Gainer lost to the series named Gravion. And Gravion is, well, as MST3K put it,
It's breastical, bubical, chestical, mamical, pendular, globular fun.
Flashical, orbital, moundula, scupula?
Righto, that's the one.
Yeah, again, it's a Masami Obari anime. And if there are three things Obari knows how to do, it is to make really cool-looking robots, very awesome action scenes, and very attractive people with character-appropriate sexual overtones. And at times, very unsubtle homoeroticism. As yes, Obari is an equal opportunity provider of fan service. That is why he gets away with it. In Gravion, main character Eiji Shigure is investigating the disappearance of his sister, leading to him to the castle of an individual known as Sandman. Sandman is in fact an alien, the sole survivor of a civilization at war who mistakenly created a machine that produced techno-organic monsters known as Zeravires, intended to raise the opposing side to ash, but they summarily lost control of the system. Sandman fled to Earth, hoping to stop any other worlds from falling to the Zeravires, and to do so created a collection of machines that, when piloted by individuals capable of withstanding the gravitational stress the machines produce to power them, can form the series' titular robot, the super heavyweight god, Gravion. And once one looks past the large chest of ensemble member Mizuki Tachibana, you find that the show here is just a mix of tongue-in-cheek fun and character-driven drama and storytelling. As unlike the assholes of Gainer, the character conflicts which engage a viewer in Gravion are far more organic as they are based upon contrasts of character. Eiji, as well as Mizuki, wants to find his sister, but Sandman and his aide's secret-keeping frustrates them both and strings them along for their own purposes. One of the pilots is a maid that panics over everything, as the task of being a co-pilot is nothing she was prepared for. Another is a younger girl still growing into herself, not like that, and lacks life experiences which make her reckless, while another is an emotionally distant amnesiac that struggles to make meaningful connections and is consequently indecisive. Each of the cast members has reasons behind their idiosyncrasies, and the story is consequently driven not by an adherence to moving from plot point to plot point, but by the comedy interplay that forms between them that is not focused upon them from chasing a plot point. This helped that the screenwriter who wrote the series, Fumihiko Shimo, is known for and really good at writing character interplay without crossing any lines. Anime they have worked on including Die Guard, Full Metal Panic, Burst Angel, the Studio Dean Fate Stay Night adaptation, Haruhi Suzumiya, and Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. In fact, much of the story happens to be driven by the dynamic between AG and the final member of the team that is the main pilot for Gravion and acts as the deuteragonist of the story, Toga Tenkuji, an emotionally distant person that is so focused on the mission before him that his empathy towards others and the possibility of collateral harm is deeply damaged thanks to being abandoned as a child. Much of the drama of the series turning upon Eiji and Toga's interactions, which is more clear if you watch the series with the Japanese audio turned on, where the characters are then voiced by Kenichi Suzumura and the man who is Zero himself, Jun Fukuyama. And it is largely suspected, though never confirmed, that Gravion outdoing Tamino is what put most of the actors in the series who did not have significant careers yet on the map for some of their later roles, such as Kenichi Suzumura cast after this to play Shin Asuka in Gundam Seed Destiny. Fukuyama was more notable in this, however, as looking at the man's credits, Toga was his first major role as a member of the main cast and one so critical to the dynamics the show was founded upon. Before this, Fukuyama played background and minor characters near exclusively, and that only began to change after this series, which had showed he could hold his own, with him then moving on to the recurring character role of Searchman in the Rockman.exe anime series, before he cemented himself as a high-profile voice actor with his role as Lelouch. Since Code Geass, he's been everywhere, from being Ultraman Mebius, Baron Nero in Russia Sentai Tokyuger, where he was admittedly completely wasted as that series was awful, Joe Shimamura in more recent Cyborg 009 media, Roy in Fire Emblem and the Smash Brothers, Yumichika Ayasegawa in Bleach, Hao in the Pokemon Sun and Moon series, and of course, Phantom Thief of Heart's Joker in Persona 5 and Persona 5's related media. And that's a big one, because Joker is very overtly based on the character of Lelouch himself. Like, it's not even a joke how much Persona 5 draws homage to Code Geass. But that's for me to discuss later. And that isn't the only one Fukuyama has been cast to play since that draws upon his portrayal of Lelouch.
その名は捨てた。今の僕はジョン・スミスだ。そんなんでわからない。あなたができることも私にはできない。だけどそれでもあなたを支えたいの。理解したいのよ。私を救ってくれたあなたのために。あなたにとって私はもう必要。全てが終わった時に知るだろう。この選択が最善だったと。
And to begin a proper discussion of the cast in this, acting across from Fukuyama in the series as Kallen was in turn Ami Koshimizu, who had risen to prominence hard and fast when she began her voice acting career at 17 in 2003, beginning with her debut role of Nadja Applefield in the series Tomorrow's Nadja, Tenma Tsukamoto in School Rumble, and Sumi Reiko Ichijo in the series Futakoi, with her role as Kallen only further raising her note as a valuable and diverse talent. Her cast after this as Yukiko Amagi in Persona 4, Toma Asama in Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere, Ryuko Matoi in Kill la Kill, Ursha in Cross-Ange Rondo of Angels and Dragons, Shizuri Meltdowner Mugino in the Raildex franchise, Makoto Kino, aka Sailor Jupiter in Sailor Moon Crystal, Mai Shiranui ever since King of Fighters 14, Yang Xiaolong in the Japanese dubs of Ruby, Saika Amagi and the AI Aika in .Hack Link, Eleanor Hume in Tales of Berseria, the aforementioned Perun in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and it believed Ami Koshimizu was cast to play her specifically because Kimura was the designer of the character, and most critically of note in all of this, the wolf spirit Hollow in Spice and Wolf. Yeah, Ami Koshimizu's become known for playing many people's favorite waifus. And I say most critically with Spice and Wolf as there was a thing that happened with that anime which debuted in 2008, after Code Geass R1 wrapped up. For across from Ami as Hollow, there was Jun Fukuyama again, playing Hollow's eventual lover and husband, Kraft Lawrence. And both of them have reprised their roles of Hollow and Lawrence in the new adaptation of that series that is releasing in 2024, Merchant Meets the Wise Wolf. But we will come back to that later when it becomes relevant. As for Suzaku in the power trio driving the story, that role was given to Takehiro Sakurai, who was both Fukuyama and Koshimizu's voice acting senior, and how he had begun his career in the 1990s to mostly positive reception, being most known for the given voice of Cloud Strife in Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy, but also Tentomon and his evolutions in Digimon, BitCloud in Zoid's New Century Zero, Joe Shimomura, again, in the 2001 adaptation of Cyborg 009, and Ryo Haseo Misaki in the Dot Hack series. Though most critically I feel for this, being both his role as Mega Man X, as well as Ray Lundgren in Gunsword, the previous anime created by Taniguchi before Code Geass. I feel both X and Ray are key in understanding the casting, because the way Suzaku's character develops is a proper amalgamation of those two characters, but in the worst ways possible. Ray in Gunsword is the diametric opposite of protagonist Vaughn, despite having the same origins of the woman he loved being murdered by a madman. Vaughn keeps his pain internal, while Ray lashes out and expresses his outwardly as his motivation and excuse to take from others what he needs to reach the common goal they both have of killing the man that ruined their lives. And more importantly, Ray is portrayed throughout the story as being the man in the wrong, going about everything the wrong way to achieve his goals, for no other reason than he cannot accept any other person's viewpoint about how to do those things than his own. Vaughn in Gunsword has lived a life where he's had to listen to others, and lives for them. Whereas Ray is too self-focused and insular, that leading him to his eventual death.
俺は逃げたんだ。悲しみから。今も逃げ続けている。そうしなければ俺は死のを失ったことに耐えられない。臆病なのは俺だ。だが、それももう終わる。
我ら罪人、我ら愚か者、新たな世界の血のみ子たち、今日の死の日を受け止める者。
夢を奪われた者はどうなるか知っているか。はあ？どうにもならない。決して埋まらない苦しみに、怒りに、悲しさに、心と体を苛まれるんだ。お前の夢は終わった。
But it's from Gunsword that we likewise find the key players in the English dub of Code Geass as well. Johnny Jon Bosch should need no introduction by this point with how prolific a voice actor he is. Being a member of the Power Rangers in the early 1990s, before transitioning to voice acting with his debut role of Vash the Stampede in Trigun. With a still expanding cast of characters he continues to play even now.
This world is made of!
This world is made of!
Made of love and peace!
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, what?
Would you prefer to call off our little game like a sensible adult? Or would would you rather get injured and be out of the game for good?
We're nothing like God. Not only do we have limited powers, we sometimes are driven to become the devil himself.
Contrasting this, Karen Strassman started out her career as a theater actor in France, and through her being a dialogue coach for French performers and how to enunciate in English, she discovered her appreciation for voice acting when she began recording language training cassettes for children, leading to her to begin to audition for minor parts in various voiceover roles, eventually growing into bigger ones such as Soy Fawn in Bleach alongside Johnny's role as Ichigo. But again, Gunsword is what matters in all of this as the point of intersection, as both she and Johnny were cast as the lovers Michael Garrett and Fasalina, two of the antagonists of the series, serving the true villain of the series, the Claw, as both had been indoctrinated to following through on his plan for a better world, unknowing of the true costs of it. With the irony of their servitude being that both had been saved by the man in the past, and their blind devotion to him had been why they had been led astray, but also how they had found love in the other's arms. Even as Michael had consequently abandoned his sister, the series' leading Lady Wendy, as a sign he was forsaking his conscience. The two, amidst being defeated, breaking from the battle after learning the villain's true schemes and how wrong they were to play parts in it, only to seemingly perish in each other's arms. And it is believed Johnny and Karen were cast together in Code Geass to portray Lelouch and Kallen because of the chemistry the two have on display there, appropriately playing through tones and inflections established lovers, and that being the implication left about the latter pair as well on both sides of the Pacific. It's thus unsurprising they've since seen common casting between them, which revolve into such camaraderies and even familial roles time and again, though obviously not the same in every incarnation.
You saw the fortune teller?
I did, and the fortune lady knew you. She said you're a manly,
She was strange. Forget it.
man whore! She said you're one big man whore!
You can also find Suzaku's English voice actor here as well. Yuri Lowenthal in Gunsword plays Joshua Lundgren, the younger brother to the aforementioned Ray, who wanted Ray to approach his revenge from a different way, but was unable to stop his brother from diving directly through to his death. While Suzaku's character clearly draws from aspects of Ray's bullheaded zeal and hatred-driven campaign, the outer kindness Suzaku's masked and public persona emits is very much an echo of Joshua's own personality. At least it is until Suzaku abandons that mask later on in the show. In this light, it is once again showcasing the perfect casting for both English and Japanese dubs of Code Geass, as along these lines is properly amalgamated the two characters into one, though in retrospect, once more being done in the worst ways possible. And obviously Yuri Lowenthal was more than able to deliver on his parting things, matching a number of times he ended up doing the English voice roles of characters Takehiro Sakurai also portrayed, as well as both Gunsword and Code Geass playing part in a pattern of commonly cast anime and video games released over the course of a couple years, where most of the cast of one would meet up again soon after in another production. The English cast of Code Geass also seeing common use in .hack.gu, Persona, Bleach, Blue Dragon, Gurren Lagann, and Durarara, just to name a few. All atop Yuri's other performances independent of this group of common names, where he portrayed, say, Ben Tennyson in the Ben 10 series. Granted, this could also just be consequence of there being a common and small voice actor stable from which to pick and cast from on the English side of the time, depending on where and when the casting is being done, and what roles are best performed by the actors. As obviously the environment for English dubs for Japanese series is more removed from the ideas and planning that goes into the actual architects of a story being part of picking and choosing their cast to invoke paratextual homages through actor illusion. And from words from actual casting directors on the subject, it is not uncommon for their choice for one role to be influential in deciding roles for another, if they had been cast together before, to get the emotional and character beats needed to represent a cast properly from the information the dub teams may have going in. But Code Geass seems to be one of those series where cast-wide nearly every choice ended up fantastic. bar one that was forced upon the creative staff by Sunrise on the Japanese end, which we do not blame their English actor for. Generally, good job on the English casting directors for their part in that. But the same, unfortunately, cannot be said of the actual performance brought by the English director. The late Kevin Seymour acted as the ADR voice director for the English dub of Code Geass. And it shows. For any time the man served as an ADR director, the inflections for characters had a notorious reputation of being flat or out of intended tone for the cast of characters, leading to wildly divergent interpretations that would have been intended and found from the Japanese audio, and a bad habit developed for audiences of those media taking away the wrong views of the cast because of it. This is not detrimental to every series he ever did the ADR directing for. His work on Ghost in the Shell's anime dubs are actually all the better for it, as those were stories where underplaying emotions worked out for it. The same for the muted tones on the Big O that he had the same role in, as it helped carry the moroseness of the setting. It is not as harmful to the acting in Dot Hack Liminality or the original IMOC game tetralogy, as what is important there is delivered. But then you look at, well, him being the director for Silent Bomber.
Back then, the battlefield was all I knew of the world. And the voice that issued orders to me, was the only thing I could believe in.
It's an enemy stronghold. Burn down the entire installation.
Roger. Those are... But I thought there were soldiers in here. These people are civilians.
Burn everything to the ground.
But...
That's an order.
Or Street Fighter the Motion Picture in the anime series 2V.
I'd like Bison myself, because he killed my father. But first and foremost, I do my job here, Guile. My duty as an agent comes before personal feelings.
And from there, you start to see the problem, as characters who are supposed to have emotional range, have little character beats and inflections that have to be carried to convey the stories correctly, are not being hit when they should be. They're becoming more reliant on the involved actor's talents to try and reach those notes and the inflection blind, and they do not always succeed. I have adored Johnny Allen Bosch as an actor since he debuted on Power Rangers in 1994, but he does not hold a candle to the sheer passion and range Jun Fukuyama put into portraying Lelouch. He has done better work elsewhere. The same for Karen in playing Kallen. Ami's performance is just that more equally emotive and subtle in her inflections, and you feel the passion of the character from it. And Yuri performs Suzaku's known and ridiculed acts of self-deceptive hypocrisy completely straight and honest, with no sign of the argumentative edge to his proclamations, and that they are the lies they are. Done in that way, as if challenging someone to debate his inoffensive positions to prove his lies right, which can be found in the Sakurai portrayal. They are not reaching as deeply into the spirit of the characters as the Japanese VAs did. This is not a snub to them, or the rest of the cast's talents, or English dubbing in general, as I love so many of these actors and their work. It is just a fact that Okouchi and Taniguchi knew what they wanted from the cast to deliver what they could, especially due to the aforementioned tie-in content problem, and the English VAs, despite their perfect casting for the roles at hand and the story direction in play, just did not convey everything fully. And you do get a different experience with the show by watching it with the Japanese audio and subtitles on. This is not a new observation. This has been an active debate that has been made again and again since the show released. And yet in all that time, it was never brought up that this all came about from a track record of stilted performances gotten out of the same recurring ADR director. That was frankly wrong for this series, but would have and did work better in other ones. And this does not mean you can't enjoy the series through just the dub, just that it adds another level of missing information with regards to putting in context the greater story. Though as we finally start to move on to the actual series, well, even when rewatching just R1 while excluding all consideration of the stuff that later breaks it, in isolation R1 is still really good. Much of the character dynamics we get read as well-played chess moves with the give-and-take relationship most of them share. As I have a weakness for tsundere characters, Kallen's depiction of one having to actively rein in herself, but hate that she can't be herself due to the masquerade, is spot on. As is that hatred of enforced falsehood, half the reason she then bears the tsundere traits in the first place when she is allowed to be herself. Due to how balanced with regards to Tsun, she actually is from everything she is angry over being 100% valid. That tsundere trait likewise appearing infrequently in Lelouch's mannerisms. When people get too close to the truths of himself, he tries not to expose. As Lelouch is terrified of getting close to people, only to lose them again as part of his abandonment issues. Lelouch jumbling his many persona to fit the situation is engaging, as you bit by bit see the commonalities between them that show the true him despite his many facades and the act he puts on. It being shown over time that the face he shows while hidden behind the mask of Zero is the closest to the true him he is permitted to be, as he becomes less focused on hiding himself when his face is concealed. And his complete physical weakness, while often played for laughs, highlights his own shortcomings and how flawed a person he is, still resisting full commitment to everything he must do to eventually face the challenges before him. His misplaced belief, bordering at times on sheer arrogance, that his tactical thinking will allow him out of such circumstances results in him generally struggling to plan for the worst-case scenario and adapt to the unexpected. And that's all while it's shown more and more that the ideals Suzaku adheres to are nothing but a fallacy that outright acts in ignorance to the reality he lives in, which he actively ignores. Them all an excuse to avoid facing the truth and consequences of his actions and what they have wrought. Which spirals into worse and worse atrocities throughout the series he bends over backwards to justify.
あなたが民を裏切ったのです。
手を汚してまで玉座を手にし、何を得た?
Everything genuinely good about the series is presented from these angles and affect how things play out. The tactics and strategies shown in the battles are something that have been done in more recent shows at the time, and remain engaging with their execution, even when you know what to expect. Watching the series with someone who's never seen it before and see their eyes go wide with what Lelouch pulls off is an experience in and of itself. And the nightmares were once more something unique that hadn't been done in quite the same way before. While they're on a similar size range to the armored troopers of the series Votoms or the aura machines in Aura Battler Dunbine, and are meant to call upon similar levels of agility as those death traps pull off, most nightmares are designed for the survivability of the pilot in mind, and place emphasis on such extreme environmental agility that they don't need to last through tank fire, just evade them. And the truly outstanding battles come about when the ace pilots of the series can cut loose, especially with their armament the Slash Harken, a tethered grappling line that can be used to attack enemy units or increase the options to evade or use the environment to one's advantage as they do, which themselves draw basis from the grappling anchors of the Sword Strike and Strike Noir Gundams of the Seed series, as well as the Heat Rod grapplers of the Goof series mobile suits. Coupled with the truly outstanding nightmare frames of the series like Kallen's Guren, which itself plays part in a recurring G Gundam illusion with her character, as the Guren's Radiant Wave Surger weapon acts as an expanded ability version of the Burning Finger, and you have some very dynamic displays. And yes, the G Gundam homage is deliberate, not just because Taniguchi did work on G Gundam, but Kallen's mother in the series is voiced by Yuri Amano, who previously voiced Rei Mikamura from that series. It's implied that had her father ever appeared, he would have been voiced by Tomokazu Seki to complete the illusion, but Kallen's father is not at any point part of her actual life. Regardless, coupled with Goro Taniguchi's directing, there's a lot of memorable combat seen here, all brought together by the writing of the tactics on display by Okouchi. More than that, while the series is heavily a political drama as well, it complements one of its source inspirations in this. Much of Code Geass can be seen as a reimagining of the series Gundam Wing, with similar imperialistic themes and subject matter being put on display in ways analogous to how such was handled in Gundam Seed, through real-world story illusions. While Gundam Seed took inspiration for its story from the 9/11 terrorist attack and subsequent military reactions to that event, as well as its own recreation of the thematic plot arcs of the George Lucas Star Wars trilogy, as Seed's core creators were fans of Western science fiction, Code Geass's own takes some inspiration from the American invasion and then occupation of Iraq and Afghanistan, with Britannia once more the America XP, and Japan in this case a proxy to Afghanistan. Or, as is also likely, a reinvention of a more hostile occupation of Japan by America in the wake of World War II, which occurred from 1945 through 1952. A similar stretch of time between when Code Geass's Britannian invasion took place and when the actual revolution in its tale is set, only mixing in more modernist capitalism interpretations and the criticism of noble castes into the narrative to actually give it a direction to its, quite literal, class warfare. Or at least that is one way of interpreting it. Taniguchi and Okouchi, however, have their own perspective on what they used as their basis. And with Taniguchi previously working on Gundam Wing, well, that's where the aesthetic and thematic bleed over comes from. I mentioned before that Okouchi liked to draw on other Western works as foundation for his own through adaptation, with G-Witch's structure being based on The Tempest and Gainer coming from the Ice Company. Hell, Lupin Part 5 in some respects is just another means of adapting content from the original Maurice LeBlanc Lupin stories. And Code Geass, in turn, is in fact a very loose transliteration of Shakespeare's epic play, Hamlet.
I offer a toast. The undiscovered country. The future.
Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
You have not experienced Shakespeare until you have read him in the original Klingon.
For those of you who don't know, Hamlet is the story of the fictitious Prince Hamlet of Denmark, which takes place in the aftermath of his father's murder, and the throne being usurped by his uncle Claudius, in a time wherein there is unrest over Denmark, in the story, having recently conquered the neighboring country of Norway. Hamlet, seeing specters of his father's ghost that reveal to him his uncle's acts and tyranny, hides his scheme to dethrone his uncle behind a mask of laughing insanity, even as his mother deliberately looks the other way to Claudius's deeds. This eventually escalates to Claudius attempting to directly kill Hamlet through sending Hamlet to another country wherein agents under his employ will kill him, only for Hamlet's life to be saved, ironically enough, by Norwegian pirates displaced from their lives thanks to Denmark conquering Norway. Hamlet returning to confront Claudius in the wake of this attempt, which acts as proof of his uncle's villainy, only to summarily be poisoned by the blade of a man he was forced to duel, before finally slaying his traitorous uncle. His final act being to name the Prince of Norway that had previously been deposed by his family the right to rule in his stead, bringing peace to the land from the act. And to each thine own self be true. There's a lot I'm skipping in there because Hamlet is a very dense story, it being a 6-act play and among the longest Shakespeare ever wrote. And there's a lot of parallels between characters in that and Code Geass, though they do not always align correctly. There's at least 3 characters in Code Geass who could feasibly be the equivalent to Polonius, a character who is portrayed as being wrong in literally every decision that they make, as they actively gaslight others into making worse and worse decisions because he is a moron. One of the candidates for that, of course, being Suzaku. Kallen takes the position of Hamlet's companion and most stringent ally Horatio, the Black Knights that of the pirates that assist Hamlet, Euphemia that of Ophelia, a woman driven mad that is led to her death, Cornelia that of Ophelia's sibling Laertes, who blames Hamlet wrongly for the madness inflicted upon her sibling, we'll talk about that in a bit, though from the greater narrative, Suzaku could also be a Laertes XP, because Ophelia and Laertes in the play were Polonius's children, and Laertes sought to kill Hamlet for something that was not his fault. Hell, in Code Geass, the individual responsible for murdering Lelouch's mother and every other major machination against him is in fact his uncle, and his father, like Hamlet's mother in the play, looked the other way to those acts because he doesn't care and the lives of his children do not matter in comparison to what he can gain were his plans to be achieved. Unlike G-Witch, however, it is not as overt in these parallels. There are, of course, differences, such as all the offhand references made to Arthurian and Celtic lore throughout the series. But naming motifs can both act as and yet also not be representative of a foundational story basis, depending on how some themes may be considered. But the more deep divergence from just a straight adaptation, I feel may have been some of Taniguchi's influence coming in, if it was just not the executive meddling the series experienced itself interfering, on top of the paratext problem. For if you ask Taniguchi himself, he'll tell a different story, and claim that a central influence behind the series from his viewpoint was Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider, for those who have never seen the franchise, yeah, I used to do reviews of it until Toei's fraudulent content ID claims caused me to stop, is a live-action superhero franchise that began in 1971. Originally about a human transformed into a grasshopper-themed cyborg due to the machinations of a cult-like organization named Shocker that had its origins from within the Axis power Nazis. Their plots being to convert people into an indoctrinated army of literal monsters to service their own schemes and terrorize the people into compliance. The titular Kamen Rider having that brainwashing fail thanks to traitors within the organization, and rebelling against their attempts to enslave the world and make it go wrong. And while the original Shocker was defeated by the end of the original series, it had successor organizations pop up in the sequel series to it, which show that evil is not so easily defeated. Though more modern renditions of the franchise rarely touch on the subject matter in the same ways, the core ideology of rebelling against those who act to make the world go wrong is still an enduring one present in the better entries.
夢を持つとな、時々すっごい切なくなるが、時々すっごい熱くなる。俺には夢がない。でもな、夢を守ることはできる。
Standing by.
変身。
Complete. この程度で私の計画が止まるとでも思うのか。
止めるさ。何度でも。たとえお前らがどんなに強大な悪でも、フードを泣かせる奴は許さねえ。その心そのものが仮面ライダーなんだ。さあ、お前の罪を数えろ。
いっぱい失敗してます。貧しい国に募金してたつもりが悪い人に使われちゃってたり、ひどい時は内戦の資金になってたり。人が人を助けていいのは自分の手が直接届くところまでなんじゃないかって。俺はこんぐらい。まあ届かないことはありますけど、欲望だとしてもこんぐらいな手に負えますしね。
何が分かっただエイジ。お前なんか欲しいと思ったことあんのか。
欲しかったはずなのに諦めて蓋して目の前のことだけを。どんなに遠くても届く俺の腕、力、もっともっと。お、叶ってた。お前からもらってたんだ。ありがとう。
私には万物を超越した力があるはず。
メンライダーとカイザーシステムの決定的な違いを教えてやる。誰一人捨てないために。世界中のダチを守るために。ライダーロケットドリル系。二つの世界を未来につなぐために。この手が届く世界を守るために。世界中の人々の笑顔を取り戻すために。この力を愛と平和のために。この力を使う。それが仮面ライダーだ。
franchise is culturally iconic in Japan, with many audience members in the 1970s and 80s growing up to create works inspired by their various entries. And Taniguchi's aesthetics of heroism, as showcased by Scride, Gunsword, and even Back Arrow, is largely based on the heroes of those ages who took a stand against normalization of oppressive evils. And the same core ideology of the franchise is likewise reflected in the characterization of Lelouch as one of the truest things about him. And it is one that continues to this day, the running entry as I record this being Kamen Rider Gotchard. But the single most popular of those series that has played influence on later works was Kamen Rider Black, with it and its direct sequel RX being officially imported in 2023 by Discotek Media, and had as its central narrative a supernatural cult abduct two men who were all but brothers by blood, alter their bodies into superhumans, and then expected them to fight to the death in order to determine who was stronger among them to in turn be crowned the Creation King to succeed in the duties of the current Creation King that held the position, and those powers would allow the winner to subjugate the world. The story's main character, Kotaro Minami, the titular Black, escapes from being under their control and fights against them, while his brother Nobuhiko, who becomes the villainous Shadow Moon, is fully indoctrinated into their way of thinking, emerging later in the series to pursue fulfillment of their goals, and the murder of his brother to gain the power to take the position of king for himself and obtain world domination. Does that sound like any series you might know? And I have released reviews on that series no less than 3 goddamn times because it is genuinely that good a story for the era it was written in. And as influential as any of the others or ones following it might have been, it is this dynamic between the separated brothers that is the strongest pull even now. Kotaro wanting to reconcile with Nobuhiko, but the control placed on Nobuhiko is just too strong. So ultimately to end this conflict, Kotaro must stop Shadow Moon and kill Nobuhiko as consequence. There is no other way around that, as the Shadow Moon identity that has been forced upon him is preventing a resolution to everything else. If Kotaro does not, he instead will die, and with his fall, a tyrant oppressing humanity will be allowed to sit on the throne. And that tension and drama unfolding is what keeps drawing audiences back to it even after all these years. Because it is a story that has never been successfully replicated in the entire Kamen Rider franchise. I mean, some series have tried, them building a red Oni, blue Oni dynamic between two of the characters to do so, but the issue is the franchise keeps failing to declare one of these characters to be outright villainous in their behavior, even when they are demonstrably in the wrong and need to be stopped. 4 of the worst series in the franchise each trip over the mistake of making the character that is in the wrong the lead title protagonist of the tale, and then spending the series bending over backwards trying to sell them as in the right when they are objectively not. And the others which attempt it, much like Code Geass, end up having people mistakenly believe the character who was written to be in the wrong, that is not the main character, be the one who is more firmly in the right, when the show itself does not support that and goes out of its way to disprove the notion. The best example I can actually give of that is 2006's Kamen Rider Kabuto, where this dynamic is forged between characters Soji Tendo, the titular Kabuto, and Arata Kagami, who eventually becomes Kamen Rider Gattack. Tendo is the world-wise one of the two, seeing things as they are and having trained himself from before the series began to take on the powers of Kabuto to fight against the worms, an alien species of insect-themed shapeshifters who are slowly encroaching on and infesting the planet with doppelgangers of people the worms aggressively murder. But in the background, there is also a separate faction of worms called natives that have been split between wanting to coexist with humanity and those who have already usurped control of the government, which the rider powers of the series were originally forged to fight against by the coexistence faction. But these other worm factions cannot be acknowledged or confronted openly until the ones aggressively attacking are thwarted, which is where Kagami comes into things. As Kagami, due to his untrained myopic naivete and refusal to improve himself, is blindly supporting the actions of the governmental native worms and their schemes to subvert the rebellion of Tendo against them, masquerading their actions as securing for the people peace and stability, with them desiring control over all of those with the rider powers, even though the ultimate goal of both the aggressive and governmental worms is to wipe humanity out and replace them entirely, and with them the coexistence faction as well. Among those coexistence members is Tendo's technical sister, as Tendo's mother was pregnant when she was copied and killed by one of the native worms, thus leading to that worm-originating sister being born without the sins of the parents, and a knowing of her own inhuman nature, which would be revealed in the aggressive actions of the other two. So, Tendo, in turn, acts to defend her, humanity, and the peaceful worms.
俺はすでに未来を掴んでいる。そしてこれからも掴み続ける。
Even as Kagami, unknowing of all this, stumbles in and makes everything worse by his refusal to actually listen or grow from his experiences, only assume that he knows what is best.
あのネックレス、人間をネイティブにしてしまうものだ。
お前の言うことなどもう信じない。お前は俺の仲間を、真の平和を求める仲間を倒した。お前ではなくても俺は俺の道を行く。
And the show is clear that Kagami is supposed to be in the wrong throughout it by his refusal to grow up and change. That is literally the only way the show works. But audiences, stupidly, did not pick up on this, thinking that there is an actual arc to Kagami's growth when none is present. Why? Because Tendo, as a character, is one that is a bit egotistical, in the same way Lelouch is presented as being.
兜の正体はあなたなの。
太陽に向かってあなたは太陽ですかと聞くか。
なぜあなたがライダーベルトを持ってるの。
太陽に向かってなぜ輝くと聞くか。
But unlike others with that character defect, he's someone that has an ego because he can back it up. He is a character who trained himself for the job he knew he had to do, and the show itself is showcasing that training paying off, because he could not afford to fail, lest it all prove meaningless. He doesn't present himself as overtly changing, not because he is stuck in his ways, but because he is an individual who underwent character development before the series began. And even then, he shows himself as a flawed man, just doing the best he can with the knowledge he bears, which is itself the merits of the character, presenting that anyone can change and improve themselves to not repeat the mistakes of the past, but not abandon the truth of themselves in doing so.
たとえ世界を敵に回しても守るべきものがある。俺はそのために7年間準備してきたんだ。
絆とは決して断ち切ることのできない深いつながり。たとえ離れていても心と心がつながっている。
Kagami, however, does not have this going for him. He is a character who, like Suzaku, makes excuses for his failings, promotes an ideology he himself does not follow, and serves a corrupt status quo that is only detrimental to the well-being of the people, and through the course of the show, proves that he cannot be trusted as he repeatedly damns the people to death, even up to its finale. And Tendo always has to clean up his messes.
俺たちが力を合わせれば誰にも負けない。
Now, I bring up Kabuto explicitly because when putting Code Geass in the terms of it drawing basis from Kamen Rider for elements of its tale, well, Code Geass debuted in late 2007, the year immediately after Kabuto aired. I know professional Japanese authors, screenwriters, directors, hell, even game companies' CEOs, that still watch even into adulthood both Kamen Rider and its sibling series Super Sentai. So while the better guess from a foundational basis might be the original series or Black, it could just as easily have been Kabuto instead that acted as inspiration. And Kabuto is a series I would actually recommend people, just with an asterisk attached to it that the main and secondary writers for the series have baggage and writing issues to their work, so events do not always come across the right way to audiences. Again, sound like any series we're discussing? But for 2006, the choreography of the series is fantastic, it has visual flares to it that Hollywood wouldn't figure out how to do until a decade later, and there's a lot to laugh at as Tendo spends a fair chunk of the series just outright trolling everybody else he's up against to lure them into making mistakes he can't exploit. To many people, including myself, Tendo is representative of what Lelouch would have looked like had he actually put everything into preparing himself for his quest to defeat Britannia from the start, instead of his jaded acceptance that such was the only path forward for him when it was far too late for him to train. And now watch as I have to walk back this entire last tangent by putting what the franchise actually does, which I feel like I need to explain first, into context to what Taniguchi actually said. For in the interview where Taniguchi revealed this influence, he says that Lelouch's Black Knights are not the Kamen Rider equivalent in this story, despite them rebelling against oppressors and conquerors like a Kamen Rider would, but instead the Black Knights are like Shocker, the original villain organization of the franchise, and it's Suzaku that is the Kamen Rider equivalent in their plans.
邪魔をしないでくれって言っただろ。助けて助けて。あれが神林さんの考える正義ですか。あれがやりたかったことなんですか。
And this, ladies and gentlemen and others, is why I have been stating more and more as of late that directors are not writers, and we need to stop crediting all of what a series does to them instead of the writers, as a lot of the time the directors, and also the producers on a production, don't know jack about the properties they had that role on, and are responsible for their worst decisions as they don't pay attention to what was actually showcased. This interview from last year showcases a malicious level of media illiteracy and negligent ignorance to the series Taniguchi's claimed to be the co-creator of. For let me restate this for the people in the back. Shocker are a cult of Nazis! They were deliberately written to be successors to Nazi ideologies to teach and act as a thematic deterrent against impressionable youth from supporting such literal monsters by showing the merits of rebelling against people with power or authority that are acting wrongly, as that had demonstrably in real life screwed their country over and into suffering by how they were forced to bow their heads to the imperialist authoritarianism.
Nazis? I hate Nazis.
Shocker quite literally promotes the same social Darwinism, survival of the fittest, once power is all that matters, the weak can go fuck themselves, bullshit, that Britannia and the Code Geass narrative itself embodies, Suzaku serves, and Lelouch and his allies fight against, complete with Britannia having a cult that the Emperor of the Nation sits at the head of, alongside his closest co-conspirator, that services their personal needs and whims with the goal of rewriting what humanity is, in the same way Shocker does. Code Geass literally showcases a world where the Shocker equivalent is in the process of conquering the world. You can't escape that. This is the literal allegory.
Does that sound like a hero?
Well, when you put it like that, not really, but,
Then what the hell, man? What the actual hell?
And this is not limited to the original series either to show this is something silly from a 1970s series that doesn't appear past the 1980s. This is continued thematically in later ones atop that. Kabuto, at the time, as I said, was the biggest representation that such a fight continued on. And Kagami in that story was a clear Suzaku equivalent with his enabling of the conquerors in their midst until they didn't need him anymore.
Kabuto はもういない。俺が倒した。全人類をネイティブにする。あなた、もう俺たちに勝ち目はない。
15 years after that, the franchise is still quite literally showcasing the same thematic identity in everything but its bad entries, which numbers at like 5 or 6 in total out of 40-ish. And most of the bad ones have the same awful producer attached to them fucking that up. It's a surprisingly consistent track record, even if some series are more overt and successful at that showcase than others.
お前が望んだ力とは何だ。全てを破壊するその力では何者も救うことなどできない。母を奪った運営を憎み、全てを破壊する。それがお前の理想の世界か。
いつめのおかげで我々は力を手に入れた。世界を意のままに作り変える力をね。
ひどい。
創世の女神よ、グランドエンドを実行せよ。
破壊を願うのか。全てを破壊して作り変えることだ。俺の理想の世界に。
さらばだ、世界よ。グランドエンド完了。
この世界は終わらない。これは俺の手で叶えてみせる。理想の世界を。お前が壊した世界は俺が作り変える。
Boost tactical victory. Boost 9. Strike.
So this statement by Taniguchi is a complete 180 inversion of what is factually true about Code Geass from an objective viewpoint when one is aware of this, and utterly baffling considering Taniguchi's other series that are also about personal rebellions against quite literal oppressive monsters. And even beyond this comparison, there's numerous hero narratives about this sort of fight that, to call those rebelling against an actual fascist authoritarian nation-state evil? No, it is wrong, showcasing another way in which the franchise and its cast were mishandled. This is not something that can be countered as a difference of opinion one can disagree over. This is something that has to be completely rejected as nonsense. As for those who aren't that aware or into Japanese series to show why this was so egregious an error, well, to do some Western media comparisons, it's like claiming Bruce Wayne grew up to be the Joker instead of Batman, or that Steve Rogers was always a member of Hydra, so this would have been done with sincerity instead of said by an imposter.
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Well, then you are lost!
Genuinely, truly, I have to ask this. What were you thinking? Were you thinking? Like, yeah, I get it. This is all things from an interview 15 years after the show ended, and seems like something odd to get angry about. But it's just the latest in an assortment of bad takes and bullshit from Taniguchi, which he has voiced specifically about Code Geass, that flies in the face of what the show actually did and presented inside of itself. It showcases how everyone who worked on the show was not acting in good faith towards its development, explains so very much about the problems and baggage the series over time would gain, and the audience's rejection of the later decisions, such as the utter atrocity that is the series' movie timeline. It does a lot to discredit any claim Taniguchi makes about the series having any form of valid grounding. If he gets something this fundamental wrong regarding a series he is the co-creator of. And with exception to whenever Sunrise executives would intervene, likely he was the one who had final say over what was done with events and characters due to the position he held in the series, possibly making him more responsible than Okouchi for the myriad of missteps the series showcases over time. And considering the nature of some of his statements and the discourse tied to them, yeah, that accounts for about 3/4 of the fandom's discourse in and of itself. Like, genuinely, I cannot understate how bad that declaration is, as someone who likes and is a fan of that franchise, to have put his words into context. It makes me lose major respect points towards him with that assertion. I'll see you all back here next time for part 2 of this absurdity. So before I move any further in this absurdly massive series review, I really should put into better terms my perspective and positions of its 3 main characters. And why I say it has to be 3 instead of either 2 or 4 people, which are popularly thought of with this series. And it comes down to the roles the characters fulfill: the protagonist, deuteragonist, and tritagonist. Lelouch is the protagonist, obviously, but there's some misconstruing between the roles Kallen and Suzaku play on that, and even some who think of Suzaku as the true hero of the story when... No, if you're paying attention, no. So let's go through all 3 from the top, starting with Lelouch's role of the hero in this tale, as for some baffling reason there's people who've watched the series and think he is not a hero, but a protagonist villain. Probably in part because Death Note's anime was made not long before this series, and there's some crossover in Lelouch and Light Yagami's stories in how they are portrayed. I wonder if there's a story out there where they end up comrades in arms. Though from my perspective, I believe that to be a result of how Lelouch as a character is a morally complex person that doesn't always think in a linear manner that defines his actions as solely good or solely evil. Oh, his goals are very linear and relatable. Kill his father for his objective inhumanity and hypocritical proliferation of classist racism. Discover who was responsible for killing his mom, for he and Nunnally will never be safe as long as they're still out there, which the series itself proves to be true. Throw off the yoke of Britannia's corrupt only the strongest survive society, so people he cares for that are harmed by such can have a chance to be happy without the oppression proliferated through that system. And that's basically all he wants. All of his motivations are selfless. And he doesn't exactly act on his personal desires without some form of external motivation. Hell, if it's all about him all the time, as some mistakenly believe, then one would ask, why does Lelouch start the series off as someone as ill-prepared and apathetic as he is to everything around him? He had sufficient motivation to begin preparation years before the series starts, even though at the time, he does not have the means to fight back. So if it were all a power ego trip, as the show's tritagonist wrongly claims of him, then why has he not dedicated everything to training for the job and getting every resource and connection possible lined up in advance?
それに俺たちが泣いたって死んだ人間は生き返らない。うわ、刹那的。所詮自己満足。どれだけ背伸びしたって。どうせ世界は変わらない。チェックだ。やれるじゃないか。やれるぞ。ブリタニアを倒すことが。
But of course, that is the key to understanding his actions. Contrary to Suzaku's projected assertion all series long, this is not about him. It never was. His motivation is primarily a selfless desire to help those he's close to or feels compassion for, which drives him to perform an action on their behalf that would help them and not himself. While he may act cold, ambivalent, impulsive, or as a villain to some perception, it is shown multiple times throughout the series that such is an act used to obfuscate his own emotional vulnerability or empathy for others. Hell, he's not the only Japanese protagonist to do that fake evil overlord masquerade. It's actually more common than you might think. For Lelouch doesn't seek power and dominance for his own gain, but as a means to these ends, and he's smart enough that what appears as a snap decision to others is just him considering and then deciding on a course of action faster than others would, at least when he's given the chance to think and not just react. Such is just obscured by the hypocrisy of his detractors, and Lelouch's own difficulty in trusting others that are in turn a direct result of his abandonment issues. Thus getting the straight truth from him is like pulling teeth, as he prefers to just tell people what they want to hear, unless you're paying attention to the why of his actions that exposes what words are lies, which in turn lays bare the truth of his nobility. And I mean emotional nobility, not hierarchical standing nobility. At least when the series is not screwing him over. As that trait of him just capitulating to others' accusations, no matter how wrong they are, we see time and again is an instinctive defense mechanism against letting himself be heard again by letting others get close enough to see how much of a broken little boy he is inside, and it being taken advantage of because of that. Even though that means he shall never heal and gain true comfort and understanding from those who do care and value him. And consequently, because of it, both he and they are set up to fail. The issue the show develops, however, is this isolation he keeps himself in is not organic, but artificial. There are numerous events where he and others should have been able to cross this artificial divide to connect, as he does inevitably let more people slip into his heart as they learn more than he wants them to, in order to understand and empathize with him. But far more of those incidents are kept from happening when there is no sense in them not occurring. And they only don't occur so they don't end up interfering with the series' eventual endgame. Now you will hear several times Lelouch claim his core reason for acting is vengeance, and those are all largely a lie, which many watching the series fell for, as revenge is a motivator in and of itself. If it was his sole reason to act, Lelouch would not be as ill-prepared as he is, nor would he view himself as having been little more than a dead man for years, but actively worked himself to be ready to challenge Britannia and build connections to the resistance which opposed them.
確かに我々とブリタニアの間には差がある。絶望的な差だ。だからレジスタンスとして。違うな。テロではブリタニアは倒せないぞ。倒す？テロなんて子供っぽい嫌がらせに過ぎない。相手を間違える。敵はブリタニア人ではない。ブリタニアだ。やるなら戦争だ。民間人を巻き込むな。覚悟を決めろ。正義を行え。
That he didn't, and only begins to forge those connections as the series begins, and instead spent the time suppressing the things he wanted to do for the sake of caring for Nunnally, even though it sacrificed his own mental health and well-being to live the lies he did, shows that any talk of him wanting revenge is just one of many examples of him telling others what they expect and want to hear of him and his goals. Justice and not outright revenge at all costs is the difference between Lelouch's story being V for Vendetta, or, as is the common writer illusion, being equivalent to him being an anime Batman.
君は優しい。戦乱の世において、優しさは人を救えない。
But in his pragmatic pursuit of those goals, he's willing to do what others believe unthinkable or morally dubious to work towards them, as he often approaches problems from odd angles to solve them, and likewise will happily own the blame and weight of sins he may commit along the way, as long as it will ultimately result in something better, while he pays the consequence for his actions. Many call that ruthless, but ruthlessness, and recklessness, for that matter, is doing something without regard for or thinking of the consequences. Pragmatism is to accept that there will be consequences and one will have to take responsibility for them, but understanding that a choice must be made even if such is not ideal or will cause suffering in the short term to create something better in the long term. That's not arrogance either, despite the pride which does handicap him at times.
The piece is the phenomena of the universe, as my old friend Huxley used to say. And the opponent makes no allowances for mistakes, nor makes the smallest concession to ignorance.
But no, the true issue that trips him up being that he overcommits to one course of action that he's determined to be best from the information he has. He has great difficulty in shifting his paradigms, be it his fixation on getting his best friend on his side, the obsession he bears in keeping his sister safe, or the distance he keeps others he doesn't fully trust at. He could have achieved these goals if he was more willing to make leaps of faith and trust in others due to how he asks himself be trusted once he knows who the people he's dealing with are. For that itself is a contradiction in the philosophy by which Lelouch himself lives his life.
最初の手さ、なんでキングから動かしたの？
王様から動かないと部下がついてこないだろ。
And the Shakespearean tragedy of the character, and also Kallen as well, is they're often denied, for no reason at all, the information needed to make better choices than the ones they do, or have the possibility to enact the best course of action thwarted for reasons outside of their control, which are usually caused by an opposing character being an idiot, acting without thought or regard to others, only themselves, and with them stubbornly grasping for chances that have already passed, or refuse to realize are wrong. And I do not try to discount the legitimate times in the series Lelouch does screw up, but those tragedies would not have taken place had Lelouch found it in himself to trust more people, or rather, placed his trust in the right people, and bore within him the capacity to be honest with them in the moments that mattered most, to grant him advice or consideration of matters he had not, instead of pushing them away in a vain attempt to protect himself for the possibility of losing more people he cares for.
それを先に言え！俺は売られた喧嘩買ってるだけだ。
あなたが回りくどいこと言わなければこんな面倒なことにならなかったじゃない。
その気持ちわからんでもない。
なぜ隠していたんです？動機は？
For despite the complexity and abstract behavior Lelouch showcases, the reality is that, after all he's witnessed, having to literally carry his sister through war zones covered with the dead, and lie to his sister about it to protect her from that to maintain what little incidents they have left, bodies put there by their family, and in their name, and in that moment being grateful for his sister's blindness so she would have that sight burned into her memory. Yeah, the dude's traumatized to the point he feels he's a shambling corpse, only going through the motions, with just Nunnally's smile preserving him. A scared child putting up a brave face as he's abandoned to sleep forever in the dark, until he awakens to become Zero and more embrace being himself. Or at least the person he most wants to be, despite Lelouch viewing himself as falling short of such an ideal. And that any option is preferable to returning to being that corpse doll, letting more suffering happen unchallenged, and enabling the world order which creates a cycle of victimization simply by it continuing, even if that path might cause more casualties in the short term if things go wrong. Things often go wrong, though not because of solely his actions, but the ones others in the ensemble make as well that cause conflict and block better possibilities. Code Geass is very heavily a story of people appearing to act with the best of intentions, but still have disastrous consequences result from them, which they have to own up to. until the show completely forgets to hold these others accountable and leave Lelouch to be their literal scapegoat, which is one of the things that does end up breaking the show, as if Lelouch is the only one that has to repent for what everyone else does wrong in one broken Jesus allegory. For despite what the uninformed think, Lelouch is not the Judas of this story. He is quite literally the sacrificial lamb. And by literal in both of those cases, I do mean literal. If you translate his name, it actually means lamb marked red. And yet, in all of that, with Lelouch playing multiple parts with multiple acts to the story, and them all exposing true facets of himself, not just the whole, it makes for one of the most complex, multifaceted characters Sunrise has ever produced. One that, dare I say, you could separate into 6 or more entirely separate characters if one were inclined to develop each of these facets individually.
くだらんプライドのためにするわけねえだろ。ラクレスに頭なんか下げるかよ。
国民が何人犠牲になると思う？スカポンタヌキども、誰が相手になろうとも意地とドタマでぶっちぎる。それがウゴサバ総長ヤンマガストだ。俺は誰にも負けねえからよ。
足は治ってる。私が治療したんだから。でもわがままになればいいじゃない。あなたの望みは誰でもない。あなたにしか叶えられない。夢も未来もわがままから始まるの。そして世界をあなたの思うままにしてやりなさい。我が名はイシャバーナの女王、姫のルン。散ることを知らぬ花、この気高きを知るがよい。
国を守るためには手段を選ばない。私はポロとして正しいことをしたまでです。
くだらん、つまらん、気に食わん。すがれば利用され操られる。操り人形には何も守れんわ。
そのために全部を利用しやがったんだ。民とは命なり。民のためには泥にまみれて手を汚す。それが私、大殿様、カグラギ・ディボウスキーなのです。
免れぬ者は入れず、許されざる者は逃がさない。最果ての牢獄、極寒へようこそ。
正しさを守る人ほど嫌われる。だからあの人がそうだって言うなら受け入れる。悔しいかも。
最悪、やっぱそっちだったね。
奴が行ったのは侵略だ。民を守ったなどとなぜ言い切れる。
民がそう証言した。被害を訴えるどころか皆一様に恩義を感じていた。
ギラはみんなのために悪役になってくれる人なの。
奴を解放するということはこの私を敵に回すということだ。
法とは王をうがつ矛。法とは民を守る盾。地が裂け天が降ろうともこのリタカニスカは揺るがない。
大切な国民を守る。よくもいけシャーシャーと薄っぺらさがつけるものだ。貴様ごときに任せればこの国は滅びる。
人類の敵バグナラクって言ったらどうする？バグナラクは本当に人類の敵か？おとぎ話ってのは子供を眠らせるためにある。
あんたは誰なんだ？ジェラミー・ブラシー。時代遅れの語り部さ。ペンは剣より強くあれ。俺の信条だ。王様が力にすがったら暴君、名君は言葉を信じる。世界にはお前さん方の目には映らない狭間に生きる者が大勢いる。まるで消されたかのような存在が。地球の常識、掟、偏見、差別、思い込み全てを俺が書き換える。そのために俺は自らの封印を解いた。
But in the end, Lelouch takes the slot of the protagonist and hero for the tale, and not just because his name is the subtitle for the main series, but because there is no story without him, or at least not one that is told with the same depth. His tale is what binds and connects everything together as deeply as it does.
I lied. I cheated. I bribed men to cover the crimes of other men. I am an accessory to murder. But the most damning thing of all, I think I can live with it. And if I had to do it all over again, I would.
Which moves us into the deuteragonist of the tale. And a deuteragonist is the second most important actively participating character in the story. Key being actively participating. Usually having them be tied deeply to or influential in the events of the protagonist's tale, so they orbit around each other and thus drive the story forward through the events they cause or live through together, and the motivation, drive, and aid they provide the main character required for the story to function. The deuteragonist enables the tale of the protagonist by what they provide, and how they contrast the protagonist. But the difference between the deuteragonist and the tritagonist is the deuteragonist must be on the side of the protagonist throughout the majority of the tale, and not seek their harm. They can have a falling out. Their relationship may become more complex, but without them, the protagonist's tale cannot occur. Moreover, a deuteragonist, if they have a strong enough story, may supersede focus on the protagonist, or present that their perspective may have been able to hold a story focused on solely them down themselves, just not with the same scope to it. Or you can successfully tell the same tale just from their viewpoints. And for Code Geass, that has to be Kallen. There is no one else that fulfills all of these narrative roles. For Kallen's personal story in many ways parallels and complements Lelouch's. She was born to a noble Britannian father and Japanese mother, but with more broad reasons for the paternal distance her father has. Because Kallen was born to her father's mistress as one of his illegitimate children. As is clarified in Apocrypha, her father wasn't part of her life. She grew up in Japan with her mom and brother Naoto, only knowing the Kozuki surname, and in fact met Lelouch as a child before Britannia invaded the country, which tied the red string of fate between the two of them. When among the supplies he brought for his sister, he first dropped a peach that she recovered for him, which Kallen was then gifted from him as one of Lelouch's impromptu acts of kindness. They would not meet again until after the war, when Kallen was eventually enrolled in Ashford Academy, the school the teenage characters of the series attend. But before that point, Kallen Kozuki spent 5 years living as an 11 before her father, the Lord Stadfeld, came back into her life to claim her as his heir, as his actual legal wife could not bear children, her mother refusing to give her up to him, and instead begging her way into being a maid in this house just to stay with Kallen. And thus she became, legally, Kallen Stadfeld, even though she only identifies herself as Kallen Kozuki. As for the first 15 years of her life, that is who she was. Though that distinction is not made any better by not just the Apocrypha, interviews, and side stories, but the merchandise and content outside the series which features her like the Super Robot Wars games. Merchandise outright flip-flops whether Kallen is Kozuki or Stadfeld, while video games featuring her overwhelmingly stick with Kozuki, because much like Lelouch, her identity as Kallen Stadfeld begins and ends when she is in the presence of other Britannians she must hide her true self from. And that person isn't the real her she wants to show to those she connects with, but a false self she keeps being forced to live, and she hates it, for it represents her losing everything that mattered to her, in a differing form of enslavement. For this act of her father formally acknowledging she existed is one that isolated both of them from Naoto, who by that point had become an influential leader of a resistance cell, working however he could to make the lives of those he encountered better as he looked for ways to weaken the occupation. As a result, Kallen idolized her brother for him seeking liberation from chains Britannia had forced upon them, while hating both of her parents. Her father for his absence until he had a use for her, and her mother for appearing to have sold her to her father just to potentially become the man's mistress again. while she in turn suffered the barbs and ridicule of her wicked stepmother, who cursed her very existence. This all informing her voiced disdain of Britannians throughout the series, as she became overwhelmingly prejudiced against them, not from distant unobservable actions, but from the personal experiences she's had of them being self-aggrandizing jerks serving their own agenda, uncaring of the harm they do. But as the story goes on, it shows her that such things are not so simple and direct as what she believed and wants them to be, which is the deepest flaw of the character, and that Kallen, despite being very intelligent, quick-witted, and a fantastic actor when the situation requires, she is not the most clever, and becomes so frustrated with the deceptions around her, she just wants them all gone, the ones she herself makes included. But because she so despises these self-protective secrets and lies, she doesn't always consider why someone does something, doesn't think on the action behind the word or the nature of the person performing such. And because so many members of the cast can just not let themselves be honest, she lacks the answers she needs to make informed decisions, and thus can act rashly. It is why she can gain misconceptions about those around her, especially considering why her mother stayed to be tormented in her father's home. And despite her acknowledgement of when she screws up and her many overtures to make up for them, it is because she does not think on these things and gets no answers when she does ask for them that the greatest mistakes of the character are made. And yet it is in these doubts from questions left unanswered that the niggling voice in the back of her head has her asking if she's following the right person, doing the right thing, that her greatest mistakes are made as that doubt is exploited time and again instead of being absolved, most significantly at the end of R1, and amidst the Black Knight's betrayal plots of R2, until, like Lelouch, the mistakes make her wade in too deep to make things better and achieve the ideal future she desired. Mind you, we're only first giving context to most of this in the 9th episode of the series, and in fact the 9th episode is what gives us the timeline of events for when Kallen was taken by her father, as her school transcripts are uncovered by another character named Millie Ashford, who is the granddaughter of the man running the school, and one of Lelouch's closest civilian allies. And Kallen's middle school records still have her listed as Kallen Kozuki, as at that point in middle school, that was still her legal name. Meaning no, she was not taken in by her father until a year or two before the series starts, depending on how the years of schooling are segregated in the setting, which is implied to be a 6-3-3 system like Japan uses, indicated by Nunnally, who is only 2 years younger than Lelouch, still being in the middle school division, while Lelouch and Kallen and others in their year are in the 11th grade. So yes, Kallen spends at least half a decade experiencing the atrocities that every other Japanese turned 11 person in the setting suffered personally. She empathizes with their plight, even with the benefits she has gained, and her anger at her mother giving her up to her dad is still a fresh wound at the front of her mind, as her father did nothing for them until he needed something from them. All she knows of Britannia is how the nation, the royal family, and their sycophants have taken and continue to take from her every single thing she has ever loved. That running through to the series' conclusion. But even with what she's gained by being taken in by her father, is she just supposed to forget everything she lived through because of the nobility her father is part of? That their conquest cost her friends, home, and brother? That though she may have it easy now if she wants, others she can't see are suffering? That all that can be ignored now that her daddy acknowledges she even exists despite her father never appearing in the series canon either? And that her mother gave everything up and willingly submitted herself to being a slave just for her? And happily turn her back on all of that? No. Fuck no. Even more than Lelouch, she rebels against being chained down that way again. And I say more than him, because Lelouch inevitably did not have a choice. If he did not fight back, he would just live as a hollow, shambling corpse, always fearing that the assassins who took his mother will come for them. He literally has no future unless he raises his sword and goes to war eventually. But Kallen could have given in, embraced being Britannian as everyone kept telling her to do. And she refused to, because she refused to look away and lie to herself about what was wrong with the world. She chooses the long, hard road to liberation because inevitably everything she knew, everything she thought, everything she felt, all screamed at her it was the right thing to do. Inevitably, the heroes in the story must have an option to reject the call to action, and yet refuse to look away.
何言ってか全然わかんねえよ。目に見えるもんにとらわれてるうちは死んでもらわねえよ。失って困るもんがあるほど贅沢もんじゃない。ここに詰まった英知は。そうまでして抗う意味あんのか。俺らは生まれた時から終わってんだ。ゼロから1を生み出す。俺には終わりなんてないね。花からねえ。
Now, there are people in Code Geass's fandom that flat out believe that Kallen never suffered any bigotry, any oppression and suffering, and that she's a rich girl acting out against her absentee father thanks to her mixed heritage, or she was rescued from being an 11 quickly by her loving father swooping in to save her and damn what his barren wife thinks. But no, canonically, he's not been part of her life, and she is only in that house because her father is using her as an heir. Her mother wants a better life for her than she can provide, and Naoto doesn't want her dying needlessly in the ghettos the Japanese have been forced into, or as part of the resistance. They don't consider what she wants, what she feels, or what she needs back in her life to more than just exist. And that all changes when Naoto is murdered, as he's no longer there to stop her. And when Naoto's death canonically occurs is another thing that's often missed in consideration of the series. As when the show actually begins, it was supposed to be a recent event. The infiltration and theft of the container that held CC and the escape that followed it were all a plan Naoto himself came up with, as stated in the first episode, that his resistance cell was acting to follow through with after he died. While we are not told in the series itself the circumstances to how Naoto died, I have been told that such is allegedly detailed more thoroughly in Kallen's focus-on light novel, Red Tracks. But despite the book being slated for import to the Americas by Bandai Entertainment in 2013, after many, many delays, Bandai Entertainment as a publishing entity shut down on August 31st, 2012, thus denying us the book. And to my knowledge, no fan translation group has gone out of their way to translate it or even summarize it properly either. I know the book exists. I have scanned of the insert art from it that showcased Kallen's early days as a resistance fighter, leading into the events where they steal CC's capsule, so it should detail this period, but I have never been able to find definitive details of its contents. Well, Naoto's death had to be not long before that for him to have planned that raid. And presumably his last breaths were taken securing something necessary to pull it off. Be it the beaten-down Glasgow that Kallen initially pilots, security codes that would have allowed them to enter the secret facility where CC was being experimented upon, or even information about the guard detail for the facility in the first place. It had to be something associated with that raid by the series' own explicit admissions in the first episode. But because it's unimportant to moving the plot of the story along, Okouchi's writing failures pop up and it is never detailed to us in the main series itself. This is the frustration of being a Code Geass fan. Naoto's death is a plot-critical event we are given no insight into because it was deemed unimportant. And yet everything else about what Naoto influenced, from his sister to the scheme that freed CC, are important, and are in fact plot-critical. So you would think the storytellers would spend some time, at the very least, expositing to the audience about who he was as a person and how he died. And it doesn't. Worse still, is Lelouch not being allowed to get this information, because it gives not just context, but empathy towards the people he is most closely working with to bridge the gap between them and provide him a sign that he can trust them. Because, of course, he's stepping into another man's shoes as that same overprotective older brother fighting a revolution. He can work with that. He can use that to permit them to understand him as well, and why he fights for his sister. Because they followed a man with those same ideals, and the sister of the man he is replacing is standing right by his side as his most adamant supporter. And both Kallen and Naoto are of mixed origin to show his resistance cell are not prejudiced against Britannians by origin, only deed. They would understand him because of it, cementing their loyalty and camaraderie above reproach. And yet, he doesn't. Because he, and the audience by proxy, are never told, even when it would have made sense in several situations for them to have done so in R1, and is never told specifically so they cannot bridge that gap when it would most matter, as doing so would subvert the plans for the endgame of the full series, which was plotted out before everything else as something inviolate, as that ending becomes contingent on Lelouch being abandoned by everyone who would give a damn about him, but in turn structured in such a way that is just plain implausible to occur the way they want it to without doing destructive harm to the characters involved. Naoto's death not being discussed is a sign of that same sort of narrative malfeasance that would eventually damn R2 and later entries in the franchise by preventing things that would be natural for the characters to do and explain from actually occurring, especially if such would explain their actions, or resultantly diffuse other plots that go nowhere. Even in R1, the planned ending for R2 is explicable in causing a large portion of the irreparable failings of the series. But it is in this that Kallen earns her credits as the deuteragonist, as the rest of the series would not have occurred without her and the Resistance Cell's actions. She is the reason Lelouch encounters CC and gains his Geass. She has trained herself to be a magnificent pilot of the nightmares, thus acts as Lelouch's sword in battle, and off of it his closest guard. After she learns of his identity in R2, Kallen in turn acting as his confidant, sounding board, and moral support when everything he's done begins to drown him. His revolution begins, not because of the power he was given, but the support at his back helping propel him forward. This is what a deuteragonist does in a story, and you cannot replace or remove them because of the things they do in supporting the protagonist of the tale. Lelouch and Kallen together are inevitably a set with common goals and experiences, and only bad things happen when you attempt to separate them, as from the very start it seemed almost destined for them to be together. And I do mean that in narrative, character, and romantic senses. Like, if you're paying attention to how Okouchi writes romances, then there's logistically no other options than Kallen, which has been a point of contention because the movie timeline egregiously alters this, and attempts to entirely write Kallen out of having relevance in the story, which, as I've been presenting, they cannot do without invalidating Lelouch's part in the tale even beginning. And that is consistent with what is shown of Kallen in both R1 and R2. While she isn't involved in everything, she is very heavily the impetus for actions that require Lelouch's own response or otherwise allow for or drive him to act. She is the reason Lelouch meets CC. She is the one that makes most of Lelouch's plans possible with her own skills or connections, with him failing in battles when she's not around. He only ultimately fails in R1 because she ends up abandoning him when he needed her most, which wouldn't have happened had he trusted her with the truth of himself at any time before this point. And she makes the wrong choice because of it, just as she did before with her mother. Her realization of what she did in the aftermath driving her to make it up to him in any way she can, which results in the circumstances that allowed for the chance he could be saved in the wake of it, that involves Lelouch's memories being stolen from him. By comparison, CC could not have done that on her own, and plays a little part in his rescue beyond reviving his true memories, which, as is revealed in the events of R2 and Akito the Exiled, there were other people who could do that, and he was actually capable of doing so on his own without CC's involvement with the right triggers. Thus, when Lelouch is on the verge of giving up later in R2 because Schneisel uses Nunnally as a shield against him, and he finds he can't fight his sister, Kallen's the one that keeps him from succumbing to complete despair after Nunnally disowns him, and gets him moving again to find a path that wouldn't force him to harm Nunnally, to overcome this obstacle and win for everyone's sake, which is only screwed over because of Suzaku, and Lelouch's own outright imbecilic refusal to see Suzaku as the threat he is. When Kallen later ends up captured thanks to the narrative bullshit she suffers, Lelouch almost gives up everything just to save her. She does matter that much to him in order for his trauma with respect to losing people to flare up and be triggered by the thought of her no longer being there by his side. And it's Lelouch and Kallen being separated that acts as the key, necessary component to Lelouch's eventual emotional breakdown, as he no longer has her there to act as his support, leading to the following conflict with him and his personal bad end as a scapegoat martyr.
今の声。
彼は思った。私だってルルーシュに褒められたいの。そんな彼女の乙女心が。こら！勝手に心の声をつけるな。
It's been said time and again about the series, by even the creators themselves, that had Lelouch and Kallen not separated the times that they did, had he been more open with just her, and she stayed with him even when he didn't want her to, then Lelouch's eventual bad ending the series was structured to move towards would never have happened. She would not have let it, and he would have found a better way that she would help make possible. Just Kallen makes that difference. They've said that is a central part of the narrative tragedy of the original ending, one informed by Code Geass's origins in Hamlet, by Hamlet not feeling he could fully trust in the allies and friends he does have. And in this case, beyond just her role as the deuteragonist, that requires her to be the planned and intended love interest. She could have saved him had she done the right things in the right moments, but the opportunity and awareness to do so kept slipping through her fingers, always realizing too late when those moments were, and all as a consequence of their mutual insecurities. Or at least, it is assumed. For since the series release, we've learned that a number of the times she has failed in the story were all caused by narrative malfeasances. The story deliberately written so she would lose when logically she should succeed, and not for mistakes and shortcomings of her own character, even when such justifications could have existed. And this covers a whole variety of events in the series. For as said, Kallen is the best pilot in the show, showing more capabilities and aptitude than anyone else, starting out defeating more advanced mecha and experienced pilots with one that's decrepit and barely functioning, sometimes 3-on-1. Once she gains access to her personal unit, the Gurren, she is unstoppable in normal and fair circumstances, especially in tandem with Lelouch's strategies. In one-on-one battles against even the best the Empire throws at her, as long as the circumstances in the duel are fair, she quite literally cannot lose.
日常で人を殺せば罪になるが、戦場ならば殺した数だけ英雄となる。
ブリタニアの吸血鬼さんは英雄になりたいわけ。あんたさ、ちょっと下品だよ。質問。あなたの大事なものは何？自分の命だけなの。さようなら。
奪われる。私の命がこの
And yet, time and again, there is this factor introduced that is out of their control, which screws them over. And the thing is, it's not all of them that are the problem, but that problem is only realized when they start to be stacked together. In the first battle in which Kallen has her Gurren, her engagement with Suzaku's Lancelot ends in her not utterly destroying him for two reasons. One, she chooses to block the attack of an unknown weapon instead of evading it like she has everything else in this and the previous battles, as is her normal fighting style to evade instead of defend. But on top of that, due to the terrain the battle takes place on, her mech loses its footing as a consequence of the blast of the weapon she's shot with, and thus her the engagement. And that it would have been fair for her to lose her footing if it had occurred on its own, because that's been a hindrance for everyone else in that battle as well. But it is out of character for her to act to block an unknown weapon, especially in the middle of a battle where she herself is getting used to the capabilities of her new machine, when it is normal for her, through everything she's trained herself to do, to dodge.
Why didn't you dodge?
Doing both together either showcases that she is that good that it requires multiple points of intervention for her to not just clean slate every other pilot but the most elite, or she cannot be allowed to win. But again, this on its own wasn't necessarily the problem. What was, is that they then kept doing it, and each time felt more egregious than the last, because doing so, even when it is logical for her to win, would interfere with what the plan was. When the Knights gain access to devices that emit an energy field which discharges the batteries of enemy units, she ends up charging into one to save Lelouch's life, only for her compatriots to not shut the damn things off when they could have done so as the batteries of the mechs already in the field were already dead. So her unit loses power too, leading to them being wrapped up in the scheme of Lelouch's uncle. She ends up naked and unarmed for no valid, explicable reason when Suzaku jumps her and takes her prisoner. She only loses multiple times because the battery on her mechs keeps running out on her, and she is out in the field too long without any form of support. She is forced to fight units with flight capabilities while she herself is left grounded, and most egregious of all, in the R2 sect of the series, she is taken captive not because she loses to an enemy unit, but because the fucking idiots in charge of maintaining her mech forgot to replace the Gurren's battery. What, did no one think to send her a spare one to hot swap mid-battle? Because I'm not sure if you're all aware, but, yeah, the Nightmares can hot swap their battery packs in mid-battle. You know how I know this? Because they do that for Suzaku during R1, thus there is no reason they could not have done that for Kallen.
エナジーフィラー私は今から敵の司令部を叩く君はどうする何
And that is why this developed into being a grievance with the series. Once more, these on their own are not necessarily the problem, but because they kept doing this specifically to her, and no other characters face these plot-driven failures in the same way where an arbitrarily created hindrance is what messes things up, the pattern that emerges is she could not be allowed to succeed at any point. Because her doing so, her winning over these odds that they show she should be capable of overcoming, would in turn thwart and subvert their plans for the ultimate end goal of the series that involves them killing Lelouch. And yet, even that could have been forgivable had that been done with a purpose to it. Kallen gaining something, anything from the longer narrative in recompense for her suffering and lasting through the trials of the tale. Even something as small as having the feeling she develops to be voiced and returned. And she's not. There are some competitors for the title in this series, but Kallen ends up the single most screwed over character in the franchise by wake of the actual plot screwing her over. As she doesn't just lose everything, but has it taken arbitrarily away from her, and in ways that are not excusable by the story being intended as a tragedy. For only competitors for the title all end up dying. There's just too much baggage attached to that, especially in context to how Sunrise executives have intervened in the past to deliberately screw over women pilots in their mecha series. And Kallen's treatment in the series is one of the known incidents of their executive meddling. For those not aware, the final narrational voiceover of the series was meant to be Kallen's words and ruminations on how Lelouch was a positive influence on her life, and her expressing her love for him even though they could not be together, and her understanding his reasons for never telling her if he reciprocated them or not. Because if he told her, she would have intervened in his plans to martyr himself by giving him a new reason to live that wouldn't require his sacrifice to achieve his goals, or otherwise would have willingly walked with him into hell.
教えてルルーシュ、どうして戻ってきてくれたの？
彼、すべてが終わったら一緒にアッシュフォード学院に帰らないか？俺は愛してる。
この世で最も陳腐な言葉だ。直接的でひねりがなくありふれた表現。何より行間がない。そんな言葉は俺が書くわけないだろ。伝わらなかったら意味がないだろ。それが作家なんですよ。
That context to his actions is in fact the strongest evidence we have that despite the distance Lelouch tried to keep others at, he had gained some form of affection for Kallen over the series. Whether it was true love still remains up for debate, but would have been the most poignant closure the series could have had, by Kallen continuing to live in fulfillment of Lelouch's last wishes for her, in honor of that love.
ルルーシュ、君もどこからか見ているんだろう。でもナナリーが笑ってる。カレンもみんなも。これは君がくれた明日そのものだ。
And Sunrise didn't let them do it. This I would have walked with you to hell soliloquy instead being pushed into a character poem published within the special features of the final volume of the series' original DVDs. Interviews since then confirming that such was supposed to be the final series-ending monologue to properly allow narrative closure for everything in the wake of Lelouch being sacrificed, to tell the audience that the good intentions he fostered would be remembered and carried on into a more peaceful future, even if he, himself, had been defamed. But they didn't, because they weren't allowed to. As I inferred before, Sunrise wanted who Lelouch loved in the series to be presented as and remain ambiguous, matching the pattern of behavior that later drew more overt outcry with G-Witch, and this being the first time of the 3 incidents that Okouchi was screwed over regarding such paramour arcs. But because there is not that note of closure to the end of the tale, the fans more than anything else want to see a continuation to resolve this between them. And we have never gotten that. The series' compilation movies for Code Geass did their best to write Kallen out of having relevance in story entirely to in fact sidestep such a resolution. And they do not work because of it, due to how deeply Kallen and Lelouch's arcs are woven into each other's. You rip one out, and the others cannot continue unharmed. This is how the deuteragonist story role works. It requires them both together. Not always romantically, but certainly in alliance and relevance. And likewise, this is what I was referring to before with Taniguchi's proclivities towards the sexualization of characters. Kallen is not secure in her sexuality. She is a beautiful woman, but is not comfortable showing that, despite her growing attraction and affection for Lelouch. Her sexualization would have been fine had this been building to Lelouch showing in turn attraction to her or some proper confirmation of his feelings, as such sexuality can be used as a physical showcase of affection, or that two people might be attracted to each other. That is a visual indication a lot of directors use depending on the tones of a series. Even that series-ending diatribe Sunrise vetoed would have appropriately paid that off. But it is another element that damns the series in retrospect. And other series that would do these same things do have such a payoff between potential paramours to show that such exposures were just part of them finding what was right to be comfortable about themselves and the ones they cherished. Instead, Kallen's sexualization becomes without meaning or cause if they aren't intended to be the paramours for each other. It instead causes her to be demoted to the series' Miss Fanservice because of it, only without her having characterization that would permit that to not be sexist. And all of that only does get worse in the movies, where they keep and make more explicit the fan service, but do not but wrong regarding the character herself, thanks to her demotion and relevance, to leave her not but a sex doll there to look hot and expose how big her boobs are. Though again, there appears to be a reason behind it. For the compilation movies were written and structured by one of the secondary writers of Code Geass, a man named Hiroyuki Yoshino, who had before this also done secondary writing work on Gundam Seed, and is credited as writing a lot of the worst episodes of Seed and its sequel Destiny that undermined their intentions as well. I actually, in a previous draft of the script, had a lot more written concerning the grievances of his work, but, well, I can't keep pinning everything on him. I do feel like he was an active influence on this series, however, as the final act of Code Geass R2 acts in perfect mimicry of the final act of Gundam Seed Destiny, which Yoshino worked on, down to the Black Knight's betrayal to Sheriff Schneisel acting in disturbing lockstep, with the Zaft blindly following the manipulative Gilbert Durandal, seeking to conquer the Earth sphere with his acquired superweapons. Except without the justifications for it that Destiny's story at least attempted. Seed Destiny is a mess, but it did execute better many things Code Geass fans have grievances with R2 over. Hell, Schneisel in several respects comes off as a worse execution of Durandal, as more is done with Durandal to validate how manipulative he is as a person, which has story happen as a result of that, as opposed to Schneisel, who gets away with what he eventually does in the series because the plot says so. And by evidence of track record, Yoshino has repeatedly gone out of his way to screw over women in general in his body of work. Kallen isn't the only example of that. Yoshino was also responsible for the absolute trash fire that was the third season of A Certain Magical Index, which condensed a dozen of the light novels of the series into a 25-episode adaptation, basically going through a different novel of the story in 1 to 2 episodes, when previous seasons of the anime adapted each novel into 4 to 6 episodes each. And the thing is with the Raildex franchise, its author Kazuma Kamachi's writing is dense. A lot of important events happen in a small span of time that end up important to the narrative later on. So each novel cannot feasibly be adapted in less than 4 episodes each. Maybe 3 if you cut some corners. And yet Yoshino was just speedrunning it at 1 or 2 each, because as is a recurring complaint about his entire body of work, characters and plot points that build the bigger picture don't seem to matter to him, and he has been smacked down by more attentive producers over that before. Index Season 3 is the largest example of this. For all the way through, it's missing important character moments and nuances required to properly present the longer arc. And thus, seeing that, we can take that back to how things happen in Code Geass and place some of the blame on him. Not all of it, of course, but it is a pattern of behavior. For the biggest victim in what Yoshino did to Index Season 3 is the one Kallen's actress, Ami Koshimizu, also plays. Shizuri Meltdowner Mugino, a woman capable of using her psychic powers to break down atomic bonds to shoot electron lasers at people. She is a member of the Division Item, a group of individuals tasked with stopping organizations hiding in the dark side of the science faction-aligned Academy City, before what they are doing can run rapidly out of control, or otherwise take out those who intervene on projects under the control of the city's board of directors, basically making sure everyone plays nice. However, you would never know that if you only watched the Index anime, because it removes all of that context. In Index Season 3, she's introduced as a complete psychopath, culminating in her murdering a girl named Frenda, who idolized her, and seeming to have bathed herself in her blood. Shizuri's treatment in the Index anime's third season is the same form of character malfeasance that Kallen likewise suffers from, as the anime doesn't show Shizuri being tricked into this act or what led her to this false assumption, nor that Frenda was deceived herself, which led her to her death despite her devotion to Shizuri, so she betrayed her on accident. It doesn't show what Shizuri doing this does to her mentally to cause the following psychological breakdown she has. How she is literally haunted by Frenda's ghost that she can't stop herself from seeing everywhere she goes, and how she has to live with what she did and the mistake she made. All of which factors into not just her decision-making in what was adapted following this event, but farther on into the sequel New Testament novel series published in the 2010s, before Index Season 3 was itself made. So you don't even have the defense of the anime staff not knowing where the series was going to go with her to innocently exclude those details. Their importance was already known to anyone who had continued to read the novel series. And it's not like the production staff had never touched upon the character either. Shizuri first made her appearance in animation within Index's sibling series, A Certain Scientific Railgun, whose second season, which is where Shizuri first appeared, had been animated 8 years before Index Season 3 was made. And in Railgun Season 2, it actually showcases all this nuance about Shizuri to know where the lines with the character were, and what would have been required to properly contextualize this later act, with her going mad from the self-loathing behind her believing killing her friend was necessary when it wasn't. And Yoshida himself was responsible for this malignant depiction, just as he was over how Kallen was sidelined in the compilation movies, and is suspected the same for the original series as well when he was assigned to assist, as he is credited with assisting in some of the least liked parts of Code Geass. I do not know for certain that he has an actual grievance with Ami Koshimizu or not, and this is just part of an assortment of coincidences. But the pattern is there where he is present writing in works that screw Koshimizu's characters over. And thus, in the wake of that paratextual knowledge, Kallen's treatment is even more poorly regarded.
何も諦めることはないよ、彼。君は全部手に入れればいい。
これじゃ忘れたくても忘れられないじゃない。
Which brings us to Suzaku and his role as the tritagonist. And this point is probably the most poorly understood of the three, primarily because many do not know of the word and its definition. A tritagonist, or triagonist, both terms are used, is a fancy name for a main character that is constantly at odds with, and acts to instigate or cause the suffering of the protagonist and the deuteragonist, serving as no different from a villain of the story, even if they are not the actual main antagonist, and often subvert or cause conflict between the protagonist and deuteragonist that risks ripping them apart. And if they succeed in doing that, it gives the villains opportunities to win. For they service the needs of the larger antagonists and enable them to ensure their malice takes root, and often supersedes the actual villains in their role as a series end boss or grand arc villain, but have a more intimate connection or parallels to the hero that does not require them to be the all-caps villain every time, despite how much the series shows them as a bad person or letting atrocities happen in front of them without care.
I knew Brutus was going to kill Caesar in the first act, but Caesar didn't figure it out until the knife was in his back.
But that's what makes it a tragedy. Caesar couldn't conceive that his best friend would plot to kill him.
And when one thinks of that, Suzaku does have that point-counterpoint relationship with both Lelouch and Kallen. Lelouch had a royal upbringing despite commoner blood. Kallen was a commoner with noble blood. Suzaku's ancestry connected him to the influential and commanding, but no true claim to higher station himself. Lelouch is strong in mind. Kallen is skilled and intelligent, but not necessarily wise. And Suzaku, by his own admission, does not think about things, but prefers to brute force the problems before him. Lelouch and Kallen have been changed by their experiences and wish to not see them repeated, while Suzaku makes the same mistakes again and again because he refuses the reality of the situations. And Insanity is doing the same things over and over again, expecting a different result. Lelouch is emotionally reserved. Kallen, when she's allowed to be herself, is expressive, with both of them being guided by their feelings into the choices they make and the morals they listen to, while Suzaku buried his feelings that should guide him under claims of cold logic and rationality, which inevitably leaves him detached from his morals. Lelouch was abandoned by all his family but his sister. Kallen was left to survive with hers, with her brother protecting her, while Suzaku abandoned his. Suzaku joined the Britannians because they were strong, and the power they possess makes their might right, and he values being in the right more than a moral claim he makes, while both Kallen and Lelouch saw those that were weak, beat down by oppressive hands, and had the courage to stand up and say, that is wrong, to use the power and might they came to hold for the rights of the weak. And you know, I say that Suzaku isn't a villain, but he kind of is. because Tritagonists can end up fitting that title and role. For in the strongest of narratives, the heroes and villains of the tale deliberately share common origins intentionally, so as to contrast who they are and who they choose to become. And how starting from that common ground allows these characters to organically bridge a connection despite the ways their place in the story diverges.
ルルジュ、君は殺したいと思うほど憎い人がいるかい？ああ、いる。そんな風に考えてはいけないと思っていた。ルールに従って戦わなければ、それはただの人殺しだって。でも、今、僕は憎しみに支配されている。
憎めばいい。引き返すつもりはない。
ナナリーのため。ありがとう、ルルージュ。
気にするな。俺たち、友達だろう。
And consequently, a great villain may say, the world hurt me and I shall hurt it back, while a great hero may say, the world has hurt me and I'm not going to let it hurt anyone else. Heroes use pain to motivate them to act, while villains are used by it to justify their misdeeds. Which again, this contrast between the character and their roles reveals.
王は国ではない。国は民だ。王は民のために敵を撃ち滅ぼす。その程度もわからん雑魚に、玉座は似合わん。
And yet in contrast to other series, Suzaku's presented hypocrisy, his abandonment of things that should be valued just to gain an intangible, are never paid off how he believes they should be. Just continuing the cycle of using and being used that Kallen and Lelouch sought to break. Because you can't fix the problem without knowing what its cause was.
強ければいいのか？
弱いことはいけないことなんだろうか。10歳の僕らには世界はとても悲しいものに見えた。
飢餓、
病気、
汚職、腐敗、
差別、
戦争とテロリズム、
繰り返される憎しみの連鎖。
愚かないたちごっこだ。
誰かがこの連鎖を断ち切らなくてはならない。そうしたものが全てなくせるなんて思わない。
俺はそこまで傲慢じゃない。だから
どうすれば？
僕にはまだわからない。
誰かが勝てば戦いは終わる。
でも目指すことをやめたら父さんは無駄死にになってしまう。
僕は王様が国民全員を守って、みんなは手の届く大切な人たちを守る、そんな国がいいと思ってた。
人とバグナラクの間にできた狭間を越えて、きっといつか手は届く。そして俺が全てを統べる王になる。
世界を支配する邪悪の王じゃなくてもいいのかな。
This thus differs from a standard big bad antagonist, as their motivations are not necessarily to subjugate out of hat. It leaves open the possibility for their roles to change as the story evolves, with tritagonists frequently shuffling between switching sides to properly join the hero when they are allowed to acknowledge their mistakes and what was wrong, backstabbing the true villain at the last moment to take over for them, or being the final person confronted by the hero of the story before the tale closes out after the other, more malicious forces have been vanquished. But their role in the story is to make the protagonist suffer in excess of what would have come about were their role to be removed. One example of a heroic tritagonist opposing a protagonist villain would be L from the anime Death Note, as he is a blockade against Light Yagami as Kira, creating his ideal, better world by killing any potential criminal with the Death Note, which is against due process laws. L embodies a system that is not broken or corrupt, but needs to be allowed to run its course through evidence and examination, which is a hard foil opposing Light's actions of summary judgment just from accusation alone. It is unsurprising that L and Light's back and forth made for the strongest draws of the series as consequence, and Light's victory more signaled the beginning of the end of the story for many, as the strongest draw was to see L defeat him, and that only happens in the live-action movies. To do my regular .hack reference, especially since Code Geass voice casts share significant stake in that franchise as well, Ovan in .hack GU is the tritagonist of that story, due to his role in contributing to the misery of main protagonist Haseo. he helps set in place the main focus villain of the GU games, Sakaki, who performs the grand majority of malicious actions towards others throughout the storyline according to Sakaki's own whims. But it's all done for Ovan to set up his own suicide by cop scenario to save his sister and others that have become comatose because of the viral AI that is infecting him. The distinction with Heck's use of such is the character is made sympathetic for his end goals, so he avoids becoming an end villain due to their lack of actual malice towards others, as he just wants to stop what has been caused to him that he is in turn unwillingly inflicting on others, and happily accepts his condemnation and penance as a result. Tritagonists that evolve into true villains don't really have that, as often the reasons they cause so much suffering is their distorted views or willing enslavement by more malicious ones, which Ovan largely lacks. It is solely his role in the story that makes him one, not any act of true villainous intent. But if you want the reverse, and a protagonist, deuteragonist, tritagonist trio that actually does have the tritagonist maliciously sabotage the relationships between the cast, and enable the actions of the antagonist to make him the largest villain of the story, you can actually look at the tokusatsu series Kamen Rider Faiz for that, which I reviewed back in 2016. Takumi Inui is the protagonist acting on behalf of normal humans, Yuto Kiba is the deuteragonist representing members of the monster faction the Orphanox that don't necessarily want to harm people, but their life experiences have left them antisocial and willing to kill if need be, though would be happy to just coexist instead of seeking domination as the main antagonists want. And lastly in that, Masato Kusaka's the malicious tritagonist attempting to tear everyone down while in their midst, deliberately sabotaging the relationships of the series, and especially those between Takumi and Kiba, all in a failed effort to get him what he wants, which inevitably proves the positions of the actual antagonists of the series to have the valid grounding they do, as Masato represents the worst impulses, racism, and selfishness of humanity. And in these latter cases, that does match more how Suzaku is used throughout everything, since his final acts in the series is to guilt Lelouch into suicide by cop that left him to be immortalized as nothing but a monster, because he rejected taking things down a better path and provided no moral support to do things in beneficial ways. He for a long time lacks the active malice against everyone but Lelouch that Code Geass's other villains and antagonists have. But that doesn't make him a good person, just using a facade of morality to disguise and excuse what he really wants. And his actions themselves do tread and eventually cross the line into being malicious, simply due to his myopic worldview that ignores how people are suffering due to the actions of people in power, just for him to gain power himself, and all for his own self-serving justifications.
僕は組織の人間です。個人的な感情より組織の論理を優先します。
And yet rejecting emotional responses does not make you moral or right. It disconnects you from your feelings. It makes you numb, makes you ignore everything that tells you that something is wrong. And thus, when doing so, you can ignore anything you see that is wrong, just as long as it suits your needs. It is a claim to intellectual intelligence in substitution for emotional intelligence. Thoughts and facts should be all one listens to, not feelings, but one that falls flat because his decisions are made on impulses without thought put into them, just what appears to be how he wants them to be, as critical thoughts and reflection is antithetical to achieving of his goals, which in turn underlines the problem. You can't fix Suzaku. You can't redeem him, at least not in the canon story, because everything that makes him reprehensible to the audience has been baked into his character and purpose in the story from episode 1, even if one does not grasp such from the outset.
I didn't mean to.
Intent does not matter. Only consequences.
That myopic worldview and Lelouch's one tell that so many people who watch the series miss both play into the trope of character is what you are in the dark. How you act when the masks of oneself are turned away expose who they truly are. Lelouch, though lying with ease, never lies to himself and refuses to see the world as anything other than what it is, and through doing so, understands what needs to be done for it to change, just not seeing or utilizing every advantage to help it along towards such. Suzaku, while in comparison wearing his heart on his sleeve, can do nothing but lie to himself and change his morals and views at the drop of a hat, all in the name of achieving a goal his actions put more and more out of reach. This is not something the series ever resolves, as Suzaku, while called on it, is never made to change or reflect on the sources of his regrets. Lelouch, at the very least, has people who can or learn to see through the lies to the true meaning of his actions to understand him, which does keep him grounded, until they are all taken away from him. And even then, his final act showed his understanding of his need to repent and accept the consequences of what he did, and make the many deaths he caused have some meaning, by at the end creating one grand gesture that he hoped would result in the peace and freedom he wished to bring, and the more prosperous future that was his goal. We do not see this from Suzaku.
You've got to help us, Doc. We've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas.
This distinction and contrast between the three is most centrally seen by their responses to the Refrain storyline. Refrain is a drug introduced early in Code Geass. It is a narcotic that causes its users to vividly relive memories of the past, most frequently tied to happy ones. Over time, the drug destroys the user's nervous system, leaving them naught but a brain-damaged shell, and with some people, even one dose is enough to leave them a vegetable. Kallen's mother, the series reveals, has ended up a user of the drug in the wake of Naoto's death, and as consequence to Kallen's own rejection of the sacrifices her mother suffered to protect her, which she was unaware of until too late. That guilt Kallen bears after learning this is part of her arc, both an important cornerstone to her later actions, and yet another parallel she bears to Lelouch's own story regarding their loss of family, which again explains their moral and character alignment. Both Lelouch and Suzaku eventually get their hands on the drug as well, and thus it exposes the truth of what they are in the dark by their responses to it. When Lelouch is faced with the possibility that he must fight his sister, an act he feels he can't perform, his entire will to move forward collapses, feeling that everything he's done is worthless. And thus, if the future he wants is impossible, and all that's left is the guilt of his actions threatening to consume him, as now every sacrifice he made and life lost because of him has become nothing but a pointless waste, why not turn back the clock? What stops him?
懐かしい昔に帰れる。
ふざけないで!
The person that's already lost someone to the consequences of that malicious little vial.
一度失敗したくらいで何よ! また作戦考えて取り返せばいいじゃない! なんだって聞いてやるわよ!
だったら俺を慰めろ。女ならできることがあるだろ
う。しっかりしろ、ルルーシュ。今のあんたはゼロなのよ。私たちに夢を見せた責任があるでしょ。だったら演じきってみせなさいよ。
俺がてっぺんだ。
歯食いしばれ！痛むか？
当たり前だ。
僕だって痛い。これが力だ。だったら民を守るためにしか力は使っちゃダメだ。一人も残さず救うために、みんなを見渡すためにてっぺんに立つんだろ。
You know, there's this sect of this fandom that has deliberately tried to ignore the impact and importance of that scene, and whitewash the relevance it has in the interpersonal dynamic and character arc presented. And the movie sure did their best to write it out. They primarily do it because this was in part an essential ship tease scene between the two, only prevented from going further because of Kallen's tsundere expressed insecurities rearing their head, and Lelouch not being in his right state of mind, looking for any escape he could find to avoid thinking about what he lost, which required Kallen stop him, as otherwise they'd both regret what they might do in the aftermath. If they had given in, then Lelouch would have never have gotten his head back on straight by which to think of a way to escape the mess they were in at the moment. And Kallen herself wouldn't be able to trust that the affection shown to her was anything but a lie used for his own gain. And that's not the foundation of a supportive relationship. Instead, it's one that would have broken it irreparably. As many faults one can find with R2, this is showing the true protagonist-deuteragonist dynamic fully at play, in that such allows each to support the other, and keep them going, to revive their strength in their darkest moments to find new lights to guide them forward, with Kallen showing that there's still a means by which to achieve his goals, as long as he continues to persevere and keep fighting for them. For she herself is proof of how one can continue reaching out to take back what was stolen from them. Until again, the storyline screws them both over. Now contrast this against how Suzaku uses it. When Kallen is captured following these events thanks to the aforementioned narrative malfeasance, he threatens to inject Kallen with a drug to get her to tell him everything she knows as a means of interrogation. However, here's the problem with this. Refrain is useless as an interrogation drug, and Suzaku knows this. The drug and interrogator has no means of controlling what memories are called upon by it being used. It only recalls just happy ones. And even among Britannians, it is completely illegal to own or use this drug. There is no way to tell what would be drudged up when it was used. So the only reason for him to threaten to use it like this is for him to hold it up as a means of power and control over someone else. To torture them and do harm to her for no other reason than to inflict upon her pain just because he can. Suzaku is trying to turn Kallen into a husk of herself, addicted to something that destroys her mind and body, based on the self-told lie that using it on her again and again would eventually lead to the answers he wants from her at best, or leave her such an empty husk she'd mindlessly sell out everything she loves just for her next fix from her master at worst. In this scene, Suzaku is happily willing to dehumanize her in the same way Britannia has done to everyone else. And he absolutely does not see that. Because by this point, he has become so corrupted by the Britannian system that he is, at this point, irredeemable. The fact he stops after seeing the panic in her eyes does not take away from his willingness to do that to her. He says the reason why he ultimately doesn't is a claim that this is what Lelouch would do, which is yet another fucking lie he tells himself to dismiss the reality of the cost of his own actions, and how willing he was to do it. And worse, he only gets his hands on it by outright breaking the laws he claims is sacrosanct and going against the back and orders of Nunnally, who at the time he was ordered to protect and listen to. But hey, it's all good. He works for the Emperor, and the Emperor makes him above the law.
Well, that's alright then.
Which continues not just the hypocrisy of the character, but the assertions by him that he can do whatever he wants because he is always the one in the right. And thus, the three perspectives. For Lelouch, it acts as the last escape from his failure. For Kallen, it's the consequence that steals away the people she loves. And for Suzaku, a means of asserting dominance over someone he has no right to. In every use of the drug, just reinforcing a regressive lie. That the past was better, just because you yourself were oblivious to the harsh reality of how bad things were in the past, and who the people around you really were. And that moment for Lelouch is especially of consequence for him, as in that moment, had Kallen not stopped him and he given in, then as is revealed afterwards, he would have become everything he hated, and been no different than his bastard of a sperm donor, who wants nothing more than to return everyone and everything to what it was in the past. And Refrain is an in-narrative example of how others have become twisted by that same lie. It is one of the most important scenes in R2 to be considered with regards for the longer narrative arc regarding Lelouch's conflict with his family. not just because it is Lelouch's all is lost moment, where he risks becoming what he most hates and stray from the path he has been on to bring about a true, better world, but because it defines everything that is wrong with this world, and by proxy a reflection of the regressive conservatism that likewise damages our real world by those who want to yank us back to when an elite class had everything, and the rest of us nothing but scraps. And yet, it is because of Kallen that he does not fall into that trap, and because of what she did that inspired him to keep going, the world ultimately comes to be saved.
どうか俺はゼロ奇跡を起こす男だ俺は今こそ自分を知った
Which likewise ties into the idea that the attainment of power itself, contrary to idiom, does not corrupt. Merely that when one seeks and gains power to turn their dreams into reality, that then shows the truth of their nature through what they do with it. Lelouch actively used his power to try and pursue a better world for others. Kallen used her abilities responsibly and did not ever intentionally lash out against anyone innocent, and in fact, in some of the other side stories, fostered in others their own growth and self-improvement as well when they would be allowed to confide in her. While when Suzaku gained power through the system, he didn't do anything with it other than claim this way made him the winner of his argument, when nothing had actually changed as a result of what he did. He didn't help anyone, only helped himself.
忠誠と依存は紙一重。孤高は傲慢と表裏一体だ。僕は子供たちと過ごしてそれを知った。ずっと僕一人で子供たちを守ってると思ってた。同じくらいに子供たちに救われてた。守ってるつもりが守られてるし、一人で生きてるつもりでも誰かに支えられてるんだよ。
And thus, while this is not the sole evidence to such, it is a showcase to why, while both Lelouch and Suzaku are those who do monstrous deeds, Lelouch ultimately is a guardian beast, Oni, and shackle-destroying demon who harms those who oppress others so they may live without fear of oppression. While Suzaku from the start was a rabid wolf pretending to be a sheep, only let off his leash to attack the enemies of those who control them, all in the name of oppressive order. 'Cause that's what I think is not understood by the sequel events they've made for Code Geass. Lelouch truly was the hero of the story building a better world, even with the mistakes he made. But Suzaku has more and more come to be realized as an unaddressed antagonistic force who twists and distorts the reality of the world with his actions to suit himself, and those he serves, with how easily manipulated he is. For despite how he claims to want to atone, if he cannot admit to his own faults, if he cannot admit to those he wronged the crimes made against them, or possess any desire to undo the consequences of his actions, then he is doomed to just repeat them over and over again. This is why I don't think Sunrise, or Bandai for that matter, really understand the problem with Suzaku as he was developed. You can do truly awful things when you do not take responsibility for your own sins or misconduct, and constantly trying to say or present that he's better than that without recognition of his moral cowardice immediately sours everything due to all the people he's harmed that were just fighting to help their homes and families.
教えてくれ。バグナラクは悪い奴かい？どうしてそう思うんだい？
そんなの
過去を知らぬ我らは知らぬ罪を背負わされわけもわからず暗い奈落の底に押し込められた。
そうだな。この書き方じゃバグナラクは悪者だ。偏見、差別、思い込み、常識、起きてなんてこった。それを作ったのは俺だったってわけだ。
But the problem I see with how Sunrise treated these narrative roles is, well, they kept wanting to swap Suzaku and Kallen's positions in how they're treated. Suzaku on Britannia's side is more seen as a deuteragonist than Kallen is, despite that not really being the case either internally or in narrative analysis. Lelouch and Suzaku are two counterweighted, diametrically opposed extremes, while Kallen's the one in the middle that could have gone either way once upon a time due to her mixed heritage, and yet chose the moral position of fighting for the downtrodden long before the other two got locked into their paths. And again, this is not the first time we have seen such from a Goro Taniguchi series. I mentioned Ray Lundgren from Gunsword earlier, and Michael Garrett as well plays a similar role to Suzaku's in fully embracing the villain wrongly, but we also see a Suzaku-like dynamic of Ryuho Tairen in Scried as well, in contrast to his protagonist Kazuma. Ryuho is an officer in a special powers militia who eventually comes to realize that his superiors were taking advantage of his personal trauma and had been manipulating him all series, which he has no one but himself to blame for, and only comes to realize he's in the wrong after he takes part in causing a series of atrocities that ruin people's lives, and leave him on the outside of the power structure he once was part of to see them from the angle everyone else does that he had made himself willfully blind to. In Scried, Ryuho wakes up to the fact his moral aggrandizing beliefs were wrong, and he was blaming and criminalizing the wrong people. In Gunsword, Ray's refusal to change, and Michael's refusal to remove the blinders placed on him, both lead to their deaths. And yet Suzaku, despite committing the same character mistakes and performing the same narrative role as these previous characters, and arguably worse ones for even fewer justification, is the one left standing. And people have legitimate grievances at the series for doing so. Ones that were in turn not repeated with G-Witch and the counterparts for Suzaku that exist in that story. As for everything Suzaku does wrong, he is never once made to personally pay for it. Other people he claims to value suffer for them, but him? He makes some claims to suffer for them and act in their memory, but it's not reflected in his actions. If anything, he uses what little punishment he gets as further justifications for what he continues to do wrong, doubling down on his position that if these events had gone his way, how he says they should have been done, then what went wrong wouldn't have. And that is the self-deception the character has trapped himself in, which these other characters either die because of, or are forced to own up to. That Suzaku does not, offers no apology, takes no responsibility or ownership, and is left alive to continue repeating his mistakes again and again, there are many who find that deeply wrong, to the point it eventually breaks the series entirely, as it truly is because of him that the villains get nearly everything they wanted. Only for, like was the Kamen Rider Kabuto comparison earlier, Lelouch having to time and again clean up his messes and be the sacrificial lamb shouldering the blame. Because the ending was written first, which prevents Suzaku from ever learning anything. Key among that, the need to apologize.
罪の前に日頃の行いを悔いるんだな。
For the apology is the start. An apology is an admittance that you are wrong. It is not by default forgiveness. To earn forgiveness, you must show that you have or are willing to change. It's an IOU, not a cashed check. It can't be cashed until one has earned back the cost of one's mistakes. If you just continue to put it on credit, apologize but never change to show the apology is sincere, there's a point where those you owe call in the debt. One that can never be paid. And these days, Suzaku is not considered a popular character as a consequence. And to put that in real-world context, I need to talk a bit about merchandising.
Merchandising! Where the real money from the movie is made.
In the broadcast of Gundam The Witch from Mercury, this asshole, Shazik Zenali, is one of the story's main antagonists, and by comparison to Code Geass, he is the Schneisel equivalent of the show, and one of those that is central to causing Mia Renee's trust in others by him viewing her more as a prize to be won to facilitate his own schemes than a person to be supported. The audience of the series, knowing of how Okouchi wrote such characters in his stories previously, directly rejected the character and any merchandise revolving around him. The high-grade model kit for his machine in the series, the Michaelis, did not sell in Japan or internationally. While there was nothing structurally wrong with the model kit at all, it's actually one of the best ones G-Witch released, there was such a rejection of the character that no one who in any way liked the series wanted to pay for a figure that represented such a repulsive man. The model kit was originally priced at 1,800 yen, but stores were marking entire piles of them down to 90% off in an attempt to just get rid of them. And even then, they still did not sell. Yes, this actually did happen. Merchandise sales can reflect how well a character or series was received, regardless of the quality in the product put out. Japanese audiences were not having any of Shadik's bullshit, and they voted with their wallets to show that. And that is not the only case of this occurring. In 2022, Bandai produced a brand new high-grade model kit of the Lancelot Albion, one of the few mecha figures they had not released before for Code Geass when it originally aired. In Japan, this was put up as a premium Bandai exclusive. You had to pre-order it online from a limited lot of them that would be specifically made, in order to get one, as the items put on the site are not normally made in large enough quantities at a single time to warrant their retail distribution. Now, normally Bandai pre-orders fill up in minutes if not a day of them being announced and slots opened. And there was actually a big problem for years with stock for the service being shorted when Bandai finally implemented the US website for it, where if you weren't there on the first minute of pre-orders opening, all the slots would be taken. It's better now, as starting in 2023, the US site opens more second-run orders to fulfill demand, so people aren't scrambling to take all the stock anymore from the first run. But that's also from a combination of the service getting more supply for fulfillment, limiting the number one person individually could order, and firewalling the websites against infiltration by spam bots sent in by scalpers to just swipe all the stock to sell at inflated aftermarket prices.
何それ転売ヤーは他人の努力の上前をかすめる卑劣で姑息なハイエナマイナス10度の牢獄で半年過ごせ転売の何が悪いんだとにかく転売ヤーは皆を不幸にする必ず駆逐する
How does that factor into the Albion? This thing did not sell in Japan. The pre-orders for it did not fill up on day one, or even the first week. They didn't fill up at all. They had open slots until the ordering period expired. Hell, it's rumored that Bandai expected the figure to sell so well, they had second and third run orders in production from the start. But if they did, they didn't find a need for it as there was no demand. Few people wanted a figure that represented Suzaku. But since Code Geass was a regularly popular series over here in America, well, okay, Bandai can easily just ship them to America where the demand is different, and they'll make them a more normal retail item. We've actually been getting a number of Bandai Japan exclusive items as normal retail ones over here, if there has been shown a market for them. So that's not so unusual. These shelf-warmed, like crazy. The retail stores I buy model kits from, which is about half a dozen stores in the greater Illinois and Wisconsin area, they could not get rid of these. Hell, online stores I buy from likewise had to mark these down like mad to try and get rid of the stock, and they still didn't move. I got this one on fucking clearance, because I knew I was eventually going to talk about this, and was considering, say, repainting it into a red Kallen-focused Lancelot drag unit. But I just didn't fucking care enough to actually do it. And it's actually worth less now than when I first bought it at clearance. So, good luck to me actually reselling this. And this is thus why I first shared the anecdote about Shadik's Michaelis not selling, because this is precedent. people are not inclined to buy merchandise representing characters they dislike. And yet, if you look at the promotional art for things Bandai does, the Lancelot was designed to be the signature sell all the merch robot of the series, like the Strike Gundam, or the Ariel, or the Barbados, or the Wing Gundam, or even the RX-78. And they keep doubling down on that despite audiences' long-standing disagreements. The Lancelot has remained one of the worst-selling Code Geass figures, whereas everyone else goes crazy for the Gurren. Part of the reason Suzaku was kept alive and allowed to make things worse was specifically because he was the pilot associated with this mech. He was not going to be taken off the table or permitted to be reformed. And because he doesn't and hasn't, while Lelouch's execution carried on without interruption and Kallen was continuously screwed over, people genuinely came to hate him as the worst character in the series, and the merch associated with him does not sell as consequence. And this is even more hilarious after 2023, when Bandai followed up the Lancelot Albion with finally giving us the high-grade Gurren Satan, a model kit fans of the series had waited a full 15 years to finally get, since any previous action figure of the Satan was short-printed and excessively priced to find on the aftermarket, or were noted for production defects. So there had never been a good, affordable Gurren Satan figure before. This time, the high-grade Satan was a P Bandai item everywhere, America included, and we can only guess that Bandai assumed from how disastrous the Lancelot's sales were that such reflected actual demand. Once more, they did not read the room or the wants of the fandom, as they literally could not open enough slots to fulfill the demand for the model kits. The Gurren Satan had no less than 6 consecutive production runs, month to month, before the interest in it was satisfied. That's 6 months of it selling out in seconds, and announcing a new production slate of them the next month down. That is straight up unheard of. The closest you otherwise get are things like the P Bandai exclusives for G Gundam or Wing, which can have 2 or 3 consecutive production runs when they first get announced. But for the Satan, they produced more of them for P Bandai to meet the immediate demand than they would have needed to for just a normal retail distribution. Because audiences of the series generally do love Kallen and feel she was mistreated. But hey, Kallen and the Satan might just be an outlier. As I am recording this, Bandai just announced and listed on Premium Bandai a brand new high grade of Lelouch's Gawain unit, the best nightmare he ever piloted. Of course, it sold out of its production run in seconds as well. So let's see how many production runs we can get that unit to, shall we? As if it even gets close to the Satan, then it shows in more empirical terms that this isn't just an outlier, but will represent how the fans of the series just despise Suzaku and want him to either die or admit he was wrong about everything to be taken off the board. As the greatest wish for fans of the franchise now is for Sunrise and Bandai both to finally fucking acknowledge this. However, that leaves an abnormal hole for some in the consideration of the main cast members in many people's eyes. That being the immortal witch herself, CC. Especially since we are over 3 hours into this and I've barely mentioned her. And there is a reason for that. For you see, CC is not an actual character in the story. She is used exclusively in the narrative as a story device. She acts to inform and introduce other plot points, such as Lelouch's Geass itself, but does not play any active part in progressing the story. This is by design. She does not drive events and acts to support Lelouch emotionally, and as a sounding board like Kallen does, and in fact interferes in Kallen actually serving this role so the two do not get too close. Used by the storyline to interfere anytime they might have a moment to deepen their mutual bond and trust. She is not a foil like Suzaku in actively opposing him, though still plays a role in walking Lelouch to his death by what she keeps hidden and intentionally does not intervene on. She's just there for a grand majority of the series, acting as a means for Lelouch to deliver exposition out of his own head for the audience, to screw with him, as a free source of fan service as her centuries-old age has made her not care about sexuality in any way, shape, or form, the audio dramas even confirming she is in fact asexual and does not feel any form of romantic or sexual attraction.
I like contracts. Unlike friendship or love, they're clearly defined. You get nothing more and nothing less than what's required. That kind of life must be lonely. You don't understand. You have no idea what true loneliness feels like. C2, are you... Perhaps I've spoken too much. Forget what I just said. No, go ahead. And in return, I'll keep quiet about the torture carrying for Zero.
What? どうしてもっと早く言わなかったの?
誰も聞かなかったからだ。
And of course, at the time the series was originally broadcast, as a free advertisement for Pizza Hut because Pizza Hut was one of the show's sponsors. In more recent edits of the series, that Pizza Hut logo that was put in there, however, has been cut as Pizza Hut is no longer a sponsor on these newer productions. Now, that is not necessarily everything CC does, but it is what she spends the series doing, which all act as distractions and excuses to keep Lelouch separate from the rest of the cast he needs on his side. It is only at the end of the series that we are given any context to her doing anything more than that, with what is revealed there being that she previously had a contract with Lelouch's mother, so she had a Geass as well, and that she had been spying on Lelouch on his parents' behalf for years before the series, and when she was forced to finally be in closer proximity to him after she granted him his Geass and he began his rebellion, she was actively ratting him out to his parents and telling them everything he was doing.
ここに戻らないならそれでも構わないさ。私にとってはあいつが生きていることが重要だ。まさかゼロをやめるだけなら簡単だ。
Suffice it to say, that basically ruined the character for a lot of people when fans started to realize the connotations of how they used that information against him.
2000年生きてるんでね。15年前なんて昨日みたいなもんだが。
For CC has lived a long, long time, ever since she killed a nun that also granted her her own Geass, one that made whoever looked at her fall in love with her, after she had spent her formative years as a slave. But given the context that CC was supposed to be depicted from the start as asexual, it makes sense why that Geass ended up her curse. For no matter who she used it on to gain affections from them, she found herself completely incapable of reciprocating them, leading to her killing the nun due to the curse she was now forced to bear, and in doing so, gaining a different one, transferring the curse of immortality to herself in exchange. Thusly, her dearest wish is for a contractor of her to develop a mature Geass, and with it, reach the terms by which they can kill her and end her centuries of existence. She's been alive long enough without concrete purpose that she's just that done with existing, not living. The only thing she gains over the series is the resilience to last a little longer and find another contractor to take her code, as she has a horrific habit of abandoning her contractors when they most need to be talked out of making bad decisions. Or in fact, is the one that either encourages them to make bad decisions to begin with, or even worse, talks them into the bad decisions with how she deliberately withholds information, only replacing such informative knowledge with empty platitudes.
ルルーシュ、雪がどうして白いか知っているか?
Yes, actually, and it's not what she says it is.
自分がどんな色だったか忘れてしまったからさ。
Yeah, no. Snow is white because it has retained its purity of self, reflecting a lack of corruption. This, in fact, is a butchering of a simile that, once more to showcase how much Okouchi tends to lift from Shakespeare, originates from the play Macbeth. She uses it in this case to deflect actually revealing anything about herself, but in truth, because of it, presents her doing naught but deflect by feigning her own ignorance, which is because the details associated with her in order for her to provide them have themselves not been written yet. This is her deliberately invoking a mystery box, ergo why she serves more as a story device irrelevant to the story than as a character, because her characterization does not matter to the story. The purpose of her involvement, giving Lelouch a Geass, has already been served. So the only way to tease her having some greater purpose in the storyline is to keep making people ask, what's in the box?
You took the box! Let's see what's in the box! Nothing! Absolutely nothing! Stupid! You're so stupid!
There are those who saw through that, and those who did not, leading to the fandom's deep divide over the merit of the character, which Sunrise and the creative staff themselves have not made any better. Specifically Taniguchi's after-the-fact statements that are based on fucking nothing. All we learn about her later is retroactive information they made up when they reached past the point they had to expand on her backstory in order to permit her to serve other story roles. Such was not planned from the start, as the actual greater direction of the series, in fact, changed midway through production, as was revealed with something that will be discussed in the R2 sect of these videos. And it was to the show's detriment, as it changed the entire nature of what she was doing by even being there, just to try and give her greater relevance when she had none. This is how they've used CC from the start, not as a character, but to facilitate other story decisions. At least when they chose to make her relevant, which is not a lot. But before the series even reaches a quarter of the way through, her secret keeping as part of the creators maintaining her mystery box already is harmful to her contractor's well-being, as it keeps her uninvolved when she should be. And once they finally created the content of the box to open it, the audience had already come to realize she is her own worst enemy, with how she sabotages everyone she contracts with, including Lelouch.
超語園のぐうたら姉ちゃんですよ。
やめろ。私は使命としてあんたのそばにいただけ。姉ちゃんのお友達でもなんでもない。
嘘でしょ?
In the backstory of the series, she's been involved in a number of historical events, and given Geass to figures in those times, only for their possession of those Geasses to actually backfire on them and change how those events would have historically gone. She purportedly gave a Geass to George Washington, and because she told him nothing about it, that in turn led to his revolution failing and the rise of Britannia. It's like that throughout the backstory of the series that anytime someone rises to change the world for the better, in comes CC, offers them a Geass because these individuals have the potential to mature it, and their possession of it inevitably screws them over because they place trust in her and her words, only for that to backfire because her ambivalence to the world likewise leaves her deliberately blind to her own mistakes, and her refusal to tell her contractors what the limits and disabilities of having a Geass actually are. It's like giving a gun to a child. You can't blame the child for shooting themselves, as they don't grasp what they're playing with, and the one who gave it to them has done nothing to advise them in its use. And CC's contractors are the only ones screwed in that regard. We meet other code bearers who give out Geass powers, and they actually advise the contractors in how to actually use them, their limitations, and what might happen if they overuse them. Because CC does not do this with Lelouch, and with respect to how meaningless her role is in a significant amount of the story, it's as if she was never meant to be there to begin with. And all scenes with her can be subsequently cut out and used for something else. And you can actually do this with CC. You can actually remove 95% of her involvement and change nothing of significant importance inside of the series, which would have freed up the series to focus on other things, or let Lelouch build the camaraderie with his allies that he sorely needed to in order to not make the mistakes he does. As by the time they actually try to make her a tangible character, a grand majority of the series is already over, and we no longer care about the mysteries of the character, as she spent so much of it being uninvolved. Hell, the original manga for the series, made in the 2000s, actually did this. Removed most of CC's involvement, and it barely changed anything. In many ways, the story of Code Geass actually works better if CC weren't there past the point she gives Lelouch his Geass for many of its major significant events, as a lack of knowledge on the power provides a better justification for why Lelouch trips into the limitations of it blind than having someone with him that could have called him out or corrected something he overlooked, and just chose not to. But you cannot do that for the other three roles in this or recast them to shift their importance without making the series worse. Without Lelouch, there is no brain and vision uniting the resistance against his bastard of a sperm donor. Without Kallen, Lelouch lacks a confidant and ally among his eventual soldiers that believes in his cause, which enables others to have faith in him, nor means by which to make his plans work due to her capabilities as a pilot, nor a challenge for him to improve himself. And without Suzaku, there is no obstruction to Lelouch's plans that cause them to go catastrophically awry, meaning the circumstances behind why Lelouch's death occurs would never happen. Remove him, and there is no large obstacle to him just either straight up winning throughout the show, nor the same personal connection that stops Lelouch from removing them outright or turning them to his side as he would if, say, Suzaku's role in the story were replaced by any of the Emperor's other personal knights or another of Lelouch's siblings. You could feasibly kill Suzaku and swap him out in role with one of his father's personal knights at the end of R1 and going into R2, once they're actually introduced into the story, as they weren't planning to exist originally. But like with L and Death Note, the replacement might not hit the same needed mark for the direction they want, hate them for the character or no. And thus, if you change their importance or exclude any of these three, everything else that might result from them is just as affected. But it is possible to remove CC from the story. And that is because she was never meant to be there to begin with. If you take the time to look over what I've said about Taniguchi and Okouchi's works both before and since Code Geass, as well as the stories that are said to have inspired them, there is a significant outlier in all of them. There is not, in any of these works, a single character who in any way resembles CC. In some ways, that is an important divergence. CC is what makes Code Geass different from any of these others by her presence. Or at least it would if it were not so easy to remove her from the tale. The alleged reason for this is because she is not their character. She was one mandated into existence by Sunrise executives. She was created to be a voice role for actress Yukana Nogami, who is also known for Talitha Testarossa in Full Metal Panic, Mei Ling Lee in Cardcaptor Sakura, Mizul in Kamen Rider O's, and Shirahoshi in One Piece. And this happened because she was a rising popular talent at the time. She was allegedly dating an audio director at Sunrise who recommended her to the creative staff, and if you listen to how Taniguchi and Okouchi tell the story, Sunrise executives had no faith in Code Geass as a series as they originally planned it, so would have frequently come in and screw with things. As it was originally to be presented, the show would not have had the supernatural mythos plot as part of it. Adding CC to the narrative was thus an executive decision, one that permitted the story to have its own take on Sunrise's fixation with new type psychic powers. And this thus explains why the power of Geass and the Code mythos are barely explored in the front half of the series, only for everything after with the franchise just keep making up its own rules that are incompatible with each other about the power, which would take them farther and farther from their historical inspiration. That does not happen with something that is planned out from the start, but when one needs to give something retroactive relevance.
I think he needs a little more attitude.
Oh yeah, bingo. There it is, right there.
Now, I tell the story of CC's creation this way, as you will hear differing accounts between whether you watch the series with the Japanese commentary tracks on, what ones we actually have gotten at least. Several of them we never received, and of the ones we did get, more have been redacted in more recent releases. I actually tracked down the first print DVD of the series, and it has ones on it that are not on the Funimation Blu-ray set. and considering the absurd nonsense that is the Crunchyroll Big Collection Box Blu-ray, yeah, I have no idea what will be on that either. By the way, this thing? Yeah, that is not worth the price. Fuck that. Or read the interviews. Or even obtain this information secondhand. But this story of how Yukana got involved was frequently misinterpreted online in English-speaking markets. The worst lies told using this as its basis was changing Yukana's part in this to Naomi Shindo with respect to Gundam Seed and Seed Destiny. This slanderous reinterpretation of this being that Naomi's character of Kigali was suddenly written as indecisive over matters of governance over the nation she now, as a teenager, has been made to run. The lie being told about this being that such was done so in retaliation for Naomi Shindo possibly having a tryst with director Mitsuo Fukada. But the reality is those who spread this false assertion just did not get that running such a nation is a lot of responsibility for someone not even old enough to legally drink alcohol. And they won't always know how to handle the job. Chiaki Morisawa, while she was ill during much of Seed Destiny's production, so did not have a say in how the scripts for the story were being executed, did later manage to get into an interview about how Kigali and her relationship with Atherin was handled in the series, which people had grievances with. And as you can tell from the text I have on screen, it ultimately boils down to maintaining relationships when you have other responsibilities is hard. And the ill will held against Morisawa was just nothing but baseless, unfounded slander made by those who did not pay attention to what the show actually did, and took something else someone else allegedly did, and used it as the basis for a more malicious lie. As yeah, it was a lie told by people who didn't like, and clearly didn't take the time to understand the Seed series, so made shit up about them using other Sunrise-adjacent gossip as basis. And to avoid sounding like a hypocrite, I will admit I could be completely wrong on Yukana's part in this, and her dating an audio director is just another rumor, so she is completely blameless. But my point is, CC is this big outlier that isn't part of anything this creative staff has ever done outside of it before and since, and isn't found in what was the basis for this series. She comes out of nowhere, adds to nothing, and only seems to take time away from focus on what is important to telling the story, in a tale that is already neglecting the presentation of essential need-to-know information to the cast and audience that is relevant to conveying the story. And her being forced upon the staff by executives explains every single thing about why she is here and takes the time she does away from others, while also explaining why Sunrise itself tries to claim she is a main character and female lead of the series, despite how easy it is to write out anything she does, because those things don't tie into the real progression of the plot.
I've been doing some thinking and I got some ideas to improve the show. Hoochie needs to be louder, angrier, and have access to a time machine. 2. Whenever Poochie's not on screen, all the other characters should be asking, "Where's Poochie?"
Honestly, it makes me feel bad for CC's English voice actor, Kate Higgins, in all of this. As unintentionally or no, Kate Higgins keeps playing characters people come to dislike or hate some aspect of regarding the execution of their conduct. This isn't necessarily across the board, but amidst her career she's tended to end up as the anti-waifu instead of the paramour we are rooting for, bearing no chemistry with her character's romance options, or the characterization itself is to their own detriment, and the way in which she has to portray it becomes damning. Best epitomized by the anti-chemistry in Kate's role as Sakura Haruno in the Naruto series, with her acting across again from Yuri Lowenthal as Sasuke, though that is as much the problem with the writing of Naruto on that. But such is also on display with her performances of CC, where despite her roles as Nanao Issei, Retsu Unohana, and Yachiru in the Bleach anime, she's never had a functioning dynamic or character chemistry with any role of Johnny's, in the same way Karen has the times they have been cast in the same productions, to bridge an emotional gap in the ways some fans of the series, even at times staff members, wanted, or how the character in CC's case was retconned by solely word of God from Taniguchi to bear them, which only ended up acting more to the detriment of her character, as CC is never shown to actually do anything to showcase any forms of affection, until it is far past the point such would have in any way mattered, where we would be on board such. Which contrasts her against Kallen's portrayal in both languages deeply. Lelouch's other love interests show the complex nature of their feelings throughout the story to make them considered more viable for consideration. Whereas by the point CC is made to suddenly have such, it is far too late, and such was not accepted as the audience has been poisoned against her with how, in the little time she actually is relevant to the story, she is revealed as having been acting against their well-being the entire time. It's been one of the promoted points of contention, thanks to revelations over the character's relevance, that now the only way to make her matter is to deliberately screw over other characters who were more relevant in actually relating the story in the ways it was needed to be.
年長者を敬えってんなら、そっくりそのまま返すぜ。
And I know there are fans who will disagree with this assertion. Hell, as said, Hiroyuki Yoshino rewrites the series' storyline in the compilation movies to place increased emphasis on CC as being and having importance. But that only furthers my point. She doesn't in the original series. If she were actually as important to the story as the movie timeline makes her out to be, then they would not have needed to overtly spotlight her to promote her into that role. They wouldn't have needed to steal focus from and remove events that are centered on Kallen and her part of the story, just to replace them with newly created ones focused on just CC in those movies, as those events would already exist in the main story as something plot critical. They do not. Hell, even the episodes in the first half of the series that are supposed to be focused on her backstory, with another of her contractors appearing out of the blue to be an enemy, she barely has relevance in them beyond the motivator for the villain of that storyline. But if one pays attention to those episodes as well, one notices something rather glaring about them. The Mao arc, as it is known, revolves around CC's former contractor named Mao, who has the special ability to read minds, and comes in search of her because, due to her code, CC is the only one that he cannot read the mind of. He was given this power as a child, and overused it by leaving it on constantly until the point it went rampant. Because he can't stop reading minds, he craved silence and isolation after, which led him to become trapped by his attachment to CC as the only one he could consider real, instead of seeing everyone as wearing a fake face over their real self. So when she abandoned him because he refused to take her code, as she had done before, he went insane and spent years trying to find her, and now he has, leading him into conflict with Lelouch due to his status as her current contractor, who he feels is keeping her away from him. And this arc appears to do something truly important for the tale. It shows Lelouch the dangers of overusing and abusing his Geass power, which before this point he was actually so restrained with regards to its use that CC wanted him to use it more and more than he was, so it would grow and develop faster. But by the presented story by this point, Lelouch has only really used it a couple dozen times, spaced out over weeks if not months, depending on how one views the skewing of the timeline with the story. So despite utilizing the power, he hasn't abused it by leaving it running constantly. Plot point. And the second is that there are other people out there with Geass abilities that he should be wary of, and not think of his ability as what will decide things in his favor in the future. Thus he should be less reliant on it resolving his problems instead of more. And those would be important things if it actually had any impact. Lelouch does not stop using his Geass for risk it could go rampant, makes no contingencies against that occurring, and is surprised when it eventually does, as if he didn't know about rampant Geass at all, and the Mao-Arc's events did not occur. And likewise, he is completely unprepared in R2 to deal with enemy Geass users and code bearers, both of which are things CC should and could have warned him of in the past when he asked for just those details, as they have screwed over other contractors for her to know to tell them. And yet she refused to, because those things and parts of the story did not exist yet. The important things Lelouch learns from this are thus made completely irrelevant. The only things the Mao arc does for the series is conclude a lingering plot arc left over from the previous arc that could have been resolved faster and more cleanly without Mao's involvement at all, and one other certain revelation.
それで勝ったつもりか。よせ、話せよ、この父親殺しが。お前は7年前に実の父親を殺している。徹底抗戦を唱えていた父親を止めれば戦争は終わる。子供の発想だね。実際はただの人殺し。嘘。仕方がなかった。そうしなければ日本は今さら後付けの理屈かい？この死にたがりが。
Which again, considering other people who knew this secret are already in Lelouch's orbit or would become his allies following this, that revelation does nothing here for the story. If anything, it seems like it is here as it needed to be said for what happens next in the tale. But if the entire Mao arc were removed, nothing significant changes, and the time would then have been spent on other characters that were supposed to have focus in R1. Case in point, this is Kaguya Sumeragi. She is Suzaku's cousin, and makes cameo appearances throughout R1's story, including in the opening credits of the show. I will get more into this in the discussion of R2, but she was supposed to be introduced, and was even cast in R1, but the episode's focus on her becoming part in things never materialized. And the only logical point to do that introduction is exactly where the Mao arc occurs. Because right before this arc, the faction she is part of, the Six Houses of Kyoto, was also properly introduced and allied with Lelouch. And she, as Suzaku's cousin and with her position, would have known what Suzaku did and act toward Lelouch away from continuing to try and recruit him. And an additional reason beyond these that some fans claim the episodes actually do have relevance for is in the plot to subvert Mao. Lelouch claims that he has ownership of CC, that she is his in ways Mao could not even imagine. It is a complete lie, said to distract and disorient Mao so he cannot use his mind-reading powers due to the mental blue screen it was intended to cause, allowing others roped into this event to subdue him. But that is used as evidence by some as Lelouch bearing actual true affection for CC, despite the extra-canonical material confirming her as asexual, her previous relation with his parents, and her doing nothing through which to earn that affection in comparison to others that are teased or intended as Lelouch's paramours, which do make more overtures than CC herself does.
子供の色恋に興味はない。俺は降りる。
お前さんの邪魔はしないよ。
あ？どういう意味で俺ら？
Another strike against that assertion is the Mao arc is not in the movies. This is the central, key evidence for CCLL shippers that they were a possible paramour option. The compilation movies are presenting a version of events that would place greater emphasis on them seeking that path, because such was mandated by Sunrise, and yet they do not include the most important moment for justifying that interpretation, because it was never intended in that context in the first place. Hell, the entire Mao arc wasn't even original to the series. It was just one Okouchi recycled from a previous work when he was told to do more with CC. So, where is it from? It's the world without lies!
Do the monkey with me! Come on!
The 17th episode of King Gainer has as its enemy, like Mao, a man whose Overman mecha grants him the ability to read his opponent's minds. No matter what the cast do, they cannot act fast enough to counteract this power because the man can read like a book everything they're plotting. The only way to defeat him is to distract him, give him too many thoughts barraging his brain at once, or put a shock to his system so hard he cannot respond despite reading another's mind, until it is already too late. And how does the show succeed in doing that?
好きだ！サラ！愛してるんだ！サラ！サラを知ってから僕は君の虜になってしまったんだ。 愛しているってこと
ヘイナーのバカだよこの声は
バカねえか
バッて見せるとはよく言ったな。
今出てこい
青春だからって大概にしなさい
そっか、こちらの猫は好き。
カットすればいいんだいやこれでシリアスに戦いが
悪いが今だね。
It is the same. It is quite literally the same plot, down to its resolution. Sure, nuances of it are altered so the plot can fit in the setting of Code Geass. The supernatural means of mind reading is changed from a power of the mecha to a psychic contracted one, but the execution of it, down to how it is resolved, does not differ. And in everything of Okouchi's work thus far, he might repeat beats of characterization in his plots as narrative shorthands. A lot of writers do that, so I don't hold that against him. But this is the only time I can find where he's just straight up uplifted a story he previously did, near verbatim, in this way. This is an irregularity in the pattern only explained by Sunrise telling them to give more focus time to CC when she herself had been irrelevant for much of the story. And thus it is not a sign of the paramour arc between the two. Instead signifies further how CC's presence acts to the series' detriment, as nothing the Mao arc does, which was supposed to revolve around CC, progresses anything in the story, and makes her matter more in it. So we lost time to spend on other things, and people more essential to progressing the narrative and character arcs. And that is not a judgment by fans, as the Mao arc has never ended up in any of the retellings of the series. It's not in the movies, it's not in any of the mobile games, it's not in the novelizations or manga adaptations. It doesn't even show up in Super Robot Wars as a background event. It is considered that irrelevant. And yet it is the grounding upon which people think Lelouch and CC are interested in one another, which Sunrise insists now to be true, despite them providing no validating evidence of their forced upon the audience ship, which they only did to try and shove Lelouch out of focus of the series. A lot of people consider the arc worse and more harmful now than it was considered originally, and outright worthless as a result. I'm just telling you a potential reason for why it exists as it does, when the show is supposed to be focused on the fight against the tyranny of Britannia. Though it should be remembered in the series that the nation of Britannia is literally an America that never escaped the British monarchy as it lost the Revolutionary War. Meaning Britain, instead of being humbled by the loss of the territory, became an even worse imperialistic power, which devolved into being even more classist with time, as there was no successful revolution for freedom or cultural reform, which is said is revealed to have in fact been CC's fault and why such failed in efforts to once again give the character relevance to the tale, with the advice to her contractors ultimately causing the downfall of the principal players of it, as she does the same thing with each of them. But because America was still in their hands, the Britannian royal family emigrated to ruling their land in the Americas after they lost the British Isles to Napoleon during the Napoleonic Wars, consequently causing the nation to become immensely xenophobic with regards to other nations, and driven to reclaim its power any way it could, with its social hierarchy becoming hyper-rigid in its caste and class systems, to allow no upward mobility, unless you were an absolute corrupt crony to those in power. In reaching the point their cultural propaganda could do nothing but promote those parts of their nation as being a superior species, and it was their divine mandate to educate the primitives and other such nonsense to prop themselves up as better, and indoctrinating their people into believing the lie that upward mobility was possible, as long as you were a good, behaving member of society, while punching down everyone that is not themselves as numbers.
Londo, we've beaten them. Their cities are in ashes, their military is wiped out, they've lost hundreds of thousands of lives. They have nothing left.
No, there you are wrong. They still have their pride. As long as it remains, they will always be a threat.
Pride? It's not enough that we've beaten them, we have to break them?
Yes. I'm sorry, I thought you understood that.
Thus, the nation and its citizens are much more openly harsh and cruel to those not like themselves, as there was no humbling performed throughout British imperialism to show the evil of classism that is the root of all racism. According to the Apocrypha, Britannia, after losing the British Isles in the early 1800s during an event known as the Humiliation of Edinburgh, proceeded to conquer any territory they could claim, starting with the rest of the mainland United States, expanding into Canada and Central America, and going from there. But those who previously resided in Canada and Central America before their conquest, well, it didn't matter if they were natives or settlers from other European countries. They were all collectively declared as the first numbers. And 200 years after that, they are still treated as numbers, as the rigid caste system the country has operated under since its formation does not allow for actual upward social and class mobility. The system only survives by having someone to oppress, and that is why the numbers even exist as part of the system, to deliberately engineer conflict between the commoners and the numbers so they mutually ignore the nobles and royals that make their lives hell, instead of mutually turning against them.
テロではブリタニアは倒せないぞ。相手を間違えるな。敵はブリタニア人ではない。ブリタニアだ。
ここがンコソパの原点っす。もともとは部品工場がメインの産業だったんすよ。
俺らはシュゴッダムに踏みつけられてきた雑草だからよ。雑草でいろ。踏まれても折られてもまず立ち上がれってな。
山の麓からな、一歩一歩登ってく。てっぺん取れてんだろ。だったら近道はね。
ヤンマくんはオイラたちに背中で見せてくれたんすよ。貧民街の雑草だって立ち上がって死に物狂いでぶっちぎればてっぺん取れるって。
And that continued for every territory they conquered. Greenland, Area 4. Iceland, Area 5. South America, collectively Area 6. Hawaii and the Pacific Midway Islands, Area 7. The Falkland Area, 8. New Zealand, Area 9. And into China, Area 10. That is every area Britannia enslaved since their founding over the course of 200 years before the series starts with the conquest of Japan, with them doubling their claimed territory in the 7 years since that event, thanks to the unfettered access of Japan's Sakurai supply, which is all thanks to Suzaku. This historical context is in turn why Suzaku's plan to gain prestige and show the value of the conquered people will never work and is outright shown to not work, as no one else in all that time has done it. His rise in prestige represents the danger of the other, of an outsider to his inflexible system, appearing to infiltrate the positions of their power and disrupt their centuries-old social order by rising above their station. Really, the only reason why he and he alone of all the numbers that kowtow to Britannia is shown to rise in rank is thanks to solely cronyism and nepotism, not by the actual merits of his abilities or any value he himself as a person has, which ruins his entire argument that it is possible for others to do the same, as it can't be. His rise is the built-in exception to the rule that permits the propagation of the lie that the system only fails those that don't want to be part of it, even as all the nobles decry his arrogance at thinking that he has any right walking among them. But no one else he condemns for not participating have the political connections his rise is solely reliant on, and the cause of. Trying to push that through while working within the system will only get those who do want to change things assassinated, and their name dragged through the mud, which is something that does come to pass, and in turn makes him fall in line as a sycophantic slave, just one with special privileges, who refuses to see his chains for what they are. But when you think about what we see done in practice, then it's only really a minor change from how factions in America have been for a long time, with regards to those of different skin tones or religious alignments, or sexual identity or preference other than their own. It's just more openly saying the quiet part out loud. Britannian practice in Code Geass really is no different than what we've seen of right-wing conservative nationalist political positions, and what they do when in power. So Britannia's evil is what is at risk of happening every fucking election cycle, just without the robots and with more widespread cultural indoctrination and propaganda. The only true difference being that it's beholden to a monarchy, which conservatives keep seeming to want in their party leaders, and that Britannia pays worship to a twisted revisionist form of Darwinism as its central tenet instead of any one given religion, primarily because Lelouch's sperm donor hates God. Then again, American conservatives don't actually worship God. They use their religion as an excuse to do what they want and as a means by which to trick people into giving them power, in the same way Britannians use Darwinism and classism in Code Geass as an excuse for the atrocities they commit, which is all ultimately a means to inflict themselves and impose control on others. For that is one of the major narrative themes explored through the conflict of Lelouch and Kallen against Suzaku, that of individual rights and freedom versus oppressive control and conformity.
和平条約はどこへ行ったのかな？
何のことだ？我々はバグナラクの侵略行為に一切介入していない。バグナラクはシュゴッダムへの不可侵を約束した。
そこは人類の間違いだろ。
シュゴッダム、すなわち人類だよ。愚かな王は自ら国を滅ぼす。だから私が地球を統一する。地球の秩序を乱さんとしている。今や我々の平和を脅かすのはバグナラクではない。この私が地球の平和を守ると誓おう。
バグナラクと人間の仲直りは済んだと思ってたんだが。
認識が甘い。お前のせいでむしろ平和からは遠ざかった。
全てを滑るどころか、全て滑ってる。
But back to the point, something that is not recognized by Americans about the occupation of Afghanistan was that it wasn't done for anti-terrorist and peacekeeping reasons, or at least stopped being about such very early in America's tenure there. In reality, the continuous American presence there was in part done for imperialistic reasons, Western companies gaining access to resources the region had and taking advantage of that. Afghanistan is the source of an immense amount of the world's lithium supply. Lithium being a rare metal that is a central component in the production of batteries and other types of electrical capacitors. Or at least it was. In more recent years, scientists and engineers have been figuring out how to get salt batteries to work, so we're less reliant on a rarer metal for our batteries that keeps ending up in landfills. And in Code Geass, Sakurai is in turn a similar material that instead of being just a conductor, it's a superconductor. It doesn't just hold a charge, it can contain vast amounts of energy with almost no deterioration in quality. And if overcharged, the compound becomes explosive. For science fiction fans, it's essentially the same as the fictional material Naquadah and Nequadria from the Stargate franchise. You can build so many things with them that, with trace amounts of the material, they become more energy efficient. Large quantities, super powerful reactors, and even bombs that make nuclear arms pale in comparison. Screw fossil fuels. If you have Sakurai and other superconductors on hand as viable resources, solar power and other alternative energies become much more mainstream, as even a single D battery's amount of Sakurai can hold enough of an electrical charge to run an electric car for as long as a gasoline-powered one.
And now that I've located those D batteries, the universe will be mine!
Are you serious? You couldn't find D batteries.
Only at gas stations, and they're just so darn expensive there.
And that's what you see in Code Geass with pretty much all technology. They skipped or abandoned reliance on fossil fuels, as Sakurai superconductance made other options vastly more viable. And as a consequence, it presented a visual sense of the exploitation the people of a nation experience when outsiders explicitly come for your stuff and declare eminent domain. And this is all a background detail. Moreover, there are not hard lines on the sides. We see active disagreements on where people fall on their alignments. As much as it might seem as a Westerner versus Easterner story, it's anything but thanks to Lelouch and Kallen being on an opposing side of that alignment despite their Britannian lineage. Yes, Kallen may have been born and identify as Japanese, and Lelouch has to wear the mask, but we nonetheless do see Britannians not part of the nobility who are more empathetic towards the suffering of others and sympathize with the Black Knights due to how Lelouch sold them as allies and warriors for justice, which makes them bear a more legitimized standing regarding the rebellion among the people than as just another group of terrorists, which the Britannian nobility and hardliners, and Suzaku write them off as. For Lelouch is steadfast and honest about them fighting for the well-being of the people, and not just those reduced to being numbers, which is in conflict with Britannia's status quo.
私たちはレジスタンスではない。じゃあなんだよ。私たちが目指す。それは正義の味方だ。
This line and the constant insistence upon that is important to sell to the Britannian public and those conquered by them, as it is reinforcing the fact that the Black Knights are a consequence of Britannia's own misconduct. That by the logic of the Empire, if those they trod upon are strong, then it infers that their own way of thinking is wrong, which that populace will either violently reject or have such wedge open the door to them throwing off the propaganda they've lived with, which consequently needs to be overcome if peace is to come after the events of the series. Guess what is one of the many things the series entirely screws up in the long term? Yes, it completely fucks up addressing the nationalism the entire Britannian populace has been passively brainwashed by their entire lives, which itself can survive through grassroots terrorism and those who believe in the divine mandate for Britannia to rule over all others, despite any morals they or the spin-off material may claim they have. While it spends some time paying lip service to such, it's frequently treated as an exception, not the rule. And people are not just going to play nice with others of differing nationalities just because you tell them to. Not when their society is literally built upon punching down and hitting as scapegoats those that are not of their own nation, regardless of their race. We see Britannians have a diverse ethnicity among them, so it's certainly not a standard racial divide seen of them. And the areas and their number populations that even without British colonization would have still varied ethnic groups of those with European descent or not due to how and when global colonization happened that isn't screwed with due to the changes in history to bring about Code Geass' setting. But we have nonetheless seen that same type of classist persecution time and again in America for decades. I don't even need to name examples. You can likely just look up the most recent mass shooting or hate crime, showing how cancerous and insidious this kind of thought is. Now, instead of this being extremists being radicalized by lunatics, imagine that such is the status quo where a man can justify shooting someone considered less than them dead in the street if that number so much as looked at the shooter funny, and the shooter gets away with it. You're not overcoming that with any plausible chance of success unless they're handed a devastating defeat, which the series does not allow to happen. They're more likely to kill whoever is put in charge that tells them to play nice and accept those different than themselves than they are to just give in to it. And that's why, realistically, Lelouch believes Britannia's current structure needs to burn. Because it's not just his bastard of a sperm donor that is the beginning and end of the problem, but each and every person that have spent their lives either enabling it or profiting from this horrible system, or believe it is the only way that is right because it is all they have ever known. Thus, to get them to change, they first need to have it thrown in their face that this system is a lie, which can only happen if the nation as a whole suffers a crippling defeat. And that can only come from everyone else uniting against them.
誰も彼も一人では無力。だから力を合わせる。不本意だろうが、世界が滅ぶよりはマシだ。
But as that never happens, there is no valid impetus for them to change given at any point. And worse, we spend most of our time focused on how this revolution harms the moderates and those that would be on their side, instead of those who are genuine scum that profit off the backs of those they kick on the ground. So the Black Knights consequently never get support from any meaningful population of Britannians to show that reconciliation between the common man and those enslaved by the nobility is possible, which harms perception of the series in the story's aftermath. As despite the change in leadership that takes place, there is still, at the end, multiple individuals at the top that have stolen the power they wield, and use it to oppress the voices of the people again. instead of making it so such individuals would be deposed and their role no longer needed. And to parallel Suzaku's view, there are likewise Japanese traditionalists so stuck in their ways and inducing a cycle of hatred for their own gain that they are no different than the Britannians that oppress them. And if the shoe were on the other foot, they would be the ones the Lelouch and company would be fighting against, as they are viewed as the ones that caused Britannia to conquer them with how they manipulated the expense of the Sakurai supply in the series' backstory that led to the world's nations turning a blind eye to Britannia's invasion of them, as they would get a better financial deal for the compound of it. The Japanese leaders thought no one would dare threaten them with their monopoly, but did not consider the consequences of crossing a man who controlled a third of the world already, and let the murderer of his favored wife get off scot-free for it. And it made it policy to enslave other nations during his reign. The same type of conservative nationalism Japan's old guard tries to assert is the same type of conservative nationalism Suzaku fights for in Britannia's name. The sole difference being he views Britannia as being the one with power, and thus the one to obey, and the one in the right because of that power, despite all they do being a series of human rights violation atrocities. So yeah, pre-invasion, Japan's then government and Code Geass were constantly poking a bear with progressively sharper sticks. As while the Sakurai price gouging is made to not be the sole reason Britannia invaded, as is revealed in the Geass Mythos arc, Suzaku's father's actions did give them the excuse they needed to take an allied, or at least neutral, nation and crush it under heel. Suzaku killed his dad because he believed it would save lives. And it did. And with those saved lives, they endured suffering in hopes they would one day win their freedom through rebellion, which to Suzaku made him feel that the cost he paid was meaningless, as rebelling against a force that won because of him was wrong, and thus went out of his way to act against those who were trying to free his people and ruin Britannia's chances to conquer the rest of the planet.
和平を約束した奴がやることじゃない。
私が知らないとでも。
お前さん、自分が利用されてるってことがわからないのか。
それがどうした？力が手に入るなら私は地獄の悪魔にでも魂を売る。地球統一、平和はすぐそこだ。喜べ。
And that is where Suzaku went wrong, ultimately leading to him becoming the myopic hypocrite the series presents him as, believing the Japanese and all others conquered as numbers should prostrate themselves and accept another's rule because they were spared death so they would be treated better, even though Britannia had stolen all but their lives from them and do not consider them human. As, what's the point of living if the only future you have is as a slave to someone that doesn't even consider you human? It is in this that we see Suzaku is not operating from the moral center many believe him to, but him using a claim to morality as an excuse for his actions. His words coming from him wanting to force others to conform to his way of life, in the same way Britannia does, by just declaring themselves right. But you cannot fix a problem by repeatedly enabling why the problem exists in the first place.
あなたに足りないのは覚悟です。優しさと綺麗事だけで何ができますか。王にならんとするならば傷つけ、血に汚れ、命を背負うご覚悟を。
And yet, this still gets worse for Suzaku. Some of the extra-canonical material is set when Lelouch and Suzaku are children, and they did not have a good first meeting. Suzaku constantly being argumentative with Lelouch on any topic that would be brought up between them. Lelouch would of course win every argument hands down, not just because he was smarter than Suzaku, but because he had a broader perspective of the world and how it works due to his education than Suzaku did to be informed of it. And yet Suzaku refused to ever admit it, even when Lelouch would show his work that he was wrong. He would instead beat up Lelouch to shut him up, as even then, might made right to him. Now transfer that into how we see Suzaku act throughout the series, and it is in turn that same mentality on display. He is still acting as a 9-year-old boy choosing to be ignorant of how the world really works, screaming at it to do what he tells it to, and laying blame and assaulting others when it doesn't. Awareness of this erodes his moral position from someone who is overly naive and optimistic into one that refuses to grow up and see their actions for what they are. And this is actually made worse by the novelizations of the series, for they reveal there that Suzaku's father Genbu Kurugi, despite being blamed for the war, wasn't even the cause of it, but trying to actually prevent his people falling into slavery in every way possible he could. And it was Suzaku's unilateral actions in murdering him months before the war even started, which triggered everything that followed, as him no longer being in charge meant that other options to save Japan from invasion were taken off the table, including the continuance of negotiations with Britannia. I am not exaggerating with that. Genbu was dead long before the war, and everyone else in power covered it up for their own needs. For one of the options Genbu was given to prevent the worst of the conflict was to submit to the demands of a member of the Britannian royal family to kill Lelouch and Nunnally, and in exchange, Genbu would be left in charge of his nation as a Britannian territory. Now when we apply global knowledge to this, we know who made that offer. Victor Z. Britannia, aka V2, the murderer of Lelouch and Nunnally's mother, who also made sure that the first strike on Japan would drop bombs on the shrine Lelouch and Nunnally were living at, so as to make it seem like they had been dead from the start and the war was all caused by their execution. So this is not surprising. The offer had been given to Genbu before Lelouch and Nunnally had even been handed over to his care, and he only reveals this knowledge to series supporting character Kyoshiro Todo, who was a teacher for Suzaku and Lelouch in this period before he would later join Lelouch's side of the rebellion, months after they arrived in 2010. Granted, there is an overall problem with the novelization. Two of them, in fact. The first is it's another of the series' alternate timelines. It draws basis from anime canon, but ends up in conflict with means and motivations presented and discussed elsewhere. Anime canon, as depicted in the prequel dramas and flashback scenes? Yeah, no, Genbu knew better. Novelization? Greedy monster that would do it if the rewards were high enough, but does so in a way that doesn't make sense. As the other prequel-era content would showcase, Genbu had ample opportunities to kill the pair, but hadn't gone through with it, and instead had focused his time in warning the people of the dangers of capitulating to Britannian rule and advocated other alliances. Why? Because killing the two children would have only made things worse. It would have been the validation Britannia needed to invade and slaughter Japan, as that's what they do anyways, even without the deaths, using the propaganda that they had been killed to excuse the invasion itself. And Canon Genbu understood that would be a consequence for you to actually do it.
It's the best of us. Animals! Strike them down! Follow them to the base and kill them, all of them! No mercy!
But this is in fact set off by issue 2, the novelization's translation, where there are unnecessarily localization changes between the Japanese and English versions of the book that was released, which changed understanding of the book's actual events. This was uncovered when a fan found the Japanese version of the books and got curious about what changes had been made in imports, only to find significant alterations. Such centrally focused around its description of how Genbu was acting when describing to Todo that he has the option to kill the kids. In the original Japanese version, it is made clear that Genbu was bluffing to get the military and financial sectors of Japan to back his plans for international alliances against Britannia, so he wouldn't need to kill two kids whose only sin is having a bastard of a sperm donor. But he was still given the option to do so. In the official English version, Genbu's characterization is rewritten to depict him as intending to go through with it, thus acting to justify Suzaku's actions when such are treated in storyline as being indefensible. As this is, to quote the Spider-Verse movies, his canon event, the life-defining moment he keeps bending over backwards to justify in his mind that was necessary. But his abdication over responsibility for it only highlights how he keeps making the wrong decisions after it, because he genuinely believes that only his way of doing things is the right way. And that is all before you factor in that what the novelization itself makes into his reason to kill his father was all based on a lie.
Does that sound like a hero?
Well, when you put it like that, not really, but,
Then what the hell, man? What the actual hell?
Which makes all his actions to have to get responsibility to those in power, which he says even in this novel that is what he is doing, so he has such hard choices taken out of his hands, to justify that he has no other way. Thus, he always takes the easy way out, the way out where he doesn't need to think about what he's done, and how he could be in the wrong, and causing more atrocities and victimization along the way. Which, to quote a Superman comic, that doesn't make you a hero. It makes you a weapon. A weapon that is pointed at those that are weak and made voiceless he should have sought to protect and champion, which is what Lelouch is doing, instead of indulging on Britannia's pyramid scheme of false equivalence in a caste system. But hey, it's okay, because Suzaku feels really, really bad that he had to kill his dad.
Oh, well, that's alright then!
Now, Genbu is not depicted in a positive light in any of Code Geass' tie-in media, but when they're put in the terms of Taniguchi, Sunrise, and Bandai deliberately insisting on Suzaku not be depicted as villainous as his actions ultimately make him, then the demonization of his father actually makes more sense. Up to a point. For leaders sometimes have to make hard choices, and that not being understood from the perspective of children. And it is that acceptance of reality and the need for hard choices when no others are available is what Suzaku himself rejects. That in turn leads to why so many of Suzaku's decisions are bad, as he does not consider the eventual consequences of them, only the immediate costs, and how they solely affect him. Which is how a 9-year-old thinks. And Lelouch showcasing that same mentality towards hard choices as Genbu, being why Suzaku ends up at odds with him, and why he keeps saying as well that Lelouch's actions can only be self-centered egocentrism, because he's doing nothing but project what he does onto others. And in Lelouch's case, it all snarled up with his feelings towards his dad due to how he thinks Zero as Lelouch is acting, but refusing to see the reality of the situation. And then you start reading interviews with Okouchi about things he did not, or rather was not allowed to include in the series. One of these Word of God details being Suzaku's familial origins, and his family originally being from the Shikine Island region and having connection to the mystical ruins hidden there. And thus one can logically deduce a lot from that detail. Shikine Island and its companion Kamine Island are two plot-critical locations for the supernatural mythos arc of the series, one being a Britannian base, and the other being why the base is there. For Kamine bears a relic related to Code Geass called a thought elevator. The acquisition of the thought elevators is one of the central motivations for Charles and the Code Wielder working with him to conquer the world. As by connecting the world's thought elevators, Charles and his allies can access and manipulate a realm which houses humanity's collective unconsciousness. In essence, a psychic connection everyone bears that connects them to every other person, and even supernatural deities. The collective unconsciousness is also how Geass works, each Geass power manipulating that cognitive backdoor access to every other person, and thus a person that can walk in that realm can have root access to others' minds, and even talk to the dead, whose consciousnesses return there after the time in their body has ended, as the collective unconsciousness is one interpretation of what the afterlife is. But that backdoor access is especially dangerous for Geass bearers, as it can allow someone using an active thought elevator the capacity to manipulate the Geass of another user, and the circumstances by which and timing of when it activates, even allowing them to hijack the powers of other Geass wielders for their own schemes, and eventually gain access to the realm of the conceptual God that all the consciousness of humanity are born from and return to, which Charles and his co-conspirators believe to be an abomination. Now, what does this have to do with Suzaku and his family? Well, that interview revealed that Suzaku's father, Genbu Kururugi, knew what the thought elevators were, as their family had a history with them. And from that revelation, we are given context to his actions. Genbu having done what he could to stall Britannia's efforts to claim the thought elevators by the Sakurai embargo, preventing Britannia's war machine from running at full speed. Even though that eventually led to a need for a do-or-die resistance against Britannia to stop their nation from being conquered. He was trying to do everything he could to prevent Britannia getting hold of the damn things, as while he likely was not aware of what the specifics of their intent with them was, he would have known how dangerous it was for the superpower to be monopolizing them. It's plausible he hoped that the other superpowers would come to their aid or work to counter Britannia's conquests if Japan held up all their resources and manpower, as by that point, Britannia invaded, they had to have nearly exhausted their stores of Sakuradite, so lasting out could defeat them, only for Suzaku to kill him while, like always, not considering the consequences or meaning behind his actions. While none of what I've just expressed is explicitly stated in Okouchi's interviews in those terms, it is nonetheless the logical train of thought that results from the two details that are given, and the knock-on effects of them. The Kurugis draw their origins from Shikine, and Genbu did know what the thought elevators were, if not the specifics of what they did. The rest is just connecting the dots from the officially provided material, like we end up having to do with everything else important in this series. As why they did not include that detail is because it immediately and overtly invalidates every moral argument Suzaku makes throughout the series to make him objectively wrong. But they couldn't have that because they needed more ambiguity in the story, even as it makes it so the people he claims to love most all pay the consequences he did not, nor is ever held accountable for.
What's the rule about following an illegal order?
You don't. We're not involved. We haven't attacked anyone.
But you're about to. Any action you take in support of an illegal order makes you an accomplice of that order. Soldiers aren't machines. They have to think. They have to decide if an order is moral or not. But what does your conscience tell you?
And that's to say nothing about what's up with the Chinese and the European fronts of the series and why they stupidly did not seek to intervene, which exacerbates this multi-sided war by their own leaders' respective idiocy that only further enables Britannia's atrocities. But regardless, these divides are not entirely racially factioned, but have to do with inbred ethics and values, and how life experiences affect how those subsequently are acted upon. This consequently shown spectrum of alignments is a smart detail where, if everything were better addressed in the later sections of the series, would have paid off massively for Lelouch as Zero selling himself not just as an enemy to his sperm donors Britannia, but anyone that would act to oppress and steal the freedoms of others and work to free them from centuries of oppressive dominion, even as the power in his eye allows him to subvert the will of anyone he gazes upon, if he so chose. And really, that's the brilliance of the staff giving him that exact power in the most dangerous form. His greatest wish is to have the power to change things by people actually listening to what he says. And the only real way to create a positive change is by influencing the world around him into wanting to change, then by his power allowing others to do as he says. Changing the will of the world one command at a time. However, the fact he refrains from using it on his allies and does as much as he can to change people's hearts and minds by sole influence of his own words and actions, by leading by example, shows once more his own self-awareness on that he could become as bad as the people he hates who dominate others for nothing other than selfish wishes if he's not careful. And that is a fear that is played upon as time goes on. For as far as the timing of the series goes, there really wasn't a better opportunity than what it is shown for the revolution to begin, with Britannia's rampant conquests over the past 8 years in-universe doubling the landmass of its dominion. Britannia's resources and military power are stretched thin even trying to maintain control over the territories it has conquered, all on top of an active campaign being waged against the forces of both the European Union and Chinese Federation that had split the world into 3 major factions we see. But though Britannia claims to have superiority on all fronts, well, by and large the forces of the nation have chosen their targets both on the Emperor's whim and by striking at soft targets for rapid domination, or sieges that are meant to exhaust their opposition with the bulk of their forces, all of which can only be maintained by cannibalizing resources from their conquered nations. That is in turn primarily facilitated by the Sakuradite supply that is stripped mined out of the Japanese islands, cut off the Sakurai supply coming out of Japan, and Britannia's entire war machine collapses from lack of resources and resupply, and consequently leaving all of their claimed territories to be liberated in time by their native peoples through simple supply attrition of the occupational forces. That is the reality of the larger world narrative, which is often ignored. If Britannia loses control over Japan, they lose everything, as they've exhausted the majority of their resources, speeding along their conquests, which all the more recenters reflection of the narrative and the actions of both sides, and why Britannia's chief general Cornelia was sent in to take command of Japan to settle their resistance once and for all. It was that central piece to keeping Britannia from eating itself alive. Lelouch himself sees that helping Kallen and the rest of the Japanese reclaim their freedom can start the series of dominoes that will lead to the world's freedom from oppressive regimes, and usher in a new era he and Nunnally and everyone else can live happily in. And with Britannia's defeat, the influence of their corrupt "we are the strongest" dogma itself collapses, as their defeat itself proves it wrong, leading to the return of an empathy for others that had been stamped out of the world. And all of that is not anything Suzaku can recognize due to his insistence that all must bow to the rules of authority as he does if they want to have any legitimacy to their positions, even as that enables the victimization of not only his own people, but millions of others. After all, if the people in charge of the system and have power in the system do not want the system to change, then they will make it so it will not under any circumstances. Thus, attempting to make changes inside such a system itself, once more, is meaningless, as inside the system you are only given the power to affect the things that the system itself will allow you to. That doesn't invoke change in the system, that does invoke a corruption of those attempting to make a change, until they're just a slave to it as well. Thus meaning, no one Suzaku claims he wants to help through his methods ever will be. His people would, if he had his way, remain nothing but slaves.
この国の民を守りたいのなら、ひざまずき忠誠を誓え。嫌なこった。このまま死にたいか。
やらかいわ。やんなが。逃げる男だと思うか。
俺はこびねえ、へつらわねえ。誰が相手になろうと。今夜。
It is also why, despite him seeking to work towards a peaceful solution amidst his storyline in R1, which eventually leads to Euphemia actually offering a select number of Japanese equal rights as long as they remain under Britannian rule, well, this is why Lelouch actually objects to that solution, and has to be talked into it. But had he actually gone through with it, had he taken that easy way out to give his sister and allies peace, he would have been making the wrong decision, as he would have in turn allowed Britannia to still gain what it needed to oppress the world in perpetuity. After which, the government leaders could just circumvent the advocate for equal freedoms, who gave up all their political power and ability to influence things on the higher rulings of the power ladder to set up just this sole deal, and seal them all away again, as they got what they wanted out of offering the resistance this olive branch in the first place, so no longer needed to pretend to provide it. And thus, without the resources of a resistance, as they would have been cannibalized by and large to legitimize this special administrative zone, yeah, they'd all, once again, be left as nothing but slaves. And yes, I just by this simple reasoning about the series and abiding by the show's internal logic concerning its cast, using just solely in canon information available at the time of R1's release about the setting, nothing about the later content, made the Special Administrative Zone of Japan storyline at the end of R1 a massive self-destructive trap that would have led to a default loss condition for everyone. That series of events we'll discuss more in a little bit But it really needs to be acknowledged that from the second Euphemia announced its special administrative zone, a region where those part of it would be treated as equals, in her short-sighted wish for peace, she did not consider all these macroscopic reasons for why doing so was so bad. It was a no-win scenario for Lelouch, one which could have only been circumvented by its failure, and thus explaining some of the actions he takes as what would be lost is bigger than him or his personal desires and values. Which is part of the point of the character. How far will you go? How much will you sacrifice for the sake of a better world for those you love?
退屈だな。人を動かすのは退屈な説教じゃない。心躍る物語さ。なのに人の言うことばかり聞いて右往左往。とんだ喜劇だ。
まあまあいいこと言ったよね。あんなこと言われる筋合いある。
Really, the worst parts of Code Geass R1, and the series as a whole, end up being first, everything. Just everything relating to the Code and Geass supernatural mythos arc. Which, as stated before, was not thought out or planned in advance because it wasn't meant to exist originally by the creators. While Lelouch's possession of his Geass and exploration of his use of that power isn't part of the reflection of his character, that shortcut just as much closes off other possibilities, due to its use as a shortcut cheat. One that backfires just as often as it advances things. But the truly outstanding events in the series, the most memorable character moments, story events, and fantastic battles, yeah, that magic eye power and everything connected to it is largely irrelevant. And second, the timeline everything is supposed to occur in. Purportedly, the first season occurs within just 1 month, beginning on August 15th, 2017, and running into the middle of September. Episode 23's events specifically taking place on September 8th, before claiming to have a full year's time skip between R1 and R2, before the majority of R2 takes place over just another 2 months. But if you look at the progression of time inside each season, it doesn't work out that way at all, which is made even worse once you start trying to include all the canon supplementary content, as there is no allowable time for them to plausibly occur in, despite the value they add to the story and the declarations that such stories are canon. For by the point you reach just episode 12 of R1, over a month has already been shown to have passed inside the story from evidence of how many times the days change or time is said to have passed, and it should be the middle of October by that point instead of September, not even having started. For in just those presented 12 episodes, you have at least 6 weekends happen. Episodes 1 through 4 of the series are shown to occur over the course of 5 days. Episodes 5 through 8 shown to be over another week, if not a full 2. Episode 9, Refrain, in and of itself is shown to take place over the course of at least a week as well, and is said to begin over a full week after the events of Episode 8. Episodes 10 through 12 have another time skip occur before they begin, and take place over multiple days themselves. And the Mao arc that takes up episodes 13 through 16 have at least a week, if not 2, showcased to happen within them. So all of those events, just 2/3 of the way through the season, use up and are spaced out to occur over twice as much time than the entirety of the season is supposed to take place over at bare minimum. The back third of the season likewise features more substantial time skips than that, with 5 spaced out episodes that are shown in their events to occur over multiple days themselves, before a significant time skip is required for setting construction required to set up the events showcased in episode 22, with the last episodes of the season tied into 2 larger arcs with a time skip of at least a few days between them, meaning Code Geass R1 cannot occur in less than, at minimum, 4 months before you attempt to factor in the side content that even further extends that runtime of the series timeline. To insist on this all existing in just under 1 month is just ridiculous, as it does not allow for anything to happen when we are not looking at the focused characters that would allow the connections we see on screen to form and develop. And as a consequence, several events that the series later hinges significant story on are not developed on screen, and need more time off screen for them to have the weight and gravity they are later showcased to possess. For if they are not allowed that time, then everything connected to them becomes far, far worse. This is especially tied to character relationships and romance arcs within the series. The shorter the time you allow these romances to occur in and develop over, the less they are justified and worse they are in reflection, as there is no substantive time to grow them that leads to those bonds justifying the later actions the respective members take because of them. If you follow the hard 1 month timeline the show is said to present its events over, then the romance for the former showcased pair of Britannia's Valletta Nu, who at the time was suffering amnesia, and Black Knight member Kaname Ogi, occurs and is justified by them knowing each other for less than 1 total week beginning to end. Yet that week is enough to validate Ogi later betraying Lelouch for her, and for him to turn the Knights against him with his word. Like, no. Just, no.
私とお前みたいなイレブンが一緒になる。私の名はビレッタヌ、ブリタニアの騎士公だ。
そうか。ちくさ、記憶が戻ったのか。
And for the latter pairing of Suzaku with Euphemia, it's just 3 weeks from start to finish. That is too little time for any of that, to say nothing of the life-changing decisions others come to in that time. Then after that, a year time skip is said to occur, in which the events of the OVA series Akito the Exiled and the manga Oz the Reflection Part 1 canonically occur over. And then it's the spring of 2018, when the events of Code Geass R2 starts. But instead of the full year time skip as is said, then that makes it so its events only start up approximately 6 months later.
Space is warped and time is bendable.
And this actually makes things even worse, to say it occurs just 6 months later, due to all of what happens in Agito and Oz. And as then R2's events have the same problem as R1, with its first 21 episodes said to happen over less than 2 months, and then its last 4 over the span of an additional 3 or 4 months to conclude. So everything we see happen takes a grand total of 1 continuous year to be done with from start to finish. Yep, 1 continuous year where over 24 months worth of things are showcased happening. The official timeline doesn't work. Now at best, you can make this functional if you just move some of the showcase dates for things. Ideally, if R1 started in April instead of August, and then had its events occur over 4 months as I said, then this mostly fixes its timeline. Proponents of this model pointing out that the belief the timeline starts in August, being that it occurs at the beginning of a school year in Area 11. And this might have been a cultural goof with regards to the series considering school years in Japan start in April, whereas in the West they tend to start in the middle of August or early September. Move the date up a few months, and everything is resultantly far less crowded, and this discontinuity just an oversight regarding how time is presented to pass. From there, the events of the time skip where Akito and Oz could occur then take 8 months themselves, within the first 4 of which Akito has to occur. And the entirety of R2 can potentially work if from start to finish it takes 6 months itself. The timeline needs to just be a bit more spaced out than it's said to be, so the entire show has a chance to breathe and let things happen when we're not focused upon them. Granted, this is one of those things I haven't exactly had success in where the belief that this is the official chronology originated. Just a general saying that that is what the official timeline is. It's probably from one of the novels that I missed finding a page of, or the series of apocryphal books I could not get my hands on. But if this hyper-compressed just 1 year version is the actual canonical version of everything, and I will be basing several of my following statements upon that assumption, then it is one of the earliest warning signs of the problems the series would later showcase. Because it's nonsense, and the story itself and all its expansions contradict this assertion, as trying to justify its stated timeline just breaks the entire story with the plot holes and failures in logic it consequently creates. And it's in these respects, well, the more they did with the world in the main contents they release, the more they did end up breaking it as it led to more and more contradictions within the story, as a foundation to the timeline just ends up so skewed. Lost Stories, in its re-adaptation of the series, tries to not set down hard dates as consequence, but it's still difficult to reconcile when thought of in those terms, as this is not a series with a valid sliding timescale. Thus, the story is now viewed as constantly in conflict with itself, at best, and ruined by executive meddling from any number of sources and individuals responsible, at worst. But to best describe the dichotomy that broke the later story, it can be said that everything that happens in R1 is a direct result of consequences that come from the plotting of character actions. Person A does action B that affects person C, which causes situation D, and so on and so forth sequentially in a way that makes sense for what we are presented. Each event caused as a result of who a person is and their personal backstories, and those becoming an unbreakable chain of connections where everything presented slowly builds to culminate in later actions and payoff. The continuity of the story is that tight. One disruption moves the entire connection of chains. And with rare exception, you cannot remove links from those chains if you want what follows from them to still be connected or go the same way, as almost each and every one of them ends up mattering in some way. The rare exception, of course, as mentioned before, being everything associated with CC after she gives Lelouch his Geass, and by association elements of the Geass mythos arc. As such came about from trying to reverse engineer a backstory for the powers and give them relevance in a way that tied itself into the main story. Which again explains how poorly planned it was, because it wasn't planned from the start. It was just there to explain a plot device, one they could have gone without and attacked from other, just as viable angles if Sunrise had just let them. What they subsequently did for CC and revealed she knew later, just eventually entirely breaks her character, was for the sole purpose of actually giving her a role in the story which she does not have. The same with the other Geass powers later introduced in the series and side stories. The need to create new ones forced the staff to diverge more and more for the mythological constraints the curse originally operated off of, where it was a command, agreed upon prohibition, or self-fulfilling vow. But a key part of that is in Irish mythology, where the concept of gaze originates from. Those the gaze was cast on were the ones who were condemned to death either by the turns by which the spell is cast or by their violation. Kallen ended up murdering his son Kanya because his wife cast on Kanya a gaze to not reveal his identity under any condition. So when the two ended up on opposite sides where they could stop their fight if only Kanya could reveal himself to his father, he instead ended up impaled on his father's spear. Kallen only realizing who it was after Kanya had his last breath stolen from him. The ones who inflict the curse in that mythos are never the ones who are supposed to suffer the consequences. And an example of both of these aspects is in how the Geass ability grows stronger with time. And CC does not tell Lelouch the general rules to how Geass works regardless of what the power manifests as, even after he does encounter Mao, despite her desires for Lelouch's Geass to reach maturity so he can kill her. Full stop throughout the series, that's all she does want. Him or someone else with a mature one to do that deed, and is using Lelouch to fulfill that. For like with Mao and contractors before him, she will abandon them if they can't, just as she does to him by the end. But because Lelouch has no context to how the powers evolve, as CC refuses to tell him anything until after the point the series starts to get stupid, well again, he doesn't learn the right lessons from Mao about taking precautions against Geass rampancy and reduce his use so he may maintain control. Later content makes this worse, though, as all that information she's holding back from him would make it so he would not want to claim her code so she could die. So we're keeping that critical need to know information from him is not in his best interest, but her own. And thus, Lelouch never prepares himself for the worst case scenarios. And thus, a Britannian cult of Geass users is allowed to use the aforediscussed thought elevators to engineer his Geass to advance faster than normal, accelerating the timetable for when his power grows beyond his ability to control, before triggering it to become permanently active without his awareness of it being so, and consequently, in the worst circumstances possible.
俺にとって最悪の敵だったよ。君の勝ちだ。
脅されたからって私がルルーシュを撃つと思ったの？
ああ、違うんだよ。
もう変な冗談ばっかり。
本当だよ。例えば日本人を殺せって言ったら君の人は関係なく。 まさか今の命令は忘れろユリ待ってくれユリ
凡人を名乗る皆さん、お願いがあります。死んでいただけないでしょうか。
イレブンを殺せ。イレブンを殲滅せよ。一人も逃がすな。
やめろユリ
For those who have not seen the series, Euphemia is the woman second in Lelouch's heart after Nunnally, and as mentioned before, was trying to stop the fighting by giving those classed as numbers equal rights in a special administrative zone, that Lelouch was ultimately convinced to work with on this project, despite how disastrous that is for so much of the world, as I explained earlier, and was telling her about how dangerous his power was in that moment, which could bring harm to her. But because he was unaware of his Geass being made permanent, he accidentally condemns her to be remembered as a massacre princess, reinforcing the oppression upon those she claimed to want to help. And all because the cult believes in the Britannia their sperm donor has made, and due to CC refusing to impress upon Lelouch how easily he could lose control in the same way Mao did, or of the other enemies he has that have a Code and Geass ability. At best referring to such a risk as an offhand comment most dismissed. Thus Lelouch never kept in his mind the possibility his Geass could go rampant or could be used against him at the worst possible time, or create countermeasures against such, leaving him no other choice but one, to free his sister from the curse he laid on her.
罪を償えと背負い込めというのか俺がああできればそうしたかった君と共に
どうしてルルーシュ。
さようならユフィ多分初恋だった
Thus as said, when the series was good, a character would perform an action setting in motion events that result in disastrous consequences, that in turn set off the actions of others, and so on and so forth, with Euphemia's death being a classic example of Irish mythology's version of the curse of gaze, by forcing a scenario that makes one's doom inevitable. And as said, this is an example of why CC has no role in the story, as if she were just expunged from it, Lelouch would still have lacked context to Geass' shortcomings, and the Geass cult that is manipulating everything behind the scenes, and the same events would have resulted without change, but for better rationales and character reasons. If anything, her existence and refusal to tell him introduces a snarl in that plot for why she didn't warn him, or why Lelouch would refuse to listen, as neither are stupid enough to not be concerned about worst-case scenarios and plan contingencies against them. Her absence would have made this all a greater tragedy too, as he would have legitimately had no way to know beforehand to prevent this accident. But by CC being present, she should have told him, and yet she didn't. But that tragedy only holds up until the point that, as said, it is later revealed that Lelouch's father has a Geass, and his uncle, who is stuck as a 10-year-old immortal, code-bearer, orchestrated the events that led to Lelouch's Geass going rampant in that exact moment. As before the announcement of the Special Administrative Zone was made, Euphemia had been planning its viability in the background, them orchestrating the situation where Lelouch would end up in proximity to the Kamine-Shikine island pair, and then Lelouch's uncle VV teleporting him, Kallen, Euphemia, and Suzaku in proximity to the thought elevator through their manipulation of it, to allow him to connect a means of hacking and backdoor access to his Geass, which they only triggered and used against them amidst the ceremony to officiate the district, all according to plan, using Euphemia's no-win scenario to permanently entrap Lelouch. Either he would die to the Britannians for the act of killing Euphemia, or die to his own forces for his role in triggering this massacre. But being aware that how Lelouch's Geass became permanent is not how they normally go rampant, the video game Lost Colors showcases the only other example of Geass rampancy in the series, and there is again artificially triggered by VV as well, it thus absolves Lelouch of responsibility for his part in such, and the deaths that resulted, because it was all, from the start, a setup. Other Geass we see become mature do not have the psychic backlash attack Lelouch experiences before his is turned permanent, nor are the associated code bearers affected like CC was. Those are signs of them being hacked by a user of a thought elevator. But again, as is the series' hindrance and reliance on paratext, this is not explained as well as it should have been, and context is only given to it in R2 that this was all orchestrated to end calls for equality that might disrupt their goals, using Lelouch as their assassin to do it, while recruiting their own assassin for the sole purpose of getting Lelouch out of the way. Hell, you can have this tragedy of this event play out without Lelouch having incited it by an accidental casting of his Geass if one were to continue the series' story without the use of that supernatural power at all. As much as Lelouch is framing the Black Knights as the Knights for Justice, there are those who dissent with this moralistic view of the group who, if Lelouch were not in command, could turn them into little more than a rabble of terrorists again, which their members were before. Say that, in one of the speeches Lelouch makes about the atrocities of Britannia's government and military, a sect of the Knights or even just regular Japanese suffering oppression get in their heads that any member of the Britannian royal family, regardless, deserves death because of the sins of their parents or siblings. That is something present in Japanese society as a consequence of Bushido, after all. The sins of a family member reflect on the whole family, and the family must bear equal sin, even though it is wrong to blame them for something they had no role in. Thus, think about what might result as consequence if Euphemia dies, not from Lelouch stopping a rampage he accidentally caused that marred her name, but from a bullet from a radical among the very people she was genuinely trying to help, that saw Lelouch as Zero siding with her as a betrayal to the liberation they finally believed was in their grasp, and this subsequently justifying everything Lelouch did to keep his identity secret as consequence. The Japanese, by and large, were unaccepting of help from Britannians that were sympathetic towards them, as it would be a showcase of them giving in to the occupation and validating it. And in story, those who became honorary Britannians do just that, and are disowned by their families for giving into the scraps the numbers were offered. This exact thing has been discussed in multiple other series regarding the ramifications of national occupation of other countries, most prominently in the long arc narrative of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, whose primary setting involved a planet and people who had previously been ravaged for decades by a malicious occupation, which bears the same tonal nature as Britannia, and a source by which to compare and contrast the series' executions regarding such.
When the Cardassians needed a new group of Bajorans to work in the mines, who approved those work orders?
The Bajoran government.
Whose signature was on those authorization forms?
Mine.
Did you ever once refuse to sign them?
No.
And that's why you can never be allowed to set foot on Bajor again, because if you do, it would dishonor the memory of every person you sentenced to death.
And as a consequence, this would in turn leave Lelouch no option but the violent Black Rebellion as recourse to not lose everything he worked towards, and hating himself for letting those that caused such senseless death walk free. Kallen would have been left conflicted, as the entire series of events is entirely against her preconceptions about the two sides that would shake to the core her entire worldview, and the consequences of the choice she herself has made. And Suzaku become the stringent hardliner we see of him later, as the senseless act justifies for him his actions. This also works, as said, if a Britannian believed that giving the rights back to the Japanese and other nations' populations were in some way taking their right to persecute away, and turned on the nobles doing so, as has happened in real life every time a persecuted people in any way gets some form of representation or right to exist they should have had back or should have held before. So a Britannian sniper killing Euphemia, either on their own or representing the in-power parties, would also upset both Suzaku and Cornelia's worldviews, leading to them potentially doubling down on the rabid states that then drive the massacre and the events that follow it, as that infiltrating assassin undermining everything is the exact role Lelouch himself is used for by his bastard of a sperm donor. And long-term, his use as that is what consequently destroys the best possible way to achieve everything he's working towards with the fewest casualties.
私は胸の奥にある疑念や不安をくすぐっただけ。君の敵を倒して。
また他の国の連中が攻めてくるかもしれねえ。俺らで総長の敵取るしかねえだろ。
やばいと怖いわ。殺せに変わる。
地球中で暴動が起こり始めてる。怪我人は国問わず受け入れますことよ。
あなたの敵を倒して。
何やってるの。
あとは勝手に殺し合い。
And thus the same series of events would occur. The massacre of the Japanese that were participating in the administrative zone would show such half measures wouldn't be a substitute for true equal rights Britannia's government and higher castes refused to give. And yet the true tragedy of the event would be able to be recognized by more than just those made aware of the curse of Geass upon reflection of the full series of events, and without needing to stain an innocent woman's hands and memory with the blood. Such a version of events without Geass still follows the same actions result in cascading consequences story that originally made the show work. And there are ways one could rewrite the first season to do this with everything the show does involving supernatural powers. But Geass was the shortcut cheat they chose as a gimmick to make the series try and be distinct from other mecha, war story drama, or political themed anime, and the supernatural power we got stuck with. In initial concept, the power of Geass and the story you can tell with it is not a bad idea, but for many of the later problems such would develop, soured the full plot line to the point we wanted it gone. Oh, and you know how I said September 8th, 2017 was an important date in the series? Yeah, that's the day Euphemia dies. 3 weeks after Lelouch kills his brother Clovis. So the events of the previous 22 episodes occurring over just 25 days, when far more time than that has been shown? Yeah, that does not work, and our date of death creating a hard timeline for the series only furthers the problems that would be exposed about it over time. As Euphemia's death becomes the point of no return for the series. As much as her special administrative zone might have been a solution, it really wasn't. It was just a means of appeasing the subjugated, creating not but a new tier to the caste system, but in no way resolving systemic corruption and inequality. It was a distraction and trap that does not but act to rob from those seeking true freedom and liberation of the capacity and camaraderie to reach for it. As she reveals amidst her talk with Lelouch before she is brainwashed, she didn't even really do it for the subjugated altruistically either, but to rob Lelouch of his power. To give him a place where he could live again without having to look over his shoulder, relieve him of his burdens, but without any understanding of what those burdens were, or that the people who killed his mother and crippled Nunnally were still seeking their deaths as well, with their perpetrator once more orchestrating her own death and the defamation of her name in facilitation of that very act, with her father himself on board it due to her purported values and kindness contradicting his own will. Emperor Charles knew what killing Euphemia would do. It would distract everyone that could have come to rise and oppose his rule in the short time he needs to fulfill his own schemes from the actual manipulations of everything. And so he signed off on killing another daughter, for in the Apocrypha, this is not the first child he had a hand in setting to their deaths. And thanks to Suzaku being none the wiser to his role in engineering these events, of course, who does he think to now sell out, and thus serve?
裏切り者は誰かの裏切りに怯える定め。いずれお前は自らの民。
The revolution has failed. A tyrant remains sitting on the throne.
これは人類の絶望の歴史だ。
前のことは誰も助けてくれないよ。お前たちは最後バラッバラの一人ぼっちで滅びる。楽しく見させてもらうよ。
So before we actually continue our discussion on the back half of the original series and matters I've not touched on yet, and where things truly went wrong, we actually have to detour and talk about a series I referenced earlier, and how that in turn affects reading of Code Geass going forward. Between the airings of Code Geass R1 and R2, celebrated screenwriter Naruhisa Arakawa actually made a series that was relevant to all of this discussion. Naruhisa Arakawa is known for adapting and doing original scripts for a whole host of influential series, including being behind such a significant amount of the Super Sentai franchise to effectively be its franchise grand lore master. And yes, for those who don't know, Super Sentai is the franchise that has its footage and stories adapted into Power Rangers. There are actually a bunch of good series on the Japanese side of things, and especially the ones he had a hand in. But in this period in question, he put the time in writing another of the many adaptations he has done over the years, that being Spice and Wolf. And cast in that series across from one another were Lelouch and Kallen themselves, Jun Fukuyama and Ami Koshimizu. For those who have never seen Spice and Wolf, and you have a prime opportunity to right now, a brand new adaptation has been created for it in 2024, it is an adventure, fantasy, and romance series created by author Isuna Hasekura, and thus, for an anime adaptation of its original novels, it needs two actors that can believably play two individuals that have interpersonal chemistry. And oh look, there's two right there that had just been doing exactly that in an anime that had just gone on hiatus. In the series, Kraft Lawrence is a traveling merchant who, as he passes through a farming village, finds in his cart a woman named Hollow. Hollow, it is revealed, is a wolf spirit of the harvest, wisely helping bring prosperity to the land she once shepherded, only for the coming of the biblical church to turn perception of her and her kind into scapegoated savage tricksters that prey on the goodwill of the people. As she is a spirit, she must live in attachment to objects of life. Thus she was about to be trapped by the village in the last of the harvested grain of the season, an instruction of the church, only for Lawrence passing by and chance to save her from being imprisoned as a slave. Learning of her nature and with her offering to help his business efforts with her observation skills and wisdom in complement to his own acumen, the two set off on a journey of adventure and economics as they travel to find the lands that Hollow originates, which she has long been parted from, with the two falling in love along the way. Admittedly, the original anime adaptation does not exactly get that far into things because it's only based on the first few novels. But that is not a "the series ends on that note" event either. Lawrence and Hollow eventually have a kid, and their travels have continued on with them trying to find her when she goes off on her own adventure as well. And their daughter's own travels are then chronicled in the companion novel series, Wolf and Parchment. The light novels are actually ongoing to this day from their start in 2006, and have remained popular, with Fukuyama and Koshimizu happily reprising their roles for the 2024 adaptation. The original anime is relevant to this discussion, however, because the characterization of Lawrence and Hollow in Spice and Wolf is basically the characterization Lelouch and Kallen experience all series long as well. Their jabs, their barbs, their support of one another. Lawrence having the strategies to approach the situations they find themselves in with his quick wits and experiences. Hollow being self-aware and knowledgeable enough of how the world works to catch tells and tricks Lawrence himself might not, and her having the physical power to defend them, both should the series need it. Moreover, this interplay between them is what many believe would have resulted had Code Geass allowed Lelouch to let Kallen in as a confidant from the start, her being allowed to act as a sounding board and invested in his well-being in ways that no one else in the story is. And for Lawrence and Hollow, in the original series, it is just swarming with lines that audiences wish Lelouch and Kallen have been allowed to say to each other.
意地張ることじゃないだろ。
誰が意地など。
本当は？
本当じゃ。
本当の本当は？
本当の本当じゃ。
さっきまでもう食べられぬって顔してたのは誰だ？
肉となれば話は別じゃ。全くよくもまあそんな手を思いつくものじゃな。
それが商売の知恵というものだ。だがそれもお前の力技の方が勝ってたんだがな。
魔術師が女でないことを祈るばかりじゃの。
お？
主は女に騙されやすいからじゃ。
こんな状況でこんな普通の会話ができるとは思わなかったよ。
四六時中切迫していては持たんじゃろ。
まあそうなんだが、
やはり若造じゃな。すぐに牙をむき寄る。殴られて顔を晴らし、そんな間抜けな姿になりながらあっちな服だけ濡らさないように五章を大事に折りたたんで、信じられぬほどお人よしじゃ。主のそんなありさま、あっちには到底我慢できぬ。たとえ誰であろうと、あっちの勘に触った者の命は保証せん。
それでいい。だが俺はお前を信じてる。俺たちはこの先も生きていかなければならないんだ。裏切られたからといって復讐すれば、その先にはまた復讐が待っている。関係者全員を噛み殺すとは言ってくれるなよ。物事にはたくさんの終わらせ方があるだろうが、明日につながるものを選択したいじゃないか。
And thus, with Sunrise insisting the Code Geass series be rewritten to emphasize CC's importance in the storyline and Kallen's irrelevance in the movie timeline, even though that calls into question now a plethora of events in the series where the reverse needed to be true for those moments to make sense, well, this is the only thing we have left for a Fukuyama Koshimizu-focused romance series. However, for fans of Spice and Wolf, there is a grievance they have with the original adaptation which factors into this, as it is believed it was done in response to Code Geass itself. In the first arc of the series, the actual antagonist barring their way proves to be a younger girl named Chloe, who happens to be infatuated with Lawrence and wants him to stay in the village. She recognizes Hollow for what she is and the role she plays, but is largely ignorant of the world around her beyond the village she stays within, so believes without fail the church's lies and doctrine, believing she must trap the wolf and save her beloved Lawrence from being manipulated by the callous whims of the trickster beast, leading them into conflict which almost comes at the cost of Lawrence's own life. But the thing about all this is, Chloe is a character created specifically for this adaptation.
そいつをこっちに渡した。私たちはそいつを教会に差し出して古い時代と決別するの。その上関税を撤廃できればうちの村の麦は莫大な利益を生むわ。二人で成功してこの町にお店を開きましょうよ。商人なら損得感情ぐらいできるでしょう。
Now fans of the series, and not wrongly, have long felt that Chloe's inclusion as an anime original character replacing a similar male character for the novels was a pointless inclusion and divergence. At least until one looks instead to why I brought this series up to begin with. The actor illusion that is in play for all three characters, as Chloe's Japanese voice actor is Kaori Nazuka, the same woman who voices Nunnally in Code Geass. This is by design. For through this character change and the actor illusion she has, it in fact adds to the story of the original Spice and Wolf adaptation. And now, through this series acting as more paratext, acts to explore a facet of Code Geass' own tale by proxy, which it refused to until far too late. The nature of Lelouch and Nunnally's relationship, and how it contrasts against Lelouch's own goals, and Kallen's association with them. For Nunnally and Chloe both respectively represent conforming to larger powers in the name of safety and security. Hollow is viewed as a plague upon the villagers of Chloe's home because as much as she acted to improve their harvest and prosperity, there would be years where she turned their crops weak, all to prevent their soils from becoming barren from overplanting. The Church of the Setting blames Hollow for the destruction in those years, and blinds the villagers to the reality of the long-term costs of them not considering their actions, to then blame those only trying to clean up their messes. In this case, by rotating their crops so the land can recover from being overfarmed as they were being, and Hollow was preventing. Thus the church instigated a tradition of finding ways to trap the wolf in the last of their harvest, so as to prevent Hollow from wandering and bringing prosperity to anyone else or screwing with their crops, treating a benevolent spirit as a slave through demonization of its acts. This paralleling the same way Britannia sought to dehumanize the population of the countries it conquered to act as a servitile other, uncaring of the damage it did. Britannia just not using religion as an excuse, and the scale it implemented this on being the only significant differences on these common actions intended to implement means of subservient control. And Hollow seeking to free herself from that and return to her home being how she and Lawrence meet, the same way Kallen and Lelouch effectively do themselves. The merchant accepting an agreement to travel with her and return her to her home, while she in turn uses her experience and wisdom to improve his earnings as a trader, even as the world turns against them when it gets out what she is. So much like Kallen, Hollow represents a woman who acts in objection to authority because of her very existence being in defiance of the world those in control want to make, even as those who buy into that false, ignorant peace put their very well-being at stake. Chloe in turn echoing Nunnally in one seeking safety and security, even at the cost of others' well-being, unconcerned of the long-term costs as they don't understand anything out of the bubble they live in, as they shut their eyes to what they might find an unpleasant truth. And Lawrence, Lelouch, being the deciding factor between the two of staying wrapped in conformity and safety, or taking a risk to seek a better future by accepting another's hand and collaborating with those you barely know, because they have the strength and skills to help one reach their goals, and the ultimate result of the cost of one in order to gain the other, as those who preach conformity are more likely to stab those who seek their future in the back, if one does not do as they demand.
ずっと夢を叶えたいと思っていた。
ロレンス。
しかし、約束を守ることこそ良き商人の第一歩だ。拾ってしまった変な狼は北に帰りたいとご所望だ。俺はその度に同伴する契約を結んじまったからな。契約を保護にすることは俺にはできない。
男は殺していいわ。
来るなら来い。
少し痛むかもしれぬが我慢してくれれ。いないでくれれ。神様なんていつもそう、いつも理不尽なことばかり。
And if y'all think this wasn't deliberate and was possibly just a coincidence, well, that's fine. But my experience with Naruhisa Arakawa tends to put me in a different mindset with that, as he tends to reference other works in what he is actively working on. Well, that and Chloe has purple eyes, just as Lelouch, Nunnally, and the entire Britannian royal family does. They are the same shade as Nunnally's even. And yet, Chloe has no reason to have purple eyes. Irregular coloration traits like that which you might see in anime are not common in Spice and Wolf's setting or adaptations, and yet she does as the sole outlier. And this is why the Actrolution here in this other series has had such a compounding influence back on the reading of Code Geass, as it is an early indictment of how Nunnally had been and would, following this, come to be characterized in the series, even before it had been written. Like, I like Naruhisa Arakawa's works a lot. He tends to predict and disarm criticism in his series quite often, but I didn't think he was that clairvoyant. Still, the narrative beats, despite their wildly different setting and narrative, have more than enough commonalities in character depiction, Spice and Wolf's original anime especially with the plot with Chloe factored in, that it effectively acted as if Lelouch and Kallen experienced an isekai plot, which allowed the two actors' natural interpersonal chemistry to be brought to the forefront as the slow burn romance baked into Spice and Wolf's story bled back over into much of the audience's reading and perspective on the two's Code Geass rules as well by the time R2 debuted. There was no way the audience at the time of its airing would have accepted dividing them at this point, especially because of what the two achieve when together. They became known as a joined set, You do not separate them, or bad things happen.
主と出会ったのは確かにほんの最近じゃ。それでもわっちゃん主とは浅からぬ縁ができたと思っておった。
俺はこれまでも商売に明け暮れてきた。これからもそのつもりだ。だからそれ以外のことはあまり頭が回ってないと思ってくれ。
わっちは主のなんじゃ。
言葉ではとても言い表せない。
なんじゃそのしょっぱいセリフ。
塩が効いてる干し肉が好きだろ。
人と神とがつがいになった話はたくさんあるそうじゃな。主がその気ならわっちは構わぬが優しくしてくりゃれ。
Then again, ending on a bad note was the point of Code Geass, with it supposed to be a tragedy, with the hero of the tale being vilified by its end. Just one that audiences have been less on board with over time because of all the other issues the show would gain. And of course, in Sunrise insisting that the show be ambiguous over who Lelouch's paramour was supposed to be, they missed and would continue to miss that audiences had already been influenced into making their choice. It was, after all, why the two actors in specific had been hired to begin with. For here's where we get to the eventual problem with such tight, interconnected narrative storytelling in Code Geass's first half, versus its second. As this is where the fixable problems of R1 start to get compounded into actual errors. The second season, R2, does not follow R1's line of thinking in how it progresses its events, characters, or story in order to validate its longer arc. In part because they are no longer at this point doing a loose adaptation of Hamlet to act as a guideline, but are instead now off the rails, and the quality suffers drastically as a result. R2 is a case study in how a creator had an absolute idea of how they wanted a story to end from their beginning, which would ultimately be Lelouch's death, but had no idea of how to get there in a way that justified it from a character or even storytelling perspective due to so much of what they already introduced and did acting against that goal, and thus does wrong by them just to push forward towards that ending. There are an enormous amount of examples at play in R2 of that, and that plays part in why R2's quality is extremely subjective between which ones people see and have grievances with fridge logic only generating more. After all, why do you think this script took so long? For the entire season largely worked backwards from its ending to determine the tale in this sect, which again, Okouchi wanted from the start of this project, to create its story, while still trying to follow that same system of chaining every event together. And even if people were on board the ending, they were not for the journey to reach it because the effects of what we see need to happen have a higher priority placed on them than the causes that create them making sense. And yet such are made so they must happen in order to reach what comes after each sequential event. Or in other terms, it's one angle of analysis the YouTube channel So Uncivilized made of how the Star Wars sequel trilogy approached its storytelling, the emphasized focus being placed more on the showcase of an event happening over having a valid cause for the event to occur. So the event is made to precede the need for the cause, and not considering what being part of that event meant for the characters involved. Please watch their video for a longer discussion on that. And even then, there are things that occur that just do not make sense when you start to think about it in the moment. Case in point, as established in Code Geass R1, Lelouch paid a tailor to create his Zero costume, and it took their tailor a couple days to make it, before Lelouch used his Geass after paying the man to erase the tailor's memory of doing that specific project to protect the both of them. So it's not something that can be just fashioned offhand. He presumably did the same with a proper costumers production group for the Black Knight's original uniforms. As there is a time gap, at least if you acknowledge the series has to have time gaps, between a couple of the early episodes to allow him an opportunity to get them prepared before they are distributed to the Kozuki Resistance Cell as the first Black Knight members. But then, one of Lelouch's plans in R2 involves him dressing up a mass amount of people with absolutely zero prep time in Zero costumes to engineer their collective escape from Japan, after getting the government, read at the time Nunnally, to agree to allow Zero to leave unhindered. There is literally no time for them to have crafted those costumes. The declaration, decision, and confrontation occur too soon together, especially because Lelouch is out of whack for a portion of this as he has to come to the terms of having to fight Nunnally, this being where his part in the refrain storyline with Kallen happens. And these costumes literally end up supplied out of nowhere. One doesn't think about that out of hand because how Lelouch did similar acts before. But the how to those things in R1 had been shown established, and the circumstances they are in now are different and would not permit them to reoccur. But that reality is ignored as this exodus is an event that needs to happen in order to set up the Black Knight's exile into operating internationally to rebuild their power base. The means of the cause is ignored because the effect needs to happen, and the effect needs a cause. But the storyline struggles to connect the points because there is no plausible way for the Black Knights and their allies joining them in exile to have prepared this means of escape in the time they had. This plan is stupid and should not work, but it has to just to reach the next event. And R2 does this a frustrating amount of the time where they just repeat things R1 did, but without the justifications for them which make them okay before. It's not a callback or bringing things full circle as a result. It's that same narrative malfeasance and plot over character writing that the series is hardened by throughout, but put on more open display as they cannot validate the direction the story wishes to move. You just don't think about it initially because it's playing off of something the show already did. And worse, this entire big confrontation that led into this dramatic reveal is something they didn't need to do, since the Black Knights could have just left without fanfare under the cover of stealth extractions they've had access to before. This, consequently, is only there for the absurdist spectacle, and that spectacle does not service the story. The best case scenario for why they felt this scene was needed is to present the idea that anyone can be Zero in order to validate a later story event. But that is defeated by the reality that the only one we accept as Zero is Lelouch. For just like the common writer Lelouch's symbol of justice draws origins from, it is not the mask that defines the hero. It is the character of the hero that defines the mask. And you cannot take that away from him.
断る。破滅か服従。道が二つに一つなら、どちらでもない邪道を選ぶ。
Though before we move any further into discussion of R2, I should preempt the comments about something. There are things relevant to the series I have not talked about yet, and will talk about, but there are also others I have decided not to. These others playing a less important role overall that, with how absurdly long this is, I need to start making cuts somewhere to not have this draw out even longer. And thus, to just list off a few examples of such I'm not giving sense of time to, this will include, but is not limited to, the Narita operation and its larger fallout. Lelouch's actions to remove the Japanese Liberation Front from power so they would stop interrupting efforts to actually make things better and rally everyone together against Britannia. The entire High Eunuch storyline with regards to the Chinese Federation, and by proxy of that, Crown Prince Odysseus marrying the child Empress Tianzi. I actually don't have much issue with this storyline overall, bar its ending being done the way it was just to get Kallen captured and off the board, since the one responsible for that becomes their ally immediately after they hand her over to Britannia. The literal worst episode of the series, as it only acts to prove my case with regards to Goro Taniguchi's problems with respect to the objectification of women. Lelouch's maid Sayako Shinozaki is revealed to have impersonated him into dating multiple women, and Millie Ashford attempting to get half the school campus to sexually assault Lelouch, which is all just serving as a plot tease to set up the murder of Shirley Finette. Oh, and did I mention that at this point Kallen had been captured by Britannian forces and tortured, and the only reason that was done was in order to get her off the board to service this episode happening, because the staff refused to lose the school subplot? Yeah, this is that narrative malfeasance issue popping up in spades with respect to her character, where she's screwed over just to service the story. Lelouch's extermination of the Geass Order following the murder of Shirley Finette. As I've stated already, the entire Code and Geass mythos plotline of the franchise serves as nothing but a massive plot tumor. And it's only in R2 that they really began to realize how worthless to pretty much everything it was, including its role in trying to give CC a backstory and the larger villains of the series a power base. Thus, the entire cult, with the exception to its leadership being wiped out in a single episode, is not that big a deal, and only further presents how worthless mystical new type psychic powers is in Sunrise series. Thus why we want them to stop doing them. The Knights of the Round as characters and the problems they cause. In specific, member Monika Khrushchevsky explicitly not being a racist and having ideology divergent from the Emperor that should draw her in alignment with Lelouch. Shown to have fallen in love with rebel Orpheus Zevon in the Oz the Reflection manga, and then her being fridged by Suzaku at the climax of R2, when every member of Charles's personal knights is exterminated when they oppose Lelouch's eventual ascension to the throne, which is all done to show off the power of Suzaku's new Lancelot Albion unit. The only survivors of the Knights of the Round being Nanette Amagram, Gino Weinberg, and Anya Alstrheim. The issue with that is Monika did not have a character until the Oz manga. She and fellow Rounds member Dorothea Ernst were created as characterless fill-ins for the ranks of the Rounds, as the Rounds weren't planned to exist from the start of the series either, and were only created to service a different storyline entirely that was brand new in R2, but came to be treated as retroactive due to it tying into the supernatural mythos arc. And thus, when that arc concluded, they stopped serving a purpose, and so they were quite literally cleared from the board as cannon fodder for the series' worst character. And some fans believe that Monika and Dorothea's treatment in that battle was explicitly so they wouldn't kill the fan favorite, Nanette. But what people liked about Monika that makes them believe she would have sided with Lelouch was all retroactive information that did not exist at the time of R2's make. Though a decent person being murdered by Suzaku as they disagree with him, as has been my point with his character analysis, that's not a bug, that's a feature if they're in his way, and that is why he is terrible. This actually only made worse by the Oz the Reflection manga, where it is revealed that the entire reason Monika did side with the Strike Force, instead of her morals, is not only herself, who at the time was in Schneisel's hands and working with him, is the one who convinced the entire collection of knights that Lelouch needed to be removed from power, as she held no understanding of what he was doing with it or why, thus leading to them being exterminated, and Lelouch left with no allies to dissuade him from being the series' sacrificial lamb, marked red. You want to know what Monika's actual backstory is in all of this that gets people pissed off? Well, as it turns out, she is one of Emperor Charles's illegitimate children, meaning she is another of Lelouch's sisters. But you wouldn't know that if you only watched the series itself. And yes, from the point of her creation, that was supposed to be Monika's backstory. That was supposed to be something focused on in the series. But the terrible reverse-constructed storytelling for the back half of the series meant that such information was never able to be delivered, as she never, at any point, is allowed to have any focus placed upon her as part of, once more, the narrative malfeasance that more and more supersedes actual good storytelling for the show. Especially because R2 spends more than half of its runtime spinning its wheels and trying to get to the point where they can reset the status quo so they can do other things, but in doing so, all that time wasted does nothing to actually progress the storylines that we actually give a damn about. And of course, Gino Weinberg sexually harassing Kallen. And I know why they did that one, to give Kallen an alternative love interest. But as addressed before, no one bought it. Even though Gino himself could have been a decent replacement for Suzaku in R2 to be a foil of Lelouch and Kallen, were Suzaku to have been allowed to die in R1. People generally have fewer issues with him than Suzaku, but there is widespread rejection of him as a romance option for Kallen, especially since she has made who she is devoted to clear. And there are more than that list to show how fans have truly nitpicked apart this series thanks to their grievances to the road taken to the ending. Hell, brand new issues were born thanks to solely the movies making things worse. And the thing truly is, so many of these issues could have been fixed with either more time spent on them or their removal entirely. But most importantly of all, there is one storyline in R2, part of the series' larger narrative, which is important and ties into some of these other plots, and I am deliberately not spoiling nor discussing it, because that storyline directly ties into and plays part in the events of Super Robot Wars X, which is one of the other subject matter for review from me this year that necessitated this discussion in the first place. And thus, I am going to discuss it, but only as part of the videos on this game, as I feel that better emphasizes the point I will make there, and such spoils what the game is actually doing. Fans of Code Geass should be able to tell who I just alluded to with that, as it will come in part 9 of that video series. But please, for the time being, I am asking you politely to refrain from bringing it up in the comments. This aside right here is just to say, no, I didn't forget it, but this production is already too massive to cover everything. And really, all it does is even further show how Lelouch spent the entire series being in the right and Suzaku the wrong.
ありもしない夢を見、現実を見失っている。私が力でもって分からせるんだよ。真の王は誰か。
夢や希望にすがっている暇はない。
夢も希望もなければ諦めるしかないじゃない。
And likewise, before someone would respond, while there were some things that were planned from the start of the series like Lelouch's death, the final form that event would take was not, despite the homages to Hamlet put in play, and how things went in R2 were not planned from the beginning of R1, nor were there ever plans for Code Geass R3 that ended up scrapped. Hell, Goro Taniguchi has been adamant whenever he has been asked about it, for him not wanting there to be a Code Geass R3. Sunrise just screwed with so many of their plans for the series, and everything in R2 ended up rushed as a result, that many mistakenly think that there were plans for an R3 due to how much the ball was dropped and what they were rushed to replace them with, not playing well at all. From what we know and have been told in interviews with the show's staff, R1 and what was available to be done in R2 actually changed a lot from what was originally planned, in ways that results in a massive chain net metaphor of so many interconnected links supporting the grander ensemble story, as each addendum made such a net stronger and interwoven, at least once again with exception to CC, and only if one became invested in all the canon supplementary material. Whereas the idea for R2's ending only truly culminated as the direction they would go in at the beginning of the make of the second season. And to continue the metaphor, the way they connected these links in R2 consequently tangled and unbalanced the chain net instead of strengthening all the supporting lines, as we came to realize they were ultimately without direction. And while there was a planned outline and direction for R1, which was mostly followed from what we know, again following the Hamlet comparisons, it wasn't without flexibility to better justify the sequentially developed story we got in R1. Unfortunately, though, there were a few headaches here and there where it's clear better stories were abandoned due to the need to involve CC. R2, not so much. But one of those headaches, as said before, was the character Kaguya Sumeragi, Lelouch and Zero's self-proclaimed fiancée. Now, while this might seem like a non-sequitur when we are discussing her, during R1, there's this line when Suzaku is being interrogated about him being the eldest child of Genbu Kururugi. However, we never meet any of Suzaku's siblings. And past this point, Suzaku is treated in all material made after R1 as having always been an only child, thus making that line itself suspect. Which is where Kaguya comes in as Suzaku's only other known family member. In canon, Kaguya is Suzaku's cousin, stated in an audio drama to be Suzaku's childhood fiancé, which, no. I'll explain in a bit, but no. And Kaguya makes her earliest appearance amidst a scheme I'll describe in a bit as just a blink-and-you-miss-it cameo, as well as in the opening sequence of the series and in a few selected flashbacks to the childhood arc, all of which implied she was supposed to be more important than she was in R1 and its story. But she only appears in the final episodes out of nowhere, as if she was supposed to exist far earlier for what happens after, until finally becoming an actual character in R2. Kaguya is one of the heads of the 6 houses of Kyoto, the financial backers to Japan's various resistances, representing the Kururugi faction in Suzaku's place as their de facto head, and is a brilliant, smart politician despite her young age. Her obsession with Lelouch and by proxy Zero coming from her youth when she was in series written as knowing Lelouch and Nunnally during their time under Genbu's care, as Kaguya was also supposed to have been there, with her being taken in by a man named Taizo Kirihara after Genbu was murdered by Suzaku, as Kaguya is never shown having any other family members beyond Genbu and Suzaku, Taizo himself being another member of the Six Houses of Kyoto, and Lelouch's strongest supporter among their numbers due to him also being present mentoring Lelouch as a child after he and Nunnally were brought to Japan.
ただお願いすることしかできません。
8年前の種が花を咲かすか。扇よ。はい。この者は偽りなきブリタニアの敵。素顔を晒せるわけも特進が言った。わしが保証しよう。ゼロについて行け。
And thus, as depicted, it is heavily implied that Kaguya was originally supposed to be Suzaku's younger sister, thus explaining her connection to the group more overtly. But that being forced to be changed, and likely amidst all the other incidents of executive meddling the series is claimed to have experienced by Okouchi and Taniguchi themselves. Granted, to be clear, this is a rumination that has never, nor likely will ever be confirmed. It's just one of those things that fixes a lot of narrative problems were one to swap the relation. For if they had done that, it would have only strengthened the narrative beats of the three leads. Lelouch, the elder brother, acting to build a better world for his sister, Kallen, the sister living in the absence of the brother who intended to do the same, and supporting another in the same role in hopes history does not repeat itself, and Suzaku, the one who abandons his closest family, the one he should be looking to protect, all out of his own psychological egoism and need to be right. That once again matching with the characterization seen of previous cast members from Taniguchi's catalog that Suzaku already takes inspiration from. Hell, in the first shot we see of Kaguya as a child, she is hanging onto Genbu Kurugi's pant leg as a daughter would do to a father, not an uncle or unassociated relation.
もし、神楽木ディボウスキーの2枚下に秘密があったとしたら
行間省略しろ。
妹がいたのさ。妹が。名はスズメ。昔から病弱でずっと神楽木が守ってきたたった一人の家族。ラクレスの城で人質になってる。
え？心配？ご無用！
泥にまみれて手を汚し、共に東福国を守りましょう。
Unfortunately, that never came about, with her connection to everything more treated as an afterthought and very esoterically executed as one of the myriad failings of the R2 season, because the series was not allowed to introduce Kaguya when such would have been relevant and appropriate too. This even more suspect, because outside of one audio drama, Kaguya does not appear in any of the side stories that flash back to that period. They all treat her as a non-entity, despite her existing to be part of that period. Even if the cousins thing is what was intended from the start to be canon, and we're just barking up the wrong tree on this matter with fandom wild mass guessing, the other issues around Kaguya either make it so her involvement is very sloppy storytelling with her retconned into things, or something happened to reduce her role and push back her introduction, making it so she would need to be excluded in other tie-in media. The likely suspect being the Mao arc. However, Kaguya's connection to Lelouch was later expanded upon in that one audio drama, originally written to be released as part of R1's supplementary material, where her attempts to get him to play with her lead to her viewing him as an Oni, though in the dub of the audio drama, like everything else, she says demon, and demon is unfortunately a common mistranslation of Oni, with Lelouch ultimately playing along with her antics and framing his continued refusal to do as she says by the idea that if I am an Oni, then there is no reason for me to play by your human rules, which consequently teaches her that not everyone will play the game of life the same way, and to expect or force them to play by your rules will consequently result in your own losses. A context that is a passive condemnation of Suzaku and how he does not learn this lesson ever, and one which informs Lelouch and Kaguya's relationship that actually pays dividends later in the series once learned. So as I was trying to infer before, R2 in its entirety is not necessarily the problem, just what it uses to justify its actions are largely what people are not on board for, as it really can't in the way it tries to. Though Oni in Japanese mythology are usually depicted as rather complex creatures throughout the evolution of their stories, and generally align in one of two ways, through which originates the phrase Red Oni, Blue Oni. You may have heard to describe two characters of conflicting temperaments. Oni are foreign-originating demons possessing great strength and frightful appearance, and are prone to rather violent, murderous rages and acts, but can shown to be of two generalist types and tribes. They're either emotional and kind, eventually depicted as being guardian demons protecting the innocent from other more malicious demons, even if done so through horrific violence, those like this depicted as the Red-Masked Oni. Or otherwise, Oni can be cold and dispassionate, ones that only serve the self without concern of their victims, and using others to facilitate their own ends, with this camp traditionally shown in the Blue Oni mask. With the series beginning with the episode The Day a New Demon Was Born, the perspective that Lelouch is being depicted as a Red Oni all series long puts a far different context upon his actions and mannerisms that likes to be applied to him by those in the West, who attempt to apply the view of Judeo-Christian demons and devils, for the belief that he's a Lucifer or Satan-style demon or devil, which, aside from him wanting to rebel against the will of a man that sees himself as a god, just is not so. For in mythologies beyond Judaism and Christianity, demons are not so cut and dry, having an entire variety of alignments, from violent guardians to those who are just rebelling against cruel gods. It makes no sense for all demons to be of the type who tempt people to sin so they lose their place in heaven. There has to be those as well who act to punish the deliberately guilty. And for them to validate that act to themselves, if one were to think of them as people and not just monsters, it would mean they as well would have to have their own moral alignment and values. And thus that is how one gains sympathy for the devil. Furthering this, the Red Oni context of Lelouch's character is accented by not just the fact that Oni in mythology like to hide their true appearance behind a concealing mask, ergo his guise as Zero and the many false persona Lelouch takes on, but have a tendency to be able to blend into those around them, even disguising themselves as either men or women on a whim to gain the trust of those around them. Which explains the various incidents where Lelouch ends up convincingly cross-dressing as a woman. Hell, the word Oni originates from terms that originally meant a dead soul or spirit walking a mortal plane. And Lelouch originally describes himself as dead and going through the motions of life as he lacks a personal motivation by which to live beyond Nunnally until the series events begin. This interpretation also being valid for Suzaku, but only for the view of the Blue Oni. As in the issue 0 novel after he murders his father, Todo is the first to find him, and tells him that for the crime he committed, he must take responsibility, or he will have no place existing in this world. And responsibility is the one thing in the storyline that it never has Suzaku take. This is what I mean when I say that the paratext and supplementary material to the series is immensely important in analysis and contextualization of the narrative due to what was not included in the main series that does inform decisions made. As this is crap that should have been in the main series, and I think Kaguya actually being Suzaku's younger sister would have helped the show immensely by clarifying that Suzaku's path was directing him to abandon the people closest to him, which more clearly defined him as all series long being in the wrong, instead of the franchise constantly bending over backwards to try and pretend that he's not, while others deal with his consequences. Because Blue Oni and Suzaku's alignments, they tend to care jack all about who they harm if they are not on their side.
礼儀を忘れたかひざまずく
今や面影もありませんな。出会った頃の色気殿は民に誠実でありました。
This is made more relevant by what that relation is replaced with, does not make sense and is in fact illegal. The arranged marriage they are stated to have at that point in the past is between a 9-year-old Suzaku and a 7-year-old Kaguya. Japanese law going back a long time, and even strengthened in the last 50 years, says arranged marriages to prevent abuse of the children in question cannot be arranged before the age of 13. Like, yeah, Code Geass is an alternate history timeline, but the idea of child brides is disgusting. Otherwise, it's only implemented by the villains of the story, and only further harms the narrative to claim that grooming someone into such a role would be performed before either of them had turned 10. Logically, it does make more sense for Kaguya to have been Suzaku's sister, and that to have been a change made to the storyline for that to not be so. And if you change cousin to sister and exclude that arranged marriage crap, things actually make lots more sense from a character motivation standpoint. Hell, that also improves the showcased infatuation Kaguya has for Lelouch's identities, for it to have been proposed that Kaguya be a bride for Lelouch instead of Suzaku if the sister thing was intended and what they went through with, and that carrying through to later in life, as it makes that affection be far less superficial. The same with Lelouch low-key shipping Nunnally and Suzaku early in the series, before the other revelations about Suzaku's character and how irresponsible he is comes into play, as someone he mistakenly believes would make Nunnally happy if something were to happen to him, which is even an overarching plot point that would play into. But of course, if that relationship was nixed to not make Suzaku seem as bad a person as he is by the higher-ups, and we already know that they were doing that, to make him not have immediate family to abandon anymore, resulting in everything else being changed around that, then the rest of the knock-on effect awfulness the series ends up slathered in is more explicable, than including another of the light novels where Lelouch had to bargain his way out of Genbu arranging a marriage between Genbu himself and Nunnally to get Japan immunity from being attacked by Britannia. Which, oh my yes, is explicitly even worse. So again, you either have the series plagued with more badly executed storylines and creepy sexual implications, which harm the franchise overall, or you accept these as signs that staff members and executives were trying to isolate Suzaku from being acknowledged as a bad person, and then the audience coming to that determination on their own, simply due to weight of evidence towards his actions in the main series. With one, it's irredeemable. With the other, it can be resolved by just admitting to what we already know is true. But Kaguya was important to establish in this because she is revealed to be friends with the child ruler of the Chinese Federation in this setting, Empress Tianzi Jiang Liwa, who is being manipulated by the actual people running her government due to her young age, which Lelouch liberates from those tyrants during the events of R2. The issue with this is, there is not any point in the timeline where Kaguya feasibly could have connected with Tianzi due to the inability for her to leave Japan before the series events at the time Japan was occupied. Meaning if they only connected before that point, Tianzi would have been a toddler and not remembered her at all. Them knowing each other and having a strong friendship is plot critical to the following events, despite there being no time they could have gained that from. In context to how she was supposed to be introduced earlier in the storyline during R1, however, there is an answer to this. For the first connections to the Chinese Federation the storyline forges actually happened during the Mao arc. Lelouch intended to send Cece away to do the task of negotiating with Tianzi to remit her distance from Mao while that lunatic is still around, and in doing so, once more get her out of the active story. However, put in terms I explained earlier where the Mao arc was forced to be included and interrupted the development of other ongoing story threads, and the connections to the Chinese Federation needed for their plans for R2, and actually an event after this in R1 that needed justification and setup, then logically if the Mao arc interrupted and replaced Kaguya's own introduction and story role, then this would have been where she left the country to fulfill Lelouch's plans to start gaining international allies, and see the direction the series would go in during Sex of R2, which sadly got heavily skipped over in their focus on. I genuinely wish R2 had spent more time on its International Confederation arc, but because of where the series does end up spending its focus, it just doesn't. Because that would result in Lelouch reforging the bonds with those around them that would make them unbreakable instead of so easily shattered as the series makes them into. And likewise, the lack of time spent focusing on her thanks to this interruption would also explain the need to demote any time spent on Kaguya's familial relationship with Suzaku, because there would be no time available to dwell on such a revelation about Suzaku abandoning his family, without that informs how much in the wrong he is as a, by role, blue Oni. Thus this feeds into my thesis about CC, and that she has no place in the story, but the need to include her after her introduction result in her stealing the plot events, relevance, and focus time within episodes that should have belonged to other characters. And what was stolen was necessary to justify others' place in the story, and what they made possible. This just showcases that such was not necessarily just happening to solely Kallen, but also affected other cast members, and the greater storyline as a result, making it explicitly so the story which regularly had the required narrative focus to precede the development of the characters, itself be hijacked to give relevance to a character who was not. But a better example of this in how things changed, and likewise not necessarily for the better, is the character Margrave Jeremiah Gottwald. Jeremiah was originally depicted as a Britannian purist and minor antagonist early in R1, who Lelouch humiliates when Jeremiah and his subordinates attempt to blame the murder of one of Lelouch's siblings on Suzaku. Jeremiah planning to leverage this conviction to entirely tear down a Britannian system that allowed the conquered people to accept their enslavement in exchange for special privileges as honorary Britannians. As Jeremiah's own form of revenge against the Japanese for seeming to kill Lelouch and Nunnally, due to his prior history that has connections to their murdered mother. Thusly, had Lelouch not intervened and Suzaku been convicted, it would have been all that Jeremiah needed to ruin the Japanese populace's lives all over again. Lelouch acts as Zero to prevent this by saving Suzaku and proving his innocence, incidentally, causes Suzaku to condemn him for putting innocent bystanders in danger, despite them all being lined up by Jeremiah in the first place as a patsy and scapegoat, and Suzaku not considering at all the lives that would have been ruined had everything gone through as planned with his death. Again, despite his proclamations to the contrary, he doesn't actually give a damn about anyone but himself, as the destruction of the honorary Britannian system would have affected all 18 conquered area regions across the planet, and the millions that had submitted to that system Suzaku himself exalts, to say nothing of those who would have seen Suzaku's execution as him being a martyr, which would have only escalated tensions and conflict without direction as consequence, so actual innocent people would have been harmed in the crossfire and driven higher racial tensions. So as always with Code Geass, Lelouch in the right directing his conflict at the people responsible for the broken world, Suzaku in the wrong as consequence of his way harming those undeserving of the pain he callously inflicts upon them, while proclaiming his path is better. If you're paying attention, this is consistent throughout the goddamn story, and it is never called out in a way that actually make him fucking listen, or change. However, Lelouch's acts to save his childhood friend end up tarnishing Jeremiah's reputation, by Lelouch Geassing him in such a way that it seemed like he was blackmailing Jeremiah, subsequently leading him to be branded with the moniker Orange as consequence and reference to the incident. He continues to be humiliated throughout this, ultimately culminating when in the middle of R1 amidst a major battle, Kallen seems to kill him in the debut of her personal nightmare, the Gurren, whose signature weapon, the Radiant Wave Surger, pumps enough energy into a mech to literally melt it and the pilot within. Realistically, Jeremiah should have died there, and complete and utter humiliation as an example of how sycophantic and incapable of accepting their feelings the nobility of Britannia are, and further accented in a picture drama where Jeremiah's connection to Lelouch is first told to the audience by him explaining his past as their guard to Valletta, one that was released originally alongside these episodes in R1 to showcase that Lelouch had also unintentionally been dismissing potential allies to his cause that he could have gained if Lelouch were not so insistent on helping his hypocritical bastard of a best friend. However, Jeremiah was brought back as a cyborg at the end of the season. What the original direction his character was supposed to go in from there wasn't quite known, but it's believed the fandom's bafflingly positive reception to the man may have been an inflection point for what follows, as R1 seems to conclude with him dying again in a suicide attack of CC's. But in R2, it's revealed he not only survived that, but those cybernetic upgrades include the ability to cancel out the powers of Geass and remove its spell to thusly make him a more relevant cast member. Something that everyone, when it was revealed he could do this, realized was a mistake, as it undermines some of the dangers of Geass the story had up to that point been reliant upon. Much of what goes wrong inside the series is contingent on characters' belief that Geass, especially Lelouch's, is an irreparable curse that enslaves people's wills. And yet now, there's a character part of it that can undo it. Except, the most critical people to have both their ability to use them or the spell on them negated, or have it confirmed that they are not under its influence, never do, despite a character that is capable of doing it, standing right there on the sidelines by which to permit that. The story just forgets the resource they added to the series, which they have on hand, which after Jeremiah's reintroduction could have been used to show to Lelouch's allies that despite its ability to make them obey, that their minds and wills were and remained their own, which in turn should subvert the series' final storyline in and of itself, if the series at this point were still as smart as it pretended to be in R1. There is no reason for this to have not happened, bar one. The ending was written first. Hell, with Jeremiah gaining the ability to negate all Geass commands, it once more shows how irrelevant CC is to the cast. As if Jeremiah had learned of what was done to Lelouch as he eventually does to reaffirm his loyalty to his prince, then he could have turned on Britannia earlier and been the one to undo the mental tampering Lelouch ends up inflicted with at the end of R1 instead of her, and in doing so made R2 far less stupid. And that's not even addressing the unanswered question of, if Jeremiah was given that ability, then what would have happened if he showed up just a little sooner so he could have prevented the accidental massacre? But because at this point the story of R2 requires the effects of an action have greater priority placed upon them over their causes, because the effects are required to reach their planned ending, it means the story can't utilize Jeremiah to prevent these things, because the reverse constructed narrative will not allow that to happen without it eating its own tail, despite how from every angle he should be used for such, as that is the natural character narrative. Whereas when you think about it in the terms I've explained about R2's effect preceding the need for the cause, well, the only reason they brought back Jeremiah with the Geass Chancellor was to restore one character's memories, which leads to the circumstances of their end, and their death being required for how several events which follow from it are handled, which culminates in the eventual endgame. And that endgame does not happen if that death did not occur to break Lelouch's will. Jeremiah was not brought back for his own sake or because there was an audience's desire for it, but to trigger an effect that needed a cause which would not have occurred on its own. And they then deliberately ignored how his mere presence should likewise have its own effect on things, which should also circumvent those events this act sets in motion. But instead, he's left out of them, and the people who should exploit such need to stupidly forget that resource. It becomes the problem with Naoto all over again. The only reason these logical actions for characters to take don't happen and are not explored is because the series is artificially, not naturally, walking Lelouch to his death. However, the popularity of Jeremiah continues to this day, despite this immediate problem and how easy it is to reset and remove the Geass curse now, because that picture drama backstory I mentioned that made his true loyalty be to Lelouch and not Britannia, yeah, that backstory is of him being a royal guard who was devotedly loyal to Lelouch's mother, and when she was murdered, that devotion passed itself onto Lelouch and Nunnally, only for that devotion and his feelings of devastation at failing the woman he idolized to be exploited by the very people responsible for it. This personal failing explains literally everything about, and is consistent with Jeremiah's actions and zealotry as well. For during R1, he was under the misled belief that the Japanese people had murdered his prince and princess before he could make up for his failure, and thus took out his anger over losing the pair onto the people wrongly scapegoated for it. When such is revealed to not be the case and Jeremiah realizes he'd been lied to for years, any grudge towards the Japanese vanishes, as does his loyalty to the liars of Britannia's government, which leaves him to standing by Lelouch regardless of the end. But while this explained everything about why he acts how he does, the problem that resulted from this persisted. As from what we know of Lelouch's character, there is absolutely zero, and I do not mean the pun there, way that Lelouch would have forgotten he existed, or of the loyalty Jeremiah showed to his mom by which to gain an invaluable resource behind enemy lines that could have aided him if called upon. The question of why Lelouch did not know of or remember Jeremiah is never answered once this revelation takes place in the main anime of R2. And despite how much people really like Jeremiah, it then throws up so many possibilities of averting Lelouch's myriad screw-ups if he just called upon a resource that, by all evidence, he should know of and would happily exploit. Hell, had he taken the time to try and get in contact with him before their eventual confrontation with intent to pre-program the command he'd eventually give to avoid his plan going wrong, he could have interrogated Jeremiah, discovered his true loyalty, and then had him in his back pocket throughout everything, which would have radically changed how Lelouch and Jeremiah would have responded. And there's no easy explanation for why he wouldn't. This is just one mess R2 ended up creating that the more you think on it, affects more and more of the reading of the story, and with a fan-favorite character at that. And as a result of this kind of slipshod decisions and blatant fridge logic R2 created, well, most fans with time have just come out as outright hating R2, Okouchi's ending, and the enforced character idiocy that the cast is resultantly crippled by throughout it as consequence, in part due to the Geass mythos arc making itself a much larger presence in R2 than it was in R1. And from all evidence, that mythos arc not being planned out. And such drags down R1 by retroactively fracturing its story with new and conflicting possibilities, and how character journeys are taken and then derailed. Because many were unhappy with how R2 turned out upon reflection, including the creators who smashed everything they had going for them because they wanted to reach that ending, and everything is consequently slaved to that ending. So there have been long-standing debates on whether such was worth it. A lot of fans outright wanting to throw out the ending that this had all been built towards entirely, as the payoff was just not worth the expense. Worse, just as with the Jeremiah problem, you realize some scenes in R1 that ambiguously went one way, they have a different context after R2 that entirely reverses them. An early episode of R1 addresses how arrogant Lelouch can be, which can cloud his ability to come up with solutions. He's often viewed as the smartest man in the room, but there's little evidence he truly thinks of himself that way. This comes into play in his first battle with Cornelia, where she puts him into a trap that recreates the first battle Lelouch participated in that saved Kallen's group, with civilian lives caught in the crossfire. And despite Lelouch knowing that Cornelia has a near decade of battle experience over him, thinks it will all go his way because he's a superior strategist, which he is. However, he doesn't apply strategy at all to the encounter, merely mimicking what he did in the previous battle, despite evidence that he should know how stupid that is for a strategist to do that. Which is all just as CC said he would do, despite the active contradiction that is there. Now again, this initially reads as Lelouch's own personality flaws getting in his own way, a common hindrance Lelouch has with his actions as what and who he values, ends up putting him at a crossroads with what is necessary to be done. But this is not one of those instances. The entire event ends up contradicting how Lelouch is initially presented as a strategist capable of come-from-behind victories, and is able to resolve any situation he might encounter where he might be at a disadvantage, previously shown through the proxy of the chess matches he engages in that earn him cash, where he specializes in taking over any game, no matter how hopeless, and turning it around to win. That is quite literally how the character is first introduced and how he wins his first real-world battle. Thus, him complaining after it's over about both sides of the conflict not being equal, primarily because the resistance group he commanded in the battle abandoned him at the first sign of trouble, and that's why he loses, when that was exactly what he'd spent years teaching himself to do and we were showcased him doing as the series began, to win despite any unfair disadvantage imposed upon him, that never sat right with me, as that's a cheap excuse for a shallow moral lesson reminding him that real life is not the same as a chessboard, while subsequently shifting his specialization in strategy from thinking dynamically, which was what won him his first battle, into him being incapable of that type of thought much of the time, instead making his true strength be territory control, in that by him manipulating the terrain of a battlefield, he pulls the rug out from under his opponents, which is seen far more frequently from him after this. But with awareness that CC was not originally meant to be part of the story, this changes into one of several events created specifically to give her a role in the story, which starts from CC having to rescue Lelouch from the consequences of his own short-sightedness and difficulty preparing for worst-case scenarios. and with the recontextualization of R2 around how CC acts in this episode and others, consequently barring Lelouch's way, preventing him from realizing what Cornelia is doing to think out a viable counter-strategy beforehand, trying to prevent him from being involved in stopping senseless slaughters that's all because of him, and thwarting any push to get through to him that he needs more allies than her to achieve his goals, then it distracts him from the task at hand, and reporting directly to members of Lelouch's family that already know what he's doing, and you don't as much see it about humbling the man so his pride doesn't get himself or others killed, but CC helping set up a circumstance so he'll lose by poking his ego so he doesn't see what his sister's doing until it is too late, just to be saved and ingratiated to a character as a partner, despite being the hidden traitor in their midst. As opposed to what Lelouch could have done and called upon Kallen and her group to back him up in order to save people in trouble, which would further an actual narrative arc regarding his difficulty in trusting others. That actually would have been to the entire show's benefit overall and played into the story's larger themes that had been the central focus. Again, if the betrayal plot was not coming up. Hell, it's likewise been a point of common consideration that when you put in context Cornelia's actual character, that she does what she does to protect and ensure the well-being of her closest family members, and her brutality is a consequence of her failures in the past. So that her capturing Zero at this juncture only to find Lelouch, it may have made her reconsider some things. Especially with respect to why he had to kill Clovis to start with. It's possible Lelouch could have swayed her from meeting at this point to gain her as an ally, and them together gaming the system to put them both ahead. Only for the later tragedy with Euphemia to tear them apart, since her special administrative zone plan was done unilaterally of both of them. But of course, as said, CC's presence always seems to be used to interrupt these kinds of things from being possible, just to act on behalf of the staff to keep Lelouch separate from those he should not be, which you only see in retrospect of the full series and the paratextual information. R2's issues only serving to highlight this problem that wasn't as visible before it. While the episode is still important as it gets in Lelouch's head that he can't fight the world alone, has several personal failings he needs to address, and the soldiers he commands are not disposable, and he needs to actually place trust in others to achieve his goals, the show completely forgets and consequently makes the episode worth far less in turn, because it is once again made to not matter. He could have not intervened in the attack, and nothing would have changed at all. Thus, with retrospect of the larger series, it's another episode that only does damage overall. Such permanently blocking off any sign that Lelouch is capable of thinking on his feet and making good decisions on impulse, which ends up detrimental to the series in the long term, with CC stopping him from openly embracing other people that have the same ultimate goals as him, as he actually needed to learn in order to overcome his major trust issues.
民とは命なり。民のためには泥にまみれて手を汚す。しかし、今だけはこの汚れた手を握ってはくれませぬか。
For as alluded before, this lack of trust in the right people is ultimately what causes R1's ending. When the Black Knights finally launch their grand plan to take back Japan, Lelouch suffers a series of personal betrayals that puts his sister in jeopardy. And with him trusting no one but himself with her and what he's doing being for her, he panics and makes the wrong choice, abandoning the Knights as they begin to struggle while he finds himself fighting off the revived cyborg Jeremiah, just to try and save Nunnally. This leading to his capture by Suzaku, so Suzaku can sell Lelouch back to his father's slavery to claim a position among the Emperor's elite knights for himself. And Kallen? She is forced to be faced with Lelouch's identity, and because he did not confide in her, she takes this revelation the wrong way, and matching her character flaw, makes the wrong choice as consequence, and abandons him because of it, as at that time, she did not think she knew the real him, and that all his words were lies. Thus no longer believed he had the same ultimate goals as the rest of them. Their chance to claim victory over Britannia lost because he trusted in his best friend who was on the wrong side, and didn't the woman who had been fighting with him every step of the way. Had this been reversed, had he let Kallen in during the events of R1, as over time he does come to trust her with everything short of his identity, and in turn pushed Suzaku away after he learned of their respective reasons for fighting, this ending would not have happened. But this ending happens as a result of who these people were shown to be during the events of R1, the events of R1 itself, and the actions others have had upon them. But his trust issues are something the story keeps using against Lelouch, and actively prevents him learning from, which just becomes ridiculous now. With R2 just making that worse and worse because in pursuit of that ending, everyone makes the wrong choices in spite of what would have been in character for them to do in R1, or show some sign they'd progressed in any form as, people. Thus, while R1 is story as consequence of character, R2 becomes story in detriment to character to fit a pre-scripted path instead of organically attempting to reach that end, dragging cast members forcefully along it to play parts in the story against how they had been characterized before without valid reason in order to get them to a predetermined conclusion. And everything of merit in the setting is sacrificed in the name of that ending. For after Kallen rescues Lelouch from the aftermath of the events of R1, where Charles uses his own Geass that allows him to rewrite someone's mind so Lelouch completely forgets he was Zero and his motivations to fight Britannia, they have to start the revolution all over again. Only now with not only among their enemies due to Suzaku's own actions and pursuit of power. But because the ending of R2 was thought up first and they're just trying to get to it, the story stumbles for direction or to justify the path it appears to take. Because at this point, they're well off the rails the basis from Hamlet could provide them. And consequently, the story refuses to move beyond the superficial trappings of R1's original dynamics, and repeatedly pushes the reset button and returns to them for distractions from the main tale, as opposed to using them to progress the story meaningfully until it is far too late, while taking the characters that needed to be active in the wrong way to how they were presented before, with no proper impetus in story for that change, which needed to happen for them to make the choices they eventually commit to make sense. Once more, this is explicable by the effect they needed to have happen precede the development of how it is caused. Actually, funny story on that. As I was trying to find the English scans of the original manga that we did get released for use when I talked about the side stories in part 4 of this production, I actually failed. For some reason, there are no good scans of the manga. I came across something and I'm betting other Code Geass fans were not aware of. That being the original 26th episode of the series, Eye of the Demon Emperor. Yes, original 26th episode. Not the first episode of R2, which is episode 26 in the watch order. In pre-production of the series, what time slot Code Geass got to air in was changed from a late night slot to being at 5 p.m. on Sundays, which caused some changes to the series structure and production. Originally, the series was going to have a 50-episode contiguous run, with a time skip occurring after the 26th episode, which actually makes for a hilarious parallel to a differing series that did the same thing. But with the time slot change, also came the need to split the series into separate 25-episode seasons, and restructure the scripts for the entire show to abide by that, alongside any other mandates that would come from above. This lost 26th episode is timestamped as having been written before this split was done, but as a consequence, despite the script being completed, it was forced to be scrapped, alongside the entire original direction for the back half of the series, which ended up dramatically altered in what they could salvage from it, and the entire production change was to its overall detriment. And the ending of what now became the first season of the show changed, with half of episode 25, and likely more before it as actual filming scripts for the series have much later finalization dates attached to them, rewritten to accommodate the loss of an episode by which to fulfill the runtime of the full arc. Awareness of this script's existence was only made public in 2015, when the completed 5th draft was included as a special feature on the Japanese Collector's Edition Blu-ray re-releases of the series. And really, considering what this script's contents were, it showcases that the season split between R1 and R2 really is where everything went wrong with the series. Yeah, even if one does not agree with my opinions and determinations, and I missed something in a different interview that refutes some of my positions, please do not think that I did not do my due diligence to find everything that I could. It is genuinely why this script has taken so long to get done, as I kept finding things I felt relevant, and even then I couldn't fit them all in here. In Eye of the Demon Emperor, we do not have with Suzaku dragging Lelouch to his bastard of a sperm donor, so instead we have Lelouch actually shooting Suzaku, resulting in Suzaku's last words being his devotion to Euphemia, and the belief he had made yet another mistake. His life only preserved by the live command Lelouch had earlier inflicted upon him that causes his body to remain animated even beyond the point it should have died. Lelouch only at this point realizing the curse he'd afflicted upon his former friend, him wishing Suzaku hadn't made the wrong choices from the start. Kallen, a witness to all of this, sees Lelouch unmasked and views this act of shooting his Britannian loyalist friend of proof of his convictions to overthrow Britannia's tyranny, and places her faith in him by continuing to follow him now in complete knowledge of who he is. So she does not, at any point, betray him as the canon story wrongly made her, so she is not at this point depicted as making a wrong choice. She returns to the battlefield to help fend off the Britannian occupation in the Black Rebellion, forwarding orders Lelouch gave her which shows her faith in him is being rewarded by saving people from the act, which thus begins to turn the tide of battle again. Up until Emperor Charles makes his presence known to end this himself, with his personal heavy carrier whose primary weapon just erases entire units of Black Knights with the force behind these blasts. His personal guard, which does not involve the Knights of the Round characters as they had not been invented yet and would not until the scripting for R2 itself began far later, reinforced the besieged Area 11 forces, causing the Black Knights' need to scatter, as at this point they had not the resources to oppose this heavy assault, as the battle at the end of Season 1 was the Black Knights making the best of a bad situation to begin with, instead of striking when they had everything prepared, as Lelouch had wanted to, before Euphemia's special administrative zone occurred to screw everything up. Lelouch, piloting the Lancelot stolen from Suzaku, charges Charles's ship, destroying the main cannon of it himself to prevent the worst of the siege, which cements the loyalty of the Knights in doing so, as Kallen passes on commands for them to escape, saving their lives in doing so, as Lelouch himself goes to confront Charles, which is where he makes his mistake. For as he lacks a mask now that Suzaku destroyed it, when he faces his bastard of a sperm donor to cut off the head of the snake, it is without the knowledge that Charles too has a Geass and gets whammied by it. And as this script came before R2's proper storyline was written, it was before the eventual retcon that CC knew and was working with Lelouch's parents. So that little character issue of CC not telling Lelouch any of the things she knew of that could help, yeah, that was not a factor yet, nor was originally intended to be one. It is only that future knowledge consideration which would eventually ruin her by her conveniently forgetting about this warning.
2000年生きてるんだ。食事は読書みたいなものさ。
But this leads to Lelouch's memory being wiped, and him being sealed and chained up, completely catatonic from the memory wipe, beneath Lelouch's school, Ashford Academy, with the character Valletta New acting as his warden. There's more relevant information in there as well, such as when Lelouch has his mind wiped, he was allowed to see some of Charles's memories, one of them being that his mother was part of, and in fact was being voluntarily experimented upon to bring about, Charles's eventual plan known as the Ragnarok Connection, which I will expand more on in a bit, but is based around Jungian psychology where the concepts of God are all based upon a collective unconsciousness made up of all living beings that have ever, currently do, or will ever exist, and such defining the will of humanity. And Charles wants to kill or control the god of human existence through a construct meant to reach it, which requires a trigger mechanism to bring about, which in the canonical series is changed to being the need of a code bearer to set it off, which is part of the problem that eventually comes from this plan, as they already have a code bearer playing parts in the plan and had no need of the other. However, this script implies through this memory dump that the code stuff really was all a retcon, as Lelouch's mother is depicted in the script as the necessary trigger for the Ragnarok connection system with how she speaks of it, and how she would have been hooked into it as the sigil or sign of the gods, which the translator of the script itself waffles on because in Jungian psychology, the sign of the gods is the core of one's heart or soul, and the soul is the self. But in these terms, with Marianne being hooked into the system, it implies that her very existence would have been taken as a necessary sacrifice in their plan to kill and supersede the will of God. Or as it is in an alternative interpretation, enslave the will of man through the collective unconsciousness to those that have the means of control over it. This again tying into how canonically V2 hacked Lelouch and his Geass to set Euphemia's massacre in motion, as Code and Geass bearers already directly connected to the consciousness through which to manipulate people psychically from the start, and Charles and VV's plan would just apply that on a complete global scale. And ironically, how Lelouch is eventually written as defeating them would in turn end up being them hit with karma, as Lelouch would end up using their own plan against them in canon. But because Marianne's dead, well, they would need a replacement. And with context to how Nunnally was later used in both the Nightmare of Nunnally manga and the Resurrection movie as a necessary trigger for the villain's plans for how they would in turn affect this collective unconsciousness, it is very likely that such is a recycling of a plot line that ended up thrown out, and thus why she was in canon meant to be taken, either as a replacement, or if Marianne's corpse and soul were installed in the machine to make it move, not only acting to get her corpse to do it through whatever residual memories for her most beloved family she may have had. You can't tell me that's not possible. I've seen that done in other series for these same rationales. Hell, the side stories seem to recycle several elements of what the original plotline was likely meant to be, even if such is remixed. But my point with including this, especially as I needed to come back to actually add in this part of the discussion later, is this excluded episode, in and of itself, addresses several of the critical failings of R2 just in its events. Its problematic structure, its mistreatment of its characters, its deliberate avoidance of certain plot points that would derail the direction it's meant to head in, and its failure to pay any meaningful attention to the supernatural mythos plot to the point it could have been just excluded outright. It feels like it is naturally moving into the next direction of the story, whereas R2 had to backwards engineer what it does. Kallen's betrayal at the end of R1 that leads into the Black Rebellion failing now becomes a situation where things go out of their hands, so she herself is exonerated of culpability in their failure, her instead retaining, nay, strengthening her faith in Lelouch, because Lelouch acted when it mattered to make a hard choice that supported their efforts, and she would not defame that cost to himself he paid. The knights themselves have far less of a grievance over Lelouch's seeming abandonment of them, since he didn't, as he instead saved their lives again at the cost of himself. And his capture is now aware to all of them, so such would settle the animosity factor that was first raised, but quickly abandoned soon after. Or otherwise Kallen would have revealed who was leading them, in order for them to pursue recovering him, so when they get him back, there is a better question raised over whether they should continue to follow him, due to them now knowing of his identity, and it potentially being compromised by what was done. Or they should continue to be led by those who stepped up in the interim. These are things that R2 itself does not properly address, with the story they instead went with just being an in-canon redux of the first fucking episode, which made for a horrible start to the second season, and required they waste even more episodes past it to continue resetting the status quo to the point they could do anything again. Hell, this change to events better establishes the break between Lelouch and Suzaku that occurs at this point. As from Suzaku's perspective, Lelouch left him for dead, and it was only the command that kept him animated enough to survive the bullet in his chest. That makes him less of a smeghead with consideration of the events of R2 and Akito, as it means that Suzaku did abuse Lelouch, turn his best friend into a slave knowingly, and actively participate in atrocities and oppression as R2 makes him out to be the selfish, self-deceiving hypocrite that ruined the character for the majority of the fandom. And there's more there too, which makes me personally believe that more changes to the front half of the show were made after the script was done as well. As in the script, there features characters that were never introduced or shown in the animated episodes as characters. Even Kaguya Simuragi's role here is larger than it was in R1, tying back to my thesis about the Mao arc in replacing episodes meant to focus on introducing Kaguya as a relevant character to the proceedings, and thus even more explaining how haphazardly she was just suddenly thrown in. It also even better validates a reasoning behind why Nunnally was kidnapped at the end of R1, as that ends up a plot that goes nowhere in the canon series, as well as Charles' co-conspirator V2 not telling Charles about what he was doing, leading to why he showed up here at the climax of the rebellion, as he would have already been on his way to confront him and just detoured, as his capital ship is not one that can move fast enough, even in the air, to have made it here from Britannia during the time period in which the rebellion would have begun. Which also all ties into a better validation for V2's motivations for killing Marianne from the start, because Charles actually loving Marianne would have made him stray from this plan of theirs that would have required her sacrifice her entire existence to this system they likely found solely her compatible with for their needs, and him caring less about the well-being of his children over that of his wife. Which would make sense, as Ichiro Okouchi lifts from other things he is a fan of, and, well, this entire Ragnarok Connection plotline, yeah, it is straight up lifted from Xenosaga, as Ichiro Okouchi is a Xeno series fan. Now, that itself is a long story to tell, and frankly, what was lifted from Xenosaga in this is a popularly disliked revelation in that series' narrative, as it was part of a whole mess the game studio Monolith Soft triggered when an executive fired the wife of the game's director, Tetsuya Takahashi. And said wife of Takahashi, Soraya Saga, had before that been the head writer for the entire Xeno series. And the replacement writer they brought in was just awful. So this one decision entirely ruined the entirety of what was their flagship game franchise. Such being a mistake it took them being bought out by Nintendo to even begin correcting.
Zarathustra is one of the systems created by people in ancient times. It was used to ascend to the realm of God. It was orchestrated by Mary, and its power source was you, right, Yeshua? But it didn't turn out the way they expected. God did not permit mankind's actions. So in order to prevent the destruction of the universe, I bestowed upon it a certain role. That's right, Yeshua. The destruction you will bring. Everything that makes up this universe is connected by the collective subconscious. Redoing everything from nothing by acting upon that collective subconscious and sending everything into the flow of imaginary time. This is the role I gave to the Eternal Circle, Zarathustra. Udu is God himself. The two Abels exist as Udu's observational terminals for this lower domain. In order to assure the continuation of our world, we must seal them away. We will cover the eyes of God, remove his influence from this world, and effect the recurrence of wills through Zarathustra. And that is precisely the reason why I exist.
Regardless, to make a long story short, too late. What was lifted from Xenosaga all tied to events around Shion Uzuki, the protagonist of the Xenosaga games, and her having had her mother sacrificed and be afflicted with an illness associated with experimentation performed on her in association with an artifact known as the Zohar, which connected the observable universe to a higher order dimensional one. And some in this setting thought of those entities in that higher order dimension as gods. So wedged open a tear into that realm into attempt to usurp the power of gods, and in doing so only caused the universe as we know it to start to be devoured by that higher order dimensional space, and triggering that same illness her mother had in Shion. As now, with her mother's passing, she became a spiritual trigger to these same devices that connected normal space with the imaginary space beings comparable to gods existed in. Put in context that Xenosaga also takes large basis for this in Jungian psychology, regarding collective consciousnesses and existences past death, and part of that collapse of the universe being because the dead come back as spectral, ghostly monsters. Yeah, what little this script provides in nuance towards these original plans, plus what is done later regarding the supernatural mythos plot, it just makes what was taken all the more overt.
Besides, mankind doesn't want that. We're all fighting to live this moment.
Are you sure? Large numbers of wills have already gathered here on their own. They all reject the world as it is now and wish for days long past.
That can't be. There's no way everyone will reject the universe.
The Gnosis.
Yes. Gnosis are the form of people who have rejected others and the world. They seek salvation. Faced with being overcome with loneliness and fading away, they choose instead to return everything to the beginning.
But yeah, in this version, it would make Vivi killing her act as insurance towards going through with their plan, as it makes it so Charles would pursue it so as to get her back alongside everyone else. They just needed a new trigger, and their crippled kid makes the most sense to be used as the new sacrifice to the system, with the problem then being of the devoted brother that is standing in their way of that, thus the need to take him off the board, thus justifying the actions taken with the massacre storyline to do just that. That all makes more sense to me as why things happen than just V2 being a freaking yandere for his brother on simple principle, as diverging from the plan they spent their whole lives looking to complete because he found true love he doesn't want to sacrifice for it, is a bigger deal and a more humanizing one for the both of them than one born out of hating any showcase of true affection other than between themselves, or hinging everything on CC's introduced involvement and why this side of the plot even comes to exist. Just reading this feels like a far more organic continuation of the storyline from everything presented than R2 ever seemed to give, as it makes the story be more motivated by character actions instead of the fulfillment of plot points, making it so such would not lead to the frustrations with the narrative that ultimately resulted from the season being split like it was. I can't say for certain that had this been what the rest of the story had followed from, that it would have by default been better. But had the story been made a continuous production, it likely would have had fewer headaches to it, and better justified a cohesive direction to its events that wouldn't have caused fans of the series to this day to rake it across the coals for its myriad of faults. But as can be evidenced by this script being scrapped, Code Geass got majorly screwed over by the second half season, or split season curse, where when you split a single series planned full run down the middle into two separate seasons, with two different 3-act structures to its larger story, and said season produced in two completely separate production blocks, the second set of acts in the show undermines the first set, as the larger narrative arc of such was not plotted out in advance by which to fulfill the story direction desired, as it fails to properly connect to and follow from it, as opposed to just continuing on with the story from where it left off. This happened with Code Geass. This happened with Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. This happened with a whole host of science fiction series produced by the Sci-Fi Channel, and I could go on to cite stuff like Power Rangers since 2011. While this doesn't apply for series that are being adapted directly from a source material, were originally one season but were renewed for more, such as, say, The Big O, nor does it apply for series whose original intended story was just split down the middle and aired separately, as happened with Gundam Build Divers Re-Rise, as those are a single series with a single 3-act structure, just with a delayed airing schedule for the back half of their content that had been planned out beforehand as a single work. And well, outside of those, it really only leaves me with one example where the split season thing actually in any way worked. Mobile Suit Gundam 00. And 00 doing this worked because its second season is a full exploration of the consequences of how things spiraled out of control from where the first season ended, as the conspirators in that story behind why everything went wrong take center stage. Season 1 was structured as the setup for Season 2's dystopia, which Season 2 then appropriately explored, meaning they achieved the proper paradigm shift to approach the continuation of the story correctly, as there was more story to tell in wake of those consequences, which helped to make 00 one of, if not the best Gundam series ever made, even though many people did not see this distinction as happening and criticized the second half more harshly than the first because of it. The Code Geass R2 does not achieve for itself that required paradigm shift, not just because of how it has to waste time setting up everything again, so it's losing episodes from its overall count, which usually ends up being the death knell for this split season problem, but because it insists on retreading previous ground that had become irrelevant or already had natural points of conclusion to thus disregard them going forward, as opposed to focusing its time on what it really should have if it wanted to justify the direction it takes to lead to its ultimate conclusion. This is essentially seen with how the Ashford Academy subplot is retained in R2 despite it becoming superfluous to everything else going on. Ashford Academy is where Lelouch, Kallen, and Suzaku attended school during R1, all three of them ending up on the student council of Millie Ashford, one of Lelouch's closest and longest-lasting friends, due to her family being close allies of Lelouch's mother, and did her own part in trying to build them a surrogate family among friends so they don't have to be alone. The wackiness of events she sprinkles upon the campus? Part of it's her nature as she's an unrepentant pansexual perv, but it's just as much her own attempts to get Lelouch to look on the brighter side of things and not dwell in the darkness of his backstory. With the context of her actions focused through the lens of the additional information provided by the canon, picture, and audio dramas, it can be read that Millie is, or was, in love with Lelouch. But Lelouch never once entertained her advances due to her family's fall from grace amidst their patron's death, making Millie's mother obsessed with rejoining the nobility, which would expose them all to the dangers of his mother's killers. Thus, Millie settled for being a surrogate big sister for them that lived vicariously through trying to hook Lelouch up with others. In general, sicking the entire school full of horny teenage girls after him, but in particular fellow student council member Shirley Finette, who is crushing on the fake persona Lelouch presents at school, but not his real self, which is shown she can't handle as she doesn't think about his motivations at all. Though this dynamic is something that does work and lift him up, it's something for people viewing the series to note that he is not defined by revenge. And this helps show that his main motivator always makes his own actions be about helping other people so they don't have to suffer like he had. Thus, he gives into Millie's whims to make her happy. And in a way, the little family they have in R1, that's Lelouch's goal for being Zero right here. Everyone being given the opportunity to laugh and live their lives regardless of race, nobility, disability, or personal origin. The Ashford Student Council is a microcosm of the world Nunnally dreams for, and Lelouch wants to make real for more than just the small oasis in a world his family is turning to hell. The moments here for Suzaku are fully of the greatest kindness he has known since he murdered his father, yet doesn't realize this happiness and camaraderie is what he steals away from others every time he fights in Britannia's name. And for Kallen, while she is forced to hide much of her true self, this is the short time she can straddle the line between her backgrounds where she doesn't need to make a choice between being Britannian or being Japanese. Independently of Lelouch, this is a representation of a world she wants to see as well, and wishes she could show her true self too, as this group are mostly not bad people. Thus again, the tragedy of R1 is in how this all falls apart due to Lelouch, Kallen, and Suzaku's actions that just keep spiraling out and affecting others, represented by how the council breaks apart, with Shirley ending up first losing her father as collateral damage for the Black Knight's battles due to him secretly being one of the researchers part of the project that experimented on CC, and then Shirley is later murdered in R2. And another council member named Nina Einstein, who is overtly xenophobic, being driven to become a war criminal when she ends up inventing a weapon of mass destruction and gives them to a man whose ultimate goal is genocide. And yes, the name Einstein was blatant, considering Albert Einstein's the one responsible for the research that eventually resulted in nuclear weapons. Nina's research, as presented in series in the background, is very much along the same lines conceptually, only with Sakurai substituted in, because allegory about war escalation and the people who make it possible. And Billy and the last member of their group, Rivals, who acts as Lelouch's public best friend, yeah, their personal stories end in R1. They have their minds changed by Charles's brainwashing as well, so during the events of R2, they're not even themselves, as their lives have become based upon lies that should change how they interact with others and made decisions, as who a person is defined by the memories of their experiences. So changing those memories changes how those people act outwardly. The continued focus on them in R2 as a result does nothing for the story, and should have been abandoned the second Lelouch gets his memories back, as all that is achieved by retaining the school subplot is maintaining a needless masquerade about Lelouch's double life, despite that secret being out to all his enemies. Sidebar. Millie and Rivals' real memories and selves are eventually restored to them thanks to Jeremiah's Geass counselor after the series ends. In the original timeline of the series at any rate, not the movie timeline. So they do end up in the know, like the rest of Lelouch's loved ones, of what he did and sacrificed for them. This is revealed only in the picture drama postscript for the series, just to show how many of the audio and picture dramas work to fill in the blanks of actions, motivations, and elements of the cast because the series didn't have the time. And how so many fans don't know of them, despite even Funimation's Blu-ray of the series including them, is just baffling. But then, this reinforces my argument. The story reaches a point where the Ashford setting and the cast centered within it is entirely pointless, and yet it is kept in the foreground, despite this, due to the required inclusion of one later plot point that is deliberately made integral to everything past it. And if that plot point doesn't happen, then the series ends up structured in such a way that every event following it should subsequently be derailed and not happen, in the same way that previous logical to occur events didn't happen to keep them on that rail. If this were not true, then the main series should have addressed the restoration of their true selves and not left it off to be addressed in something that I'm pretty sure 90% of the people watching this video knew nothing about. For as much as this is an opinionated biopsy of the series, I'm not trying to assert fanon stuff as canon. No, that doesn't happen until the writers did so for the fucking movies for the series. Thus, while retention of it permits some exposure to the narrative of Suzaku's fellow members of Emperor Charles' special forces, the Knights of the Round, as their younger members end up enrolled in the school in R2 to help spy on Lelouch and catch him in the act as Zero after his memory is restored. And it's all just a waste of everyone's time, as outside of a single member of them who has tangential plot relevance tied to the supernatural mythos arc, none of them matter. Hell, the Knights of the Round are such a red herring with regards to their importance in the story. Not only do we not even see all the members of them, well, as I stated before, two of the named ones only do get a chance to have a character in the side content. And several others only exist so Kallen can curb stomp them to death once she gets her final mech upgrade of the series, and her Gurren is remodeled as the Gurren Satan 8 Elements, which, as stated before, remains the single greatest mecha Code Geass ever introduced. Thus, the continuance of the Ashford subplot distracts from and subverts what should have been more major story threads that are actually essential for the progression of the story and ultimate endgame it is moving towards, but never is given the focus it should have had. More central to that being a growing discontent among the Black Knights with Lelouch's leadership as Zero. Not just from Lelouch going MIA at the end of R1 that led them to failing to reclaim Japan, but because Lelouch begins to forget the lines where his personal matters end and his duties as their commander begin, thanks to not only being in enemy hands. With that single act, Lelouch has become compromised in ways that strike to the very core of his being, and it becomes impossible for him to dissociate his own wants from what needs to pragmatically be done. That is why he left in the first place, after all, to prevent this exact internal conflict from happening. But due to Suzaku and Kallen's own part in that, he has to live with that worst-case scenario. And speaking of, while Kallen ends up performing overtures to make amends with Lelouch for why he got captured, the two really don't ever explain what happened to the Knights to cause their Black Rebellion to fail. And considering many of them were also captured, him telling them that would absolve much of the animosity that is supposed to be grown, as there wasn't a way for them to win at that point. But of course, allowing them to learn this, to own up to their failures, would defeat them eventually standing against him, even though it is logical and reasonable and something they can all empathize with for him to actually reveal this to them. Because, once again, the ending was written first, and nothing can be done to violate reaching it. Except, there reaches a point where it becomes absolutely ridiculous that all these things that are logical to happen, that are within the presented characters to happen, do not occur. Which is where many find the faults in R2 become too great to stand, as this begins to devolve into idiot plot territory. A story who only continues to occur in the way it does, and its plot is not subverted, because everyone inside it is treated like an idiot. For Lelouch's efforts to make Zero an indomitable symbol of justice make him unable to live up to the Knight's expectations, as they forget he's human and fallible just like them. Thus, while Kallen does her best to help patch that over with promising to help him save Nunnally and reunite them, the distance he keeps everyone but Kallen at makes them unable to understand him and his very relatable priorities, which results in them being manipulated in turn and cause the very situations Lelouch wanted to avoid by keeping them at a distance in the first place. And consequently, the means by which he tries to build a better world keep crumbling away, and not because of him doing anything wrong.
It is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That is not a weakness. That is life.
Because of the continuance of the Ashford plot's inclusion despite it having reached its natural endpoint before R2 even started, we barely have attention paid to these major central issues as there isn't time given to it beyond the snippets of the remaining campaign of the rebellion we get in R2. Much of said campaign not being relevant to recap here for our purposes as the story remains laser targeted on Japan and not the larger socio-political economic state of the imperialism-dominated world. The same can be said towards the presentation of the Knights of the Round in the anime, as the characters of the ones we see likewise get slaved to the school masquerade and fail to be explored as real characters, or the tangible threat they are much of the time. It becomes irrelevant as the story just needs them to exist at this point as interim baddies, and setting them to do something justifies an effect that needs a cause, as opposed to exploring the more interesting ones among them as focused antagonists undermining their efforts. And examples of that, of course, being the fan favorite of their number, Nanette Imagram, who only gets exploration of her in the side stories, despite her appearing several times in the main series, and some believe to have been rescued from death because of that popularity in the side contents. And all amidst Lelouch working in R2 to create a proper unified coalition of nations to oppose Britannia, which should be showing his commitment to the cause over any personal ambition.
助けに来てくれたのか。感謝する。すぐに体制を何言ってんだてめえ。そもそもてめえ同盟破ってたよな。俺のことプッチしようとしてよ。散々死ぬ思いさせただろうがこら。人のことプッチしようってんならプッチされる覚悟しなきゃダメだぜ。逃げんなこら。
我々は新たに世界を脅かす敵が到来した時に備え国境を越え利害を排除し国同士が一丸となって敵を打ち倒すため新たな組織を結成した。
As the United Federation of Nations that is formed, and he is not the head of, should be the counter-argument of any claims or suspicions that he just wants power for himself. Taking things out of any one person's hands in the event the worst happens with a sustainable system where no single person holds too much influential sway or power. But even that too is turned against him out of distrust that doesn't make sense with all the safeguards he makes that should show to the people he leads that he is not and had no desire to conquer the world as a new tyrant to replace the old, nor that he sees this as nothing but a game with them all as pieces of play. That's largely just a metaphor for how his mind translates his strategic senses due to the shortcut of the chess game board and how it relates to how the Britannia family views real-world strategy, despite chess in reality being a terrible shorthand for real-world war logistics. Seriously, look it up. It's tied all into the development of real-world strategy tabletop board games. It's actually really cool how military strategists who played games like Risk actually would be better in battle than those who only played chess. But unfortunately, again, this series doesn't treat it as such, for it's once more utilized as a needed cause for a required effect, and most of what's shown done just being to supply Lelouch with a larger army to act with against Britannia, and give him more emotional hardship along the way as the cost of getting that army ends up being Kallen herself. For as previously stated, she is captured amidst attempting to gain China as their allies and having to deal with that country's own tyrants. But ultimately, no one listens when it matters, and everything is pulled out from under him by the words of a snake of an elder brother that twists the truth so people refuse to think for themselves, leading to the climax of the series we get. One that could have been justified had more time been spent treating the Black Knights as actual characters in the story during R2, and not just plot device imbeciles driven to act one way against all reason, and not act to absolve the issues that arise. Like, there's a reason I've not bothered focusing on them. For while Lelouch might not have treated them as nameless pawns, the story sure eventually did. And ultimately, the detriment of character that infests R2 is heavily driven by the devolving dynamic between Lelouch and Suzaku, caused by what Lelouch accidentally did to Euphemia, driving Suzaku's issues through the roof. As in R1, Suzaku had fallen in love with her even as he tried to use her to push forward his own agenda, showcased by how he would deliberately ignore her orders and common sense if he felt he knew better, or obeyed some military official over her even past the point where he was only supposed to take orders from Euphemia. He showed how little he actually respected her by pulling that shit, as in truth his acts towards her show he only viewed her as a figurehead holding power, but unable to use it. Thus would abide by the demands of those who would use power over those she requested. But her death amidst the massacre broke him and drove him on a vengeance quest because what was supposed to be his was taken away from him. And at the end of R1, he did win, taking part in Nunnely's kidnapping as bait to get Lelouch, and then dragging Lelouch to his father in the name of being given the power he believed he'd have under Euphemia. Suzaku sold his best friend out into slavery, just as he ultimately did his nation, to show he'd learned nothing from before while still justifying all the ways that this was the right thing to do. Because those he obeyed were always the ones with the most power.
ジャマトに寄生された人間はジャマトに変わり果てる。複数のジャマトに寄生された重症者は二度と人間には戻れなくなる。
ごめんね、レオ。姉ちゃん！
お前が姉ちゃんを。ああ、俺がやった。
見てらんねえな。一番大切な家族を守れねえなんて。
姉ちゃんがいなきゃ世界平和を願う意味なんて。
他の人間はどうなってもいいってか。とんだ偽善者だね。
家から出たけ。
方法ならある。
あなただって幸せになれる世界がきっと。
そこまで言うなら俺に力をくれよ。また誰かを犠牲にする気か。どうせ元の人間に戻れないなら姉ちゃんの命を奪ったことさえも正当化する気か。戦わなきゃ犠牲者が増え続けるだけだろ。犠牲者を出してるのはお前らだ。叶えさせたんだよ、女神の力でな。
Black General Putin Sword。
変わったな。どこに行った？何も変わってないよ。
ゲラにたぶらかされてたんだ。
やれ、それでこそ俺の星だ。もう勝負はついてる。この世界を作り変えるのは俺だ。創世の女神を完成させるんじゃなかったのか。完全体ではないが創世の力は宿っている。早く叶えろ、それがお前の使命だ。これが俺の世界だ。なんだ。姉ちゃん元気？助けて！お父さんとお母さんが変な仮面のやつに襲われて。姉ちゃん父さんも母さんも姉ちゃんもみんな犠牲に。
確かに叶えたさ。お前が蘇らせた犠牲者の中には救いようのない悪党が大勢いた。お前が蘇らせたせいでお前の家族はみんな叶える世界を誤ったな。だから言ったろ、幸せの僧侶ってのは決まってるって。自分の家族を救いたきゃ誰かの幸せを奪うしかない。何かを願うからそんな目にあったんだ。救世主にでもなるつもりだった。救える余地があったってことか。あの木は人類の記憶を司る。そんな奴らの口車に乗せられてか。姉ちゃんをやらなければこんなことにはならなかったんだ。お前の姉ちゃんなら助かる方法があったんだ。余計なことしてこの世界をこじらせやがって。また誰かを不幸にする気か。お前にだけは言われたくない。自分だけが幸せになれればそれでいいのか。家族の幸せを願って何が悪い。
And that resulted in Lelouch being mind-screwed into first being a minion of his father's during the events of the side story Akito the Exiled, who proceeded to raze Europe to the ground, which opened them up to be subjugated by Schneizel, which Suzaku spent the entire OVA series as his handler, using him to murder and subjugate. As if that was an actual punishment to make him commit more atrocities against his will, as no, that is a fucking war crime! With Lelouch then thrown into a prison of his own mind after that, and sentenced to suffer a life of being nothing and no one again. Only for Kallen to save him in penance for her prior abandonment, and them having to pick up the pieces together and start again. With Suzaku in turn becoming more and more obsessed with revenge on Lelouch, completely disregarding his own stated goal, and abandons all pretense of ever pretending to want to make things better, always ending up throughout the story to deliberately be the root cause for why everything gets worse and worse by his refusal to listen to anything but himself, by claiming what he wants is the only moral thing to do, despite not actually thinking about moral solutions to his conflicts himself. In doing so, throwing away any semblance of morality he pretends to have by evidence of his own deliberate actions, and intentionally committing worse atrocities on purpose than Lelouch caused on accident. Which actually only further shows, despite how R1 tried to present him and the franchise overall tries to bend over backwards for him, he was never the virtuous person he pretended to be. The one Euphemia fell for was always a deception created by Suzaku lying to himself. For the end, with every version of the story, R1, R2, Akito, the spin-off media where he appears, and especially the movie continuity, it's as I said before, Suzaku Kurugi almost always ends up presented as a cowardly, hypocritical, self-aggrandizing monster who betrayed his people, his friends, the memory of the woman he loved, any semblance of the morality he champions, just to avoid admitting his mistakes, and not declaring who he serves as long as it puts him in positions where he can decide who is right, even when they too are in the actual wrong and they are causing the world to suffer, while blaming everyone else for his own screw-ups. Insanity, after all, is doing the same things over and over and expecting a different result. Yet the staff at Sunrise consistently seem to ignore this reality of the character and why he became so openly despised.
今まで貴様が積み重ねてきた邪智暴虐、シュゴッダムのために謝れ。僕も民もみんなが小さな国の王様になる。あなたのことは許せない。王様が国民全員を守る。僕の記憶の中にいるあなたは、国民はみんなで手の届く大切な人たちを守る。あなたなら今からだってできるはずだ。甘い。道具は国に使え、物を言わず考えない。こき使われ、壊れるまで働く。それこそ道具の楽ですよ。極悪人だ。
If you're just coming into the series, you really are unlikely to find any majority of the fandom that considers him a good character these days. Hell, there's been some popularity polls where he lost to Nina, who, on top of having an infamous scene involving a table, openly gave weapons of mass destruction to a sociopath. And Nina did so because she too had affections for Euphemia like Suzaku did, despite both of their actions being in deliberate conflict with the virtues she claimed to champion, as they get stuck on the fact of how she died and how her name was sullied, as opposed to what she actually wanted the world to be like, which only Lelouch seemed to make efforts to bring about to repent for his own sin towards her and her memory. While Nina later comes to realize what she did was wrong and acts to make amends by creating a device that can stop WMDs, well, Suzaku does not have these same defenses. Hell, Cornelia, who was known for massacring civilians who harbor terrorists due to her experiences with guerrilla tactics in other battlefields, comes off as a better person by targeting her ire over the deaths of her cherished family members onto those actually responsible for it. You know you've permanently ruined a character, as she never lashes out at anyone but whom was involved in why her loved ones died. And even she comes to regret her persecution of Lelouch when she realizes the truth, and learns that Schneisel planned to turn Nunnally into the Massacre Empress after Lelouch succeeds in killing Emperor Charles, by using the WMDs Nina created on every nation in the world, beginning with Schneisel tricking Nunnally into using one of them on Britannia's capital itself, instantaneously erasing the rest of their family from existence, and it all being publicly done in Nunnally's name, so someone else takes the blame for Schneisel's actions and manipulations. Just as the massacre Euphemia caused was the work of others, where Lelouch was left alone holding the bag and weighed down by the guilt. Trying to exonerate Nunnally and protect her from the consequences of her own actions being one of the largest character-based excuses for why Lelouch ultimately chooses to damn himself. Speaking of, you want to know Cornelia's own response to this revelation of Schneisel tricking Nunnally into bombing the planet?
ではペンドラゴンの住民は
消えてもらったよ。その方が幸せじゃないのかな。ルルーシュに忠誠を誓う人生よりは。
しかしナナリーには
ナナリーがルルーシュに立ち向かうと決意してもらうためには余計な情報は入れない方がいいだろう。システムと力で平和を実現すべきでは。人それぞれの欲望は否定できないと。だったら心や主義主張はいらない。
恐怖で人を従えようというのですか。
平和というのは幻想だよ。戦うことが人の歴史。幻想を現実にするためにはしつけが必要では。
そのようなことは神でなければ許されない。
だったら神になろう。たとえ10億20億の命がなくなったとしても恒久的な平和、
母性的な平和などそれは。
悲しいね、コーネリア。
Which again shows that while Cornelia might have spent the entire series fighting for the long side and facilitating her nation's conquest and oppression, you would be hard-pressed to find an individual in the fandom who actively despises her, despite her being a central antagonist for much of R1. Because unlike the truly reviled characters in the series in this last act, she did ultimately seek to repent. As unlike Lelouch, she didn't have a wake-up call to how bad her nation, family, indoctrinated beliefs, and her own actions were until it was too late. Any overtures to that Lelouch attempted to make kept being blocked, a lot of them by Cece herself. Though Cornelia still hates Lelouch for the acts he committed, still hates the power of Geass for the atrocity it caused, but by the end, she just as much hates herself for being deceived as long as she was, and not performing the actions that would have prevented things from going down that road, which left the siblings she loved stained with blood and marred forever as monsters. The truly guilty among them responsible for the entire orchestrated event let off scot-free from being held publicly responsible for their crimes. There are few characters in this series that show any kind of self-reflection like Cornelia does either, despite how little time is spent on said regrets. In part because she's barely in R2, so there's not time to show them very much. And the signs we have towards that, primarily her realization that Schneisel had been manipulating her and everyone else from the start to wind her up and set her against anyone and everyone, are why people largely do not hate on her. And we're, I wouldn't say happy, but we're okay with learning that she survived Schneisel's attempt to kill her, thanks to Nanette getting her medical attention. You know, Nanette, that character that exists but is not part of the main story, only playing part in the side stories. Yeah, they are actually revealed to be old friends, and one of the side stories details her saving Cornelia's life from that event. But everything that's seen throughout Cornelia's character story on her role and why things get worse, and her regret at the part she played, Yeah, that same cannot be said for many others. For how the story utilizes Suzaku ends up frustratingly consistent across the larger tale, and becomes representative of the devolution of its cast. Cause it's not just him that showcases such stark hypocrisy in his words, beliefs, and actions out of solely self-serving, bullheaded, narcissistic self-interest, even though some of that comes about by the story not allowing the characters to do things that are natural for the characters to be doing. And this isn't just by the villains of the series. Oh no. Though I feel I could write a whole separate video about the walking contradiction that is Charles Z. Britannia. A character who is revealed to detest deception and lies to the point he wants to kill God because he believes that every single person is a piece of God just wearing a mask, and all humanity's strife is just God's many faces of cruelty. Which in reality is just him hypocritically forcing his beliefs and misconceptions about the collective unconsciousness on everyone else. Because he does not want to take responsibility for his actions, while he does nothing but lie and deceive to hide his own agenda, that is nothing more than a, I will take the place of God and redefine what human is, and I caused all the suffering in the world so people would want what I want! Assimilation plot, when you think about it. His entire social Darwinist philosophy that has caused the persecution of the world being one grand lie he bathed the entire world in, just so he would have the freedom to do what he wants, as opposed to trying to fix the broken mess he made at any point. For the root cause of the world of lies that he so despises is not the God he hates, but the actions he himself has taken to gain power.
It's a basic truth of the human condition that everybody lies. The only variable is about what. The great thing about telling someone they're dying is that it tends to focus their priorities. Find out what matters to them. What they're willing to die for. They're willing to lie for it.
He pursues the past thinking it is better, not understanding that he views the past through the fog of distorted memories, and it was never what he thought it was. And the truth he seeks to make real is, in fact, just another convenient lie, as he doesn't want to acknowledge how bad he himself made things. And fears the ultimate culmination of his deceptive dogma, that is Schneisel, who he knows would destroy everything. Even his own memory modification, Geass shows his own stark hypocrisy as turning every truth of a person into a lie multiple times in the story and side material. Whereas Lelouch actively tried to avoid outright brainwashing people into being his slaves, as he is presented as knowing more about how other humans work because he's actually lived among them instead of lording over them.
You're saying that humans need fantasies to make life bearable?
No. Humans need fantasy to be human. As practice, you have to start out learning to believe the little lies.
So we can believe the big ones?
Justice, mercy, duty, that sort of thing.
They're not the same at all.
Then take the universe and grind it down to the finest powder, and then show me one atom of justice, one molecule of mercy, as if there is some rightness in the universe by which it may be judged. You try to act as if there is some ideal order in the world.
But people have got to believe that. What's the point?
You need to believe in things that aren't true. How else can they become?
You see how I could go on a lot about how the purported big bad devolves into a raving lunatic acting in contradiction to humanity from just that summary. And that's every antagonist here that breaks down on that. They, on a fundamental level, do not understand the human experience because they keep themselves isolated and sequestered from what reality is. Yet they all claim to seek self-contradictory solutions while claiming their way is right. But if any of them were, then things would have improved before this. And instead, they all just fucking ignore it, thinking that they just need more power before they can make a difference. And it's infuriating in how dumb that gets, because they just keep making the same goddamn mistakes. Like, the character closest to being like Charles in the entire story isn't really Lelouch as many claim. It's actually Suzaku, as both use any pretense they can to put themselves in the right to further their own wants and justify their actions. And that's not even addressing how I am almost dead certain that they lifted this entire collective unconsciousness kill God subplot straight from the game series Xenosaga, which had only recently concluded. That it explored this same thing right before Code Geass did. And frankly did so in an even worse way than this is due to how they dwelled on it and acted self-contradictory with that entire storyline. Or how idiotically Lelouch acts in actually handling Charles when he confronts his sperm donor in R2.
ルルーシェビ・ブリタニアが命じる貴様は死ね姑息だなルルーシェ王道で来るがいいよ王の力を継ぎたいのであればわからぬのかルルーシュもはやわしには剣でも銃でも何をもってしても無駄
Which again, for presented action, shows how Lelouch actively chose not to enslave people with it when that would have been the better choice in that circumstance. And that's again not even getting into the ridiculousness that is Lelouch's uncle, V2, and his Geass order that's been working with Charles' own towards this goal. As their backstory goes, V2, actual name Victor, and Charles encountered a different code bearer not long after their own mother's death, and Victor managed to take the code from them before granting Charles his Geass. From there, they plotted to take the throne from their father and wealth of family members and set off an event known as the Emblem of Blood, where they manipulated their own family members to kill each other over the throne, until Charles and his followers were able to claim it when everyone else was dead.
どっかで殺しそびれたか。
この男、神の怒りの犯人。
目についたら殺してきた。いちいち覚えてられるか。
命をもてあそぶ者に慈悲など与えない。死罪だ。
By the way, the Emblem of Blood, yeah, that's how you end up getting 100 emperors and empresses of a country that has only lasted for 200 years. Them all killing each other during that burned through dozens of different rulers in the span of a few years. But from that experience, you would think either of them would have some level of empathy for others in this. But no, it seems like the sheer sociopathy and only caring about oneself is a recurring trait in the family. For thanks to the early exposure to the code in Geass, Charles and Victor started trying to learn everything about what it could do, with CC, who by that point was an ally of Marianne's, starting to help them on this project, thus leading to their big, grand plan, the Ragnarok Connection. And the Ragnarok Connection is what Charles and Victor need the thought elevators for. They truly think that by killing God, they can change the world how they wish, when Charles is already the most powerful man on the goddamn planet. If he actually wanted to reform the world as he claims in the finale to want to, then he could just have done that without any of this. Like Suzaku, all they did was make things worse by his refusal to consider anyone but themselves. And this factors into the murder of Lelouch's mother as well, for Marianne played part in bringing Charles to the throne and was chosen to be one of Charles's wives. But that's when Victor went straight brother complex into eventually being driven to killing her and other consorts to cover up his murder of Marianne, and that's setting off the events of the show as Charles protected him and refused to hold him accountable for his actions. See where I'm going with this? But what makes that idiotic is a secondary effect of this third impact plot they're doing is killing the metatextual god will purportedly cause every dead person to flood back into the living world and amalgamate with the living. Allegedly so everyone would be able to regain those they lost by existing in an eternal past and present. And if that sounds awful, it's because hell truly is other people. But that's pretty much my point. Victor killing Marianne does nothing but undermine their own goals by everyone they need to keep happy on their side being negatively affected by this event. And by the very fact that both he and Charles have access to the collective unconsciousness to learn of what the other does, and their goal is to bring back everyone dead, then what sense does killing her to get Charles away from her make if Charles will just get her back when their plan succeeds? There is no logic to it. And consequently, by Lelouch becoming motivated to become their enemy, that's why their entire scheme fails. Victor might have hated Marianne, but he wasn't going to be able to ever get rid of her, and killing her only doomed their scheme to fail because he kept trying to kill her kids. Oh, and for those who may wonder, yes, this is also why setting up Euphemia's brainwashed massacre and her subsequent death did not matter to Charles, as when the Reinhardt connection succeeds, she'll just be brought back anyways. He doesn't give a damn about people living or dying as long as he and Victor get what they want. The only purpose in keeping them alive is just to use them to further that goal, and distract others from him gathering what he needs to achieve it. But at least someone who is stuck with the emotional immaturity of a child and has a yandere brother complex makes more sense to pull something so self-sabotaging and destructive due to his own failure to develop impulse control. I can accept that as the impetus that eventually results in Lelouch becoming the enemy that destroys their plans. As that is karmic irony which makes sense in a story. It's just their goals in the context of why they do these things that makes less sense. As they didn't need to go out of their way to kill God to make the world a better place. They had that power, and it was their ambition, their corruption of a system to serve them, and not act in service to the people, and using self-absorbed sycophants and then manipulated to do their dirty work that made the world they lived in into such a hell, that a demon was even born to try and set it right.
たった一人の犠牲で人類が救われるのだ。生きている限り人には明るい未来がある。
あなたの生きた時代はそうだったのか。
何？
生きることは地獄だ。理不尽は容赦なく襲いかかってくる。痛みと悲しみを背負わされる。未来、幸せ、それを当たり前に手にできるのはあなたのような強い人だけだ。その地獄を作ったのは始まりの。あなたがそれを繰り返すなら生かすために犠牲を強いる。僕が2000年の歴史ごとぶっ壊してやる。地獄みたいな世界で小さくても幸せを見出す。小さな幸せこそ守る。だから僕たちは生きていけるんだ。そんな王様に俺様はなる。神やってのは誰が王か民こそが決める。
But then again, Charles, V2, and their closest allies all seem to be stuck in the myopic worldview of 9-year-old boys. Especially because V2 is trapped in the body and has the impulse control of a 9-year-old boy. But that sort of impulse control failure is not applicable for a lot of the cast in R2.
あらぬ噂で裏切り者に仕立て上げられているのです。
The way the Black Knights betray Lelouch as the story enters its final act is one of the most heavily criticized and condemned parts of not just Code Geass, but any work Sunrise has ever produced. As they believe the words of Lelouch's brother Schneisel, their enemy that has every reason to lie to their faces about and twist the truth of Lelouch's intentions, who has only provided them circumstantial, suspiciously motivated evidence, over the man who has worked with them to achieve everything they've ever wanted.
そいつの力だろう。命令を聞かせる能力か。
足のお願いをみんなが聞いてくれちゃうだけ。
Before Lelouch got involved, their attempts to take back their home were not only failing, but causing their own people to be slaughtered indiscriminately, with no hope they could do anything to change their lot in life, which only Lelouch's intervention allowed to happen. And yet they believed the circumstantial evidence of Lelouch's guilt sounds the reasoning that would explain it. The royal smart people in the cast are not there to talk them out of it, or call out said evidence as not being proof of what it is claimed to be, nor ask the context-clarifying questions to determine guilt or culpability, and Jeremiah, despite being in the show in Lelouch's service now, is nowhere in sight to showcase with his Geass counselor that, no, none of the Black Knights are being mind-controlled, which Schneisel claims they are being. Which, again, at this point, was Jeremiah's one sole job in the story, and thus the lot of them, led by those who always held the greatest doubts in Lelouch, sway the vote into turning on him, all in the name of their own personal greed of reclaiming Japan with the backing of a man that right after reveals he couldn't have given them it, nor actually ever does. As Schneisel had not the power to offer it in bargain in the first place as he wasn't currently the emperor, nor by the later evidence of his actions would he have ever given it to them even if he claimed the throne. Hell, they couldn't have even accepted Schneisel's deal legally anyways. That power to do so was taken out of the Black Knight's hands the second the United Federations of Nations was formed, with the UFN giving them their operational mandates by that point, meaning it is not up to them to decide whether to unilaterally condemn, arrest, and execute Lelouch for his actions as Zero. They do not have that power to remove him. The only way to do so is to actively mutiny against him and literally betray everything they have fought for out of their own selfish greed. And with them actively lying to the UFN afterwards to cover their own guilt and get the UFN representatives in Schneisel's pockets, well, they may condemn Lelouch as a demon, but they act as the villains of the final arc by giving Schneisel everything he needs to conquer them all and destroy everything, had Lelouch not been there to stop them. None of that, from what discussion I found, was fostered by executive meddling, by the way. It appears to be Okouchi or Taniguchi's screw-ups by not realizing what they were depicting and seeking their ending that required the Knights abandon Lelouch first. But from analysis of where everything in R2 goes from lacking to the audience feeling outright contempt for the series, this is the breaking point for most people. As I said earlier, the circumstances by which it would be believable for this betrayal plot to happen were never given the attention needed to justify it, since so many events could have occurred to subvert it entirely. Thus, this act by them and the ones that follow didn't and still do not sit right, and harmed reading of a lot of them when the show was rewatched, nor allow the audience to believe that they can work to fix the world after. And again, it's not like they couldn't have justified it. As I said, the Black Knights members have had understandable doubts towards Zero in the past, that over the course of the series had been remedied, to an extent. For right after Lelouch and Kallen rescue the Knights from prison, they are rightfully angry at Lelouch for his prior abandonments, and even at this point question whether he is fit to continue to lead them. And yet, all Lelouch offers to appease them is empty platitudes. This, conceptually, is another example of event preceding cause in R2, as this scene is supposed to engender the idea that they permanently lost their trust in him that would eventually lead to their ultimate betrayal. But once again, the idiot plot that R2 acts as rears its head, as the easiest way to absolve this entire issue is for Lelouch to tell them the truth to bridge that gap. Not everything, mind you, just that Britannia managed to capture him in the midst of the battle, and that's why he disappeared. Hell, they could also go one step further and reveal that Emperor Charles had brainwashed him, as that is also true, and by doing so infer that the entire massacre Euphemia committed might have been because she was brainwashed like he was by them, which technically is also true since they hijacked his Geass to actually do it to her. And that shifts the blame to the people that are their true enemies, who will stop at nothing to maintain control over everyone and thing.
本当に何にも覚えてなくて。
お前を操った奴が同じように民を操ったと見て間違いない。
きっとみんなじゃねえっす。自分たちの国を本気で守ろうとしてる奴もいるっす。
As while that is not the full context to everything, nor is it a full reveal of his identity, it isn't a lie or empty words, and it's something they all can understand. He could have gone a step further and revealed that they managed to get him by discovering his identity and threatening his loved ones, and made a bad judgment call that led to his capture, which is also true and something else they all have experienced that would allow them to relate to him and empathize with their leader and his screw-up. Hell, revealed to them in how in his mind-wiped state he'd been overseen by handlers that kept him from being rescued and restored to himself, which by revealing who they were, would also subvert even more events down the line due to one of the knights that is key to this later betrayal having a personal relationship with that individual, and that relationship being the inn used to bring the entire house of cards down. And moreover, this should have been when Kallen admitted to her own failure last season in abandoning him to them all, which is the true reason why Lelouch was not able to return to them and finish the fight, making it her fault why they lost and not just his, which would work as part of her arc in seeking absolution and to repent for that act by acting to take some of the blame off of him. But of course, none of that takes place for, as I've said before, Lelouch's death was planned first, and they're just working their way back to it in reverse. And thus, any logical character actions that should occur that can resolve those conflicts before they even begin, and should occur naturally to disarm this bomb before it's even planted, are not allowed to happen, because the ending takes precedence over everything else. And that is why the betrayal of the Black Knights and Lelouch's death inevitably comes as a result of it does not work from a story and character perspective, and why people get so angry at it as there's legitimately no way it should have happened. For after this betrayal happens, Lelouch's character is defamed to the UFN, so the organization he created top to bottom becomes a hostile power to his own efforts at bringing peace. And the Knights and the large UFN they now serve, in nearly all continuities, act as lapdogs to Schneisel as he dangles Japan's reclamation in front of them regardless of the consequences. Consequences that include Schneisel literally nuking the world back into the Stone Age, which they are very aware he can do, and him intending to slaughter them all atop that. And never questioning what they did, nor realizing that had they not betrayed Lelouch, they would have succeeded in their goals by that point, instead of them supporting a genocidal madman who only seemed like a lesser evil than Lelouch because of Schneisel's own deception. Especially as Lelouch, by that point, wanted someone, anyone, to put him out of his misery, and was willing to be the villain in their tale if only so he'd get a bullet put in his head once Schneisel's own plans were stopped.
A darkness carried in the heart cannot be cured by moving the body from one place to another.
And consequently, it is detrimental to their characters for them to act in this manner and actively assist in almost bringing the world to ruin in their selfish bullheadedness. Kallen, by this point, included in that condemnation due to her not abandoning their side after they threatened to kill her. And it harms the story further, as they are broken in the same way as Suzaku was to drive them into conflict with Lelouch, as the story requires him be betrayed or push away everyone that loved him to reach the ending the writers wanted, because he is never allowed to tell them the truth, and can only be allowed to continue the lie.
それか。これはあなたのチェックか。
私あなたとなら。ねえ、答えてるルージュ。あなたにとって私は何？
万が一にも隙はないのでしょうね。バカが今頃気づいたのか。貴様らが駒に過ぎないということに。ゼラ、君はこの中でも特別優秀な駒だった。ゲームだったんだよ、これは。そう。彼、君は生きろ。撃て！
地球は好きか？え？力を貸してくれるかい？
俺ら王はバカの王様になる。そういう筋書きにすんだよ。
王たちは身勝手なわがままで地球の富を独り占めしようとした。
しかし側近たちはその野望に気づき、
あなた方は国を救った英雄となる。
民を、地球を守るためだ。
だからといって王様が悪者になってはダメです。
私はいつもいつでも。
But if the cast were still in character or actually capable of any intelligent thought at this point, then the actions they perform wouldn't happen, as the story hasn't given them the proper impetus to drive them into those places and the directions in which they go. And there were still ways to de-escalate everything that just were not acknowledged or taken.
真実は全ての黒幕は俺だよ。
まんまと翻弄されてくれましたね。私の幻。お前たちの王を切ったのは全て私だった。
お前さん方はまんまと騙されたってわけさ。俺の筋書き通り、王も民もバラバラのガッタガタ、全ては俺が地球を支配するためさ。糸に繋がれ舞い踊れ。巣に捕まったらもうおしまい。
But no, they're all put in that position because the story needs them there to set off the next step on the road to the pre-scripted conclusion, no matter the cost of following it, despite how R2's depiction has not been allowed to justify that shift to the audience. You see how huge a millstone was hung around the cast's neck due to the creative staff working back from Lelouch's death to create the tale of R2? It basically becomes the same problem that destroyed the film Star Trek V. If you've not seen the behind-the-scenes on one of the worst Star Trek films ever made, the original story was centered around William Shatner's character, James Kirk, being betrayed by his longtime friends and colleagues due to the influence of a mystic that banishes from their minds the pains of their lives as a means of cheap indoctrination, all to ultimately leave him alone in a fight against an entity pretending to be a god. And it doesn't work because after everything the crew of the ship had gone through, after they'd risked their lives and trusted their comrades time and again to succeed in the trials they experienced, to break from that by so cheap an impetus and no other? It only works if you understand nothing of how people bond after living through life or death crises and placing faith in their continued existence in others' hands. And cast members Leonard Nimoy and DeForest Kelley flat out refused to be part of that self-aggrandizing ego trip because the premise itself was that faulty. They were being forced to go against their characters and defame them, just to surface a story direction that would lead to Kirk fighting God.
False god. Dead false god.
Similarly, Code Geass with the Black Knight's betrayal falters for the same reason. The seeds for their discontent to buy into stabbing Lelouch in the back were not properly addressed to make it believable that they'd betray him once just his identity, ability, and a deceptively slanted interpretation of the prior massacre was revealed. Not without the story deliberately refused to disarm the issue well in advance of it happening, which they were more than capable of doing. And with members among them having been slandered as mass-murdering terrorists before themselves by these same individuals. Which makes it come off as just solely his identity, and just him existing is the true crime of it all, which is just disgusting. And even then, they had knowledge that Lelouch had suffered and struggled just as they had, and in much of that time alongside them, with at best circumstantial evidence to guilt of a crime that is still minuscule to the atrocities and the suffering committed by those they are bargaining with, even before Schneisel's attempted genocide plot kicks in. As literally hours before they betray Lelouch, Schneisel was responsible for the murder of millions right in front of their eyes when he gave a weapon of mass destruction to Suzaku and put him in a position where Suzaku would have no choice but be forced to use it. For at this point in the series, Suzaku had become afflicted with a Geass command called Live, which forced him to actually have a fight or flight response to his actions. For when Lelouch cast it on him, he deeply misunderstood who Suzaku was as a person and his priorities. But due to how the command works on Suzaku's mind, he is able to interpret how it reacts, with it either forcing him to flee from battle and avoid confrontation and injuries, surrender to a superior foe, or it can overclock his physical capabilities to fight back with any means available to ensure his survival. But because of Suzaku's refusal to ever flee or surrender in order to obey the Live command in that way due to his own egoism, and Schneisel being well aware of Suzaku's affliction, Schneisel giving him the weapon is the exact same circumstances as my gun analogy with CC earlier. You know from the outset someone is going to be harmed by it, so any responsible person would not do so, unless they intended from the start for those given the means to in fact do that harm, or providing plausible deniability towards their own guilt. For due to Suzaku's own past betrayals, why would anyone believe him when he declares that he's carrying a weapon of mass destruction and will use it if he has no choice?
まさかあれがスザクの言っていた
あの光の中に
そんなことを聞いているんじゃないんだ。ナナリと話したいだけなんだよ。
でもナナリは死んだんだ。死んだんだよ兄さん。
嘘をつくな。ナナリと話をさせてくれ。
Oh, and this whole series of circumstances happening? That is another thing that should have been prevented by Jeremiah because of his Geass Chancellor. He should have and did have access to Suzaku to break the Geass command on him before Jeremiah defected to Lelouch's side, even as a few opportunities before these events to actually come along with Lelouch to actually do that as well. And those that know about Geass on Britannia's side would not entrust Suzaku to his role unless they knew they could use him without there being a possibility of this command screwing them over by Liv being used against them, as it already had been earlier. And this could have just as easily backfired on them in the heat of battle, considering some of the psychopaths in Britannia's ranks. And is likewise excluded from this battle specifically, so he can't use the Chancellor to remove it. For the command Suzaku is inflicted with is retained despite this, specifically to give the appearance and excuse that he had no choice but to fire the weapon in this event, as once more part of Bandai and Sunrise's refusal to let the staff depict him as a bad person, when he did, as he could have just run or surrendered if his own ego wasn't stopping him. Again, the man considers no other options but the direct one, and that occurs regardless of the command. The command is just another excuse the production keeps using to not hold him accountable for anything, even when this could easily be blamed on Schneisel for giving an unstable man a WMD to fire at will to give himself plausible deniability, when the results of doing that was what he wanted. But to make it so Schneisel would properly be responsible for this event, you have to start by holding Suzaku to account for everything else to present how he would be mentally unfit to be handled it in the first place. And he can do that, again, by removing Code and Geass as an equation in the storytelling. This is another major event where one doesn't need the Mystic Eye powers to provoke an event. The story just needed to acknowledge that Suzaku has the personality disorders they present him as having, and him reaching a breaking point like he did his father and going, "Why won't you do as I say?" And due to how Schneisel works to deceive behind the scenes, the entire thing from the start was a setup for him to turn the knights on Lelouch, as that is what a villain in the story does. And how Schneisel is shown to operate all series long. Let others do the dirty work for him after he tricks them into doing it. But does no one think about that at all in the story? How Schneisel from the start has all the cards? Why would he need to negotiate with them at all? He could just kill them outright with another bomb. He even brings one with them on this meeting. He could have just shot it at them and eliminated the Black Knights and Lelouch outright. But he doesn't, not because it might lead to other rebellions which he already expects to pop up, regardless, which is why he built an entire fortress for the express purpose of firing those bombs on the entire planet beforehand. No, that's not why. It's because the story only needed him to be the cause for an effect in this instance. That effect being Lelouch needing to be betrayed by the Knights to set off what follows to get to the pre-planned ending. But, as has been my point, it does not sell them buying into the need to betray Lelouch, as all of Schneisel's evidence is at best circumstantial. Schneisel's bomb has as much harmed his own side so his own people would not be supporting him, and it's established Lelouch is the only one in the series that can think and plan on his sociopath of a brother's level. So they need him more than ever now that this atrocity of a weapon is in play. Yes, this would make them call into question many things about how their war has gone with this revelation. Yes, it would make them concerned their minds had been messed with to be loyal to Lelouch, which by simple reasoning would show itself false by them even able to think that thought and act to betray him, regardless of Jeremiah being around. But the escalation that subsequently takes place? No, even with the story deliberately and artificially preventing every form of bridge connection from forming that it feasibly could have between Lelouch and the Knights with exception to Kallen, the story has not justified them fully turning on Lelouch like this, or their demonization of him that subsequently follows. Centrally because the series never even pretends to answer the question of, if we've been brainwashed to obey or be loyal to him, then how can we act against him? And that question alone should outright collapse Schneisel's schemes. Which, of course, is why no one ever asks it. And when a question that simple cannot be answered in the story without derailing the entire narrative, well, ladies, gentlemen, and others, that turns the story being told into a textbook example of an idiot plot. By them acting on it in this way, likewise, as we discussed before about old guard hardline Japanese militants in the series acting as horribly as Britannians, raises a very problematic and racist double standard considering how many of them started out the series being terrorists and willing to massacre those not of their race without reason, who were only set on a better path because of the man they want to kill, who they won't hear out because he's not of their race, and whom in turn refuses to defend himself because of the guilt he truly feels over what they condemn him for. They have no ground to stand on for the holier-than-thou act they put on, and it pisses viewers off. How most people write this whole thing off, then, is a lot of them being complete unthinking morons who consulted no one on what they were doing and put no thought into it, until after it all went down, and then used Lelouch running as proof of guilt to defame his character to the world, even though they were ready to just shoot him and Kallen without ever hearing a word in his defense. Yeah, they were ready to kill Kallen, their best pilot, long-term comrade, surrogate sister to some of them, and the sole reason they'd survived against Britannia's top pilots, just to kill Lelouch, a person who had been exonerated for responsibility in the whole thing they blamed him for already. And they would have gotten away with it too had Lelouch not forced Kallen away and told them what they wanted to hear, just to save her life. As once you realize his tell, you understand that he valued her life more than his own by then, and would have happily died for her, had no one else intervened.
お願いです。僕の知ってるキリアさんに戻ってください。
なんか勘違いしてるみたいだけど。
彼が私に従っているのは彼自身の意志。
結局お前は一人じゃ何にもできない。
自分の嘘に乗れ。
レーザーはわざと悪役を演じてたんだよ。
小賢しい真似を。
あれ？乗せられちゃった。
However, the only way to reconcile this conflict internally to the series with the Black Knights is to believe those characters were not the people they were shown to be in R1, which again harms R1 on the show's rewatch, and them grasping for freedom has corrupted them once they got a taste of the power Lelouch had built for them, not because they actually had any faith in him as Zero. What's more, making Kallen the only one that truly believed in him and his cause, because she loved him. Which all plays against human nature unless there truly is some deeper festering malice beneath the surface of those involved. That again, retroactively damages the merit of those characters, and would not have happened had R2 actually focused on them and their growing discontent with Lelouch as a leader as a means of leveraging things so Schneisel manipulating them would be more believable, as opposed to that time instead being spent on the pointless schoolyard plots at Ashford, as they have no true goal of their own beyond an abstract to act as a guide for them left in the story. So is there a way to have done the Black Knight's betrayal plot without completely screwing over the characterization of the Black Knights? Yes. Have Schneisel give them an ultimatum. They give him Lelouch, where he fires another of his fancy new warheads on Tokyo. Schneisel would of course be bluffing, but one would never be able to tell without the context of who he is in maintaining his masquerade as the white prince that can do no wrong. After all, the entire reason he gave one to Suzaku in the first place was because Suzaku was going to be forced into a situation where he'd have to use it. That's Schneisel's entire thing, where he makes other people responsible for the malicious actions he sets in motion in order to keep the image of his hands being clean. But the Knights don't know that without Lelouch around to tip them off to that. They would think the threat is real. They would then have as their highest priority their concerns for their people. And when faced with evidence that Lelouch isn't who they thought he was, that would have been a justifying angle to attack to have them put their reservations to the side, as it's either their tarnished, broken leader or the very people they've been fighting for from the start. It becomes less about betrayal, less about trusting a man's words and evidence when you have no reason to think he didn't just forge his evidence, less about trading Lelouch in a bargain for Japan that Schneisel has no intent nor capacity to keep, and more about who they can save in a situation where it seems like they've already lost the leader they trusted in, even if they are aware they could be making the wrong choice. Lelouch would understand this. He would still, from this path, be allowed to perform his following gambits, but it makes clear that the knights were forced into a no-win scenario. Thus, it doesn't hinge their betrayal on things the audience knows are not as egregious as claimed. Lelouch was framed for, or a better reasoning for them that made them necessary. Approach such this way, while it seems minor, fixes this story point entirely, and while there'd still be those who would disagree with that angle of attack, it would properly frame Schneisel as the end boss villain that he is, with the Black Knights only following Schneisel as they don't know after that who to side with. But the danger of those warheads is just too great to oppose, so they fool themselves into working with the very sociopath they should have turned against. And yet, that wasn't what was done, as the ending was written first with full intent of keeping Lelouch framed as the villain for going against the evils of the world to force it to change, and the staff were working backwards from that ending. So the betrayal was written before the justifications for it would be crafted, and thus, they don't connect how they should.
あとはお前さん方が悪者の俺を倒しておしまいだ。
お前の戦いが無駄になる。
地球が滅びたら全部ご破産だ。できるわけないだろ。夢ばっかり見てちゃいけない。今がなくちゃいつかもない。
Whereas what I just proposed requires front-to-back narrative construction, where you get to a story point that will connect with where you want to go, and have to consider where the characters are as people and what their motivation would be, to consider what the circumstances could be to get them to go against Lelouch. As again, there are previous story points the series does not properly close or follow up on to validate the Knights and Lelouch splitting. It is merely the way in which it was done that caused it to be the single most controversial event in the original timeline of the series, and the one fans of the show most disagree with. And that is still ultimately a result of how Okouchi writes his stories, where the narrative takes the larger focus over any exploration of character needed to explain or justify the direction in which the story and characters are forced to move when they are not working symbiotically. As the way they did it, the story does not depict them as having come to a natural conclusion. The story forces them to make that choice, and it damns their characters irreparably in doing so. Literally, the only way one could make what the canonical timeline did worse is what the movie timeline did, where the events are changed so Black Knight's leader Kaname Ogi leads the Knights into actively collaborating with Schneisel when they are not under duress to take Lelouch in, and letting Schneisel's men do it themselves. As the reason that way is worse is that you're not being fooled like a bunch of idiots. You're not being threatened to give in, so you're forced to play a numbers game of who should be valued more. You're instead making an informed choice to stab your leader in the back and outright betray the very principles for why you were fighting in the first place. If you just let your sworn enemies get everything they wanted by just stepping aside and holding down the only person on the planet that has a chance to oppose them. As in that path, they become as guilty as Suzaku is of enabling the very malice that had broken the world. And he called into question why they even rebelled in the first place if they would just eventually be the lapdogs to a man responsible for collaring them.
Okay, but that's worse. I mean, you do get how that's worse, right?
And thus, it does not justify their defamation and slander of Lelouch as the Demon Emperor to continue the plot unheeded. As done this way, there is no grounds for them to be hostile to Lelouch for him to need to play that role as villain, as their antagonism of him is part of what necessitates he double down on such, because they are being written to be unreasonable, not characterized as unreasonable. And thus the film interpretation works even less than the original series version does. And worse, them doing so this way prevents us ever seeing the ones who most sinned against Lelouch from ever apologizing for it. This change in continuity actively whitewashes and changes what those individuals have to repent for. So we never see the penance and understanding they fucked up, and a kid paid for their sins needlessly instead. This thus playing parts in how the movie's various continuity changes just make everything more illogical, by not even giving the Black Knights the excuse that they were deceived and took things too far, but knowingly and willingly played toady when they didn't have even a half-assed excuse of, we're idiots, for their conduct the TV timeline had.
ダメだ。操られてるだけだ。
じゃないじゃない。あれが人間の本性。贅沢は人の汚い部分をさらけ出す。きっとあらゆる贅沢をばらまいて人をダメにして滅ぼすつもり。
But regardless of continuity, only a few members of the cast are immune to such damage, with Suzaku the worst hurt by all this, and paradoxically Kallen the only cast member by the end not harmed by it herself, as her actions are some of the few that are still left in character and consistent with her prior portrayal. For as I've said, the ultimate endgame is, after everything falls apart, after the second attempt to free Japan with use of a larger army, Lelouch ends up betrayed by everyone but Kallen, who in turn pushes away to save her life. He then confronts his tyrant father amidst the climax of the man's schemes of using Code Geass to attempt to kill and replace God. Managing to use Charles' own plans against him to make a plea to God, that is the collective consciousness, to not give up on the world, the chances for a brighter future. And the results of that caused Charles and the weapon he intended to use against the collective consciousness to be erased from existence, due to at that time Charles taking his brother's code, so it became impossible to become with this realm after death. The movie timeline refutes it playing out that way, which is dumb when put into the context they do. However, due to Lelouch at the time being deceived into believing not only died amidst the earlier battle at the hands of Suzaku, firing the series equivalent of a nuclear bomb onto Tokyo, his guilt crushes his will to live. And after uniting with Suzaku to break Britannia's public cruelty through shows of force, in defeating the remaining elite pilots of the country, decides to make himself the enemy of the world in order to martyr himself in the name of bringing world peace by uniting everyone in hatred of him. And while he is not necessarily beholden to this plan and angle of attacking the problems of the world, if others would actually consider working with him, the Black Knights and UFN's hostility to him thanks to Schneisel's plot and their idiocy as part of it ruins what could have been a more beneficial overture, with the final act consigning him to death being the revelation that Nunnally is alive, hates him, and has been deceived by Schneisel into unknowingly committing genocide against the world. Schneisel once again acting to wash his hands of the weapon's use by handing them over to someone else to fire at will, and putting them in circumstances where they are tricked into being forced to use them. And Lelouch, acting one last time as the big brother cleaning up his little sister's mistakes, takes the blame off of her by publicly declaring that he will continue her and Schneisel's plan himself, bloodying his own name in eternity just so she wouldn't have to suffer. Their last moments together, allowing her to understand how badly she fucked up in this, as did everyone else, as Lelouch executes his final plan, the Zero Requiem, with Suzaku being the one that steals his mask of Zero to kill him. In this moment, Lelouch takes on all the evils of the world, some justified, most of complete misplacement of guilt, all the screw-ups of others done in ignorance, as well as those committed in malice, and for one moment, just for one moment, unites everyone in contempt, and then joy at the death of a benevolent king gone mad. The only ones crying over the vanquished monster he chose to play for others' benefit, being the sister he did it all for, and the woman who loved the true him, which he was forced to erase from the world.
ルルーシュたちがやろうとしたことって。
予定通り、世界の憎しみは今この俺に集まっている。あとは俺が消えることで、この憎しみの連鎖を断ち切るだけだ。これで世界は軍事力ではなく話し合いという一つのテーブルに着くことができる。明日を迎えることができる。
それが
ゼロレクイエム。撃っていいのは撃たれる覚悟のあるやつだけだ。まさかあれは
ゼロです。
ちに夢を見せた責任があるでしょ。だったら最後の最後まで騙してよ。今度こそ完璧にゼロを演じきってみせなさいよ。
カレン、君は生きろ。
あれはゼロです。お兄様、そんな。お兄様は今までお兄様愛しています。
世界を壊し、世界を作る。
It is a genuinely powerful masterstroke and moment, and it is the one Okouchi had been trying to lead the story to all series long. Lelouch's death acting to absolve everyone's sins. He didn't care the form it took, just as long as that event eventually happened at the end.
たくそな芝居見せられちゃってこんな絵。あれに騙される人間バグすぎない？
人とバグナラクは仲直りできたと語り継いでほしい。拍手も祝福もない。だが今はそれでいい。
お前にじゃない。
The problem is the more you think on what was sacrificed in R2's journey to get to it just for that ending, the character idiocy that enabled it, the lacking execution of the varied story points, and the actual failure to acknowledge the consequences that should come from its aftermath by those guilty of enabling atrocities that are not named Lelouch, including but not limited to all technology that used Sakurai basically becoming unusable thanks to the Japanese mines being destroyed, which tanks all human technological progress, a complete lack of dealing with the political consequences of Schneisel and Nunnally's actions in forging and using those weapons to begin with, nor those on the larger international stage. The continued rampancy of racism from Britannia's former nobles that would lead to different insurgent terrorists, and reparations towards the nations damaged by Britannia's actions which should lead to Britannians being ostracized on the world stage, and thus give rise to even larger conflicts over racism and inherited sins. And of course, Suzaku being completely unfit to act as Zero as he only knows how to oppress others, so he can't functionally deal with these issues alongside him once again escaping culpability for his actions. And well, when all of that is taken into account, the more you grow to actively loathe this ending, as you realize what it actually ended up thematically being is entirely against Okouchi's stated intentions for why he wanted that ending, thanks to just everything that ends up unresolved. It soured like milk within months of the show's airing, beginning the fandom's relentless nitpicking to figure out why R2 sucks so much, despite the ending being so strong. It's just, not a lot of people picked up that the ending itself is the problem, and inevitably caused the circumstances around which they had to write everything else. For what it actually becomes is Lelouch's unmediated guilt with no one there to support or comfort him, or for him to live for, causing him to give up on ever seeing a better tomorrow being possible by any other way, as all avenues to it had been closed by Suzaku, Schneisel, CC's secret-keeping, and the Black Knight's betrayal. So he has no other option left but to push away everyone by turning every truth of himself into a lie, so even those he loved would hate him just as much as he hated himself, and committing suicide by cop to then allow it to be that penance for his screw-ups, instead of actively working to make up for them and ensure they do what they should to make things better, which could have been possible before that point. Which in and of itself, before any of these other issues, has made the ending come to be despised, due to the socio-cultural reevaluation of how redemption via death and suicide as a story device has come to be regarded more and more negatively. As such, does not serve as an appropriate out due to how such has been misused, misrepresented, and reprehensibly glorified. Especially in Japan, where there are entire suicide forests where people go to kill themselves because they feel there is no way out of a hopeless world, even when their pain have means by which to resolve them.
まさか。
ありがとな。
レオの目的が我の予想通りなら。
そうだ。お前らならやれるよ。
仲間も帰る場所も死に場所すらもなくして、それでもたった一人で人類を守り続けてきた
一人でできることなどたかが知れている。だからこそ自分以外の誰かを信じる。それが勇者に求められる一番の素質なんだろう。
死ぬ直前まで凝り固まった使命に振り回された愚か者めが。
その点俺はダメだったな。勇者としては最悪だ。
こいつは人を守るために戦い、こんなにも傷ついた。ならば誰がこの勇者を守るのだ。闇の底で苦しんでいるこの男に誰が手を差し伸べるのだ。倒されるつもりで来たのですね。
まあな。
悪役の真似は魔王ごっこは楽しかったか。
すげえ楽しかった。俺はお前らに会えて本当に。
なんでお友達と協力しようとしないの。私兄ちゃんから一言も相談してもらってない。
なんでってお前こんなこと誰に。
重要なのは自分を後悔させないことだって。なのにお前と来たらこの後に及んで後悔だらけじゃないか。
So in essence, the very death Okouchi wanted for the start of the show has come to represent everything wrong with the series' narrative and does not represent it fixing any of the problems it was meant to. Especially because Sunrise stripped out Kallen's series-ending soliloquy that was supposed to represent them carrying on the world's proper reformation in his memory, and only made worse by socioculturally such acts of suicide itself becoming morally reprehensible to depict. Creating a world where there is hope for a better future through someone killing themselves because they no longer have hope that there can be a better future with them in it, that is the line many individuals have drawn in the sand as the step too far, thanks to the way they took to get to it.
People who try to take their own lives are unable to distinguish the future from the present. There is no problem so immense that it can't be solved in time.
And as a consequence, this decision then forces him to leave it to his sister and Kallen to do the job of fixing the world and cleaning up his mistakes as they follow through with his last wishes for them, with them afterwards only left with Suzaku's leash as he usurps the public face of the justice that Suzaku so stamped down underfoot before. And yet, if one paid attention, there is no guarantee anyone left to do the work would actually succeed without screwing it up even more, as thanks to how R2 screwed them up by not paying focus to the parts that were central to pulling it off and showed they were in any way capable of doing it, just by the actions the characters take as the writing of R1 did, no one else seems to freaking know what they're doing, nor learn from their mistakes to not repeat them, as opposed to putting together a proper means of succession to ensure things would go right. Because so much of why R2 gets so much flack is because it made it seem like a large portion of the cast became completely brain dead. Even the people who are supposed to be the smart ones spend entire chunks of R2 acting like utter imbeciles or believing hearsay with zero regard for what the truth is, and no legitimate explanation as to why. And before anyone says it, no, the movie timeline version of the series does nothing to fix this either. It just makes it worse. Because no one will own up to the sins they are actually responsible for. And the only one that did felt the only way to do so was to die for them. His death acting as his apology for his failures. But what was wrong with just letting him apologize and acting to make right what he could?
先に手を出したら悪とか、勝ったら正義とか、全部間違ってる。本当に大切なのはどっちが先に謝れるかだ。ごめんなさい。
ふざけるな！
めちゃくちゃにされた。それは許せない。たとえバグナラクが勝っても人は必ず立ち上がる。何千年かけてでも復讐する。それが何万年もただ繰り返すだけだ。だからここで終わらせる。ごめんなさい。
But even then, as Lelouch is always shown needing a personal reason to perform such actions so selflessly, you have to ask yourself, who was he doing everything for before it was revealed that Nunnally was alive and had become his enemy? Or more critically, who was he benefiting by becoming the Demon Emperor at the end of the tale to start? Despite the plan in place by the staff outside the series, Lelouch himself did not show signs that his plan was to make himself a martyr at the beginning of it. he only ended up needing to do his eventual suicide plot to get attention off of Nunnally's role in Schneisel's master plan, which would have irreparably defamed Nunnally's character. No, why did Lelouch become the villainous demon emperor to begin with? One that was accused to be a worse tyrant than his father despite that being a lie, when he could have done things the right way and forced reform on Britannia as part of his penance. Done at a time where he and most others thought Nunnally dead, so she could not act as his living motivation for such a performance. Nor could he have planned for her to take over such reformation in his place. Well, it's quite simple. To get Suzaku's help, Suzaku told him that the only way to repent for his sins was to turn the lies he told into the truth he lived. And what was the last lie that he ever told before all of that began?
一方的すぎるわこんなのゼロのおかげで私たちここまで来られたんじゃない彼の言い分も
どけカレンゼロと一緒に死にたいのかまさかギアスにかかっているんじゃないよな
答えてるルージュあなたにとって私は何私あなたとならねえ
ならば万が一にも隙はないのでしょうカレン君はこの中でも特別優秀な駒だったそう全ては盤上のことゲームだったんだよこれは構えカレン君は生きろ
And once again, we come back to Kallen, and the context that he was doing this for Kallen. The only one he had left at that point. He was deliberately making himself her villain, and the Black Knight's foe, so she would have no regrets in opposing him, so they would win and she could finish the job he started. The only monkey wrench thrown into that being Schneisel revealing Nunnally was alive, alongside his larger plans to nuke the world back to the Age of Stone and Iron with his gigantic fortress, the Damocles. Which again makes it inexplicable in the series and movie canons that the UFN and Black Knight sided with Schneisel. For regardless of anything Lelouch did, Schneisel's possession of that weapon and free use of it to erase civilians from existence is the larger, more malicious and active threat. What's more thwarting what Lelouch planned that could make everything better. And a danger even Cornelia recognized as worse. Kallen actually could see this all happening as well, but was prevented by that point from stopping anything herself as things had long slipped from her ability to affect or control. As the thing with deuteragonists is they only have that capability as long as they're in alliance with the story's protagonists. Once a divide forms between them, the ability to control their own fates often is lost to them.
そんなボロ雑巾のために国の命捨てちゃうなんて
謝るなよヤンマー間違ってない
ごめん楽なつかボンだ抜けゼロから始めんだよ
The best she then gets is, as consequence of the Zero Requiem turning Lelouch and Suzaku into the world's greatest villains, that plan in turn exalts her as among the world's greatest heroes, and the public killer of the traitor that stole her title as the Knight of Zero.
その組織にシステムに入れない人はどうするのそれは違うってどうやって言えばいいのよこの高いとこから偉そうに言うな
侵略者のやり方に従えばその行為を認めたことに人は世界はこんなにも思い通りにならない
だから思い通りにしようっていうの
決めきれないギアスの呪いを使っているのに終わりにしようカレン
あなたに正義さえあれば
Even as that plan itself stole from her any chance at the future she most wanted. Though that in turn is part of the Zero Requiem's root sin and ultimate lie that had never been addressed or resolved in any way, shape, or form to date. It would have not been needed or happened had she made that realization of what he meant faster to stop him from needing to go through with it. And thus, despite what the Requiem frames her as, she doesn't see herself as the hero it made her out to be, but among the traitors to their cause, and most essentially the one she swore her loyalty, life, and love to, who died as consequence of her failure requiring that plan to begin with, which is why she in the end chooses to abide by his last wish for her in penance for the mistakes she herself made.
私、あなたには感謝してる。あなたがいなければ、私たちは新宿ゲットーで死んでいた。黒の騎士団もなかった。私は嬉しかった。ゼロに必要とされたことも光栄で、誇らしくて。でも、ゼロがルルーシュだって分かって、わけが分からなくなって。それでもブリタニアと戦うあなたを見て。さよなら、ルルーシュ。
さよなら、カレン。
Like I've been saying, there can be made a reason for every event R1 and R2 have happen from the broader strokes of the larger narrative that are only explicable with very specific rationales and actions for their cause and effect that do not work if you distort perspective on them, or explicitly exclude them from the main anime solely for the purposes of ambiguity, when all the extra-canonical material explicitly confirms the intention. R2 makes itself a mess only because a majority of the effects needed for the later events precede the origin of their cause, so they do not naturally come together, and screw over the cast in order to exist as they do, by how poorly they are in turn validated as a result. Kallen's character and narrative arc is not one of those for the most part. Those are still more than functional as long as you're viewing them from the perspective of her being the intended deuteragonist and love interest, and the story's conclusionary intent being that it's a tragedy they're denied an ending together. If those are not the view you take, nor their intention, then it ends up as broken as everything else, as it's just the ways they're forced apart, which are an aspect of the narrative bullcrap that hobbles the series, which has not exactly been helped by a lot of the alternative universe material, which forgets entirely the importance of her role.
あなたはリタ殿を分かっておられない。
お前は神楽木を分かってない。
リタ殿は素直な気持ちを話されない。中立を重んずるあまり自らの気持ちに蓋をしてしまう。
神楽木は国に尽くすために己にさえも嘘をつく。本心を隠すあまり大切なものを見誤る時がある。私です。
But unfortunately, despite inferring a happier ending comes from these aftermaths and the world changing, there is no guarantee such will happen, because Suzaku wears the mask as Zero, when he is the most wrong for it. And the story itself, all along its length, has done nothing but present reason after reason after reason why giving him power is the worst thing one could do, as it has showcased that he truly does not understand what justice is, and thus can only use that mask in the name of selfish revenge.
Revenge. The most worthless of causes.
Made worse by what Black Knights are supposed to be, and unfortunately something the Arthurian mythos has somewhat co-opted due to Lancelot being the Knight of Betrayal and starting out as a Black Knight, something reflected in Suzaku's character, and also by fantasy writers who wanted an enigmatic or malicious-looking enemy that the term is now more associated to. See, the classical Black Knight, before the association with Lancelot, was representative of a knight-errant that served no lord, king, or liege. Essentially analogous to Ronin samurai, they traveled and fought for the people, serving no one but the common good of the land, even if that may put them at odds with the local lords or rulers. They used their might for right, not to have their might make right, with their armor painted black, as it made it easier to care for sans a land to call their own. That is why Lelouch used that symbology for his order, and how he spoke of them.
違う。私たちはレジスタンスではない。じゃあなんだよ。私たちが目指す。それは正義の味方だ。
No matter the lie Lelouch may have told, his belief in that being true is never contradicted, outside of when he is telling someone what they may want to hear. Because Lelouch himself, due to being thrown out of Britannia, was a man without a land, and when he formed his knights, sought out others wronged in the same way, and Suzaku is fundamentally anathema to all this throughout the series. Lancelot in Arthurian lore, at least after the man was added into the mythos by French writers, and he took off with people, was a man who used his might to make right. Whenever someone would accuse him of acts of infidelity with Arthur's Queen Guinevere, he'd challenge them to a duel to make them retract their claim, regardless of it being true. And his might made him be the one in the right. And as a consequence, that's what began the downfall of Camelot from within. The animosity Lancelot caused being the wedge that eventually drove everything apart. Suzaku, by being the Lancelot XP and ticking off the Lancelot checkboxes throughout the series, is doing nothing but the same damn thing. So by him taking the mantle of Zero and everything associated with it, he then becomes typical of the trope of the Black Knight, a fallen figure who has betrayed every connection he had for their own selfish motivations, commonly just power. And this is something the other Black Knights come to represent as well. That though they may have some code of ethics, it is skewed with respect to the common good. And that's the person who's supposed to keep the world peaceful? Someone who only knows how to settle conflicts by attacking those with grievances and sustain a power structure that might be harming those beneath it, with no care for how those grievances could be resolved if those who are forced to fight were allowed a voice to begin with? Yeah, no, that doesn't work. For again, revenge is not justice. By definition, it is not. And in carrying out this execution in the name of revenge, Suzaku permanently tainted any act that follows from it. He is fundamentally unworthy of that mask, and no one wanted Suzaku to remain the man behind it. As for those who would know who is holding the mask, it is an active insult. Consequently, you know why so many people wanted Lelouch revived from the dead and taking back the role as Zero with Kallen by his side? Because they would actually be able to keep the freaking world peaceful, as they would consider other avenues than just fighting and killing things without concern for consequences or abdicating their responsibilities as Suzaku does. Even remove Lelouch's Geass, and he'd be able to do that, as he's not just a hammer hitting down everything that looks like a nail, or a grand manipulator that planned the masterstroke of his death as a necessary act from the moment he got his Geass, but someone who had just come to understand people on such a deep level through thought, experience, and observation that he can predict most actions as they make them, and thus knows how to respond in the moment, with only those he lets close, are completely irrational or insane, or know him better being able to blindside him. But sadly, outside of fanfiction, that is a path to a better world we will never see showcased from this franchise.
There's so many stories where some brave hero decides to give their life to save the day. And because of their sacrifice, the good guys win, the survivors all cheer, and everybody lives happily ever after. But the hero never gets to see that ending. They'll never know if their sacrifice actually made a difference. They'll never know if the day was really saved. In the end, they just have to have faith. Ain't that a bitch?
But the ending of the series was just such a point of closure that to many it felt like there was no point in continuing from the lackluster totality that was R2, despite how many were that unsatisfied with it and the problems getting to it that ending caused. There were many who believed there were initially plans for an R3, but to reiterate, there has been zero evidence that had been the case, nor Goro Taniguchi was pressuring for one to be so, as Taniguchi had been adamant that R2 was where Lelouch's story should have stayed over and done with Okouchi likewise saying that he didn't intend the story to go beyond R2 either. They just, for all the reasons I went over, botched the execution of things completely when trying to get to Lelouch's execution, and subverted or forgot every other alternate plan that the tale had as plausible to it to prevent it, and Sunrise vetoed the best means of closure they could have given the original series from there with Kallen's coda. Thus, many fans of the series were left with a feeling of wanting Lelouch back. For sadly, the best path forward to the future had been stolen from that world, because everyone left knows not how to bring it about to provide the grounds for a true resolution away from the sins of the past. meaning they will not but be repeated. That is a truth the world cannot see, and is not allowed to know of, which is the final recrimination one can make of Code Geass R2. The noble king has been slain. A tyrant now sits on his throne. The world cheers on the rise of the usurper, not knowing of the monster that has been allowed to rise to power, with the hero of the people watching on, unable to change that fate. The tragedy of the story turns on the reformation of mankind having failed, with the villain held up in triumph.
We are control! We keep you safe! We are control! We are control! We keep you safe! We are control! We are in control!
その昔、人は星をつなげて星座を作った。そして星座から物語を生んだ。自分というちっぽけな点に意味があると思いたいからじゃないかな。悲鳴を上げろ。
So now we come to the final act of this absurdly long production, with a discussion of all the side content that has been made relevant in this. I still have topics from R1 and R2 I haven't covered in here as well, but as I inferred earlier, there's just too much here, and too much baggage attached to just everything by the end, that even this work will not cover everything fans have raised as a grievance. For as loved as the series is, I have yet to find a fan of it that it doesn't find severe faults in it once they take the time to think on it, and have the fridge logic realizations the franchise is paralyzed by take effect. And I have not found a single person that likes the changes made in the movie continuity the original staff themselves has said is straight up non-canon. Just like every other compilation movie series Sunrise has ever done, so why start now? I hope I've explained well enough why those issues may have come to exist from everything I've been able to find, even if such might not be the entire truth or could be revisionist accounting. But there's a reason the franchise has come to be one of Sunrise's most controversial. Which, again, they could have easily fixed by meeting us halfway on some of the bigger issues, but they have refused to. And thus, here we are. For while a number of the side stories provides critical, need-to-know information required to understand the series correctly, they unfortunately do not change much, and as I have inferred before, do not focus on the things they critically needed to justify all of their story points. And I've already detailed some of that information. Charles and V2's backstory and rise, Lelouch, Suzaku, and Kallen's first meetings as children, things that run parallel to events in the background that work to inform others, and Lelouch all but confirming he had some form of feelings for Kallen. It's stuff that could have been made into episodes in flashbacks or had a bigger emphasis placed on their part in everything. But they didn't. The audio and picture dramas also detail a number of the characters' meetings, interactions, and motivations that are relevant and important, but had to be cut from or were retroactively added into the main series, and that slightly expanded viewpoint on them is important to everything. But unfortunately, they were once again tread on and contradicted by R2 and the movie continuity. The best of them, though, being a series of postscript meetings of the cast that cleared up some things that were missed and quantified that the cast were at least going to try to learn from how badly they messed up during R2's events, as they finally realized what it cost them, which left them stuck with Suzaku instead of the friend, comrade, and loved one who, by their own actions, they had done wrong by. And then there are all the other side story items that either focuses on different characters that are all in some way based upon paralleling proxies of Lelouch, Kallen, and Suzaku in this, because as has been my thesis, this franchise has never escaped that narrative trinity. Or there are varied alternate universe takes on the series that remix details of the story or setting. And wow, there were a lot of those released between 2007 and 2012, to the point I might have missed some of them, when the zeitgeist for the series was at its highest. And that, of course, was the OVA series Akito the Exiled, released throughout the early 2010s. Though, if you didn't see this series, well, this OVA ended up with a mixed reputation to it. Not just because it took them 5 years to release the damn thing by its end, but also in part because the original characters part of it were just not that engaging by comparison, and more poorly addressed racial victimization than the main series did, which played into the worst stereotypes about displaced refugees. Akito the Exiled gave context to the European front of Britannia's war during the timeskip between R1 and R2, and by its end seemed almost tailor-made to confirm people's negative opinions about several elements of the setting, without its depiction of things was consistent with the criticism of Suzaku and perceived scapegoating victimization of Lelouch. Said as beginning right at the climax of Code Geass R1, Akito the Exiled is the story of Akito Hyuga, a Japanese exile living in the European Union, and conscripted into military service as part of the EU's Wyvern Zero unit, a suicide unit used by the EU's military as sacrificial lambs thrown at the forces of Euro-Britannia so their actual soldiers and countrymen would not need to die. In the same way, honorary Britannians that were former numbers are the same sorts of cannon fodder. However, his commanding officer, the strategist Layla Malkal, considers that a waste of his life, and that of others, and the callousness of her superiors is a point of contention between them and her, as her wastefulness is only causing them to suffer attrition in the face of Britannia actually, doing something to keep their pilots alive. Layla is a former Britannian noblewoman, her parents having been killed when she was young, and due to a freak meeting with CC after the incident when, by timeline CC should not have been there at all to grant it to her, she is in possession of a recessive Geass. As she was too young for CC to grant a full contract to her, which is again contradicted by prior material where she did, but that's neither here nor there, as Layla's never willingly activated it until the events of the OVA. And Akito, likewise, is under the effects of a Geass. His elder brother Shin, who was adopted into Euro-Britannia's nobility as Shin Hyuga Shang, somehow came into possession of one thanks to a code-bearing skull. Yes, seriously. This is where the supernatural mythos arc of the series jumped the shark for people who weren't sick of it already. That allows him to make anyone he uses it upon kill themselves. However, Akito's expression of this command is abnormal, because due to the age in which Akito was first afflicted by it, he had not conceptualized the meaning of death yet. Thus, it is instead expressed that when he is put in life-threatening circumstances, he is turned into a berserker, attacking anyone and anything near him, and ironically that has allowed him to survive everything up until now, even as the possibility he could be forced to become a raging monster has isolated him from any comrade he could have gained. While Shin himself uses that power to rise up among the Euro-Britannian hierarchy by killing anyone that gets in his way.
So you die, Captain, and we all move up in rank.
Including those on Shin's side that actually are more moderate and reasonable than the normal Britannian royalty, showing that had Lelouch been able to be emperor normally and done right by the role, there would have been sects in the Britannian government that would have more than supported him. Which also likewise better presents Emperor Charles's own self-serving hypocrisy in how he could have made things better, but refused to because of his obsession with killing God. With the story ultimately turning on the need for Layla and Akito to unite with other Japanese exiles in fielding the experimental Alexander Nightmare frames to match Britannia's aces, and for their software that can interlink the minds of the pilots be used to overcome the insanity that system thus inflicts upon them because of Akito's death command. All before Shin can use his death Geass enough to rise up in Britannia's ranks to create a region which will never know an end to war. Well, at least it all was, until Sunrise saw the actual sales for the OVA's direct-to-home video releases in Japan. And they were not good. Which, as I inferred before, should have been their biggest red flag that something had gone wrong due to Sunrise not allowing the series to end as intended, as the enforced ambiguity of R2 was now coming back to bite them. As the OVA story on its own, the way I'm describing it, there's not necessarily that much egregiously wrong with it, at least until they drag Codes and Geass into the forefront of it again. Its biggest issue with retrospect was that people didn't like it because it was not about Lelouch, Kallen, and Suzaku. Except, it was about Lelouch, Kallen, and Suzaku. For you see, the key to nearly every Code Geass spin-off to date is all of them revolve around 3 characters that fulfill the same narrative and story rules as Lelouch, Kallen, and Suzaku. See why I keep insisting that it has to be the 3 of them that are the core characters in this? Layla takes the role of Lelouch of strategist opposing Britannia due to events of their backstory. Akito the Kallen role of the persecuted sword charging alongside their strategist in battle and acting as their love interest. And Shin the Suzaku role of collaborator with the Conqueror that has ambitions to rise to the top while ignoring the reality of the world, as they'll just rewrite it when they have power to be what they want it to be. But of course, the character roles differ. Layla is not as reserved as Lelouch and puts herself in an existing power structure. Agito doesn't have the mixed blood ancestry, and Shin is much more overt in his grasp for power without any of the self-justifying moral aggrandizing bullshit people came to loathe about Suzaku.
ザコどもは一掃する。作戦は俺が立てる。足引っ張んなよ、スカボンタヌキども。
何でもいい。あいつらの首は私にちょうだい。
But nonetheless, it ended up shooting itself in the foot. As, because it was not about Lelouch, and audiences still had grievances against just everything. Everything in R2, people who might have been open to a side story like this were not. Even though Akito's story started out lacking most of the baggage Code Geass had become saddled by. But that wasn't being recognized because the audience for it didn't care about it at all if it wasn't about properly settling and getting closure for the circumstances of Lelouch's death. And so, he was written in, and presented to the audience in terms of, is it him? For the series consequently introduces Julius Kingsley, which is where it subsequently goes off the rails. Julius, as one could guess, is in fact Lelouch, and because Akito is set just after R1 is, it's what provides the context of Suzaku literally selling Lelouch into slavery to gain a position as one of the Emperor's royal knights. This being what happens to Lelouch immediately after all of that happens. Charles uses his memory-altering Geass to completely brainwash Lelouch into believing he is the aforementioned Julius, and by removing the memories of his experiences and those he loves and values, including Nunnally, as well as his morality and life philosophies, he is turned into a monster, happily causing suffering for his own amusement in the execution of his schemes and duties to the crown. All with Suzaku acting as his handler who looks the other way to all of these acts, as long as it is in the service of Britannia. And Suzaku acts as if this shall be his penance for his crimes, which, again, he's already been exonerated for.
Do you know what it's like to wake up one day and discover you're a monster, a murderer? What if I had died, Theo, never knowing what I had been? How can I confess my sins to God if I don't even know what they are? The mind forgets, but the stain remains with the soul. The blood of innocent people is still on my hands, and everything that I have done has been a lie.
That's not true, Edward. You've helped people, cared for people.
It's not enough.
Hell, what has been done to Lelouch with Suzaku watching on when it was done to him, being actually worse than what was done to Euphemia, making it a plausible out if the story wanted to take it, of, hey, since this is the same thing that happened to Euphemia, maybe they did it to her instead of Lelouch, or Lelouch was used against her in this exact way to set up the circumstances of the massacre. But of course, Suzaku does not consider that because he doesn't ever think about his actions or what is actually going on around him. Because of course, Suzaku does not care about the reality of the situation, only what is in front of him and what he thinks is correct. So what does it matter that Lelouch is being abused in the same ways, and even more extremely than Euphemia was, as long as he gets what he wants out of it, even if the Lelouch he is now dealing with has no memories of what he even did. This drawing the pair into conflict with Shin as well, due to their mission there to raise Europe to the ground, getting in the way of Shin's own grasp for more power. And while there is some draw to that, given more context to how monstrous the Emperor is and how complicit Suzaku is in their atrocities as long as it makes him the one in the right, you can't get past the fact that this is an exact repetition of what people hated about R2's endgame in the first place. Suzaku using the genius of a mentally broken Lelouch to get his way and force Lelouch to commit more and worse atrocities intentionally than Lelouch did by accident, or what Euphemia was wrongly blamed for. The only difference between the Akito OVA having Suzaku do this and R2 doing it is it's more overt and deliberate about it.
地球の王様にまで上り詰めてどんな気分だった？
気持ちよかったよ。正義感は罪悪感を塗りつぶし、簡単に人を化け物に変える。そうだ。力に酔っていた。だから権力が
救えねえな。最高の反面教師だな。俺の目指すてっぺんはそこにはねえ。
Though that, in a sense, comes off as a reflection of the writer's views on the setting, as Akito the Exiled was not written by the previous Code Geass staff members, which makes these things both better and worse. The head writer for the Akito OVAs was Hiroshi Onogi, better known for his work on the Superdimensional Fortress Macross and Superdimension Century Orgus series, the Aquarion franchise, and some assorted episodes of Gundam's Zeta, Seed, and Seed Destiny. And by proxy of those series, it certainly shows. Onogi at the time, from what I've been able to scrounge up, was attempting to voice the audience's discontent with the series through his own addition to it. That's why it played part in codifying Suzaku as a hard villain in the series, especially in how he has continuously abused Lelouch throughout their lives. Like, there was no arguing this point anymore by the time the OVAs included them. As children, Suzaku beats Lelouch up when he proves him wrong. As teenagers, Suzaku bends over backwards to justify things that are wrong, while criminalizing accidents and collateral damage as the worst atrocities one could perform, despite them acting without the malicious intent his side bears, while also acting to validate how poorly Lelouch was treated by his family. When he gains real power, he doesn't use it to help the people he promised to, while blocking Lelouch from fulfilling his promises. And he walks Lelouch to his own death to take the symbol of power Lelouch had forged for himself. Suzaku thus acting as Lelouch's handler when he's Julius, consequently isn't an outlier. It's telling you loud and clear what the pattern is. And moreover, it showcases how a Lelouch without his morality is no different than Schneisel, which further evidences in the main series when Lelouch was honest and when he wasn't, and that the European Union in the Code Geass universe is no better than Britannia or anywhere else, with its classist racism and victimization of lower peoples not part of their original nationality, only with even less subtlety about it. Akito is constantly morally dark because of several of the things it does and showcases, as thanks to it not airing on broadcast television, it could push the envelope farther with regards to what they could showcase. But by it battling the appearance of it's not what fans wanted, and then whatever story they could have focused on trying to put Lelouch back to the picture without Kallen around, it just does not end up working in my opinion. It only made the discourse around the series worse when, ironically, had they not included Lelouch and Suzaku, a solo story would have actually handled itself better. Like, I've got nothing against the love story between Akito and Layla. Layla herself is a very intriguing tactician with how she gives Britannia's best a run for their money. And Akito's conflict with his former brother is a case where the writer and audience are using them as proxies for Lelouch and Suzaku, where we're screaming at Akito for him to just let his brother go. He's too far gone. And the OVA actually allows the story to capitulate on that point, with how the respective characters have been remixed into these new counterparts to voice our own grievances. But for everything that makes me want to like the OVA, it does something that detracts from it. such as the mess with the cognitive entity, the dimensional supervisor, that's basically a Geass force ghost, representing the direct consciousness of the god that Charles wants to kill, and the further complications invoked regarding the franchise's entire supernatural mythos arc. In specific, the aforementioned Geass skull, some other malicious entity that is actually responsible for granting Shin his Geass, that seems to be, but is never confirmed, as a metaphysical incarnation of humanity's malice that is supposed to be the origin of what all codes and Geass come from. But that is all naught but speculation, as the OVA series is not allowed to explain what the hell that was. Because, as explained before, what everything was in relation to the powers part of the supernatural mythos arc were not planned out at all, but created retroactively just to validate CC existing, and that is why they fail. As at this point, with this OVA's conclusion in 2016, a decade after the franchise had begun production, it had become clear that everything related to Code and Geass and the anime stories for the franchise had become one gigantic plot tumor undermining the better stories of the narrative, despite both powers being the literal title of the franchise, and it might have been better had they been excluded from the start. The side story mangas handle the power better, but it's not the same in any regard. This crap basically broke the OVA, as instead of spending its time trying to showcase why we should care about the characters and setting, and them either succeeding or falling to the steamroller that is the strategist opposing them, they weren't given that chance. And personally, I feel like they deserved it, and might have gotten that chance had the original coda for R2 that Sunrise vetoed been allowed to settle previous matters. Though I get the idea that what Inoki intended with the Akito OVA, once Lelouch and Suzaku were added in, was to enable a backdoor to a Code Geass R3 with all this, with Lelouch's forced upon him identity of the Mad Cardinal Julius Kingsley. If the OVAs were to be included as canon, and officially they were by Sunrise at the time, this gives the storyline an out with regards to Lelouch being slandered for his time as the Demon Emperor. That out being the possibility of someone in power declaring that Julius Kingsley impersonated Lelouch v. Britannia, and Julius Kingsley was the one responsible for everything Emperor Lelouch did as the Demon Emperor through this deception. As such would have matched what and how Julius acted in the confrontation with Europe. In series, not only destroyed Britannia's capital, Pendragon, which would have held the records of who Julius was. So this blame shift to a non-existent person previously seen in Britannia's employ would have been nearly seamless, especially due to Lelouch, thanks to Charles's previous acts of brainwashing, having an alibi of being at Ashford Academy during this period. For obviously, a single person cannot be in two places at once. So if the real Lelouch were found to have been revived from the dead through the power of a Code or Suzaku retcon to have missed all of Lelouch's vital organs in the finale, it would have been easy to spin a lie that Julius was responsible for Demon Emperor Lelouch's crimes by impersonating him, and not Lelouch himself, thus allowing him a plausible return to his friends and family, divorced from this martyr complex and what Suzaku encouraged of him, to actively allow him to make up for what mistakes were his throughout the rest of his life.
貴様らなどこの両の腕さえあれば造作もないようだ。本当に思ってる？俺様は宇宙をタグでと通じるんだ。お前たちは遊びで滅ぼすものだ。せーの。大成功。はあ？行間。
地球の民をご覧になられましたか。先ほど高らかに笑っていた化け物こそ真の黒幕なのです。
以前行われた全国放送は地球を守るための芝居に過ぎない。ジェラミーは無罪。
おかげさまで人とバグナラクの仲直りに一歩前進。めでたしめでたし。
you would also have the opportunity to have an act to redeem Suzaku's character because of it, as if he deliberately missed as part of this charade, it would infer that he was finally listening to his conscience and not acting to validate the indefensible by not murdering his former best friend. Because obviously a man that was publicly executed could not have faked his own death, right? 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 And unfortunately, no, that is not what they eventually did. They could have done it. They had everything lined up to do it. They still could do it in the future if they want to entirely throw out the movie continuity as the disaster it is. But I don't think they will, because I'm of the opinion they don't grasp what the problem is. Still, taken on its own merits again, Akito is certainly not the worst production the franchise has given us, and to once again parallel the character illusions being made, at the very least the Suzaku analog is put down like the monster he is, and the Lelouch and Kallen analogs are allowed to hook up. The OVA series ending with Layla, Akito, and their allies surviving the conflict and, after being betrayed by the Europa government, traveling on their own with a group of nomads that have skirted the edges of the wars, canonically surviving the franchise's entire events as far as any of us are allowed to know. If Sunrise is never going to let us have that ending for the characters they are analogous to, well, at least we do have this. This in turn brings us to the events of Code Geass' first video game, Code Geass Lost Colors, released between Code Geass R1 and R2, which is focused around the character of Rai. Rai is a retcon into canon character, as the game Lost Colors ties directly into the events of R1. Rai being an amnesiac character who stumbles into Ashford Academy early in R1's events, before being taken under the wing of Lelouch. Through the story's events, told in a multi-route visual novel style, Rai can join either the side of Britannia or the Black Knights to play out relevant events. When on the Britannian side, he comes under the stewardship of Nonette Emagram, one of Britannia's Knights of the Round. Or at least, since I have mentioned her before, she's later retconned into being one of them officially, where her character is then grandfathered into the main anime series. She makes multiple unvoiced appearances in R2, after her character became super popular with Japanese audiences because of the game. And Lost Colors is the source of her canonical backstory regarding her having a long-standing friendship with Cornelia, as well as deeper connections to the royal family. Hell, Lost Colors has had such a knock-on effect towards its reception for Code Geass fans that the eventual mobile game Code Geass Lost Stories is heavily based on what it originally did. Whereas, if Rai ends up on the Black Knight's side, he ends up getting close to either CC in the true route of the game, or the other Black Knights girls, while he acts in rivalry with Nonette. His inclusion into this narrative likewise permitting the creation of two units that would end up having infrequent appearances in media after it. The Lancelot Club, that is considered Nonette's personal unit and the prototype of Suzaku's Lancelot, created by supporting characters Lloyd Asplund and Cecile Krumi, as a proof of concept for their final design that they end up developing with Suzaku. And the Gekka pre-production type, which was used by the Gurren's designer Rakshata Chawla as a testbed for developing the Radiant Wave Surger that is Kallen's signature weapon. For the lore in the setting, which revolves around technology advances and doesn't just pop in out of nowhere, the existence of both units is paramount in broadening narrative scope of the setting. How the game resolves Rai's inclusion, however, is with the eventual revelations around his backstory, about him being another member of the Britannian royal family, born from an affair they had with one of Suzaku's relatives, and ostracized from the greater Britannian family for it, similarly to how Lelouch and Nunnally were due to his status as a half-breed Britannian. Rai living away from the rest of the royal family in a region less stable than others. He was given a Geass by V2 that allowed him to command anyone who heard his voice. He does not require eye contact like Lelouch does. In his use of it during an incident, accidentally caused a massacre that took his mother and sister's lives. Rai was subsequently taken by V2 and experimented on, sealed within a form of stasis in the thought elevators, until being discovered by the same research group that originally captured CC, and freed by the events of the series. However, depending on story route, Rai either dies or, and the true ending along the CC route of the game, uses his Geass to erase all memory of his existence before sealing himself away, which thus absolves any continuity snarls the game might impose by him being tied into events. Now, there is an argument on whether Lost Colors is pseudo-canon, because everything related to Nanette is later made completely canon, or if this story is completely non-canon to everything else, and Nanette just becomes divorced from it. And frankly, it can go either way due to the visual novel exploration of the larger story. The CC route that's considered the true route of the game is the one that most conforms with the story's timeline, by him just being blipped out of everyone's minds. But the argument in favor of making it true canon is nonetheless harmed by, well, Jeremiah's Geass canceller existing, as him canceling the Geass effect on anyone would also consequently set off the realization of, oh crap, we forgot about Rai! It's unfortunate that it's another piece of media we didn't get imported, however, as from everything I've ever seen of Lost Colors, it's an interpretation just as intriguing with the mythos and lore as, say, what Super Robot Wars Z did with the main series story in its divergences, and the happy ending path that exists in that game for the franchise's storytelling. Granted, there's a few other non-canon or AU additions to the series, so it's not like there's not precedent for that interpretation either. The original Code Geass manga is something of a condensation of the story, excising the nightmares of the series, which unfortunately is to this manga's detriment, to make the Black Knights and Britannian army more focused on guerrilla warfare and actual army tactics for its tale. It's a list of pros and cons, mostly cons, on the merits of its various divergences, as the story just isn't the same without the mecha involved, especially due to the reevaluation of the Geass mythos arc as a plot tumor for the franchise, as, by that point, the mecha were kind of essential to actually presenting the battles of the series and giving the heroes of the tale any kind of leverage or equality against Britannia's forces that making them more conventional weapons and guerrilla tactics would not have permitted them. But it's one of the few of these stories to actually respect Kallen as a character and the importance of her role in the events of the series as its actual deuteragonist, and does a lot to justify R2's events in better ways than the main story manages, such as by making the Black Knight's betrayal contingent more on Kaguya's personal ambitions, which are then manipulated by Schneisel in why they happen, and less on the entire group being completely brain-dead or acting as traitors to their own cause, as it is in the TV and movie canons respectively. The manga canon version of the story is not perfect in any regard, and really falls into many of the same traps the main story does, simply by the virtue of it being an adaptation. But it at least tries to fix some things, and knows what the actual central focus of the story was supposed to be. Next is Tales of an Alternate Shogunate, which alters the setting of the series to occur in 1853. It likewise excises the robot nightmares, but instead makes the nightmares equivalent to a set of summonable supernatural armor tied to the power of Geass. Surprisingly, this was one of the few Code Geass books to actually get out to stores before Bandai Entertainment completely collapsed and prevented us from getting the rest. But I've never found a copy of it. And worse, it turned the power of Geass into just stand users or persona wielders. Well, while there is a fanfic there, several, in fact, that people have written for both Persona and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but it more emphasizes my thesis that the supernatural mythos arc was not planned out for them to induce such a significant divergence in capabilities of what is supposed to be. For Geass is based on a psychic power that is only supposed to affect one's mind and perceptions. You don't get to call out avatars of the epitaph of Twilight from using it.
I am.
And I.
And I.
And I'm
Right here!
The manga Suzaku of the Counterattack, however, instead asks the question, what if Suzaku wasn't a hypocritical jackass and refused to accept he was wrong? And while it's another book that wasn't officially imported, from what I've read about it, it actually is a version of the story where Suzaku isn't a shithead, and realizes he's fighting for the wrong people, so he stops making the wrong decisions, eventually joining forces with Lelouch to stop Schneisel and his scheme to claim immortality through the power of code, before executing his world genocide scheme himself instead of through a proxy. However, as far as I know, there has been no fan translation of it, and no priority to translate that story by fans due to the general disdain the fandom has towards Suzaku. But it's once again an example of these stories seeing that a happier ending were possible if Suzaku didn't have his head shoved in the sand and acted as a tritagonist who willingly chose to perform a face-heel turn. Next of the AU series is the manga Nightmare of Nunnally, which retells the core Code Geass story, only with Nunnally as the protagonist. In the story, after believing Lelouch to have died in the Shinjuku incident that begins the canonical series, Nunnally encounters a being named Nemo, who after contracting with her, manifests as an albino ghost copy of Nunnally that brings forth the festering darkness in her heart, originating from every awful thing she's experienced but suppressed expression of for the sake of her brother, and lets it run wild because Lelouch is no longer in the picture to suppress it. With her from this contract gaining her own Geass power that grants her the ability to see possible futures, as well as summon a supernatural nightmare, and her actively working to find her missing brother in order to prevent the timeline in which she sees the possibility of his death through the utilization of Nemo's powers, which also restores her crippled body to working order. The Nightmare manga, despite again going for a more deliberate supernatural focus, is very well regarded due to its central exploration of Nunnally's character that isn't really in conflict with the original series canon. If anything, it more acts as a thematic counterpoint to what was done with Chloe and Spice and Wolf as part of their own allusion to Nunnally's canonical self. This story expressing that in contrast to the blind angel, the main series tries to keep her as, well, give her the right means, and she should fall from heaven and become the same person Lelouch did in being a Black Knight fighting for justice. The difference coming about from if she just let herself get angry and actually express that, as opposed to the main anime story just using her as a naive, world-oblivious morality chain or motivation for Lelouch, or as she's used in the movies, a victim in need of saving. If you want a story that allows Nunnally to actually be a character, this is it. And yet, this is the only story in the franchise that actually benefits from its focus being upon the more supernatural side of Geass, primarily because Nunnally is forced from the outset to fight far more Geass users out of the gate, specifically the faction known as the Irregulars, who feature a girl named Alice, whom Nunnally shares a dynamic that echoes that of Lelouch with both Kallen and Suzaku as the story goes on. Alice and her compatriots all field operatives of V2's Geass cult, to show they have a more active role in the story than the canon version of things showcase and allowed, with them being based off of background characters in the original series. And not just Nunnally in this, but many of the Geass users are able to manifest powered nightmares similar to the alternate Shogunate manga. And because of this more physical combat-oriented re-rendition of the series, Lelouch's own Geass manifests differently, this time as an armored form of his Zero Suit that grants him immunity to all harm, as well as the ability to hack technology and hijack nightmare frames remotely. Thus, due to not being able to be harmed in battle, is far more open with his allies, so he has a far more positive relationship with the Black Knights that prevents any of the misunderstandings seen of the main story, as this way, he can bridge connections with them. Because of this, and Lelouch not having a brainwashing power, the series-long events that lead to his end, starting with Euphemia's massacre, never take place in this iteration. The downside of this is it's another story that downplays Kallen's involvement in, well, everything, though at least in this case, there is a better justification for that, since her story is intertwined with Lelouch's. And this is not Lelouch's story, it's Nunnally's. And thanks to Nunnally's Geass contract restoring her sight by breaking her sperm donor's meddling with her mind, and with her having her own nightmare, Well, she does show that she takes after her mother as an amazingly talented nightmare pilot. And while she ultimately has her own battles to fight in the story, the intersection of them does affect what they take from the canon story for their events. For in this case, it becomes a story focused around the feelings between siblings, how life can force them apart, and how difficult it can be to reconcile. The Nightmare manga is also the origin of something of a misconception within the franchise regarding the character Agent Nibarius, aka Rollo Lamperouge, whom I did not mention at all in the R2 recap as he's ultimately irrelevant to most of it, as is the recurring problem with the entire supernatural mythos plot. Rollo is a Geass Order assassin that acts as Lelouch's handler and fake brother in R2, who ends up turned to Lelouch's side due to the familial bond he develops with the brainwashed Lelouch becoming more important to him than his mission. This is also why, once again, the official timeline of events is very difficult to reconcile without spacing everything out farther than it is said to be. If Lelouch is brainwashed and Rollo becomes his fake brother immediately at the end of R1, then they're only together for at most a third to a half of a year from the official timeline, despite them saying a year has passed. Factor Akito into that shortens it to 2 or 3 months. Factor Oz the Reflection into it, where it's revealed that Rollo is in fact the replacement handler after the first one got murdered because of the events of Oz intersecting with Ashford during the time that Lelouch is there while mind screwed. Yeah, that drops it down to less than 1. Rollo is there for less than 1 month as Lelouch's fake brother, and suddenly has more loyalty to Lelouch because of the affection showed to him than the cult that raised Rollo from infancy, despite the years-long indoctrination that needed to have taken place? Yeah, no. Now, admittedly, this is technically fixed by the Oz the Reflection manga, by there being multiple defectors from the cult to show that V2 actually is bad at the job of indoctrinating his minions, and any showcase of empathy and humanity to another does open up cracks in their programming to turn on him, but that's certainly a case of Oz fixing multiple things that were wrong with the canon story to begin with. The issue with Rollo, however, has always been just the time needed to justify the bond he forges with Lelouch. We are given little context too, and the repeated shortening of the period they would have been together before R2 starts up just doesn't help. However, due to his upbringing as part of the Order, Rollo is a full-on yandere for the aforementioned sources of affection, happily acting on Lelouch's behalf regardless of the need for him to do so, or the cost or harm to either of them, and thus causes tragedies Lelouch is incapable of stopping, as Rollo doesn't listen to him and so acts unilaterally, all motivated by his Britannian ideological upbringing in the cult that prioritized someone's usefulness over all others as a mark of value, and Rollo not understanding that Lelouch can value a person regardless of what they can do, that love is not and should not be conditional, which is the failing of the entire rest of his family, and one's love for one person does not reduce the love one can feel for others. And it's Rollo's own actions that cause the loss of that, not any other single person. Rollo's inability to reconcile this leads Lelouch to rightfully fear that Rollo would happily murder Nunnally or anyone else he loves if given a chance in order for him to prove how much more value he has than them, how much more worthy of love he is. And it ultimately destroys him as he refuses to listen. And does just that in Rollo being the murderer of Shirley Finette. As to him, she was a threat, as she dared to take his fake brother's love from him. And all that is all things that the Nightmare manga exploits by Rollo becoming Nunnally's arch nemesis in her focused upon manga. Once again showing the side story's authors were allowed to be smarter about all of this than the main series was allowed to be, thanks to Sunrise's nonsense. The wrench the Nightmare of Nunnally manga introduces into this is Rollo is initially introduced as Lelouch's twin brother, who was taken from the Britannian royal family and inducted into the Geass Order cult at birth due to twin princes being a superstition regarding them bringing misfortune. In reality, the truth of the nightmare version of Rollo is he was a clone created from the cells of their parents in an attempt to breed an ultimate assassin and tool for the Emperor's goals, which are inevitably still the same as in the canon story in that he wants to kill and usurp the throne of God. So in Nightmare, Rollo genetically is Lelouch and Nunnally's brother, just not born at the same time as either of them. But regardless of that, in this adaptation of the series, it is still fully playing with the same ideas around Rollo's character arc and what ultimately causes his own downfall.
お帰りなさいませ、姫野様。
はあ？あら、そちらの姫野様は側近の素顔をご存知なくって？へえ、騙されることには慣れていないのかしら。
さあ、玉座を姫野様に返していただきましょうか。
その薄汚い女がイシャバーナの女王である通りがあって。身を汚せど魂は輝く。力を奪えど心はきらめく。糸は生き様。
消えるな。
Like with Akito, the twin doppelganger excuse is introduced here to give the real Lelouch an excusable out for some of the things he would be forced to do, and more validated because the twin in Nightmare actually exists and did them. But the problem with trying to apply that back into canon, however, is the main timeline doesn't exactly present the idea of cloning technology being present or possible. Oh, cyborg technology is there and makes sense with the series' tech development trees, but not so much cloning. If Rollo was supposed to be the twin of any Britannia royal family member in the canon story to try and deepen that character's personal tragedy, well, it honestly makes more thematic sense for him to be Nunnally's twin that was then taken, as that is then presented as happening in the next manga series we'll be discussing, Oz the Reflection, with the separated birth twins Orpheus and Uldren. But again, as far as I know, that's not part of the main timeline of the tale, and Rollo was just some random kidnapped orphan who the Order indoctrinated and eventually just assigned to the task in the main series because of his own power to stop others' perception of time, at the cost of also stopping his heart when he has it active. Yeah, he eventually dies from heart failure, go figure. But grand scheme of things, yeah, Rollo's largely irrelevant, only there to set off the narrative events that all come as consequence of Shirley being murdered. But ultimately, this is all Nunnally's story, with her being the one to confront their mutual bastard of a sperm donor and stop his schemes, which in this version of events requires specifically her Geass's power to get Charles to his goal, once more entirely removing CC from relevance in the story. With the story's ultimate culmination being the completion of a character arc that opens her up to being able to live independently of her brother, as in this timeline Lelouch is able to complete his contract with CC and succeed in killing her, taking upon himself her code and place in the world order, bestowing Geass to deserving users. As due to things playing out differently, Euphemia actually ends up the one to succeed the throne as ruler of Britannia after Charles is dealt with, and in doing so, frees everyone subjugated in the Empire as a number and slave, though without resolving the other conflicts present in the world, so there's still a lot of global problems to sort out. As in the Nightmare timeline, Lelouch as Zero is not given an opportunity to try and reach out and unite the varied nations of the world into one governing body like the UFN. And with Charles's loss as a central threatening evil, well, there's not exactly a good impetus to bring everyone together to work out their varied issues through diplomacy. Now is there? This once again addressing a story flaw of the original series that just because one enemy of the world was defeated and people freed from tyranny, it does not by default mean that it ends all conflict or inequality in the world forever, and those need to be addressed. And thus, wherever conflict is born, that serves as a source for the birth of the power of kings, with Lelouch at that end being the new broker of such powers, and working behind the scenes from that point forth to make it so the world would become peaceful, no matter how long it takes, as he's got the time now. What? That's my interpretation of the ending, as it doesn't make sense from a character perspective for him to encourage more chaos and conflict, as is the other interpretation. Him granting oppressed people the means to fight back and restore justice to an unfair world, that more fits his depiction throughout these varied stories. Hell, him working behind the scenes to ensure peace, that's pretty much what fans wanted to see him brought back for by him reclaiming the title and position of Zero, as Geass isn't the cause of nor solution to all the world's problems. It's imbecilic to claim that is the case. Let me repeat that for the hard of hearing are those with their heads in the dirt. Geass is not the root cause of everyone's problems in this setting, and it is imbecilic to claim such is the case as an excuse to write out characters from the franchise. But for the longest time, this was also the only closure, and even now it remains the best closure, we had with regards to Lelouch and Nunnally's parting, and certainly a better one for more than just Lelouch living. As in this version, she's not stuck being babysat by her beloved brother's murderer, as Lelouch left her to be in canon. As when you think about it, that is so very much fucked up. And no matter how kind Nunnally claims to be, do you really all think she is entirely without resentment? Without that same spark of hate and anger that influenced, but did not define, Lelouch himself from their experiences? That she wouldn't hold against Suzaku what he did, and what he drove Lelouch to do? For Nightmare showcases a Nunnally that is allowed to embrace those feelings to air them, thus being able to resolve them, as opposed to her canon self that can only bottle them up until she drowns in them. In the same way, Lelouch suffered that made him feel like a dead, zombified husk until he awoke to become Zero. And how long, truly, does one think she'd last like that, before she'd come to hate the Suzaku that has been left behind? It's ridiculous to believe that she'd never snap and be crushed by it. After all, that's what happened to Lelouch. So how long would it take, before the inevitable happens, and she stares at the man responsible for why she lost everything she had left, with all the contempt she can muster?
逃げましょう。あなたが最後です。
来ないで。
私の家族は奪われた。王に見捨てられたからです。私はもうあの時死んだ。
深くお詫び申し上げます。今の王たちは誰一人見捨てたりしません。あなたの手は温かい。どうか生きてください。
As the only reason she wouldn't hate Suzaku would of course be the plot, not the characterization, says so. And Nightmare does more to bring that to light if one were to consider her as a character. More relevant to canon, however, is the manga side story Oz the Reflection, which is centered around Lelouch's sister Maribel Mel Britannia and her fights against terrorist organizations throughout the Britannian Empire after a terrorist attack took the life of her mother and sister, as well as the internal power struggles of the Zevon family, who are deeply embedded into the Britannian Black Ops unit Pluton, which is in fact a front for the Geass Order itself. With control of the family having been usurped by Oyagros, I am probably mispronouncing that, Zevron, from former Knight of the Round Olivia Zevon, and Olivia's twin children of Uldren and Orpheus being the viewpoint characters of the story. With Uldren being Maribel's oldest closest friend, lover, and leader of Maribel's personal Glinda Knights faction, and Orpheus being a survivor of the Geass cult he had been sold into at birth by his mother and uncle as a showcase of their own loyalty to the crown. Orpheus gained from the cult the power to take on others' appearances, and using it managed to escape from them before joining the anti-Britannia rebel group Peacemark, that secretly supports the operations of all resistances against Britannia, including, in canon, the Black Knights. But Peacemark also happens to secretly be run by Oiagros in his own attempts to subvert the Geass Order, as his murder of his sister to gain power over the family was itself an orchestrated manipulation by them as well, which he fell into, and he wishes to pay his own penance for even being part of it. Oz, because of all of this, is arguably the single most important of the side stories for Code Geass, and ties a lot into the main story to fill in numerous details the main story did not spend time on, such as how malicious the Geass Order is in being this malignant tumor affecting everything in Britannia and outside of it, with intent to fulfill Charles and V2's wish in killing God. And how even if Lelouch had not gotten involved, their plan was eventually going to be doomed to death by a million cuts, as they kept making enemies of more and more people that rallied against them. Oz in its first arc occurs during the time skip between R1 and R2, as said before, and in fact intersects with Kallen's efforts to keep the Black Knights alive during that period where Lelouch is brainwashed and back at Ashford, them even supplying Kallen the repair parts for her Gurren between seasons. The second arc of the story, in turn, runs concurrent to R2, only with the consequence that between its first and second arcs, there is also a time skip that, with everything else, is very difficult to reconcile with the official chronology of the timeline.
The timeline.
Timeline! This is no time to argue about time. We don't have the time. What was I saying?
And much like Lost Colors, it gives focus to the aforementioned Knights of the Round Annette to make her the most developed character of those pilots. And even then, it's not that much. But Annette saving Cornelia from Schneisel I mentioned before, yeah, that's an Oz the Reflection retcon that gets focused on explaining how Cornelia survives to be seen at the end of the anime, which was otherwise a plot hole when looked at R2 alone. Unfortunately, I have never found a full translation of the manga. I assume it exists because we have deep summaries of all of it and how it ties into everything, but anyone actually doing fan translations of the full 10 volumes of the storyline? Yeah, no. It's another thing this fandom seems to have never gotten around to despite, like Red Tracks, how important it is to giving context to a lot of essential information, such as the Geass cult's operations, how they got so many victims to indoctrinate, how insidious their infestation and corruption of Britannia is, and how Charles truly does use his own children for his own whims if they can serve a use, and exploit them either through manipulation or with the power of his memory-altering Geass, which would put into question how deeply he may have mind-screwed them to do as he says. And if so, then how much of the rest of everything else is directly his and his allies' fault alone, once again in contrast to his own stated goals. But as I described from the backstory, once more the Oz manga is structured around the same three roles of Lelouch, Kallen, and Suzaku, only this time with their alignments reversed. Maribel is most overtly the Lelouch XP, with the Kallen XP of Aldrin, who is still a noblewoman, standing by her side as her knight and lover, to the point that not only does Maribel attempt to kill her bastard of a sperm donor after her mother and sister's death, she actually does so because this attack on them when she was a child was a copycat killing, done by V2 to cover up his murder of Marianne by making the public think the attacks are a series of terrorist incidents and not a deliberate attack on her and her kids. Hell, this actually goes one layer deeper than that, as Maribel's sister Julia, who Maribel believes dead, she was actually abducted by VV to be part of the Geass Order, where she met and bonded with Orpheus, and died when the two attempted to escape the cult together. Julia's death consequently acting as Orpheus's key drive to fight Britannia and expose their atrocities, with Julia not just being a Nunnally XP, but a Euphemia one as well to Orpheus' own point-counterpoint relationship to Suzaku. But Orpheus is a Suzaku without any myopia to how the world works. It is in fact Maribel and Aldrin that are more isolated from that reality, but done so because the two of them are being manipulated to fetter out terrorism and resistance the Black Knights Rebellion inspired thanks to the personal losses Maribel wrongly believes was caused by dissidents and outsiders, instead of their own family members. A misconception that is corrected over the course of the books when all three of them ultimately come to learn the truth, only for Charles to likewise turn his Geass on all of them, wiping Aldrin's memory to separate her from Maribel, while turning Maribel into the malicious Witch of Britannia, a Julius Kingsley-like tyrant who he has rule over Area 24, formerly Spain, with Orpheus likewise brainwashed into service as her knight. Aldrin recovers her own memories and then reorganizes what allies she has to fight against Maribel, trying to save her oldest friend from herself, only for her, like Kallen, to ultimately fail. After being freed from their sperm donor's control thanks to coming in contact with Jeremiah's Geass Chancellor, Maribel is racked with guilt from her actions, so wishes to commit suicide by cop at the hands of the woman she loves in penance for what she did while brainwashed. Her actually dying in the same moment Lelouch does as well. Lelouch providing for her the way to receive her penance by understanding her pain, albeit her actual killer being Orpheus himself. For Orpheus seeks to end the lives of all Geass users, and over the course of the story, Maribel herself had become one with the power of puppeteering. All of which are story points from the main series reduxed in that manga, yet executed in more narratively satisfying ways by the side story's writer Shigeru Morita, who on top of doing some of the work on Akito the Exiled, also wrote some episodes of Gundam Seed of Destiny, and was the sole writer of the Seed OVA series Stargazer. He also wrote a chunk of Space Battleship Yamato 2199, and a couple episodes of Lupin III, The Woman Called Fujiko Mine. So, he's gotten around. And thanks to his story, Maribel is canonically the only member of Lelouch's family to side with him by the end. For between them, they mutually understand the sin they wish to absolve that better explains both of their death wishes, the pair entering a mutual pact to obtain absolution by ending their lives in penance. But through such, making sure the atrocities reflected in each other's eyes will never happen again. Which gives them both a more valid reason to go through with it, as between them and those who are pushing them towards the point of no return, they at least have someone that can understand them, and have the comforts of a familiar hand as they leap over the edge. With the Glyndon Knights' confrontation against Maribel aboard Schnizel's Damocles superweapon actually preventing the atrocities Lelouch as the Demon Emperor had claimed he would perform, the threat of them being enough to demonize them both, all as Maribel and Lelouch had planned. This acting direct on the main ending of the series, so no, Lelouch in the original canon series never succeeds in committing a genocidal act to take attention off of Nunnally's actions, but the threat that he was, and the fear from it, being what was recorded as their history. Meaning, if Sunrise had ever thought to blend the Demon Emperor was actually Julius Kingsley out they have now thanks to Akito, it would mean a full exoneration of the sins Lelouch was damned under in the endgame of the series.
あなたは食料を独占し民を飢えさせた。私が猪木殿に米を返してもらえるよう頼む。
何度もやりました。
半時して帰ってこなければ結構してくれ。
兄様が猪木を撃ってくださいました。これより神楽木ディボースキが豆腐の大殿です。
故に王の座を追われ私が大殿となったのです。
お前が奪ったのだ。
猪木殿、まさか毒を。
最後に頼みだ。それは お前のなすべきことだ。バカ正直に聞いていればいいものを。裏切り者。
あなたは自ら死を選んだのです。しかし私を裏切り者とおっしゃいました。
Frankly, from everything I've read from the summaries, Oz the Reflection pushes the redo button hard on the later parts of the main Code Geass story, but done in ways that is for the most part more functional as it removes the baggage and narrative problems R2 has. Hell, most of the story of Oz is from the point of view of the aforementioned Uldren to not just make her the Kallen equivalent, but the confirmed deuteragonist alongside Maribel. Hell, they're echoing that fact that she's the Kallen XP so strongly that her signature nightmare is a red model Lancelot known as the Grail. And Oz even ends with Uldren forming a new version of the Gilded Knights alongside Nanette as a counterpoint to the Black Knights, as they don't trust the Black Knights under Suzaku to not screw everything up. And also in memorial to who Maribel was before she was brainwashed. There's a lot more to the events of Oz that make it a story worth your time I don't want to get into here, but it's unfortunately a lot, and I wish someone had gone after translating it as it deserves proper exposure to audiences outside of Japan as a story of what could have been, had the main series itself been properly executed to produce the tragedy the staff wanted. As from all the synopses, it does feel like a proper tragedy with appropriate closure to it, instead of something that generates the infuriated ire that R2 does. Mainly because in Oz, the characters don't come off as being stupid. Another one that's received some decent fanfare is the manga Lancelot X Gurren, set involving side stories during the events of the early side of R2. The Gurren side of the manga has especially received praise, thanks to its introduction of Benio, the youngest member of the Black Knights, who joined them amidst their exodus from Japan, who is taken under Kallen's wing due to Benio's piloting ability potentially coming to rival her own, with the two developing a big and little sister dynamic between them, which shows just a different way we were sort of robbed of the main series. For Benio comes off as another Nunnally XP, except without Nunnally's disabilities and matching the capabilities Nunnally herself shows as a Nightmare pilot in the Nightmare manga. She thus comes to represent a version of Nunnally who may have come to agree with and join her brother's crusade, and Kallen's protectiveness of Benio, a reflection she and Nunnally might have had in those circumstances, while once more reestablishing that Kallen was the intended paramour, as even this side of the manga lays on thick Kallen's affections for the man, which even the Black Knights the pair don't regularly interact with can see clear as day. The biggest issue with the Lancelot X Gurren manga is it's another one of the side stories that occurs at a time period where there just is not enough time shown happening in the original series to permit their events to happen, just sheerly due to the time crunch the storyline is presented as being under by that point. Moreover, it even further reinforces how ridiculous the betrayal plot becomes due to more examples showcasing how Lelouch delegated authority to other individuals and never hoarded it all under solely himself, which was one of the contingent things by which the Black Knights were tricked into betraying him. Lastly, something else important to address is the series Lelouch of the Rebellion RE. And matching how Code Geass draws some inspiration from Gundam Wing, Rebellion RE is the Code Geass equivalent to Gundam Wing's manga Glory of the Losers, a retelling and re-adaptation of the series that expands upon and fleshes out the story and plot points of the series in a way to more concisely resolve them without the narrative issues R2 caused. However, it in turn, like the original manga, has its own set of issues, primarily with how it ties into another manga series called Renya of the Darkness that is set in the mid-1800s and chronicles another of CC's contracts with the Britannia family, which quantifies how said witch has been using the royal family for her own whims for centuries, which of course once again makes her dynamic with Lelouch all the worse. And Rebellion RE itself is an entire mess I don't want to get into because, once again, I can't find translations of it, so I'm largely unaware of the specific changes that story makes. but without heavy revisions to R2, I don't see it pulling the same hat-trick Glory of the Losers pulled in fixing the problem areas of Gundam Wing, that ironically were primarily caused by Sunrise mandating that major story elements be shoved out of the main series and into supplementary material. Once more, this isn't a new problem with Sunrise series. Code Geass is just the worst victim of it. But what all of these ultimately show is, while attempts to clean up the mess of the main anime and leave it in better terms were made, as there was severe pushback to what was done, it seemed like there was just no future for the series. At least not in a way that would resolve things in a better way than they had been, or allow for stories to be told past the points of the Zero Requiem in the canonical story, as it was impossible to do so without addressing the mistreatment and scapegoating of Lelouch himself that had been recognized by the audience, and to properly settle affairs with his loved ones. So a lot of us were just content with the side stories we got. And for us in the West, there was always that hope that we could at some point get the supplementary material properly imported, to show to other fans that weren't in the know, hey, this material doesn't fix everything, but it clarifies some things that were wrong. And then for the 10th anniversary, Sunrise seemed to forget all of that baggage when the compilation movies happened, and it didn't just throw away all of the patch fixes the side stories and supplementary material provided by completely and utterly disregarding them. Oh no, it basically destroyed all merit to the franchise with how it messed things up further to create Sunrise's own ideal version of the story, and dangled them actually bringing Lelouch back from the dead to reconcile with and fix everyone's screw-ups, before revealing the middle finger that no, that wasn't what they were doing, nor were they taking advantage of the out that Akito and Oz had permitted them either to exonerate Lelouch as the Demon Emperor. They were in fact retconning the entire series in such a way that not a single thing in the goddamn story worked anymore with what was excised from the narrative or outright rewritten in the new movie continuity of Code Geass. And yes, that was supposed to be the selling point of the movie continuity. Ichiro Okouchi and Goro Taniguchi outright said it was its own separate canon, divorced from the original, created at the insistence of Sunrise, making the movie timeline a textbook example of written by committee.
This has made a lot of people very angry and been widely regarded as a bad move.
It, and everything that follows from it, is and will remain non-canon to the original story, did not reflect the events or characterization of the original story, and was not supposed to have messed with or changed anything that the original did. Even though they were diverging from it so heavily, it meant we'd never get several events we wanted to see depicted that would play off of dangling plot threads, character stories, and mistakes that had to be acknowledged about the original to do anything more with the setting.
You maniac! You blew it up! Damn you all to hell!
This is another case where a company doesn't seem to know their audience, and is often not self-aware of the problems with their own works by which to fix prevalent issues, or at the very least, not compound the error again. And to think, the side stories did all of that work to try to mend the failings of R2, within making generally engaging content for them to take advantage of, so they could course-correct the problems, only for those overtures to be ignored.
あの時はずっと待っていた。
覚悟はできてるよ。
信じていたものを裏切った気分はどうだ?
As a result, Code Geass's compilation movies and their direct sequel, Lelouch of the Resurrection, are on the short list of the worst movies for a franchise Sunrise has ever made. They butcher the longer, successful narrative elements and characterization in order to speedrun through it all just to emphasize and exalt only minor changes as the most important elements of the story. Even though these divergences either majorly conflict with the narrative events from the original, which the movies insist on repeating, or are reinterpreting, disrespect the characters involved by doing them, or are ones that easily could have been done without the need to change anything. And even both of these are likewise in conflict with when they are used, as they are commonly not done where they should be. Worst of these is this reinterpretation is done for the purpose of presenting Lelouch at his worst and most selfish, absent entirely of the positive character traits and altruistic reasonings that are his core motivations, that he just disguised under more petty ones. So in the end, not a single character in the compilation movies is treated right, and only conforms to the absolute most shallow reading possible of the series that lacks all the nuances that made the show work and be engaging as it was, even at its most frustrating in R2. As if it were all to say, really? This is the guy you want back? Don't you want some other person to follow than Lelouch? As we want his story to have ended, so now we'll make it so you want his story to have ended and he can be pushed off to the side. Now that admittedly is a gross exaggeration on my part, but is still the sentiment conveyed from a statement Goro Taniguchi himself made. As far as he and Okouchi were concerned, they were adamant in wanting to keep Lelouch dead and out of the picture. And if anything more was to be done with the setting, then it would have to be with anyone else but Lelouch. But as I said, the baggage from the ending, not having the proper closure, effectively prevented such. The inability for the Akito series to gain traction without him involved ultimately proved that, as well as any positively received side story still revolving around the dynamics of him and Kallen with Suzaku as their enemy. And the Resurrection movie, well, it got people in seats because people wanted to see how Lelouch would be revived, reunited with his loved ones, and exonerated. But then that audience left. Permanently. While its earnings end up conflated with those of the compilation movies that preceded prior to its release in 2019, the numbers I read had Resurrection earn 1 billion yen in its Japanese theatrical run, roughly equivalent to $8 million, give or take whatever the yen-to-dollar conversion rate was at the time, which is what is recorded on the website Box Office Mojo. Over 2 million of that from its opening weekend, but it was only in theaters for a month before audiences stopped going to see it and Sunrise pulled the film. And from looking up other films to compare, the theatrical release of a movie in Japan normally gets pulled when it stops making above the equivalent of $400,000 or $500,000 on weekends. Give or take weekday attendance, or if the movie was, say, a limited theatrical run that had a set date to stop being shown. And again, Resurrection reached that point by its 3rd weekend, indicating that it did flop. To add some points of comparison, and only using Japanese originating films in doing so, Gridman Universe in 2023 had a 14-week run, through which it earned just short of $5 million. It was not as financially successful as Resurrection was, yes, but it lasted longer because the Gridman movie had lower week-to-week drops in attendance, whereas Resurrection saw huge week-to-week drops in attendance. Thus, theaters it was showed in kept it around longer before the movie got pulled. And some weeks the movie was shown, it actually saw a rise in attendance and earnings overall. But despite how I like the Gridman series Studio Trigger made, they're not exactly the biggest audience pull with a large and rabid fan base. Gridman from its start was always going to be a niche film, so that it lasted that long in theaters is itself telling on how popular it was, as the nostalgia and fan demand for it was not that deep to get larger numbers than that. Similarly, Gundam 00 Awakening of the Trailblazer in 2010 made $9.2 million, with its opening weekend making $2.2 million of that, both of these being stronger numbers than Resurrection. And Trailblazer itself lasted twice as long in theaters as Resurrection did, with the news that the film was getting pulled resulting in its last weekend having a 230% increase in attendance. Just about 2 months in theaters? Yeah, that's the normal run for a movie in Japan, and its week-to-week drops were not that steep. So this is pretty much in line with expectations for a popular movie. Hell, Trailblazer was more financially successful than Resurrection was in just 2010 money. Adjusted to 2018 numbers, its earnings equate to well over $10 million. And this pattern continues as shown by Hideaki Anno's Shin Kamen Rider film in 2023, which ran for 7 weeks itself. to an earning of $15.4 million with consistent week-to-week attendance. Gundam Hathaway's Flash in 2021 had an 8-week theatrical run itself, and earned just short of $19 million before the same thing happened. Dragon Ball Super, Broly, lasted 8 weeks in 2019 to an earnings of $34.6 million. The critically acclaimed Godzilla Minus One ran for 10 weeks and earned $36 million domestic in Japan. One Piece film Red, again bringing us back to the beginning of all this, was directed by Goro Taniguchi, and it was a very popular film, resulting in it lasting in theaters for 26 weeks, to a domestic yield of $136 million. And to put into comparison the most extreme outlier one possibly could, the Demon Slayer movie Mugen Train, first released in 2020 in the middle of the pandemic, but it earned just short of $365 million domestic after running for 31 consecutive weeks. Yeah, they literally could not get that movie out of theaters. Like, just limiting my sampling to just 2019 Japanese theatrical releases, and again, not counting limited theatrical runs, the only ones I was finding that had as short a run because people stopped going to see it was the movies that tied into Kamen Rider Z.O., the Heisei Generations Forever film lasting that same length of a month in theaters, but even that abomination made $12.5 million. And that film is a noted disaster only buoyed up by the past actor cameos for the franchise, as it was an anniversary film, in the same way Resurrection was. And then you compare it to something like, say, Gundam Seed Freedom, which released in January of this year, and it made 1 billion yen in just 3 days. The same amount Resurrection got in its theatrical run, Seed Freedom earned in solely its opening weekend, and more than doubled that amount to become the most financially successful film Sunrise ever made in just the first full 2 weeks after its theatrical distribution. And it was a film whose production had been delayed since 2006. Seed audiences waited through nearly 20 years and the death of head writer Chiaki Morisawa to finally see that film get done. And it was widely accepted by Seed fans because, unlike Resurrection, it gave the Seed audience what it actually wanted from a Seed sequel movie. It's the same for Spy Family Code White, which was written by Ichiro Okouchi as well, which hit 6.4 billion yen itself in earnings, roughly $44 million US, as of it being in theaters for 6 weeks. Again, at the time of recording this, where that is true. It's likely still stuck around in theaters and earned more than that. And my point with these comparisons is, it is possible for a film to make money, but not be well regarded by the audience for it. Regardless of how much the film made in the weeks it was in theaters, the reception of the film tends to define how long it goes on to run for in Japan, and thus how much it can make over time. Films can be hyped or have a very rabid fan base present a very strong initial showing. But if they or the general audience are not accepting of it, then its attendance is going to crater hard and fast as word of mouth gets around, with movies that flop getting pulled and replaced quickly, and in this case, a month. And from what information I could find, Resurrection had very steep week-to-week drops, which is why it got pulled. No major number of people were going to see it once information about its contents got out. Whereas for, say, the Gridman example, it might have not been the most popular thing ever, but its attendance was consistent instead of dropping like a stone because people who saw it liked it and recommended others go see it. The same is currently happening as I record this with Seed Freedom. It is not showing large week-to-week drops in attendance. It's more coasting down like you see more popular movies, so it is successful already beyond the money it has made. Resurrection did not show this. Now, this does not represent every factor behind that, but generally that is the pattern you see from these numbers. And again, considering what every fan of the franchise wanted out of the movie timeline, yeah, this tracks with what happens when an audience rejects a production. Hell, the same thing happened in America with the DC Extended Universe movies. They were highly hyped by proponents of them and fans of the source material, so they saw high attendance at opening, but were almost immediately followed by steep week-to-week drop-offs as fans and general audiences were not accepting of those films. Thus, in the movie Code Geass Lelouch of the Resurrection, following the messed up depiction of the story in the prior 3 compilation films, a Middle Eastern nation is unhappy with peace being finally brought to the world because their entire population is a bunch of mercenaries. And I'm not even going to touch on how that makes no sense. This production is already too long as it is. I'll only say that a kingdom needs more than one primary job type to have any form of proper infrastructure. Like, I don't even know who they were trying to use as a real-world allegory to in this case. But this shows how unsustainable the current peace in the world is and how weak its protectors of such in fact are, because it is a peace that is only being sustained through force and oppression if they cannot deal with such an easy-to-resolve issue. As the people in charge of the Black Knights are not those who can open dialogues between people, which thus defeats the entire purpose of the Zero Requiem, as the Black Knights are only now causing more conflicts. These events likewise presenting Suzaku, as fans had long stated and writers for all the side stories had long showcased, as completely incapable of his duties in leading the Black Knights to maintain the peace, as he only knows how to subjugate and hold power, not in any way negotiate or reason out means by which to resolve problems, which had only bred deeper and deeper animosity between the nations, which are now being exploited or screwed over because he's not doing his job. And as a consequence, Nunnally, who had abdicated the job left to her by Lelouch's death, is abducted, again, as a bargaining chip through which to call out the United Federation of Nations' own hypocrisy and corruption within just a freaking year. The movie says 2 years have passed since Lelouch's death, but the film is set in the middle of 2019. That the entire system Lelouch made to bring about peace is already on the verge of failure and collapse, because no one he handed that job to can actually do it! And worse, the leader of this nation, Shamna, has her own Geass, which makes what forces that are able to be scrounged up unable to beat her, as her Geass allows her to send her consciousness back in time to counter any obstruction her forces face thanks to future knowledge, which summarily ended up justifying literally every time travel fix-the-story fanfic fans of this franchise have ever made up for it. And trust me, after R2, fix-it fanfics, whether they use time travel or not, made up such a high percentage of actively developed fanfiction related to this franchise, it almost became its own subgenre.
Hoochie needs to be louder, angrier, and have access to a time machine.
Regardless, she wants to use Nunnally's own regrets in tandem with the power of the last operational thought elevator to expand her powers so she can go back far enough to circumvent Lelouch's sacrifice and restore the prior world order, unaware and uncaring of Charles and Schneisel's own respective plans for genocide. And why Nunnally specifically for this? That is not explained, though it is believed to be for similar reasons as why Charles needed Nunnally in the Nightmare manga. Except the reason that worked was because the specific Geass Nunnally got in that story. There is no reason for that presented in this film. Unknowing of this, Kallen is sent into the country to save Nunnally, and ends up encountering CC, who has a mind-wiped yet living Lelouch with her, as the movies attempt to answer horribly the question of whether Lelouch got a code and became immortal when he defeated his bastard from a sperm donor. And despite trying to exploit that possible story point, they don't actually answer the question, making all matters around it worse because they continued the needless ambiguity over the matter.
長生きは
好きで不死身になったわけじゃない。
誰もが死に苦しめられてる。私は医師として何度もその胸に立ち会ってきた。
死なないって生きてるって言えるのかな。
The only way there seemingly is to resolve this mounting conflict is to restore Lelouch back to himself. Though it is never explained inside of the movie itself why CC brought Lelouch here, because there were other more accessible points she could have used to help Lelouch recover. CC canonically knows the location of several other thought elevators that are not present in an active war zone. The most relevant one being the one that is literally off the coast of Japan. And I cannot remember a single line in the films that even pretends to explain why the most easily accessible of the thought elevators to this from is not the one actually fucking used to do this long before this film's events. And it's not. If you only have the movie, that is a plot hole. Its explanation was listed in a supplementary pamphlet that came with the movie in Japan, which the movie assumes you read as opposed to supplying the answer to why in the movie itself. And for the people in the West, yeah, when Funimation imported the film, that booklet was not included. Instead of that, in this, we got postcards! From what I read, not every theater in Japan that showed the movie got those pamphlets either, leading to audiences being blind to what basis the film was even operating under, why certain characters were in the positions they were now, how the political landscape of the planet had changed, and how even in the movie timeline, Kallen was still head over heels for Lelouch, as if the movie was actually going to bother to resolve anything between them, only for it to pull a Sunrise-mandated bait and switch. And without that book, just from what's solely in the movie, it makes the entire plot of the film end up being one massive series of narrative contrivances, as opposed to the result of a series of logical actions a character might perform in the situation they're thrust in. Such contrivances have broken better movies. And while the booklet explains some things, it doesn't justify the series of events we see occur or the actions taken within them. Or in simpler terms, because the actions we see in just the film are done without presenting explicable internal logic or reason, that the series, which started out really, really smart, has now devolved into being driven by an idiot plot. This is further shown by how the second Lelouch recovers his mind, the film just turns on God mode for the guy and how his tactical genius is taken to a level that the main series had originally nerfed him of in order to beat someone with the literal power of time travel, alongside new weapons and means of doing things that should not be possible in the setting anymore, but they just conveniently forgot that to be the case. Like, up until this point with the franchise, I had really liked the Nightmares for how sleek and agile they were. Fast-paced, frenetic, and personal, with focus constantly placed in the best strategic use of the army, using them outside of the specialist ace pilots who could be allowed to run wild. Or in Lelouch and Kallen's case, directed to be the scalpel that severed the Achilles tendons of the charging enemy force. The rapid tech development and new options to do things like energy weapons and flight packs and the energy wings over time, I genuinely didn't mind them, as they fit the standard expectations of a lensman's arms race, escalating things through experimental tech development that is a common trope for these sorts of series. Hell, I consider the Gurren Satan 8 Elements one of the best-looking mechs in existence, it only missing a function to turn its Radiant Rave Surger arm into a normal hand to fight with any other weapon plausible, or possibly steal the enemies. But in the original series, amidst stopping Schneisel, Nunnally, and the Black Knights, Lelouch destroyed the Sakurai mine of Japan. No Sakurai? Yeah, no superconductors through which to use as a means of creating new mecha to pilot. Now, feasibly, you could find more veins, but when 90% of it was written as existing in solely one place that had literally been obliterated, so there was no more access to the material from it, and that event is still kept in the movie timeline, yeah, it's not going to be used wastefully in war again. But then, then you get to Resurrection. And on top of the film just straight up ignoring this, every element of the prior aesthetic with which made such designs functional is just gone. I literally hate every new mech that is introduced in the film. They are all worse than ones we previously had in not just aesthetic, but actual capabilities than their predecessors, with exception to one no one in any way, shape, or form wanted. They've all devolved into looking like heavy, wide-bodied bruisers that require exterior armor and hyper-heavy weapons to even do jack, in a setting where they no longer have the resources to just be so wasteful within these units. And that elegance in the agility which previously made these designs appealing is just completely lost. Not to mention how their weapons and utilities seem to have gotten even worse, not better. The entire appeal of the Radiant Wave Surger as a weapon is one touch or you get stuck in the range of its blasts and you're dead. It's a low energy use, one shot, one kill weapon that Kallen makes amazing use of. And it only gains more capabilities and utility as things go on, to the point that in the final battles of the series, she becomes an outright one-woman army. In the movie, the successor Gurren-type special, however, is armed with just an energy drill version of the Radiant Wave Surger when it is not using an external armor unit. And she has no other weapons or increased utility from the Wave Surger that the Gurren Satan had as its standard package. It is in every way worse than the previous version of the mech. And not only is it just not the same, not only is the Radiant Wave Drill attack actually just a rip-off version of the backup emergency weapon the Lancelot Prototype Club uses, so the attack isn't even original or suddenly a super powerful exclusive to the unit. The type special then resultantly has less armaments and utility than pretty much everything else, including the previous versions of the Gurren, with it officially in the tech specs having 15% less operating time in battle than the Gurren Satan has, because its battery life is worse. It is quite literally the least power-efficient version of the Gurren, in a setting where resource scarcity should require it increase its operational time, not dropping it because, well, the Gurren can get resupplied now. The Gurren not being able to be resupplied when supplies for it were available has been used against Kallen in the past. That is the entire complaint against how she was screwed over in R2! Operational time limits have time and again been used to screw Kallen over and make her lose battles she otherwise would have won. Technological advancement like that is supposed to make things more efficient and more diverse in their capabilities, not shorter and less capable. If it was a unit versus unit battle, the Satan can literally fly circles around the type special and not even need to attack it, as it just successfully outlasts it. So it once more cripples the best pilot in the franchise with respect to everyone else. And for no explicable reason, as any competent designer should know to fix limitations in their prior designs. And before the movies, the Gurren's creator, Rakshata, did. So it's not just a slight against the Gurren Satan or units of Kallen's, but defamation of Rakshata's character, as well to make her creations worse than the previous ones, even if she had a grievance with who upgraded the Gurren into the Satan. That person being the Lancelot's creator Lloyd, that she cannot stand, and the two are presented as having a deep, visceral rivalry between them. But if she has problems with how the Satan's upgrades were handled, she would have improved on them herself to show Lloyd his inferiority. That is how their dynamic works. But she wouldn't scrap the Satan only to build something that was worse than it in every single way, as that would only prove Lloyd better than her. And that's especially bad in comparison to how Suzaku's Lancelot Sin is given the fucking glory treatment all over again. Despite in the universe and the tech specs for it, it is treated as a unit no one the world over wants to see again and was officially banned from development. Made worse in this comparison of the two, that shoulder pauldron on its side is even an active external battery attachment, doubling its operation time, which addresses the one thing the Gurren type special had as a brand new hindrance which shouldn't exist that the Lancelot does not. The Gurren Satan can beat the Lancelot Albion like a drum all day if it were to fight a Suzaku that didn't have the live command boosting its stats. But the type special is so trash, it's not even a fucking contest that it'd get razed to the ground if the cast didn't have on God mode by this point. It is just done so wrongly. And don't even get me started on the garbage that is the Gakkoke, Lelouch's new unit that is inferior to even his first ace unit, the Gawain, which was the first flight-capable unit in the franchise at all, with the Gawain bearing mass wide-range destruction attacks. Or the Shinkiro, which replaced it in R2, which traded some of the heavy assault armaments for more utility weapons and a super strong defensive barrier, alongside the ability to hit multiple targets at once. A single focused movable laser, which is the Gakkoke's primary weapon. Yeah, not only is that worse than the Gawain's mass destruction capabilities, it also doesn't beat calculated beam spam the Shinkiro provides that can't be countered easily due to the refraction of the shots. And the continuous beam from its attack, while being similar to one the Shinkiro could also fire, is a much higher drain on resources than either what the Gawain or Shinkiro's weapons utilized. So it again suffers from the problem that its operational time is the worst of the three. And considering the amount of forces that get scrounged up to fight them in the climax of the movie, yeah, no, this is not the mark of dominance and righteousness it's shown as. But them succeeding when they should, by all respects, be failing. Especially since this is some of the single worst animation Goro Taniguchi has ever done. All of the elegance of the mecha brawls in the main series, and the intuitive and fluid fast-paced use of cel-shaded CGI in the Akito OVAs, yeah, that's completely absent here. In Resurrection, the mecha don't just look and are armed like uncultured bruising brutes. They move like them as well due to how horribly the CGI models for these mecha are. I have seen some badly animated CG mecha in my time, but this is just plain embarrassing. As I saw a better CGI mecha from the Zoid series produced by Studio Zebek 25 years ago! And Sunrise has less of an excuse for this, as both the Gundam Unicorn OVA series and Cross-Ange Rondo of Angels and Dragons made excellent use of CGI mecha animation. But that isn't present here at all, despite Resurrection coming a half-decade after those series. Hell, I feel like I did a better job of designing a successor to the Satan when I kickbashed the Testament Gundam Master Grade a couple years ago for a contest. So these units based on being big and beefy, with super powerful new moves completely abandoning the showcase of speed, agility, and skill that prior fights were more reliant on? Yeah, no, they're a complete trash fire presented as inferior to what we've already seen in every possible way. It's the Mobile Suit Gundam Heavy Weapons Armor platform problem all over again, where inclusion of all that new equipment just makes the unit worse and less functional. Like, it's not even just them. I hate the design of everything in the movie. Not just the mecha, but the casual clothing and revised uniforms for the cast, where completely and utterly is form over function, and yet the form is not in any way aesthetically pleasing. It's not exactly a case of, they changed it, now it sucks. It's a case of, these things had a reason to be this way before, and the movie version in no way follows from that thought process. Kallen's previous flight suit had protective padding to prevent her from being injured due to the Gurren's irregular control scheme. Where is that this time? Or was it more important to point a chevron down at her boobs? 'Cause, as discussed before, no one at Sunrise seemed to really consider the well-being of the characters with all this. And again, not just her. The redesigned Zero outfit also sucks because it loses the color balance provided by the contrasting color trim. You know, something that's done in most better Toku hero costumes that the Zero identity was drawing creative basis from. The film is also heavily an excuse for characters to show their own guilt and regrets over being conned by Schneisel on the Black Knight's behalf. Much of which almost seems directly inspired by fanfiction as, yeah, I've seen such played out exactly like this in fanfiction years before this. Only the fanfiction seemed to do it better. And to a lesser extent, a final reconciliation between Lelouch, Cornelia, and Nunnally. But it's most centrally lacking many of the scenes and discussion fans wanted from such an event to validate them. all to push a very contrived and unearned ending where Lelouch will leave them all again, so reconciliation this shallow does not seem to matter, particularly in this pertaining to the absence of the previously seen dynamic between Kallen and Lelouch that had long defined their depiction, character, and arc, but had been excised from the movies despite it being a byline through everything necessary to the base story. Even and especially because the movie handout pamphlet pays special attention to note Kallen's continued affection for him. So you'd think, since this is specifically being pointed out, that such would be a major plot point in the film, and would actually spend some time allowing the two to talk out their feelings to resolve the issue. Whether, after all that's happened, they're even right for each other, or if they should part as friends as the world just won't them be together. For that would have been the mature, adult way to handle such, both between the writers writing it and the characters actually discussing it. To let them, and the audience that was previously beat over the head that there was something between them, have the closure they should have had a decade ago. And yet, the movie continues to not let fans even have that. So nothing it was intended to close out with anyone between them actually is allowed to happen. Instead, making Lelouch act as even more of a condescending jerk towards her and others, because Sunrise once more refused to let them actually settle things appropriately. This thus consequently being the second of the 3 times Okouchi has had Sunrise screw over his shipping, where they vetoed even letting them settle the matter. And you only get context to how badly that was handled from outside the media itself. Like, a lot of the manga can get away with that because they go AU and have different story focuses. But since the movie timeline was a direct abridged retelling of the main storyline that insists that all the original events happened with only minor changes in the movie's focus, yeah, that does not fly. And I know I've wrapped a lot of my discussion around the dynamic these two bear, in part because of all the additional material that does make overt how much they were shipped together, so of course I'm going to ship them too. However, I'm one of those fans that would have been fine with the two of them not getting together. Really. But my caveat to that is, they needed to be allowed to talk things out, and not continued to mistreat them even into this movie. For this needed to be settled to permit Sunrise to do what they wanted, but Sunrise refused to let them do it. And you cannot tell me, well, they just didn't have the time for them to do that due to the threat they faced, as might be the defense raised for how short they and anyone else Lelouch has such moments with in the film are. For here's the thing about Resurrection. It's a movie that has less than 2 hours to its total runtime, and yet an hour of it is wasted thanks to this same dragged-out fight scene that becomes less interesting the longer it goes on. And the length of that fight scene is why we don't get the moments at addressing the situations we needed to close out the storyline properly. The antagonist of the film, Shamna, is manipulating time by this point to try and avoid the inevitable defeat that is coming. So the same fights just keep repeating themselves with little uninteresting variations to them, which bleeds all tension and makes the entire event more and more boring, as nothing of value comes from these repetitions. Even her showcase to have rebuilt Charles's Sword of Akasha to permit her manipulations of time like this by controlling the collective unconsciousness does not actually improve Shamna's stake, as she is an uninteresting villain. And yes, for those confused about that statement, that holistical structure in the collective unconsciousness, that's not supposed to be the unconsciousness. That's the weapon meant to kill it and take control of it. And the movie timeline seems to have completely confused this point. If it was meant to be the unconsciousness itself the entire time, then any time we see inside of the thought elevators throughout the series, it should have been there. It's not. That it only shows up once Charles and V2 complete the weapon meant to attack God means that the structure is the metaphysical representation of the weapon itself, once more contradicting the Apocrypha's assertion that Lelouch broke the entire collective unconsciousness in requesting that the weapon itself be destroyed. And in the movie timeline itself, it shows that the unconsciousness itself failed to destroy the weapon that would be used against it as required it to fulfill Lelouch's Geass-induced request. That is a major narrative failure, not a character originating one as it is so blamed. As outside of the fight, like I said, Shaman and her compatriots' motivations are shallow, uninteresting, and not thought out. They are excuse plot villains we are given no reason to care about, and are largely irrelevant to what was. So that they take up so much of the film without actually adding anything meaningful to it just makes the focus on them all the more irritating. It is an absolute amount of nothing that the film's time is utterly wasted on, over anything else of actual value. What we cared about seeing settled really was the cast addressing their mistreatment and mishandling, with the only way to deal with such being actually giving and committing tangible time to the showcase of resolving their issues. But by the film being overwhelmingly focused on Shamna and her cohort's actions over anything else, we again don't even get more than lip service that doesn't reflect actual resolution. After Lelouch gets his mind back, he and Kallen don't spend more than 2 sentences talking to each other. They have no on-screen opportunity to settle anything between them. And after the franchise spent a decade saying they could have been together had things been different and he had not martyred himself, and everything is different now, that was something that needed to be done. This doing nothing but join the pattern of Kallen's mistreatment in Code Geass' narrative for Lelouch to be even more of an asshole to her, and deny her even talking with the one she has affections for long enough for them to decide to part as friends. Kallen spends more time arguing with CC in the film than she's permitted to talk with Lelouch. That is a disservice to them both. And if they weren't going to be together, whether Sunrise, Goro Taniguchi, or even Ichiro Okouchi himself was responsible for that decision, for such to be accepted after so long of telling people that they were supposed to be, this needed to be settled. For fuck's sake, they gave that lip service to Lelouch and Shirley's relationship in the movie timeline, so they were more than aware that was something that had to be done, and because they didn't, the film entirely lacks closure for anything between them or any of the other characters that should have resulted, showing once again their seeming contempt for the audience and appearing to dangle resolutions only to yank them away. It's no wonder the film flopped as a result. And that's not even getting into what's done with Suzaku to once again make him be regarded as the worst character in the franchise. I say, without hyperbole, that this fucking scene, is what broke the film for me. And I've heard it did for others as well, where they walked out at this point. This is a scene where Suzaku, after being rescued, just attacks and pummels and beats up Lelouch again, proclaiming that the world's going wrong again, not because of Suzaku's own failure at doing anything to stop conflicts, as he only knows how to beat things up and can't consider anyone else's perspective but his own as legitimate, thus cannot stop the conflicts that arise from legitimate grievances, but solely because of Lelouch escaping the punishment for his sins yet again. Sins, I will remind you, that the expanded media has done everything to exonerate him of, and the others, everyone else is just as, if not more, guilty of. Suzaku is crying out about the anguish Lelouch has put everyone through, perceivable in this moment as a metatextual narrative XP of an audience's view of thus being yanked around regarding whether he lived or not for a decade, only to come back out of the blue. And yet, it is so fucking hollow, as it's not about being angry at Lelouch, but it's Suzaku projecting again, making it all about himself again, and his refusal to ever admit he was in the wrong, like everyone else does! As if everything Suzaku screwed up after he killed Lelouch was somehow still Lelouch's fault. I literally saw red when I saw this contemptible hypocrite and moral coward that ruined every better option have the gall to tell off the only person that ever did anything that had the slightest chance of making people's lives better, even as especially after he had failed in the one job he'd taken for himself in the aftermath. Suzaku thus, as opposed to representing the audience in that moment, instead represents Sunrise's frustration itself in the need to keep bringing back Lelouch, all because both the company and creators wanted his story to be done with, and was berating him for the audience still caring about him so deeply it overrode everything else they tried to do. But that's the thing. We care about stories because of the characters within them. If you do wrong by the characters to service the story, then it's a bad story, and people will want it to be changed. Western comic books have had that with bad creative decisions all the time, screwing over fan-favorite characters just to service awful, awful plots. And the public outcry by their reader base leads them to be walked back. And when you think about why they did the movie timeline to begin with, which was to permit them to tell more stories in the setting, this should have been no different. Settle the audience's grievances, and then you could move forward. But this also acted as the sign that neither the creative staff nor Sunrise itself were ever going to acknowledge nor fix what was wrong with Suzaku or the greater series, which is one of the fundamental things that one needs to do in an anniversary event like the movie was. The need to tie up the dangling loose story threads and show people have completed arcs where they have changed, acknowledge their need to change, or express regrets that show self-awareness about what they can't change. But instead, all that was showcased was examples of them only paying the bare minimum of lip service with the most mild of grievances, and doubling down on all the setting-breaking ones. Like, for fuck's sake, Seed Freedom did all of this with Shin Asuka, where he got his redemption arc completed by showing regret for his actions and bullheadedness in Seed Destiny and resolve to change himself, and was succeeding. And again, that movie was originally plotted in 2006 for it to know this. And this scene, this fucking scene, is the sole evidence you really need to show that the movie was not being handled in good faith. As no one wanted this. Nor does it show respect to the cast in doing so. It instead doubles down on everything fans had grievances with before. Some could say the movie just ended up far too overhyped after the utter disaster was the compilation films of the movie timeline. But it really does more seem to be a case that the creators for it and Sunrise in general just are not aware of the problems time, reflection upon, and analysis of the series have brought to the forefront, which are all tied to Lelouch constantly being scapegoated for everything and not being allowed to be with those he most values after him having to take the hard road through everything. And yet, that is what the movie does. It is just more of the same of what was disliked before. And yes, that is what the movie is doing all over again. In Apocrypha material made for the movie, it is explained why everything is going wrong, and they blame it all on Lelouch again, which is the last thing we wanted. Then it's stopping Charles's attempts to kill God by getting God to intervene and stop him, that somehow Lelouch broke the collective unconsciousness, allowing Charles his claim to divinity by using Lelouch's trapped mind as a medium by which to claim dominion over other souls in the realm. And the Time Geass user is unwittingly playing into his scheme through his manipulation of it.
お前たちの時間を巻き戻した。特別な力を手に入れる前の時間。
Lelouch in this film is thus shown to have failed in his original task of stopping his father, and his failure to even be a martyr through his sacrifice is why the world hasn't changed, because somehow the world has become stuck on him, and consequently infested by the ghosts that have leaked out and been trapped in the normal human realm by all the thought elevators going offline to haunt the minds and actions of the living so they cannot move on. And I hate that such somehow describes body thetans, as if this movie wasn't bad enough without referencing the cult that is Scientology in it. And thus, Suzaku beating Lelouch up for helping engineer those events and this threat, even though he was responsible for any of that shit, is supposed to be justified. After CC somehow reconstructs the collective unconsciousness via using Lelouch as a conduit to banish Charles's control. Control that Charles should not have because the collective unconsciousness in the original series erased him and his code from existence since they refused to become part of it. And the consciousness revoked the administrative access granted to him by his code. And even if we're following the movie's train of thought, if Lelouch had been given a code to lead to his revival, then his bastard of a sperm donor should not have had the ability to influence the consciousness either if he was forced to become a part of it. The rules and everything associated with Code Geass' supernatural mythos plot have always been bad and not planned out, and even a bunch of the side stories have rewritten the rules entirely so they can do their own thing with the power set. But before this point, there were at least always rules to keep them consistent. But this throws them all out the window, just to keep a defeated villain in the picture, against all sense, as this is the wrong one to focus one's attention on.
私がここで話した記録は全て消し去ってほしい。私は最悪の王として語り継がれるべきだ。私は多くの民を自らの意志で犠牲にしてきた。宇宙を救うという大義や私への情けで正当化されるようなことは未来永劫あってはならない。
被告人ラクレス・ハスティは有罪死罪とする。だがそれでは足りないと被害者からの嘆願があった。
償いの物語を始めるんだ。
Or, this could actually focus on Suzaku and his inability to solve problems like it's supposed to fucking be. Or Schneizel gets off his leash of control he was put under when he was Geassed in the main series. And the Geass user of the film is just some rando that doesn't understand the powers they're playing with because they can't see past their own nose to realize the problems they're causing for themselves. Would have made sense? The entire setting the movie is placed in doesn't make sense to me. But you would think the ruler of a nation would have some level of competence to possibly think, hey, there never stops being a need for mercenaries, let's just shift our business model to accommodate the current market. Instead of, let's rewind time so the man who was going to take over the world would actually win, and in doing so put us out of business because we won't work with the current market. What is even the hell here? It's why I didn't want to dwell on how imbecilic this nation is. The more you think about it, the less sense it makes.
Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Granted, you didn't even need to go that deep into Resurrection to get the feeling something was wrong. I knew things were going to go bad pretty much from the point I saw Tamaki running a successful business. Shinichiro Tamaki is one of the characters I have not talked about yet because I knew I kind of had to consolidate his arc here. He is one of the founding Black Knights from the Kozuki Resistance Cell, and he's a loudmouthed idiot, incapable of doing anything and always getting others in trouble. If he were shown to have an actual skill set he utilized, he'd be considered better than he is. But because he chases glory, he regularly screws himself and others over. One of the most outstanding moments of the series that shows his incompetence is not long after the Black Knight's formation, when Tamaki is given the role of accountant as Lelouch legitimately doesn't know any better after Tamaki volunteered for the job. And Tamaki burns through the Order's entire operational budget throwing parties for the new Black Knights members. These wasteful expenditures exhaust the resources they need to perform their operations and risk collapsing their fight with no effort on Britannia's part, thus requiring Lelouch offer their services to financiers. Despite said business conglomerate, known as Kyoto, actually playing both sides against the middle in their own bids for power, despite Lelouch having personal connections to two of the Kyoto members, one of them being the previously discussed Kaguya. Regardless of that, this results in Lelouch having to act further than he needs to ensure the Knights have the resources they need, which is then used against him later when he causes the death of Tatewake Katase, head of the Japanese Liberation Front, which at that point was in the process of being assimilated into the Black Knights without such an aggression and attacks. Katase's close friend, Kiyoshiro Todo, who, as mentioned before, Lelouch has a history with, moves to becoming one of the Black Knight's chief generals after Lelouch saves him. But learning from Schneisel in R2 that Katase's death may have been orchestrated by Lelouch is Todo's berserk button with regards to turning on Lelouch in R2. Of all the bullshit there is around the entire betrayal plot, Todo's is the sole part of that almost works. If it were not for more backstory stuff tied to Lelouch and Nunnally's time in Japan before it was conquered, which Todo was part of, that should make Todo aware of what Lelouch's priorities as a person were, and how much he hates his homeland, that honestly should have permitted him to outright guess it was Lelouch under the mask, without ever needing to confirm it beforehand, as Todo's the only non-Britannian in the series to ever lead forces to a victory over them. So Todo's not an idiot to be so easily manipulated as he's shown to be in R2, to get him to play parts in that without hearing Lelouch out first. Once more, my argument with the entire Black Knight's betrayal event isn't that it can't happen at all, or is out of nowhere, but it is handled in the worst ways possible due to how little time is spent on building up their grievances with Lelouch's leadership caused by his lack of trust and detachment. So their eventual actions don't work as intended, whereas had they approached that from alternate avenues, it would have been more functional. But the death of Todo's friend Katase, or at least Lelouch's part in it, as Katase's death was inevitable regardless of what Lelouch did, would not have been necessary had Tamaki not screwed their finances over. Again, keep this in mind when you're watching R1, that every event in the first season of the series is in some way connected to those that follow it in big and small ways. And the second season and the movie timeline not following from this is what makes them bad. Lelouch spent years fleecing nobles by gambling in chess matches to set up the sheer financial capital to run a private army. Has extensive experience balancing financial budgets, not just from the care of himself and his sister, but also doing the accounting for Ashford Academy as part of his student council duties. And has been putting in place everything he'll eventually need to go to war with his sperm donor even before Kallen's resistance group entered the picture and crossed paths with him. And Tamaki obliterates all of that in less than a month with his sheer incompetence and financial waste that bankrupts them. And that honestly gets worse if you follow the 3-week model the timeline of the R1 is officially said to go over, as it means Tamaki bankrupted them in literal days. Thus, you honestly, legitimately expect me to believe that Tamaki of all characters would be capable of not only running his own business, but actually doing so well financially that he'd be expanding his operations, opening a second location as a means to reintroduce the former Black Knights members into the movie. Basing it on the visage and iconography of the leader he betrayed is bad enough. But for him to be successfully profiting from defiling that grave, especially as it was made a major plot point that he is as incompetent with finances as he is everything else, is just fucking insulting to anyone who paid attention, as he has no right after what he played part in to claim that it is in tribute and atonement. How the fuck are those that cared for Lelouch not disgusted by him doing that? Yeah, it's not just the Suzaku bullshit or the crap with the shipping. Half the issues with the movies, when you put them in context to what the series actually did, is a source for legitimate grievances. Cause Tamaki's whole spitballing incompetence plot, yeah, every bit of that is not in the films, when that is literally his character, despite what it sets in motion that now has an entire absence of context to it. And if you're not getting my point yet on this, allow me to restate it. Code Geass is not a series that is simple enough to be able to do compilation movies of it. For as much as we complain about R2, there's too many important plot points that come from even its minor events to leave them all out.
では、私は民を守ろうとした英雄。お前はそれを知らずに、私から玉座を奪った裏切り者。
ずっと己に問うてきました。少しずつ心を黒く染め、たどり着きました。豆腐を救うためには 猪木殿が全ての汚名をかぶり誰かに玉座を譲る必要があったのです。
王が国のため自ら玉座を捨てたと。
民のためには泥にまみれて手を汚す。あの日私は馬鹿正直を捨て手を汚してでも玉座を奪うべきだった。私は国のために命を捨てたあなたの覚悟を裏切ったのです。
随分かかったな。
Now, admittedly, the movies do acknowledge some spin-off content of Code Geass that expanded the story with some changes to some scenes, such as in their events retconning in brief appearances of Maribel Mel Britannia into the film timeline, and I could swear the same was done with Rai, and some influences from the side stories are seen periodically through the films, but they are not handled in good faith. What's more conflicting with the presented purpose of them and their actual content. Hell, I don't remember them being mentioned, but I'm pretty sure from the politico-military structure presented in Resurrection, that the Glinda Knights as presented at the end of Oz, who are supposed to remain an anti-terror group focused on counteracting when Suzaku would inevitably fuck up, now don't actually exist anymore despite the movie including the characters that founded them, as they're the ones who should have intervened were an entire nation to go terrorist, especially to both defend and save their former empress. So even if the characters are there, the movie is not using them correctly. But regardless of any side content that may have been alluded to in the movie timeline, with what was cut out of it that was essential to the main story and the arc of the respective characters, and subsequently given zero attention in Resurrection, they basically removed the elements of the story and the dynamics that made R1 work, and in turn made R2's content somehow even worse and be more loathed. For the story of the movie timeline's rendition of the events, well, A no longer went to B. It jumped to D because it assumed you already took and knew B and C, before skipping over to J and bringing it to dance with N while straight up ignoring the interim letters or any signs they existed. Actions no longer had sequential consequences. Effects of actions no longer even pretended to have causes. There was no developing story or evolving character dynamics or a building of relationships there. Just one long sequence of rapidly paced events that gutted representation of story and depiction of character. And it skipped all of that just to get to a new extension to the story that no longer had a valid functioning reason for how it could exist within the setting in the wake of how hack-jobbed together the movie timeline was, and yet still seemed to contradict things further. To continue the chain link metaphor from before, while R2 tangled those chains by connecting them haphazardly or in places they logically shouldn't, which weakened the supports for the greater tale as consequence due to working backwards from the ending, the movie compilation timeline for Code Geass deliberately snaps the chains in the net, creating massive holes in the structure just to connect two chains that were not previously bonded within said links, one of which that could have been removed from the net entirely without affecting its structure, and the cost of actually doing so affecting the entire structure's integrity so it no longer resembled a net at all, nor did the job in supporting anything. Hell, if I were to give a better example of why the movie canon doesn't work, well, the character Shirley Finette lives in it, when, as I've alluded to before, her murder is a key event to causing a lot of the things after it, which are all tied to why Zero Requiem comes to happen, and the events part of that plan should not have happened if she is still alive. Like, Super Robot Wars Z2 called this exact thing out a decade ago now, that Shirley dying was the linchpin to all of what happens after. And if she's not dead, then the circumstances that trigger it make even less sense to the point of even further devolving the cast into being mentally handicapped. Once more, for those who have not seen, Shirley is a supporting character throughout the series who is another of Lelouch's love interests, and she is by far the unluckiest character in it. Lelouch and Kallen are accidentally responsible for killing her father in a landslide while he was working in an off-the-books secret facility that was in its path, as he was a scientist originally part of the same project that had captured, tortured, and experimented on CC, before Kallen's resistance cell saved her. And regardless of what her father did, that affects them. So while Lelouch and Kallen have to work through the guilt of killing one of their friend's parents, his death results in Shirley unintentionally helping a woman named Valletta New, who was among the first Lelouch used as Geass on before he figures out his limitations, to out Lelouch's identity as Zero and kill him, but stops herself when she learns Lelouch is Zero, prompting her to attack her co-conspirator instead. Lelouch then wipes her memory of the event and her affections for him to spare her the trauma of her actions, also closing off any potential of a relationship with her as she just can't handle the reality of who he is. This was where the plot with her was originally supposed to end. Lelouch losing someone that could have loved the false fake identity he loathes but cannot deal with the life he lives, but the damage there is done. Valletta survives being shot only thanks to Black Knight Commander Kaname Ogi, who takes her into his home after the incident causes her to develop amnesia, and him not being able to take her to the police due to his membership in the Black Knights, leading to their eventual romance plotline through the rest of the series, when his care for her causes her to develop feelings for him while she is still amnesiac. And to interject, yeah, this is that thing I alluded to earlier where the R1 only occurs over a month thing doesn't work, as the Valletta-Ogi relationship is something big that comes out of the back half of the series. But by that straight, only a month timeline, it means that she'd only have been in Ogi's care for like a week at most. And all of that happened in that time would be so many compressed together events that the two would have literally no time together by which to build any meaningful affection for one another. Code Geass treats this relationship as a wants versus needs conflict. Valletta's time with amnesia showing her that the world she wants is one she is denying herself because of her Britannian upbringing and because she wants a noble title to ensure her eventual family's prosperity. Thus her affection for Ogi is in conflict with it, leading her to reject him when she recovers, as her upbringing makes her disgusted that she'd be attracted to a number. But if it is not a relationship developed over a much longer time than it has been allowed to be viewed as, then what the relationship is becomes founded upon Stockholm Syndrome, implied sexual assault, and a woman choosing to return to someone who took advantage of her because he was nice to her, which is downright horrible and not what Code Geass treats it as. Such is not a valid interpretation if what develops between them is permitted to occur over a longer period, so it can thus be made clear that what they feel for each other is their informed and educated choice, even though Ogi really should have turned the amnesiac Valletta over to the authorities. Consequences be damned, because his presented excuses for why he doesn't was always a weak one, and then checked up on her to lead to them developing feelings because of that to ground such far better, and not come off to some as him unintentionally indoctrinating her when she is sequestered in his home. Again, those are lines Lelouch does not cross. R1 needs more time to occur over than it is said to have for everything to be justified. Otherwise it becomes a sign of how the story is broken even further due to Valletta later becoming pregnant with Ogi's child late in R2, which has its own level of discomforting connotations with how fast that went, since before that point they would have spent all of, a month officially together after betraying Lelouch. By that point, Valletta has confirmation Ogi has knocked her up.
Justify your existence. What contribution have you made? I've given pleasure to the world because I have such a beautiful ass. That's your case? You need more? Some might say that's a pretty shallow argument. Some might say I'm a pretty shallow guy.
But regardless, in R2, the mind-wiped Shirley develops feelings for Lelouch's false persona again during the useless Ashford plot extension. But in the wake of Jeremiah returning to the storyline with the Geass Chancellor, Shirley's memories are restored, and Rollo, who, as I mentioned before, was a Geass assassin turned to Lelouch's side after he went yandere for his fake brother, then sees Shirley as a threat to Lelouch, so murders her. Lelouch sees it happen, Shirley ultimately dying in his arms. confessing her love of his schoolboy mask to him as he desperately orders her with his Geass to live, and fails. Someone he put his faith in killed someone he valued, and after losing his mother, losing not only to the other side, him being forced to kill Euphemia to spare her from the madness inflicted upon her. And at the time of this occurring, Kallen being imprisoned and tortured by Suzaku because of his own failure, it serves as the breaking point in a chain of events that leaves him overwhelmingly racked with guilt, falling into a depression that Kallen before this had only just managed to stop him from falling into before, as the weight of his own failures just won't stop crushing him, with no one there to help him bear the burden. And in the following events where Nunnally is then thought to have been killed by Suzaku, after openly betraying whatever remains of the friendship they had left, it's what pushes him over the edge into wanting his own death, which thus serves as the seeds to what became the Zero Requiem plan that has him martyr himself to the world, makes everyone in the world hate him, focus all their anger on him, because at this point he just hates himself and generally believes he deserves to be vilified, and will happily accept their scorn as long as something better results from it. Surely dying is the root emotional reason he pushes Kallen away when the Black Knights betray him and lets them try to kill him, for he legitimately could not take another person who loves him dying in his name. Better he die at others' hand while saving them than at his own after failing to do the same. But if Shirley isn't important, then none of that happens. If she doesn't have reason to help Valletta, the string of events that lead to the Black Rebellion failing aren't triggered, nor is Valletta's paramour arc with Ogi that also is a factor to Ogi being the one behind why the Black Knights even let Schneisel talk to and deceive them into betraying Lelouch, as because of his feelings for Valletta, Ogi ends up being the traitor in their midst, enabling all of them to be deceived about how Geass works, even though Valletta knows how Lelouch's Geass works from her time as one of his handlers, and knows that if Lelouch actually used it on them, then they couldn't get them to betray him. Once again, the reason the Black Knight's betrayal is so condemned is it only happens in the story because those who can provide information or means to subvert it, and have every reason to, don't. Valletta, after she accepts that she's fallen for Ogi of her own free will, has every reason to want to help him achieve his goals, as such are now their goals, even as she's conflicted with regards to her loyalty towards Britannia, who even she eventually admits is just using her. All while Lelouch, when he turns her into a double agent, seems to want to give her everything she emotionally wants that would make her life fulfilling, which is the same way he earned the Black Knight's loyalty. They're working towards common goals that throw off the hypocritical classism of Britannia. Being concerned her paramour is brainwashed, that's legitimate on her end. But her not telling her boyfriend about his boss's powers and what their limitations are so he can watch out for signs he's used them on them, and only tell them that he can control people with no limits to what his powers are, which she knows is not true, that is just enough false information to make Ogi dangerous and potentially cause him to get himself harmed through a reckless need to expose Lelouch that could very well lead to him getting brainwashed if Lelouch were the kind of person to use his power that ruthlessly, under normal circumstances, to his allies. If Valletta actually cared about him as the story hinges such on, she wouldn't allow him to go off half-cocked like that. And yet she does. Once more, because in R2, the effects we see happen need a cause, regardless of how much that cause is out of presented character. To many, because of how this is shown to play out, Ogi is another of the characters in the franchise that is considered ruined by R2. And yet, at the end of the story, they're among the few with happy lives, even married with a newborn son in Resurrection, despite their role and responsibility in one of the major events that went wrong. Ogi does show regret in the supplementary material after Kallen's allowed to call the Black Knight's leadership out on their bullshit, that is also reflected in Resurrection, but is not shown doing anything to actually repent for it. Or rather, acts to repent for how the Black Knight stepped to the side in the movie continuity for no explicable reason. But of course, because of how the betrayal storyline was changed to the movies from them being deceived idiots that could have talked things out if they weren't idiots, into actively collaborating with Schneisel for their own gain, that is not the apology we wanted from him, as that is now for a completely different sin on the character that is likewise never resolved. Though how Valletta and him got together in the movie timeline is now itself a plot hole, since Shirley's role got written out of the films. And all for the worse, frankly, as the movie version with its rushing through the justifying parts of story events then locks in that Stockholm Syndrome interpretation of how the relationship forms. And it is to both of the characters' greater detriments. Valletta in several character respects is the opposing side parallel for Kallen with how she's used in much of the series, acting as a point-counterpoint in their respective arcs with their desires. Kallen inspiring loyalty to a cause, while Valletta treason. One not caring for the nobility she was given as it cost her all she valued, while the other covets that title due to her drive to bring prosperity to her family. Valletta realizing there's something more important which she embraces to the detriment of others, while Kallen is consequently denied the same. Thus, without any of that which is set off by Shirley's role in things, R2's major events don't happen. Or at least only happen with very significant alteration to the circumstances within them, which the movies do not even pretend to depict. And if Shirley doesn't die, the circumstances and spiraling mental state that eventually causes Lelouch's death is not set off and should not occur. If Shirley lives, Lelouch doesn't end up meeting Suzaku in an attempt to guarantee not only Kallen's safety, where he is then sold out to Schneisel. Without that, Schneisel doesn't get the circumstantial evidence from that encounter about Lelouch's culpability in Euphemia's massacre he then uses to validate his deception that is key to making the Black Knight's leadership turn on Lelouch, even in the movie timeline. That event in canon likewise ties into Lelouch not believing Suzaku when he says he's carrying the series equivalent to a nuclear weapon. So if Shirley lives, Lelouch would have more stake in Suzaku's words of caution, so would not disregard what he thinks is a lie that ends up putting Suzaku into a position where he would be forced to either flee in dishonor, which he refuses to do, or use that WMD on the world's most populous city, which in turn, from its aftermath, makes Lelouch believe not only died in the blast radius of the bomb. No confrontation between them, no use of a WMD should result. And if that WMD is not used, the Black Knights are not in a mindset to accept Schneisel's parlay that give him a chance to present his evidence, as they would have succeeded in that battle to reclaim Japan. Meaning Schneisel wouldn't be capable of dangling it as a prize for betraying Lelouch, and Lelouch would not have been wishing death on himself that makes him push Kallen away and jump in front of a firing squad when the Black Knights betray him. If they do at all in this version of things. And could have potentially talked them down even if they decided to hear Schneisel out, as opposed to him screaming in Kallen's face, "Betray me!" so she would get out of the line of fire when all seemed lost. And as a result, he wouldn't need to perform a hostile takeover of his homeland after he kills his father, which is required to make himself the enemy of the world as part of his suicide by cop endgame, or gather an army all over again to stop Schneisel's mass genocide scheme. None of that happens, or at least not in the same way, as all the connecting links in the chain of events have been cut in the movie timeline. And if that all sounds contrived with an excessive number of points of failure in its plotting, well, again, that's the R2 experience. There are so many ways to derail the series' endgame if the series weren't slaved to just progressing the narrative against all presented character to what was written from the start. This is also what I was talking about earlier with how continuing the Ashford plotline in R2 is actually such a huge problem for it. It only exists to keep Shirley as a significant cast member of the show, so her eventual death sends Lelouch into his self-destructive spiral, since he doesn't handle losing people well at all. And every mistake he makes after is heavily hinged on reactions made because of that event, as opposed to how they could have centered it on him being overwhelmed with a concern for those he loves that are being held with a knife to their throats by his former best friend, and the distraction making him miss other immediate concerns with the larger war effort that makes the Knights lose faith in him, before Schneisel's scheme that enters play to take advantage of that. But again, because the Ashford plot superseded developing things with the Black Knights' growing discontent, their betrayal, which is far more important for the story, doesn't work. And they're instead presented as gullible idiots being deceived by a known enemy at the best of one of their own, who has no excuse for enabling this. And their betrayal, and Lelouch having to find a different way to save the world from the malice of his siblings, is key to what makes the ending that then results have such negative feelings towards it now. But because Code Geass' events so flow into each other, even when it's going against what a character should have done, and upsetting one derails everything that follows, the entire universe literally operates under a case of save the cheerleader, save the world. And Shirley's survival should prevent the worst case scenario of all the following events that lead Lelouch to die. Except in the case of the compilation movie timeline, where they have events of the series occur only absent any of the narrative causes to why they occur, and the individuals that make them occur having any relevance. And the makers of the film then expect you to believe everything that just keeps chugging along as if those missing gears on the machine of life never mattered in the first place, despite them being why the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Because the reason Lelouch inexplicably is made to survive Suzaku stabbing him to death in the movie timeline is Shirley drags his body away as she never died, despite her having no actual role in the events of the film continuity as she did in the series. And she's only there to do it as nothing that involved her previously in the main series actually happens. As if she's there to do that, why was Lelouch racked with guilt enough to try and absolve his sins in the way he does? And in interviews with staff, they've said that is the sole reason why they spared her death in the movie version, so she could do this. When anyone else could have done that, and she is literally the one person in the storyline that couldn't do that without breaking the entire series of events that leads to him dying. Especially because there already exists someone in that tale that could have done the same task without conflict. One I have only mentioned in passing. Sayoko Shinozaki! Sayoko happens to be Lelouch and Nunnally's maid at Ashford, and is a trained ninja shown to bear more loyalty to them than basically everyone but Kallen. And it's a loyalty shown retained even after Lelouch's Zero Requiem plan gets started. Thus, if he considered the possibility of him surviving at any point, she'd be the one to pull him away so he could recover its secrets. But that such didn't happen also shows that he in no way planned for the possibility for his survival, which once more makes Suzaku bashing Lelouch's skull in during Resurrection that much worse a scene. As once more, all of this is how bad the movie continuity is. Again, it's not about the character shipping angle. That's just a symptom of the greater problem. It's about the entire story's narrative cohesion literally tearing itself apart because they ripped out all the connecting links of the chains that hold it together without considering the consequences. All to get Lelouch out of the picture to send him off with CC. As if the movie version's depiction of everything was plausible for the core story, then it once more begs the question of why the core series couldn't do that. But the core series, even at its worst, already answered that question of it being necessary for what comes next in it to occur. Thus, the movie's interpretation is consequently wrong. It's not something that can work both ways. Not with how the series has been constructed. And this specific observation actually makes things worse than you might think, as it exposes something very harsh about Code Geass as a story. For due to the compilation movie's horrible construction, it forces the audience to admit either one of two things, both of which I've discussed previously. Either A, Code Geass' story, as interconnected as it is one misplaced card in a house of cards from tumbling apart and making the interconnectivity of everything become absolutely meaningless, or work against everything else in the tale, which irreparably, and I do mean irreparably, breaks the story in ways that not even R2 ever managed to achieve. Or B, the construction of the movie timeline was done or insisted upon by those who literally do not know, did not remember, or could not understand what the hell was important in the story they were part in creating. Thus, all exclusions and alterations it makes are completely 100% arbitrary, as they don't have the capacity to grasp what was essential to the story's depiction to keep all pieces of it moving. And thus the movie timeline and any expansion it may have should be discarded as an absolute malicious waste of everyone's time. And yes, that does include bringing Lelouch back from the dead. As said, Shirley was a minor character, and yet everything connected to her story and death is made such a series of essential dominoes that it cannot be replaced without subverting the entire direction of what follows from it. Or if you must continue on from there, it must make the cast even worse, and in ways that are not reconcilable unless the writers intend to upend the entirety of the back end of the series. And as that is not what they did, there's little evidence they would have been capable of doing that in the first place. So it becomes a question of, keep this part of the story in so everything that happens as consequence of it is still allowed to happen, thus making the movie timeline once more worthless over the main series, or change things more substantially with rewrites of existing footage, with the subsequent consequences of exposing all the more the contradictions and inconsistencies the films are deliberately invoking to push their own agenda.
Whenever Poochie's not on screen, all the other characters should be asking, "Where's Poochie?"
And just to conclude this discussion of Shirley's role in the series, as I was going through footage of the show again, I noticed something that is pretty overlooked in the fandom as well. Before the Narita incident where Shirley's father dies, there was an evacuation called over the entire area, and those evacuation orders were heeded outside of those part of the military's Code R project, including Shirley's father. In fact, we see him and his co-workers refuse to evacuate, meaning all of the individuals who died that were not part of Cornelia's military faction were from that as well. In the moral, ethical, and legal senses, to refuse an evacuation order is to remove the liability of others over the events, and blame placed solely on those who refuse, as they abdicated their own safety. So while Lelouch may feel guilt over the event for not double-checking his math to prevent the landslide from hitting the town at the base of the mountain as hard as it did, he is not criminally responsible for those deaths as they were military members who refused orders, and no civilians were actually caught in the landslide. And that's important because put in those terms, between this, Charles and Victor being responsible for triggering the events of the Special Administrative Zone massacre, Rollo acting against Lelouch's wishes to murder Shirley, Suzaku having the choice in how his Live command triggers over whether he fought or fled, and him choosing to fight and fire the Flesia super nuke he was handed, so the command Lelouch placed on him cannot be blamed for that attack either, and also the reflection making it clear that Lelouch never killed anyone with the weapons of the Damocles, only claimed he would with such being an empty bluff. It means that he never is responsible for the circumstances which have killed any innocent civilians at any point in the series. He actually did live his mission statement that he says in his first appearance of Zero as never causing civilian casualties in the fight for liberation. There is no lie in this. It's just a matter of whether you paid attention to this fact or not. Whereas, once again, Suzaku, who Taniguchi thinks is the hero of this tale, only ever causes civilian casualties and suffering because of his unilateral thoughtless actions, because he never considers the consequences of what he fucking does.
Does that sound like a hero?
Well, when you put it like that, not really, but,
Then what the hell, man? What the actual hell?
It is once again why we are absolutely done with Sunrise refusing to acknowledge how horrible Suzaku is, and get so pissed off over Lelouch's demonization as the worst monster to ever live. Had this not been the case, had Shirley and Ashford's entire subplot in R2 not been as large an element of anything as I said, and the focus stayed on the Black Knight's loss of faith in Lelouch and the original story, maybe you could have gotten away with it. But the movie timeline spends even less on this plot than the show did. Doesn't lay the groundwork for Lelouch and Suzaku's devolving dynamics, so Suzaku looks worse than he is. Lelouch looks more imbecilic in falling for the things he does, as why he's overlooking them is not established, alongside him being depicted as a far more selfish individual. Kallen, as said, is no longer an actual character, but a means for fan service with how they excised all relevance to her. And Cece is time and again made to be right, even though it is canon in the series that her actions and advice through the centuries, which she gave to her various contractors, are awful. and is directly tied to how the world got so screwed up in the first place, as age has not grounded her wisdom. She's not a Cassandra foreseeing the fall of Troy, or a witch from Macbeth. She's a typhoid Mary poisoning the well, so the people who can set things right keep having their time cut short. Again, I've been trying to not bash her character here, as I don't actually actively hate CC, but it's not hyperbole to say that part of how she is used as a story device throughout the franchise is she's 99% the cause of what went wrong in the story's historical difference from real life.
あなたはすでに死んでいる。私の力は命を刈り取る。そもそも命がないならあなたを倒せないのは当然ね。
生きた屍だ。
Though, to be fair to the CC shippers out there, this is also part of the one rationale you legitimately have to why Lelouch could want to be with the Immortal Witch, since the story itself does so little to validate that relationship route, as, again, it's very easy to write her out of the story. And that reason he could have is, if he is terrified of having the people he loves die, and keeps seeing that happen, then he would intellectually find comfort in being with an immortal witch he'd never have to suffer that pain with. Even if the story itself, in both continuities, presents the reality that he doesn't love her, and she's not supposed to feel that emotion in the romantic sense. As if he was supposed to be, then this is again how bad a job they did with this. 'Cause if he did love her, then the mind-wiped Lelouch they present in Resurrection, that is how he initially returns from death without memories of who he was, yeah, he would not be trying to get away from CC whenever we see them together, and being obstinate to doing anything with her as the film presents. Because who you love, that's not a mental thing. Not entirely. That's a spiritual and emotional thing, not tied to what's said to have been torn out of Lelouch. Those connections do not die just because you wipe memory of them away. You still want to be with them. This has been shown in reality with cases of amnesia patients recognizing loved ones and family members even though recollection of how they know them is blocked. And that's how the trope normally is applied in fiction.
あなたを覚えていない。でもわかるの。あなたがそう考えているって。ユキ。古代か。一人じゃ無理。
以前の自分なんて思い出せないけど、多分そういうことを言うために体を張ったんじゃないと思うんだ。覚えてない頃の俺が今の俺を動かしてる。残ってるんだ。ここじゃなくてここに。だから多分俺はここにいる。俺がやるべきことならきちんとわかる。
And while that is dialogue from another series, it is not something that conflicts with the content of Code Geass, where that same thing is shown, and in fact is part of why Charles and his supporters so fail entirely with all their goals. People's hearts form the will that overcomes the mental conditioning of Geass. In the OVA series, Akito the Exiled, and the opening of R2, when Lelouch is under the mind-rewriting effects of his father's Geass, feelings for Nunnally, despite not remembering who she is, are the key to awakening him both times. Nunnally overcoming a Geass command that kept her blind for years is done because of her feelings for her brother and her need to confront him. Euphemia, on her deathbed, despite the command to kill Japanese people still being active, confesses her love for Suzaku, even though it should be making her try to kill him to her last breath. Suzaku turns his own cursed command, which adds Korai's just forcing him to have a flight or fight response, into a weapon by directing how it activates with his own feelings, so he actively ignores the flight response it should be triggering, so it then boosts his ability to fight regardless of what he does while in that state. Rolo forces his Geass beyond its limits to save Lelouch because of his feelings for his surrogate brother, and it kills him because of it. Even CC, when she herself seals away her own memories, attaches herself to Lelouch, because something makes her feel as if she can trust him.
お願い、ヤンマのボロパソコンをぶっ壊して。
願いに体を支配されても塩からのドタマは勝ったんだよ。寝てろ。
そのボロいパソコン秒でぶっ壊す。
早く足のお願い叶えてあげないと死んじゃうじゃん。
俺らはここで終わりで。
そこまで
王のために命あれから側近やってんだ。全部ぶっ壊
お願い聞いてやったぞ。
謝るなよ。ヤンマー間違ってない。
And moreover, the only person Lelouch himself shows any affection for while his mind is a complete blank in Resurrection is Kallen. Because in those moments, his heart, not his mind, is in the driver's seat. And as said, the series' original writer deliberately was depicting them as having a bittersweet affection for the other that only now he would be able to express, when his own brain wouldn't be getting in the way. If he actually loves CC in the movie continuity, well, both the movie itself and what the staff have said about it makes that assertion problematic at best. The mind-wiped Lelouch that is running on solely the truest emotions of his heart wants nothing to do with her. Thus the film's ending, where he leaves everyone for her, doesn't work how they wanted to from evidence in its own damn content, regardless of everything else. Hell, I'd have less issue with the ending if it were for this aspect spending a lot of time telling us loudly what he wants without his own brain getting in the way. And CC's own previous action showing that such wasn't what she wanted from him in the first place. We had an entire filler arc about one of CC's exes not being capable of fulfilling her death wish, and she'd abandoned Lelouch without even trying to talk to him out of the Zero Requiem plan in both the original series and the movies if he will not be the one to kill her. Something that is impossible to square with any belief that they were in love with each other as well. As if CC did love him, then she would have stopped at nothing to have him live, just as Kallen endeavored to, even though she failed. And thus, like with R2, the movie timeline of Code Geass sacrificed good storytelling and the characters people gave a damn about in order to get to an ending they wanted that was fully in conflict with what had come before, and in no way had to be in conflict with everything as it was. Which again, was tipped off by the movie timeline working to demote Kallen out of the deuteragonist role to promote CC into it as the new official paramour, and doing so only further spotlighting Kallen's mistreatment into the egregious sticking point it has now become with fans. Now, once again, to be clear, then deciding to officially start shipping Lelouch and CC a decade after the series had concluded, and years after most of the side stories had ended, when most of that content made it clear there was nothing romantic between them, this said explicitly to be the case in the audio dramas, it's not the sole problem here. I'm not that obsessed with shipping for that to be the sole thing that broke the camel's back. But as is a central thesis of this review, Sunrise insisting on shoving Yukana Nogami to the foreground of this series' storytelling ends up doing nothing but harm in the long run, because CC is one of the least interesting characters in it, and you can legitimately remove her from all of the story and affect nothing. And if they thought that legitimately screwing with the romance arcs after deliberately making them ambiguous was a winning strategy, they majorly miscalculated, as they have several times before. People do not like when the paramours of characters that have been built up over time end up getting derailed.
ロマーネ・ディアボーンにございます。私の美しさそのものが罪なのです。
わかるように話せ、裁け。
As them doing that explains everything about what went wrong with Code Geass' compilation movies. for justifying that decision overrode all other matters, and led to them disregarding basically all of the side content and more than half the series. They legitimately did their best to write Kallen out of the story to dissociate her from Lelouch's own, and as a character of any importance. Gutted most events tied to Lelouch's other potential paramours that had more evidence to them than CC did, and seemed to do so with the sole purpose of promoting CC into that story position to try and justify what Resurrection would later do with them. And it doesn't work at all, as the base story actively conflicts with them on this. Kallen still does exist, but she only is a minor character in the movies, despite how much she is all over the series and deeply tied and interwoven into Lelouch's own character story to enable events that build the momentum of the rebellion, him also coming into hers. Once more, it's canon within the original series and all the tie-in media that focuses on them that she did fall in love with him, and the reason Lelouch could not let himself return her affections openly was because if he did, he would be dragging her down to hell with him, and he couldn't do that to her. By that point in the story, so many people he cared for had died because of him that he couldn't let that happen again. By just his actions, he legitimately did care enough about her to let her go and be free to live, even if it left them as enemies, instead of changing his plans for her, which could result in her dying. And what's more, that wasn't fan-interpretive readings of canon for those trying to justify a ship. That was bold-lettered, we intentionally did this canon, which they for years reinforced with Oz and Akito, repeating those same narrative arcs and character relationships between its cast members to show how much that was intended between each one's main character trios. Or at least it was until it was changed for the movies. So, once again, it doesn't actually act to provide proper closure for anything because of this conflicting mandate, nor opens the stage for others to take focus. As in doing so, the movie really did destroy the stage and any avenues to tell more stories in the setting, as why should we care about anyone else who may be brought in now if the same mistreatment is going to happen with the grievances never settled?
This has made a lot of people very angry and been widely regarded as a bad move.
Now, to be fair, much of that all keeps tying back to that setting establishment booklet that came with the movie. And the problem with that is that booklet was written before the movie script was finalized with the Sunrise mandated changes, explaining its host of contradictions with the movie's timeline and Resurrection in specific with where it spends its focus, despite the entire point of those booklets being to act as supplementary material primers to explain what the movie doesn't and set up what it was intending to do. But as has ultimately come to be my point in all this, to quote a more popular internet reviewer,
"If you need supplementary material in order for people to understand your movie, then you are failing as a filmmaker."
And that holds true to not just Resurrection, but the film timeline as a whole, without much essential important things were either contradicted or left on the cutting room floor, especially when it comes to pre-existing relationships. And the compilation movie's treatment of Kallen as a relevant character is again what turned what had previously been a pattern of narrative malfeasance into the most screwed over character status she is now marred by, making her nothing but a minion to be used and thrown away as a chess piece pawn story-wise, turning what was acknowledged as an outright lie set in the original series to separate them so she would be safe from the consequences of his failures into a fact of the movie timeline that is then used to detrimental harm. And regardless of whether you agree with me on that, does not excuse or justify her continuously being reduced to being nothing more than Miss Gratuitous Action and Lol Boobs fan service, as she constantly ends up treated as in the movies. It is a massive insult to everyone who liked her as the second most popular character in this franchise. For even discounting the character shipping stuff, or thinking about the reasons behind character, thematic, and narrative actions, or if one didn't indulge in the side content, Tearing out the second most important character in the story structurally doesn't do anything any favors, due to her being the one that made so much of it possible, just to make a path clear for him to leave the setting entirely with no other attachment to anyone, and justified by him hooking up with someone else that was not showcased to have romantic affection towards him beforehand. So it's no wonder the compilation movies were collectively trash fires with how they were stitched together. I cannot even undersell how they are the worst compilation movies Sunrise, hell, any company has ever done. Because they're both focused on retcons and ripping essential cast out of everything, instead of trying to add to something the main series might not have addressed very well, like most of the Gundam compilation movies attempted, even though those compilation movies are also worthless. As not only did they make the intentions of the full arc of the original story thematically incomprehensible with how much they cut, condensed, and altered, they messed up every character interaction responsible for how the story progressed, which shows a fundamental lack of understanding of the series itself. Again, Code Geass R1 is still a story told as the result of character, people doing things in response to the actions of others, which makes sense with regards to the context of who those people are and what is occurring around them, even if all of that information is not strictly there in the text of the show itself. R2 is story direction prioritized to the detriment of character. People forced to do things in certain ways as it moves the plot to a predetermined ending by the effect of an action preceding its cause. But the compilation films are a story made from the contradiction and exclusion of character, as none of its changes allows it to justify itself because it makes no effort to explain why it is suddenly different, and just treats it as if it is the same despite all the evidence to why they are not. Because instead of crafting a new story extension to a series that left open the door that Lelouch might not have died, and possibly been granted his father's code when he got them killed, so he ended up a code bearer, and immortal to then deal with the many loose ends left at the end of R2, they said keep making excuses in the plot that completely jumps the rails, introducing something not justified nor explained by any lore previous to bring Lelouch back. And yet it still basically serves no actual difference from the long-proposed way to bring Lelouch back. Make him pseudo-immortal. But how they failed in that is, it's not to do more with the guy. It's to give him a permanent send-off so they don't have to do anything more with him while still playing with the setting. Instead of a more temporary revival or shortened mortal existence that allows them better closure than the original ending left them, and allows the time to better resolve the unaddressed dangling story threads before you properly close him out. Which all once more ties back to that scene of Suzaku pummeling Lelouch and why it exists in the first place. Because Goro Taniguchi wanted to put the story of Lelouch to rest and have his role in the story and universe reach its end. Thus, one major interpretation of that scene is the director, through proxy of the characters, having the worst character in the series attack the lead that everyone loves, just because the audience spent the last decade wanting him back because of how unsatisfying the execution of R2, both metaphysical and literal, was, regardless of who may have influenced that direction. And the character because the director is saying he should not have come back. Yeah, this is from that supplementary booklet again. Taniguchi specifically wanted Resurrection to be the absolute end of Lelouch's story. Make him move to being a supplementary, non-existent character so the rest of the world could finally be opened up to any other protagonist and story, and was using him and CC going off together as the exact excuse to do just that. Not because Lelouch would demonstrably love CC, but because it got him out of the way. And yet with how they fucked up with the movie timeline by not settling what they should have, since they did not provide the closure that was needed again, the exact opposite happened. Fans of the franchise from this point onward either wanted a proper Code Geass R3 that was as removed from the movie timeline as could be done to do Lelouch's resurrection right, or have the franchise entirely die, as there is no plausible way to tell stories past this point anymore that aren't just a consequence of the cast evolving into being even bigger idiots. And that isn't a joke. From the point that Sunrise first announced the Rose series in 2021, what fans remained after the movie timeline have wondered if Sunrise would pull a do-over on the movie timeline just because of the negative feedback to the movies. It does not appear to be that case, but again, this is all the baggage Rose inherits, regardless of its quality, as consequence of how much the movies were disliked. Audiences don't want more Code Geass content if it's not either a true fix to Lelouch's story first, or an analog of Lelouch or Kallen in the role like every other spin-off has been. For even the prior efforts to diversify who leads the tales just keeps coming back to those two opposing a Suzaku. And thus, there is no getting rid of them. And even trying to shows that they are not approaching the problem with any understanding of it. Thus, unlike the side stories that at least tried to open up the story to areas not previously explored, Resurrection is structured in such a way that it permanently closes all avenues of story extension beyond it. So anything that might be left to explore, yeah, there's no easy way to do it unless they want to deliberately undo the movie and admit outright how much they screwed up with it. Beyond this, they did that send-off in the worst way they possibly could. For as said, basically turning on God mode for Lelouch to show why everyone still needed the guy with them, after most of the film was everyone else flailing and failing to do anything right without him, showing that they can't successfully do anything without him, before shoving him off with CC as apparently she's made to be the one that didn't give up on him, when that is a contradiction with all other Code Geass media. As if CC had not given up on him at the end of R2, then he wouldn't have needed to pull his suicide gambit in the first place. She was there! She abandoned him instead of talking him out of going through with it. Thus she can't be one of those that was rooting for him to live all of this time. But that is all ignored, as it's just to set up a big middle finger to fans by having Lelouch run off with CC on their own to hunt down other Code and Geass bearers, with no tools, support, or means by which to find them at all.
ありのままなんて怠ける口実です。リタはね、そういうくったらないけどみんなが持ってる欲望に勝っちゃうところがかっこいいんですよ。仕事はきついし、世界中から嫌われますよ。でも私だけはずっと一緒にいますから。全部違う。
Instead of, you know, Lelouch reclaiming the title of Zero from Suzaku, who spent a year screwing up with the identity and wasting the peace his act was supposed to bring to make the entirety of the Zero Requiem worthless, which is still true of this movie timeline regardless, by the way, and afterwards have him reclaim command of the Black Knights after they learned how badly they screwed up, with focus on tracking down other Code and Geass bearers so the power of them won't screw over people anymore, and bring Kallen in as someone who already knows it all to work with him, as the actual film ends with her rejoining the Black Knights anyways without any real prompt to do so. You don't even need to hard confirm a relationship or give Kallen a Geass, as many wanted to infer she would take up CC's code in Lelouch's place to end CC's suffering and give him someone he wants to be with. It could have been implied there was just an agreement between CC and Kallen going forward with regards to anything related to the three of them. Hell, Super Robot Wars 30 does that with the cast when it includes Resurrection as part of its crossover story, because 30's writers were well aware of the absolute loathing Code Geass fans have towards Resurrection's ending. And while they don't change anything, which is part of the large detriment of Super Robot Wars 30 overall, in how it was absolutely awful actually crossing over the properties, and having those crossovers play impact to improve the stories included, 30's writers made pretty clear that they're among the ranks that outright hate the film with how they use the absolute minimal amount of its story as they can, and are outright contemptuous of the idea of trying to justify the Code Geass movie timeline as having any form of legitimacy, and actually have such be subsumed by the plot of Gunsword, which is also featured in that game, to even further delegitimize it. When it comes to the SRW production team, you have to do a lot to make the staff of those games showcase actual contempt towards a property, and yet that seemed to be the view taken on that movie timeline. But had they taken that other route and not insisted on deliberately blocking it off, that then opens up Lelouch serving as a support or side character to any number of stories you would want to tell in the setting without requiring him take up the protagonist reins, and otherwise opened up the world in saying, yeah, job ain't done, maintaining peace for the world is going to be a full-time job, which could be followed by any story you might want to tell, instead of what they actually did in cutting off these characters entirely. Say, Cornelia having to come to terms with her past sins as she has to settle an uprising in one of the nations she previously conquered. Or Kallen having to use more of her tactical brain once she graduates into a true commander role, just as she had to when she was in charge of the Black Knights during the time skip to hold them together. And she finds herself asking, what would Lelouch do? And succeeding because she's the one person on the planet that can in any way claim to understand how he thinks. Or Suzaku finally having to acknowledge how badly he fucked up when he sees a version of himself be what's stopping him from settling things in a region of conflict. You know, use the actual characters as a source for storytelling with them, like most authors endeavor to do. But instead of any of that, we can't, and are actively prevented from doing so due to the wall that has been thrown up. All we have instead is, nope, all conflict in this world comes from Geass, so the only further stories will be ones that involve around Geass users in small conflicts, not involving those with the most experience in dealing with such.
There's no new game plus. There are no harder enemies. There are new souls for you to get. There's no homeward.
But...
You're just regular boned. That's it.
No. No.
Welcome to die.
No!
Or hell, could we ever at any point address the elephant in the room that anyone cosplaying as Zero can get Schneisel off of his Geass command loyalty leash and allow him to become a super evil bad guy again? As that leash Lelouch put him on is not one that is going to hold forever, and his nihilism will continue to make him consider genocide as a valid option if he ever gets off it. But no, what they did is send off the character everybody cared about, screwed over the lead lady most people adored, remove the story device that has experience with and against odd cultist magics that affect and influence the modern world, and also fight against such powers being used, and just left available the guy most fans of the series can't stand, and supporting characters people were made to hate or never cared about that will have to face these kinds of things on their own in material going forward. If anything more than the Rose series and the Lost Stories mobile game is ever made for this franchise again, at least if it's not just another AU story. That, ladies and gentlemen, is not how you revive a concluded series to do more with it. That is how you do the opposite. I spent most of the video just criticizing this because I legitimately cannot undersell how badly the movie AU for the franchise screwed it over and closed more avenues for storytelling than it opened. And now fans don't trust them to do it right. And again, back to why the shipping thing is a player in that is, they legitimately did sacrifice all of the story contiguity of the prior tale just to try shipping these two in order to facilitate getting Lelouch out of everyone else's way. And even internally they failed. I honestly felt Cece and Lelouch had even less chemistry in the movie continuity than they did in the original series. For if Cece is in love with Lelouch and her contract with him is to find someone that will love her for all time, as opposed to fulfilling her canonical death wish with him as the prime candidate due to him needing to kill his uncle in vengeance for his mom's murder, which would then give him an immortality code, then why did she let him die in the first place as part of the Zero Requiem plan when there were alternatives for everything that would happen, and no guarantee he could join her in walking the earth forever after Suzaku assisted in his suicide? Hell, why not gain his favor in the story by telling him that she knows about everything tied to it, which we are told she knew from the start? Why not give him the information that would allow him to make the best decisions to ensure his survival? And if she really had affections for him, yet knew his mom and was canonically a member of his mother's court, it also means she's known him since he was in diapers. And the pictures and audio drama make it clear that she's watched over him the entire time he was in Japan until she got caught and experimented on. So what does that infer towards the possibility that this now has made it so she's possibly been grooming him his entire life to be her lover, as the movies now make it out to be?
少年 H 計画は大成功や。
少年 H？
大成功や。ちなみに光源氏の H や。
もしかして先生は6人目のヒロインかもしれないと思った。
While the TV show Timeline subverts this train of thought outright, as the execution of Mao's arc deliberately calls out the idea of her grooming a child to be a lover as disgusting and against CC's morals, and thus played part in her rejection of him, tied to the audio dramas that make it clear that she is incapable of feeling romantic love due to asexuality. And considering the series ends up turning the resident lesbian into the creator of a weapon of mass destruction, the Ogi-Valletta romance is undermined by the Stockholm reading, and the view on Millie as a pansexual deviant harassment case, nixing that too for the movies isn't exactly a great look for the franchise, where they take an ace character and imply through the forced pairing that she's now depicted as a sexual predator. Not helped by how frequently alternative sexualities in interracial relationships are fraudulently depicted as predatory, despite the higher likelihood for such individuals to end up victimized than be an offender. And like the other screwed-up relationships in it, the movie Timeline has no answer nor means to refute this invasive thought without even CC herself as rewritten. But the most we actually get is just her deciding out of literal nowhere, after it's too late to do anything, that she has feelings for Lelouch at the absolute end of the compilation cut, where due to her backstory, that same reasoning is why she rejected Mao should apply. And it's only now she doesn't want him to die. That this is where she refuses to let it end? This only occurs after he's already committed himself to death and standing before the gallows. Thus it rings just as hollow as Suzaku's self-aggrandizing beating of the man in Resurrection, as everything done to add to her story to justify that turn doesn't, as she refused to act when it would have mattered, which would reflect her truly bearing those feelings. And yet, he won't live for her. Kallen in this debate at least has the excuse that Lelouch pushed her away so she wouldn't get caught up in whatever consequence would fall upon him, and she failed to break through his commitment to that path due to the distance he'd forced on her, just as he does eventually to everyone that truly matters to him. But she at least tried to break through it. He was just too far gone by that point for her words to act to reach him, without the proximity to literally slap him out of being stupid, or otherwise convince him to stray from it. CC was there the entire time he was orchestrating his own downfall, and yet did nothing to counter Suzaku encouraging his own self-destruction. So how are we supposed to buy that she actually loves him after that? And by him never seeming to push her away, the lack of this act itself shows an emotional distance from her that he lacks with those he truly values and placed in his heart. Consistency of character and consistency of action because of character, as I've been trying to make the core of my argument, is pretty significant to their appeal, especially when it pertains to the flaws of said character. And Lelouch's issue of keeping those he loves away from him, his own expression of the age-old hedgehog's dilemma narrative trope, is kind of a big deal in that it plays part in many of the events that cause his downfall. So for her to be the one exception, it in and of itself just does not make sense.
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
Wow, Poochie came from another planet? I guess.
We all know that sometimes when cartoon characters die, they're back again the very next week. That's why I'm presenting this sworn affidavit that Poochie will never, ever, ever return!
So to sum up, they killed it, they knew they were killing it, and they seem intent on killing again. So why pretend to prop up a dead body Weekend at Bernie's style, and telling everyone it's raring to go when you did everything to make it so that it would not live again? And furthermore, why bother sending anything that now follows in the continuity of the compilation films that did poorly? Because, again, you screw over even further the merit of the original work instead of working to respect it by making said original work irrelevant to the story you are now expanding and building upon because of how much it is contradicted to even have the new setting for stories, and make it so your built-in audience will want nothing to do with it. Because again, the reason why they did the compilation movies as a separate canon was, in their words, to not impugn the integrity of the original work. and yet that is all it feels like they did. But that is a symptom of a larger problem with these let's return to a setting for more projects across the board, and that instead of thinking on ways to actually follow the story people enjoyed before seeding a divergent note, they decide to toss that out and do whatever they want, no matter how little the root story would have allowed them to do that, or how little fans of that property want to see what they do happen. And the contradiction of story, character, and lore is what pisses people off as we got invested in these characters and their struggles and what was possible for them to do in their setting. So throwing all of that out and derailing their predetermined character paths that should have followed up on such if they were legitimately doing a sequel movie event comes off as a massive middle finger to the audience. And this is why I say the movie continuity is in conflict with character, because analysis of why the cast do what they do from perspective of who they were presented to be before showcases the actions they perform are doing nothing but act in contradiction. Another thing a lot of people miss with the series tied to all this is Lelouch's tell. And once you know what that tell is, it adds an entirely new layer to the series as you can ferret out his real intentions every time. When he's lying, trying to hide his emotions, withholding shock or whatnot, his actual emotion is told through his hands and what gestures they make. Why his poker pose has his hands entwined is it's the only time he consciously makes an attempt to restrain that tell. And the animators took great pleasure in going nuts with them exaggerating those gestures when they could. The only time they didn't show his emotions through his hands or their body language as he had to lie or hide how he felt was when they were trying to deliberately deceive the audience or make ambiguous what he felt from our view in that moment, which in and of itself is the tell. So not showing that tell in turn reveals to us something is up. Thus, the only way that explains how the film ends internally within the series itself, not how they were forced to act by outside mandates, with CC and LL going off on their own, is Lelouch is making excuses to be away from the people he holds deepest in his heart and pushing himself away from them, because he intellectually can't bring himself to be with them without screwing up everything he sacrificed for. So he instead will live a lie with CC, as he feels he owes her for not being able to fulfill her wish for death, and will instead fulfill her wish for companionship. But that is ultimately disingenuous to them and the larger story around them, nor what audiences really wanted, as it makes it so Lelouch learns nothing from his journey, and cannot even at the end of the day, when he's given the free opportunity to finally be honest with the people he cares for, put up anything other than a liar's smile. Zero Requiem, with him lying to turn himself into the villain, at least served a purpose in making it so his commitment to the final lie would bring a peaceful world, leaving it up to those he trusts to make sure it doesn't fall apart and becomes the truth from the seed of his true desire. That doesn't work in turn when that lie is then used as an excuse to stay away from the people he loves, who can help him with his own self-imposed quest to stop other Code and Geass bearers. And then if any sequel event to that show's LL isn't even doing that, makes everything all the more worthless as other members of the cast are then dealing with new Geass wielders and Code bearers without their help. If this was all done with intent to allow for sequel stories that explored that brand new world where people could be more honest and open because a lie paved the way for it, then they certainly attacked it from among the worst angles possible, as the obvious setup for such is that lie being exposed, and the people themselves having to grapple with the reality that it really is up to them to make things better, as they had been since Lelouch died. And some deific arbiter of justice shouldn't be needed for them to fucking play nice, since the world already stabbed that man in the back for making the attempt. That is how you go about ending the Zero Requiem, by showing that an entity like Zero isn't needed. And thus the Requiem is laying that discarded, unneeded mask at last to rest, to free those who wore it from its burden. So to begin wrapping up, I mentioned earlier in this review that the current state of Code Geass is similar to what happened with the Star Wars sequel trilogy, echoing a similar dynamic in how Gundam Seed and Seed Destiny themselves bear homage to the original and prequel trilogies of Star Wars themselves, and this relationship is somewhat better explained by an excellent video out there by the YouTube channel So Uncivilized that proposes the Star Wars sequels, due to their lack of forethought and planning, resulted in an anti-trilogy. That the makers of the films were so focused on undoing what they saw as the problems part of the previous creators' work that they ended up acting in contradiction to the merits of the prior world building. J.J. Abrams has such a disdain for the Star Wars prequels and wanted to reassert the merits of the original trilogy divorced from them, that his works ultimately came to say that you can only tell the same old stories over and over again, and cannot draw something new from inspiration from the old, just redoing what others did and insisting that way is right, only to repeat the same errors and repetition. Rian Johnson's film thematically attempted to refute that, only to end up vastly exasperating the same error. His film interpreted under the view of trying to say that things should not be chained to the past, which in turn failed for many because it constantly showcased that it acted in ignorance of one's past and the lessons that had already been taught and learned from to not repeat the same failings, while acting as if it was the first time those very ideals had been introduced, only consequently done worse and in ways audiences did not widely accept. So instead of rejecting an unhealthy obsession with nostalgia, it instead acted to reject the fundamental concepts of world building, only to ultimately end up, like Abrams' film, derivative of and inferior to better stories already told. This is where the sequel trilogy left things thematically, which has made them so controversial. You cannot tell new stories without ruining what has been done, and you cannot tell old stories in new ways because those have already been told. Neither allows the story to move forward, as they don't address what is actually holding the narrative back, the contradiction in character the production thus invoked, as they did not ask what the problem was, only assumed they knew what was so. And that's ultimately the place where things have become stuck for Code Geass because of its movies. Due to everything that came before them, we don't want more of the old. We don't want Lelouch's existing story to be further changed in ways that fly in the face of what has already been done. The only tales you can tell now are by moving beyond those events to tell tales after them, which is only possible by bringing Lelouch back for real and resolving the issues of his scapegoating the movie timeline needed to the first time, which was by undoing the Zero Requiem entirely. And yet, this has become their blockade against doing so. Resurrection killed all possibility of doing that, and only served to forcibly separate the character necessary to tell those stories from those that matter to him, which would permit more tales to be possible. So there is now nowhere new to go unless they rebuild what they tore down first.
確かに俺の肉体は滅んだ。今の俺は神様だ。このままで終わると思うな。リバース。神様には時間なんて関係ないんだぜ。
And yet, that is unlikely that such will occur, and the Rose series will instead be brought down by all of this baggage. As such, would first require an admission that a mistake was made in trying to expel Lelouch and send him off into the cornfields with CC, and admitting that there is only truly one viable way forward that would make R2's frustrating ending just another intermission before the true final act were to then begin. But that in and of itself would risk undermining the bittersweet tones of tragedy and the meanings of the sacrifices made, with the admittance that ending things where they did, and the way they did, was a mistake. Only by showing that the job wasn't done to begin with, and some other force or power were to make those choices and sacrifices meaningless, could something ultimately sought to be salvaged. For just going back and reliving the past unchanged, that is fundamentally against what Code Geass is supposed to be. For what Lelouch ultimately came to fight for was for a future where the sins and atrocities of the past would never happen again, because they would be learned from. Attempting to make a story that does not do that, as Resurrection ultimately was, is fundamentally not a story that should be told within Code Geass. So at the end of this, what was the actual long-term impact of Code Geass? Because problems with it or not, it was very popular at its time, especially for a Sunrise series, to the point it has gotten more attention out of all their original properties short of Gundam. Well, as I discussed before, it expanded upon several elements of storytelling the Gundam Seed series began, and increased focus on real-world elements being important to telling a story, individual character actions and motivations and how they interplay being a force behind the thrust and momentum of a tale. Machines piloted by people were often showcased after to move much more like people. The series expanded upon power supply for mechs being an important element and nerf in the story for why events in a setting are driven, or why characters need to break from battle they may be winning, or a reason for a loss. The role of strategists and tacticians, and for characters to be smart in how they act in the battlefield and abound, was given a much larger role, so it became less frequent that fighters in mech anime or battle-heavy series could just brute force their way through their enemies. This again was something done in ways before, a decade before even Code Geass got off the ground. Gundam Wing, Neon Genesis Evangelion, and King of Braves Gao Gaigar frequently showcased excellent use of planning and strategy by the cast of characters, but never with the same emphasis of importance, and now with a full army backing said strategists as opposed to a small team of specialists. Code Geass showed that in war series or ones bearing enemy occupations, that there are civilians that can be affected and have their lives ruined because of collateral damage, and did so not with one-off characters, but with the active supporting cast, and also reminded people that just because elements of a futuristic setting may be present, then it is still important to ground a cast to something relatable to increase one's engagement. A genius schoolboy just trying to make a better world for his sister and those he loves to live in? That hit the right marks, and very protagonists with similar goals and traumatic origins would see spotlight in Japanese media for years afterwards. At least when their airwaves would be accosted by deliberately written to be idiot protagonists. The series most centrally influenced by Code Geass in an immediate sense would be Gundam 00, as that series clearly took varying levels of inspiration with several of Code Geass's better executed elements, particularly with how it tied in the subplots of civilian characters affected by the acts of the Gundam pilot protagonists as a proxy representation of how their revolution of a world artificially split into military and economic blocks can divide them. And there are no easy routes to resolving the wars that these divides cause. And as is most centrally called out by the conclusion of the first season, making oneself a martyred enemy of the world is not a means by which to resolve the world's long-lasting problems, as it only leaves them open to further manipulations by the truly malicious. Code Geass's ending, both the series and movie, does not consider the political or economic repercussions, doesn't address the racial divides that infested the setting, and how the wealthy, even without nobility, can still gain political power and corrupt the system back to the way they wanted it to be, as so many people in the setting do not want change. And all of that is sidestepped by that ending and forgotten about, which can lead the cycle of war to start up again, only with Suzaku using the Black Knights as a tyrant enforcing the oppression. Lelouch's time as emperor may have dismantled the nobility's power, but it did nothing against their financial influence nor the classism present in the world on multiple levels. There are still innumerable divides between the people that doesn't make it so one person dying will or should bring peace, as there's no guarantee the people in it are capable of grasping the proper empathy to overcome these issues, especially not with who is in charge of keeping the peace. Gundam 00 I consider one of the best Gundam series, as in its own way it does address those matters, that their means of fighting does not resolve the conflicts in the world outright, but encourages people to be better by removing nefarious influences that can lead to resolution and progress by preventing exploitation of the vulnerable. Something Lelouch, despite that being his central goal, has not succeeded in, and was made to not succeed thanks to the betrayals he suffered. Nor is there sign not only will achieve such because Suzaku only knows how to bash people's brains in to maintain a status quo, and the Black Knights bar Kallen never grasped the meaning in their goal and how to be knights for justice. There truly is that much just left unaddressed, which was left up to side stories to try and remedy, which have all been acknowledged by other series drawing on elements of the Code Geass setting. And this is an ongoing experience, even amidst the glut of isekai series that have since flooded the airwaves. Ari Ferretta from Commonplace to World's Strongest recreates semblances of the dynamics between the cast and characters. Ari Fureta quite blatant in its lifting of Lelouch and Suzaku's roles and dynamics that the anime adaptation literally had to change the dialogue from the light novels because they ended up directly quoting summations of their respective viewpoints said in Code Geass. With the Suzaku equivalent, of course, not just being in the wrong, but being the man responsible for stabbing the Lelouch equivalent in the back. The Fire Emblem games 3 Houses and 3 Hopes has the dynamic of Lelouch and Suzaku recreated by the characters Edelgard and Dimitri, with the third faction that had Claude acting as a different interpretation of Kallen in their dynamic, with it taken to possibly even more extremes, as in any route but Dimitri's own, Edelgard is someone who first and foremost is working towards reforming a broken system, which requires the deposing of corrupt rulers and a church that has manipulated everyone into the worship of a deity that is the true cause of the strife between the countries. While Dimitri himself keeps trying to say that the other two factions are wrong because their actions might cause harm in the short term, despite leaving things the way they are, being just as destructive in the now, and would only be worse in the future. While Edelgard's route in the games is full on pushing and creating this reform, and exposing the darkness and harm that has been hidden behind the scenes by those with power. And Claude's in turn the outside perspective that connects the threads of this lore regarding all the crimes of the church they have hidden. Whereas Dimitri's own is centrally about vilifying Edelgard by demonizing all of her actions, and robbing her of allies towards the reform she wants to see happen, leading her to be abused and victimized into being turned into a weapon by the very people who victimized her and others before, that Dimitri's actions have been working to defend. Dimitri's routes that act in defense of a corrupt status quo exasperate everything wrong with the world, and only by abiding his head-up-his-ass perspective does it ever appear that Edelgard is the villain. For Dimitri drives his entire kingdom into a war because people don't agree with just him, as is seen throughout the other two routes, while Claude and Edelgard are far more reasonable people with ethics and morals that makes them flexible in the means of how they obtain their goals. But Dimitri just telling them, no, I won't upset things as they are, is everything wrong with the narrative about these characters in both these games. Dimitri, as one of the newer interpretations of Suzaku's failings as a character, has gotten a lot of deserved flack from Fire Emblem players. And to think he is the good guy is an opinion held by those who only played his route alone and the very limited perspective it has, and ignored all other routes and the story lore exposed in them to ever think he was right when everything else says he's the asshole making things worse. This is a modern game reinterpretation that once more exposes everything wrong with Suzaku, as Dimitri never thinks about anyone or thing but himself. Rias Gremory from High School DxD, according to writer Ichie Ichibumi himself, draws inspiration from Kallen, a Kallen that has embraced noble lineage despite wanting their own independence, and the balance breaker forms of the boosted gear and divine dividing were made in deliberate homage to the Gurren and Lancelot, which is shown more visibly in the boosted gear's category queen form in how it directly homages the Gurren Satan. Kyokai Senki is a very recent example of a series taking inspiration from Code Geass, and then it occurs in an occupied and divided Japan, where the youth of the nation have to begin their own struggles to fight back, but does so from a different angle of attack entirely. As I explored previously in my review of Super Robot Wars V, the 2014 Sunrise series Cross-Ange Rondo of Angels and Dragons is built upon having a protagonist that is the spiritual daughter of Lelouch and Kallen in how their character traits and personal backstories are melded into hers, and her going through a more graphic reinterpretation of the classist racist setting where the haves prey on those disabled from having their same advantages, all while gaining their power and prestige from the slaughter and abuse of those not like them, with direct allegories viewable from other members of the two series casts, or at least with minor trait swapping. Schneisel and Mao being merged into one character for Cross-Ange's central antagonist, Embryo, an example. Or Ange's little sister Sylvia being an utter selfish bitch being viewed as an interpretation of Nunnally if she had grown up in the Britannian courts or was consumed by her hidden dark side, similar to how Julius Kingsley was such a counterpart to Lelouch. Again, there's more than enough differences with these other Sunrise series examples of taking inspiration from Code Geass to not consider them ripping it off. but the differences that are there still show the same consequence as there has been with the Universal Century Mobile Suit Gundam series. There are deep divisive flaws with the material that can be avoided in other original settings to ultimately better build a story there. Or at least one that does not make the same mistakes with how they wish to tell their own tale with the elements they were inspired by. And throughout the rest of this year, I will be looking at Super Robot Wars X that gives a different alternate post-ending story for Lelouch and Kallen's tale, as well as 2 more games that took inspiration for their characters and arcs from this series, Persona 5 and Tales of Graces. For the impact of Code Geass has ultimately had long-reaching effects, and it really just is a disappointment that due to the grander picture presented and how the staff of the series made so many mistakes and decisions I and others vehemently disagree with, I largely cannot look back on it without disdain. Or at least, that's how I would have ended all of this had that perspective not changed in 2023. For you see, among all the series that homage or parallel the story of Code Geass, even ones I have not mentioned here, there is one, and only one series to date, that has managed to perfectly redo nearly every essential important aspect of its tale, and yet not fumble its landing. Which one is it? Well, I think you guys should know by now. After all, I've been using clips from it this entire time.
今のあなたを見て確信した。死を忘れた者はきっとあなたと同じ末路をたどる。死を求めて死をばらまく。死があるから生きることは美しいの。ごめんねジェラミー。
どう？伝えたかったことがあるんだ。愛してる。
ありがとう。
永遠は寂しすぎる。物語には一つだけなくてはならないものがある。これでおしまいだ。
どうして夕焼けって美しいのかしら。
ほんの一時の儚いものだからさ。
命も同じね。
全部奪われてる。ゼロから一つ一つ。てめえらの愛を
教えてやる。一応舐めやがったからだ。泣く準備しとけ、スカボンタヌキ。言葉にできない思いは体でぶつけるんだ。
我が
王を裏切るのか。
私は生きたい。私の王はキラだ。
ただ一人の力なき反逆に何の意味がある。
それは貴様のことよ。孤独の王は王にあらず王でありながら王たるを捨て結束する。今より貴様をひねりつぶす。
2000年重ねた歴史の背負えるか、英雄の責務が担えるか、未来を救う唯一の道。その道の先で必ず民を救え。
新たな歴史を担う王として
血を吐いドローズスロート、懐に秘めた刀は折れず。
ダークなる意志のもと、私たちは剣を抜く。
物語、奴の悲鳴で締めくくろう。降臨せよゴッドキングオージャー。主教大主教。
その夢の慣れの果てがそのざまか。所詮子供の幻想だ。情けない。それで王とは笑わせる。不可能を可能にもできずに何が王か、幻想を現実にもできずして何が王か。民のためなら世のことありをも超越する。それが王だ。俺は私は王様だ。王様戦隊キング王者、今より貴様をひねりつぶす。
And King Odra being nearly flawless in its execution, bearing none of the baggage Code Geass came to be buried by, is what finally allowed me to let it go. Sure, the movie timeline is the absolute worst, and harms everything I and others genuinely loved about the series, and only compounded the problems had with it. And I hope Sunrise will finally recognize that if Rose the Recapture does poorly. But something like the Lost Stories mobile game seems to have learned the lesson and continues to do well, as that mobile game does far more right by the characters Sunrise insisted be most wronged. And from everything I've seen of it, does its best to expand on what fans at one point did like. But in the end, that's the key there. Did like. Past tense. For that is the worst part of it all, and the part I most hate that I have to say. I can't recommend the series in the form it is now. For we might never have justice for the narrative malfeasance Code Geass suffered. Lelouch may never have his name cleared so he can be with the ones he loves. Kallen may continue to be screwed over and never have her affections returned. Suzaku will continue to live and harm the lives of others with the assumptions he makes. And any continued use of the power of Geass in new entries might just make it all the worse. It's likely to remain a broken mess. But we have options now. We have other series that will do what Code Geass refused to. From the Rebels of Scry to Gunsword to Back Arrow. From the remnants of Spice and Wolf to DxD to G-Witch. From the fight against a man trying to proclaim himself God in Gundam 00 to Cross-On to Persona. And the will of masked saviors from Black to Kabuto to King Oger.
自分が変われば世界が変わる。それが天の道。
And possibly in new renditions of Super Robot Wars that will try and fix what Sunrise refused to. 15 years on, audiences have wised up to what went wrong with Code Geass. And while executives might not, and not every analysis reaches the heart of the matter, it's ultimately the death of 1,000 cuts. All begun when someone else thought they knew better than to listen, and only sought to subjugate.
英雄じゃない。王冠をいただく戦士。
罪には必ず罰を与える。
そして王は民のためなら手を汚す。
さあ幕引きだ。
王様ごときが足に勝てるわけねえだろ。
王様戦隊ならてめえを超えられる。
ふざけられんのもここまでだ。
And yet, no matter what series may draw inspiration from it, no matter how much time has passed, no matter how much the series undergoes reevaluation or reinterpretation, and how much Sunrise may or may not screw with the franchise in the future, there is nonetheless one absolute of the series that cannot be denied. There is not, nor shall ever be again, a character just like Lelouch v. Britannia. Regardless of anything else, that will keep people returning to the series again and again, no matter its faults, to see his rise and fall, all for the people he loves. And that is no lie. Or is it?
Yatta! これで終わる。お前に不死身を殺す力を与える。
盾キラ、宇宙を救う時だ。やれキラ、
目をかぶりシュゴッタの2000年の呪縛を血にまみれ、英語を続く戦いと滅びの歴史を邪智暴虐となり下がろうと終わらせろ。ただ民を救わんとしたをつぶこときげでかいを支配する。フィニッシュ